Chapter 1. A New World. When Song Zhijiao opened her eyes, she was momentarily bewildered. After all, anyone would feel dazed upon awakening in their own home, only to find the ceiling transformed beyond recognition. After getting out of bed and taking a brief tour of the room, Song Zhijiao returned to her bed with a grave expression. Waking up in a completely unfamiliar place, her first instinct was to suspect that she had been kidnapped. However, she found it hard to believe that her vigilance could have faltered to such a degree. Moreover, the formation she had set up at the door should have been impenetrable. Song Zhijiao was an orphan, having wandered through a village since the earliest of her memories. It was not until she turned 5 that an elderly man, her master, took her in. The old man bore the surname Song, and thus she naturally adopted his name. After being scrubbed thoroughly in a bathtub and wrapped in a pristine white towel, the cicadas outside sang joyfully, filling the air with the scent of sunshine. It was then, nestled within the warm embrace of the towel, that she received her name, Song Zhijiao. Though she often complained about her name being a mere afterthought, she dutifully accepted it. The old man forbade her from calling him father, insisting instead on master. As a child, she did not comprehend the significance of the title, simply repeating master, master. However, after acquiring some education, she felt an inexplicable sense of grievance. The old man had no children of his own, while she was an orphan. It seemed far more fitting for her to call him grandfather. Children are always eager for familial affection, and the term grandfather felt infinitely more affectionate than master. Thus, she began to sulk. Yet, after several days of silent resentment, the old man hoisted her up. The little one had no means to contend with an adult, and upon realizing her inability to escape, she angrily kicked the air and retorted, "If you want me to call you master, then you should teach me something." The stubborn child would never voice a desire to change her title. It was a matter for the old man to address. To her surprise, after a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Fine, then I shall teach you something." The little one was taken aback. From that day forth, a new world unfurled before her, a world entirely different from anything she had known, a somewhat fantastical realm, the world of cultivation. However, this term was rather antiquated. Since the depletion of spiritual energy, the realm of cultivation had long since merged with the mortal world. By the time of Song Zhijiao, few were aware of its existence. She had no knowledge of the old man's origins or how he possessed such vast knowledge. She simply learned whatever he taught her. Formations, talismans, swordsmanship, artifact refining, she had dabbled in a myriad of subjects. The formation she set at the door was one he had taught her, reputed to be a renowned ancient defensive array, ensuring that no one could enter. The old man's credibility remained high in her eyes, so she never imagined she would be abducted in her sleep. But if it was not a kidnapping, then what was her current situation? In times of uncertainty, one could consult their phone. Song Zhijiao casually picked up the device on her bedside table that resembled a mobile phone, tapping it lightly. In an instant, a blue virtual screen appeared, displaying a torrent of information scrolling across it. Song Zhijiao. It was confirmed this was undeniably not her world. The level of technology in her former world had not yet reached such heights. The notion of transmigration did not bode well for her. After rolling up her sleeves to check that her birthmark remained, she raised her right hand and snapped her fingers. A cluster of spiritual fire ignited at her fingertips, greedily licking at the air around it, distorting it with its heat. The flickering flames reflected in her eyes, and Song Zhijiao's gaze darkened. Indeed, this was her body. She had arrived in an unfamiliar world. The concept of soul transference could be explained as seizing a body, but what was happening now? Perhaps, as the theory of parallel universes suggests, there existed a collection of universes coexisting yet never intersecting, wherein another version of herself, a person entirely identical to her, resided. After pondering without resolution, Song Zhijiao lifted her gaze to the virtual screen hovering above. Regardless of the circumstances, she needed to swiftly comprehend her current world to survive. 10 minutes later, her mind brimming with a plethora of information, Song Zhijiao buried her head in her pillow, feeling utterly despondent. This was a world entirely unlike her own. Rolling her head in frustration against the pillow, she finally sat up, her messy hair standing on end as she crossed her legs and began to meditate. Calmness, tranquility, calmness. Ha! Upon sensing the overwhelming surge of energy flooding her meridians, Song Zhijio's eyes widened in astonishment. So much spiritual energy. Since the depletion of spiritual energy, the practice of meditation had largely served to cultivate inner peace and nurture one's spirit, with the absorption of natural energy being sadly scarce. However, now, she distinctly felt the spiritual energy surrounding her body eagerly penetrating within. Without spiritual energy, one could not advance in cultivation. Song Zhijiao had always believed she would remain stagnant at the qi refinement stage, yet now she could clearly perceive her realm beginning to shift. What a stroke of luck! Just as a person acclimatizes to a lower altitude after having been at a high elevation, Song Zhijiao mused that she might be slightly intoxicated by the spiritual energy. Zhiji, are you awake? Just as she was about to attempt meditation once more, a knock echoed at the door. Song Zhijiao jolted in surprise. With no memories of this self, she sighed, silently reassuring herself to face whatever challenges lay ahead. After she responded, the person outside declared, "Then Mom is coming in," and pushed the door open. Song Zhijiao keenly caught the self-reference of the newcomer. The visitor was the mother of Song Zhijiao. Seeing that Song Zhijiao was still seated on the bed, the woman paused in surprise. "Zhiji, why haven't you changed your clothes? You're going to be late for the enrollment." Song Zhijiao was taken aback. "What enrollment?" The woman appeared puzzled as well. "Isn't today your school's enrollment day?" Song Zhijiao. It suddenly came to her that she had indeed seen an acceptance letter on the light brain just moments ago. She quickly opened the light brain. Glancing at it, a note indicated the enrollment time, August 31st, 8 a.m. Song Zhijiao cast a glance at the time displayed on the light brain, 7:29 a.m. Oh no! In a flurry, she rolled out of bed and in under 10 minutes, finished gathering her belongings, bidding farewell to the woman as she dashed out the door. Watching her daughter sprint toward the entrance, Yang Qian called after her, "Zhiji, breakfast." Song Zhijiao did not look back. "No time. I can't eat." After exclaiming this, Song Zhijiao paused, feeling a strange sense of familiarity wash over her. Had the scene played out in many mornings before? Was it an instinct of this body? Yang Qian, left behind, gazed at the sandwich on the table, murmuring, "That child, if she skips breakfast, her stomach will be ruined." Chapter 2. School registration. Upon dashing out of her home, Song Zhijiao cast a glance at the estimated arrival time of the hovering vehicle, at 8:10. She was undoubtedly going to be late. After a mere 2 seconds of contemplation, she resolved to adopt an alternative mode of transportation. The residential complex where her house was located boasted lush greenery. With a quick survey of her surroundings, Song Zhijiao soon discovered the spot she sought. Perhaps it was due to the abundant spiritual energy in this world, but the vegetation appeared remarkably tall, observing the shrubs that towered over her. She could not help but smirk. Although she stood at a height of 1.65 meters, which was not particularly short, she had never felt so diminutive before. Reaching a secluded corner and ensuring that the surrounding foliage concealed her completely, Song Zhijiao raised her hand. Her fair fingertips traced nearly invisible trajectories in the air, accompanied by a low and mysterious incantation. The atmosphere began to ripple, as the final syllable fell from her lips. She abruptly opened her eyes, her black irises sparkling with golden flecks. "The array gate has been activated." In the next instant, all the luminous points in the air converged, forming a portal that shimmered with a soft glow. Satisfied with the sight before her, Song Zhijiao clapped her hands. The abundance of spiritual energy was indeed advantageous. Even the activation of the array gate required little effort. After estimating the distance to the school, she felt a twinge of concern that the gate might not suffice, as it was indeed pushing her limits. To her pleasant surprise, however, she encountered no issues at all. It seemed that the problem did not lie with her skills, but rather with the inadequacy of her previous environment. Having reached this conclusion, Song Zhijiao stepped confidently through the array gate, and upon reopening her eyes, she found herself standing in a narrow alley. Gazing out of the alley, the sign of the Federal University gleamed brilliantly under the morning light. A perfect arrival. Indeed, the method she had employed to rush to school during her high school days proved effective in this new world as well. Who could fathom the necessity of beginning morning readings at 6 o'clock? rising at 7:29 to arrive by 7:45, truly commendable. Just as Song Zhiliao stepped out of the alley, a hovering vehicle came to a halt beside the street. The door of the front passenger seat swung open, and a figure clad in a butler's uniform, adorned with white gloves, alighted. Young master. The butler opened the rear door and extended a backpack, only to find no one receiving it. He cast a puzzled glance at the youth in the vehicle, only to discover that the latter's gaze was fixated on a distant alley. Young master, is something the matter? The butler inquired, perplexed that it's nothing. Xie Jinyan replied, retracting his gaze with a slight indifference that I must have misperceived something. There had been a flicker of energy in that alley moments ago, yet it did not align with any of the known forms. The butler made no further inquiries. The first rule of the employee code was to never delve into the thoughts of the master, but he slightly bowed, his gloved hand resting respectfully before him. Understood, young master. As Xie Jinyan entered the school, he attracted numerous curious glances. Wow, who is that? The vehicle at the entrance must be a limited edition. I heard only 5 were released initially. That's the second young master of the CF family. You really don't know. You must be living under a rock if you haven't seen him on the StarNet every day. The wealthiest CF family, right? Indeed. The questioner hissed in realization that so, what level is this person? Another individual glanced at the already distant figure of Xie Jinyan and whispered, I've heard his mental prowess is rumored to be great, but hasn't he not been tested yet? The cost of testing one's mental power was quite considerable. Thus most individuals learned their mental level during the school's physical examinations. Are you foolish? The first individual rolled his eyes. Families like his can afford to invite specialists for examinations every year. Grade A, then the new student with the top score this year is most likely him. Not necessarily. His brother is also grade A.TSK. The CF family's genes are indeed exceptional, since the advent of the interstellar era. Most individuals have had mental powers rated at grade C, with grade B being rare and grade A exceedingly scarce. The Federal University had not seen a grade A student in the past 5 years. Yet here emerged one among this year's freshmen. The onlooker gazed at Xie Jinyan's retreating figure, marveling, truly formidable youth. That be why the time Song Zhiliao arrived at the registration area, only a few individuals remained. After entering her information, the instructor pointed to a nearby student and said, This senior will take you to the dormitory. Suddenly called out by the instructor, Xiang Qing, who had been dozing with his head lowered, straightened abruptly. Yes, teacher. He approached Song Zhiliao and turned to lead her in another direction. During their walk, he squinted at the massive stone stele behind the registration area and muttered in disbelief. It's actually real. Song Zhiliao's ears perked up. Following her earlier experience, she noticed that her hearing seemed to have heightened, perhaps due to her cultivation beginning to awaken. Walking alongside Xiang Qing, she casually inquired, Senior, what is that stone stele at the entrance? Why does it seem to be glowing in some places? Oh, that as they walked, Xiang Qing explained. As a new student, you may not be aware, but that is the divine stele. His expression turned reverent at the mention of the divine stele. Divine stele? Xiang Qing nodded, elaborating. Did you just see the names inscribed upon it? Song Zhiliao replied, I did see them. The names at the top from left to right are Mileros Loft Hill, Hega, and Ulis.in Truth. There were many other names on the stele, but these 5 stood out prominently, their larger font capturing Song Zhiliao's attention. Xiang Qing remarked, Those are the names of the deities. The top 5 are the supreme gods, while the others are all under their dominion. Unlike Song Zhiliao's world, in this realm, every individual worshipped a deity that if one pledged allegiance to a particular deity, they became their favored follower, receiving abilities, known as extraordinary powers, in return. Among these favored followers, one might be selected to receive a unique authority from the deity, becoming known as the divine envoy. Such knowledge was common in this world, and Xiang Qing seemed to realize this that he bashfully scratched the back of his head, his smile shy that I might occasionally ramble. I apologize. Song Zhiliao, an atheist utterly unfamiliar with deities, replied, Not at all, Senior. You can share even more. Xiang Qing resumed his discourse about the stele. When a name on the divine stele illuminates, it signifies that the respective deity has chosen their divine envoy. Reflecting on what she had just witnessed, Song Zhiliao hesitantly remarked, It seems like all 5 names have indeed lit up. Yes, at this, Xiang Qing also appeared incredulous. Just last night, all 5 supreme gods simultaneously selected their divine envoys. The news exploded across the starnet, as those names had never illuminated the steel before. Now, they have made a stunning debut. Early this morning, many gathered at the entrance of the Federal University to witness the divine steel. Xiang Qing was among them. After seeing the news at dawn, he had been unable to sleep and rushed to school to verify its authenticity. Even with his own eyes witnessing the event, he still felt as though he were in a dream. Song Zhiliao mused, "It seems that even the choices of great brothers occur simultaneously." Hearing her words, Xiang Qing's expression shifted, and he quickly pulled her aside, whispering, "Junior, you must not speak of that lightly." Song Zhiliao blinked. "Why not?" Xiang Qing lowered his voice further. "Those five are in constant conflict with one another. Their followers are still quarreling over who ranks first." He deliberately emphasized the last few words to draw Song Zhiliao's attention, urging her to refrain from speaking carelessly in front of others. Song Zhiliao replied, "Ah, so indeed, the arrangement of 5 names in a line has its reason. It turns out they have yet to distinguish their order." Casting a curious glance at the visibly anxious Xiang Qing, she asked, "So, senior, who do you think ranks first?" Xiang Qing straightened his posture, declaring, "Undoubtedly, it is the god of fate." "Oh, so it is the god of fate's toxic supremacy." Chapter 3. The appearance of the vermilion bird. The Federal University is renowned throughout the Federation for its rigorous entrance examination, admitting only 500 students in total. The written test has a perfect score of 400 points. Just moments ago, Song Zhiliao checked and found that the lowest acceptance score was 375, that her score was 395, placing her 6th among the new students. Glimpsing the college's arrangements, she noted that the next step involved an extraordinary power assessment, which would determine class assignments based on the results. This was nothing short of excellent news for Song Zhiliao. After all, subjects like federal history and the overview of the deities were realms in which she was utterly clueless. Were she to take a test now, she felt certain her score would be dismal. With such a limited number of admissions and a spacious campus, the Federal University generously provided each student with their own dormitory, maximizing privacy. Once she had settled her belongings, Song Zhiliao gazed at the soft carpet beneath her feet and, without a moment's hesitation, plopped down. Indeed, it was comfortable. Inside her room, Song Zhiliao sat cross-legged, her eyes gently closed, breathing deeply and evenly. Around her, the air began to stir, and the spiritual energy enveloped her like a tender morning mist, streams of light coalescing into her being. Half an hour later, Song Zhiliao slumped back onto the sofa, a smile gracing her lips, exuding an aura of comfort. Foundation establishment stage achieved, Song Zhiliao had already reached the level of breaking through. Yet she had long struggled with the scarcity of spiritual energy, unable to make any progress. Now, nourished by the abundant spiritual energy, the breakthrough came with no pressure whatsoever. Reclining on the sofa, Song Zhiliao raised her left hand, gazing absently at the jade bracelet adorning her wrist. When the old man departed, he had said nothing, leaving her only with this bracelet. However, apart from its fine jade quality, she could discern nothing more. To her surprise, this bracelet had accompanied her into a new world. Perhaps spurred by the potential changes brought about by her breakthrough, Song Zhiliao felt a renewed curiosity for research, just as she sat up. Intending to examine the bracelet further, a sudden warmth surged through her right wrist. Astonished, she looked down to see a red totem glowing, with a strikingly bright bird at its center. Was that a chick? Song Zhiliao murmured to herself. The chick had been a birthday gift from the old man when she turned 10, a small bird of vibrant red, its breed unknown to her, during one playful encounter. The chick had pecked her, causing a slight wound, and thereafter, the totem had appeared on her wrist. The old man had claimed that the chick possessed spirit, advising her to regard the totem merely as a guide. Thus, she had paid it little mind. Now, with the totem suddenly illuminating, it indicated that the chick was nearby. Concluding this, Song Zhiliao abandoned her lethargy, swiftly donning a coat from the hanger and stepping outside. Once she extended her consciousness, she soon caught the chick's aura emanating from the back mountain of the school. Without further hesitation, she opened a portal that as the golden light dissipated, she found herself stepping into a thicket. Overwhelmed by the lushness of the vegetation that nearly reached her calves, struggling to advance a few steps, she nearly stumbled over a tangle of roots. Narrowing her eyes in concentration, she gazed upward at the sturdy trees. assuring herself that the branches could support her weight before bending her knees and launching herself upward with ease. The moon hung high, its silvery light casting a serene glow upon the earth. Standing on a branch, Song Zhijiao gently closed her eyes, gradually dispersing her consciousness. With her elevated level, her awareness expanded, and she swiftly surveyed the surroundings before retracting her focus. Indeed, her earlier sensation proved correct. The flora around her brimmed with the essence of wood spirits. Wait, according to this world's terminology, it should be referred to as the god of life. Contemplating this, Song Zhijiao began to formulate a plan for the upcoming supernatural abilities assessment. Though lacking powers of her own, she could certainly fabricate some. As she lightly infused her spiritual energy into a nearby branch, she watched in satisfaction as several new shoots sprouted forth, redirecting her gaze downward. She caught sight of a figure below. At this hour, there was still someone here who would venture into the forest at night, unafraid of the potential dangers. Were it not for her quest for the chick, Song Zhijiao would never have dared to explore the woods at night. Minimizing her presence, she peered down at the individual beneath her. In the luminous moonlight, the youth's dark hair fluttered gently in the breeze. Contrasting with his fair complexion, most striking were his violet eyes, rare and seemingly imbued with the mysteries of the cosmos, capable of upending the very fabric of existence in an instant. The calm detachment reflected in his gaze instinctively urged others to maintain their distance. Clad in the uniform of the Federal University, the youth's stature appeared notably straightened. His demeanor elevated in an instant. Up in the tree, Song Zhijiao compared him to the latest rising star in the entertainment industry and found him vastly superior. With a small sigh of admiration for the young man's looks, she mentally urged him to leave. After all, curfew was fast approaching, and she had no desire to spend the night outdoors. Countless encounters with the old man had instilled a sense of danger within her, making her acutely aware that this youth's strength was likely formidable. If she were to confront him now, the situation would undoubtedly become precarious. Resolute in her intention to avoid conflict, Song Zhijiao decided to wait for him to leave before making her exit. The young man was quite bold to wander alone. Just then, another figure approached from a distance, grinning maliciously. Xie Jingyao did not rise to the provocation, maintaining a calm expression, a hint of weariness evident. "What is it?" The newcomer grinned widely. "Nothing much, just acquired a supernatural beast recently, and came to show it to you." As his words fell, the previously tranquil clouds began to roil, swirling like waves in the ocean, converging toward the center. Suddenly, crimson lightning streaked across the sky, hurtling directly toward them. Concealed among the branches, Song Zhijiao leaned lazily against the tree, initially intending to observe the spectacle. However, as the colossal bird drew nearer, she sensed something amiss. The appearance of the bird and the atmospheric disturbance resembled the vermilion bird of the four divine beasts. As she struggled to reconcile this with her knowledge from books, the totem on her wrist flared with intense heat, seemingly eager to convey something to her. Song Zhijiao exclaimed, "Wait, could it be?" Whipping her head toward the approaching bird, surprise flickered in her eyes. The arrival of the vermilion bird unleashed a powerful surge of energy, igniting the surrounding air, waves of heat radiating forth, even casting the distant mountains in a fiery glow. In mere moments, it had reached Xie Jinyao's side. "Brother, good luck," the figure chuckled, waving farewell before vanishing into thin air. Although he could not embed a spiritual mark on the bird, he could certainly create some trouble for Xie Jinyao. Standing his ground, Xie Jinyao felt the intensifying heat around him, his expression unwavering. Facing the sharp beak of the vermilion bird, he raised his hand, lips parting to issue a clear command. "All who approach me, halt." As he spoke, energy began to surge from his fingertips. With his words, a tremendous wave of energy erupted from his hand, swiftly enveloping the vermilion bird, causing its flapping wings to abruptly freeze mid-air. However, this pause lasted but 3 seconds before the vermilion bird regained its momentum. Its piercing cry echoed through the forest as the temperature surged to unprecedented heights. Both Song Zhijiao in the tree and Xie Jinyao on the ground recognized that the vermilion bird was furious. Chapter 4. From the heavens descends Song Zhijiao, perched in the tree, peering down. Even through the layers of leaves, the youth's pallor was evident. The output of supernatural abilities relied heavily on one's mental strength, and his previous strike had likely drained him significantly. After all, the vermilion bird was one of the four divine beasts, and its attacks were not to be underestimated. Tio hindered its movements. The young man's abilities must be formidable. Although Song Zhijiao was reluctant to stir trouble before classes even commenced, it was clear that this individual was no ordinary person. However, if the vermilion bird truly was the chick, then she would inevitably be involved in this entanglement. Raising a chick was no easy feat, and she sighed in resignation. With a heavy heart, Song Zhijiao descended from the tree. Forced back by the flames, Xie Jinyao assessed the situation and furrowed his brow. His hand instinctively moved to his neck, as if searching for something hidden within his collar, but before he could act, a figure landed beside him. Xie Jinyao's expression sharpened, realizing the newcomer was an unfamiliar girl. He took a cautious step back, his demeanor wary. "Who are you?" Yet before he could finish, she abruptly yanked him backward, staring at him as if he were a fool. "The fire is about to singe your feet. Can't you evade it?" Xie Jinyao, who had never been regarded in such a manner, was momentarily taken aback. Song Zhijiao, unconcerned with his astonishment, shoved him behind her. "Stay safe." Clearly unaccustomed to such treatment. Xie Jinyao's violet eyes glimmered with confusion, resembling a cat suddenly drenched with water. Unbeknownst to him, Song Zhijiao silently performed a fire-evading technique, ensuring the flames would not reach their position before rolling up her sleeves and charging forward. If the child misbehaved, a good thrashing would set things right. Watching the girl plunge into the flames, Xie Jinyao's eyes widened in shock, instinctively preparing to follow. However, as he took a step forward, Song Zhijiao's impatient voice rang out from within the inferno. "Stay put." Xie Jinyao, his leg, which had moved forward, retreated once more. Fixating on the blazing inferno, his eyes stung momentarily, and he blinked back the physiological tears. When he looked again, Song Zhijiao emerged unscathed from the flames. Xie Jinyao turned his gaze to where she had just appeared. Upon realizing that she seemed unperturbed by the surrounding fire, his mind began to race with thoughts. Yet, it appeared that she was holding something. Xie Jinyao squinted, that if he wasn't mistaken, that appeared to be a chick. However, unlike ordinary chicks, this one was entirely crimson, mirroring the earlier colossal bird. The youth approached Song Zhijiao, his gaze falling upon the object in her hands. "What is that?" Song Zhijiao shook the vermilion bird, succinctly replying, "The large bird from earlier." Xie Jinyan's expression was somewhat intricate. After all, who could truly accept the sight of a massive bird poised to devour you, suddenly reduced to a mere size that could be held in one's palm? Song Zhijiao cast a glance at him, but chose not to intervene. She lowered her gaze to the zhuke in her hand and, with a swift motion, delivered a light smack to the chick's rear. "Put out the flames." The zhuke, chastised, dared not protest, letting out a subdued chirp as it languidly sat in her grasp. Under the watchful eyes of Song Zhijiao and Xie Jinyan, the zhuke unfurled its diminutive beak and gently inhaled, drawing in the chaotic flames around it as if they were being summoned by an invisible force, transforming into tendrils of fire that drifted toward it. As the last flicker of flame extinguished, the zhuke emitted a small burp, blinking up at her that a glimmer of appreciation shone in Song Zhijiao's eyes. The divine fire of the zhuke was unlike ordinary flames, notoriously difficult to extinguish, and she certainly did not wish to incinerate the school's back garden on her very first day. Tucking the zhuke in her sleeve, she turned to Xie Jinyan. "I've saved you. It's my responsibility to manage IT. Did I ask that agreeable?" Xie Jinyan nodded. As you wished. That IT was then that Song Zhijiao realized that this person before her possessed impeccable manners, despite having just emerged from the flames. He remained composed and dignified. She relished conversing with those who exhibited such politeness. "Very well." Song Zhijiao leapt back onto the tree, a mischievous glint in her eyes as she winked down at Xie Jinyan. "Please take care of the individuals behind you as well." "Xie Jinyan, what are you doing?" A voice, fraught with exasperation, rang out from a short distance away, the sound growing increasingly urgent. Yet the person being addressed remained unperturbed, his gaze fixed steadily on the figure in the tree. "What is your name?" Song Zhijiao had no intention of divulging it. She waved her hand dismissively. "Just a passerby that I have yet to express my gratitude," Xie Jinyan remarked. "No need," Song Zhijiao replied, squeezing the soft zhuke in her sleeve. "The matter is settled." As the approaching individual neared, Song Zhijiao opted against further conversation and swiftly opened a portal to escape. "You." The person seemed poised to speak again, But Song Zhijiao wasted no time stepping through the portal, leaving his words unheard. Who cares what you have to say? The dormitory was about to close. Meanwhile, Xie Jinyan watched as a glimmer of golden light flickered through the leaves, and the figure in the tree vanished without a trace. He furrowed his brow, pondering whether this was a manifestation of spatial abilities. Xie Jian. The individual finally reached him, frantically scanning the desolate forest, nearly succumbing to dizziness. What are you doing? Just a bit of fun. Xie Jinyan replied nonchalantly. You, both of you. The principal was at a loss for words. While he had always been aware of the strained relationship between the Xie brothers, he had not anticipated such a volatile dynamic. I'll report this to your guardians. I will. Upon hearing this, Xie Jinyan's eyes flickered, but ultimately, he chose silence. He merely mused that it seemed unlikely he would be participating in the abilities assessment the following day. Chapter 5. For offspring at home with just a minute to spare before the dormitory closed, Song Zhijiao dashed through the entrance. Initially, she had considered opening a portal directly to her dorm. But to prevent student altercations, each dormitory building was equipped with a device to detect fluctuations in abilities, which alerted the dorm supervisor immediately upon detection, to err on the side of caution. She refrained from doing so. Upon entering her dorm, Song Zhijiao extracted the Zhuke from her sleeve and unceremoniously tossed it onto her bed. Chirp. The round little body bounced slightly on the soft bedding, and the disoriented Zhuke sprang up in a huff, only to fall silent under Song Zhijiao's bemused gaze. Chirp. Song Zhijiao crossed her arms, looking down at it from a height. Now, explain yourself. What happened? Chirp. The red Zhuke tilted its head, seemingly oblivious to her inquiry. That don't play coy with me. Song Zhijiao was not fooled. I know you can speak. Don't pretend otherwise. Just moments earlier, amidst the inferno, she had distinctly heard it call her name. What? Has your language system regressed with your size? No. Zhiji, I was wrong. Realizing Song Zhijiao was on the verge of irritation, the little red bird hastily began to speak. Song Zhijiao was taken aback by its babyish tone. That wasn't your voice earlier. If you've shrunk, why must your voice change too? The Zhuchue's reasoning was sound. Song Zhijiao poked its plump little belly, causing it to plop down onto the bedding. Fine. The Zhuke let out a soft grunt, choosing not to contest her. When I awoke, I found myself in that forest. Upon hearing this, Song Zhijiao furrowed her brow. No prelude whatsoever. The Zhuke chirped. None at all. I merely took a nap, and when I woke, I was in a different place. Just like her own experience, Song Zhijiao supported her chin, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the Zhuke continued to chatter away. When I awoke, I saw someone slaying a beast. The beast's core contained immense energy, so I asked if I could have it. He requested my assistance in return. Song Zhijiao's expression darkened as she recalled the events on the back mountain. Help him kill someone? The Zhuke shook its tiny head vigorously. No. It hopped closer to Song Zhijiao, proudly declaring, I am your beast. How could I possibly kill without reason? That would create karma. Song Zhijiao was well aware of her little one's character. Though sometimes mischievous, it would not engage in overly reckless actions. She nodded. Go on. That person requested I injure someone, but not to the point of death. Song Zhijiao's expression soured. You were easily swayed by a mere core? What if you couldn't overpower that individual? How could that be? I am a divine beast. Under Song Zhijiao's serious gaze, the Zhuke gradually curled into a ball. All right. I was wrong. Song Zhijiao scoffed. What mistakes could a divine beast possibly make? Were it not for our contract, I wouldn't stand a chance against you. The Zhuke was exceptionally powerful, and Song Zhijiao's ability to manage it was solely due to the contract suppressing its strength. In terms of cultivation, she was certainly no match for the Zhuke. The Zhuke remained silent, recognizing that speaking too much could lead to more trouble. Having settled the new account, Song Zhijiao began to address the old one. Why did you never speak when we were in the modern world? Moreover, you always appeared as a chick. Who would have thought that my little chick was the divine beast Zhuke? The Zhuke felt wronged. Chirp. I truly couldn't speak. The spiritual energy was so thin in the modern world that I was left with barely any power. Otherwise, I would not have remained in the form of a chick. That would be quite the blow to a divine beast's dignity. Song Zhijiao quickly grasped the situation. Divine beasts relied on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for sustenance. With the reduction of spiritual energy, they would naturally grow weaker, so Your strength has only begun to recover since arriving here. The Zhuke nodded vigorously. Wait, Song Zhijiao suddenly recalled the other 3 little creatures the elder had gifted her. If you are the Zhuke, then what about the little snake, the kitten, and the turtle? Qinglong, Baihu, Xuanwu. As the Zhuke announced the true identities of the other 3 offspring with the enthusiasm of a vendor listing dishes, Song Zhijiao felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. The thought that the little snake she often teased, the kitten she fondled, the chick she carried, and the turtle she poked were all 4 divine beasts left her feeling somewhat awed. Yet, the truly impressive one was the elder. What manner of being was he, capable of gifting divine beasts as mere pets? Contemplating this, Song Zhijiao recalled the elder's abrupt departure, her brow furrowing in concern. She inquired of the Zhuke, but received an unclear response. Sighing, she decided to let it be. Song Zhijiao had always been a person of laid-back disposition, believing in the philosophy of letting things unfold naturally. Thus, upon discovering she had entered a new world, her mindset remained remarkably stable. Since she was here, she would make herself comfortable. The Zhuke perched atop the bedding, its red eyes gleaming brightly. Since both you and I are in this world, could it be that Qinglong and the others are also here? It was not an impossibility. However, unlike the Zhuke, Song Zhijiao had not entered into a contract with them. Without a contract, she could not perceive their presence. Perhaps she could only reply. Yet the Zhuke was brimming with excitement. That would be splendid. I will definitely bring them all back. A family of offspring should be reunited. This was a principle that Song Zhijiao had imparted to it. Gently stroking the Zhuchue's plump head, a soft smile lit up Song Zhijiao's eyes. Rest assured, not a single one will be absent, but if they are in this world, I will surely find them all. Chapter 6. The deskmate. The following morning, Song Zhijiao arrived at the venue for the abilities assessment. Though termed an assessment, it was essentially a machine test for abilities and mental strength, akin to a health checkup. Early in the morning, a long queue had already formed before the machine, and Song Zhijiao strolled past, leisurely munching on a piece of bread. Standing in line, she conversed with the Zhuke in her consciousness. Under the Zhuchue's guidance the previous night, she had learned to summon it into her consciousness. Why didn't you teach me this sooner? Putting aside the fact that I cannot speak, the capacity of your sea of consciousness is indeed limited. Based on Song Zhijiao's original sea of consciousness during the Qi refinement stage, it is utterly incapable of accommodating a divine beast within. Suddenly enlightened, Song Zhijiao realized, so that is how it is. Indeed, higher cultivation brings advantages. The team's movement was exceedingly slow, leaving Song Zhijiao feeling somewhat bored. Zhiji, what will you do if you lack supernatural abilities? The vermilion bird inquired anxiously within the sea of consciousness. No worries, Song Zhijiao responded mentally while stuffing the last morsel of bread into her mouth. Spiritual energy attacks are just as effective. According to the old man's words, she possesses a heavenly spiritual root. Typically, a heavenly spiritual root possesses a singular attribute, yet hers appears to be rather unique, exhibiting multiple elemental properties. However, by the age of 18, Song Zhijiao had only developed the wood and water spiritual roots. So, Zhiji, which one do you intend to use this time? The vermilion bird tilted its head in curiosity. Without hesitation, Song Zhijiao declared, of course, the wood spiritual root. Why? As a divine beast of the fire attribute. The vermilion bird felt a natural affinity for fire. Hearing Song Zhijiao's unhesitant choice of the wood attribute left it feeling somewhat disgruntled. Immediately, Song Zhijiao smoothed its feathers, saying, I still have a fondness for the fire's spiritual root. She then asked the vermilion bird, what are our guiding principles? The vermilion bird pondered for a moment before assertively stating, if we can lie down, we absolutely shan't stand. If we can endure, we definitely won't rush. We must live as a blissful little salted fish. Exactly. So which spiritual root do you think is best for lying low? The vermilion bird replied, the wood spiritual root, compared to the highly aggressive fire spiritual root. The more gentle wood spiritual root does not attract as much attention. Moreover, Song Zhijiao had previously learned that among the 5 supreme deities, people generally hold a friendlier attitude towards the deity of life and its kin. After all, no one can guarantee that they will never fall ill or suffer injuries throughout their lives. The saying, never provoke a doctor, holds considerable truth. However, Song Zhijiao did not intend to masquerade as a healer. Plant growth, The assessment instructor glanced at the form filled out by Song Jijiao and casually pointed to a nearby patch of grass. Try that area. Under the instructor's gaze, a green orb of light gradually began to coalesce in Song Jijiao's hand. As the orb descended onto the grass, it instantly shot up 30 centimeters at a rather ordinary life affinity ability. The strength was mediocre, and the assessment instructor marked a C in the ability section. Following that, Song Jijiao also received a C for her mental strength, and as expected, she was placed in Class F. Song Jijiao was quite satisfied with this outcome. After thanking the instructor and taking the slip of paper, she turned to leave. Looking at the report card in her hand, a flicker of understanding crossed her dark eyes. During the recent testing process, she had successfully validated her hypothesis that in this world, the divine consciousness of the Qi refinement stage corresponds to C-level mental strength. Moreover, her spiritual energy could indeed be utilized as a supernatural ability. With her hypothesis confirmed, Song Jijiao felt quite pleased. Regarding the levels of mental strength, she suddenly recalled the young man from the previous night. Song Jijiao asked the Vermilion Bird, "What do you think of the man's abilities from last night?" "Not bad," the Vermilion Bird pondered briefly before replying, "based on the standards of the recent test. He should be A-level." Song Jijiao nodded slightly, feeling a sense of relief wash over her at A-level. Then surely he is not in the same class as herself. Although she had used a spell to disguise herself last night, she still had not confirmed whether her spell would be fully effective on the people of this world. Avoiding him would be the best outcome. With this thought in mind, Song Jijiao hummed a tune as she returned to her dormitory. However, the next day, she cast a glance at the person sitting beside her, maintaining a seemingly expressionless facade while internally, she had already roused the still-sleeping Vermilion Bird in her sea of consciousness to question. "Didn't you say he was A-level?" With a tuft of hair sticking up adorably, the Vermilion Bird groggily murmured, "Who? What about him?" Upon opening its eyes and seeing Xie Jinyan sitting next to Song Jijiao, the Vermilion Bird instantly became alert. "What the heck? How did he end up here?" Song Jijiao gritted her teeth and said, "I, too, wish to know." From the moment she laid eyes on this individual, Song Jijiao sensed he would undoubtedly be a source of trouble. Over the years, her instincts had never been wrong. Thus, in order to prevent any future entanglements, she had disguised herself, hoping to avoid being recognized. Yet now, trouble was sitting right beside her. Reflecting on the earlier scene, Song Jijiao felt a wave of despair wash over her. She had just timed her arrival at the classroom perfectly, leaving only 2 seats at the back of the class available, selecting one at random. She soon heard a commotion emanating from the front of the classroom. Upon looking up, she saw the same boy from last night approaching her, ultimately settling down beside her with ease. Song Jijiao. Murphy's Law certainly cannot be dismissed. Indeed, the very thing one fears comes to pass. Through the instructor's insistence on self-introductions, Song Jijiao learned the young man's name. Xie Jinyan. Oh well, life must go on. Struggling to rise from her desk, Song Jijiao opened her textbook, intending to see what the lesson entailed. However, as her thoughts began to settle, she gradually sensed something amiss in the air. Song Jijiao twitched her nose, confirming it was not merely her imagination. There was a scent of blood. Moreover, this bloody odor seemed to be emanating from Xie Jinyan. Recalling the details from the previous night, Song Jijiao confirmed that Xie Jinyan had not sustained any injuries. If the scent of blood had reached her, then he must have been wounded severely. What had transpired after last night. In a school, the fastest means of information dissemination is through online forums. Furthermore, the earlier commotion in the classroom due to Xie Jinyan's arrival indicated that he was not an unknown figure. Following her train of thought, Song Jijiao opened her holographic device and located the forum for the Federal University. There, she indeed found Xie Jinyan's name. Clicking on the most popular thread, she quickly scanned through it. Title: What the heck? How did Xie Jinyan end up in Class F? Comment 1. Same question. I was shocked when he walked in. Comment 2. I heard he missed the supernatural ability assessment yesterday, pondering. Comment 3. Apparently he was called back by his family. Comment 4. What could possibly happen so early in the semester? I heard he just returned from his family a few days ago. Comment 5. Did you all hear that commotion at the back mountain the night before last? Comment 6. Of course. It was a huge noise. Comment 7. No kidding, I almost rolled out of bed, furious. Upon reading this, Song Jijiao paused, feeling inexplicably guilty. The commotion caused by the Vermilion Bird had indeed been quite loud. TSK disrupting the peace. After a moment of internal remorse, Song Zhijiao continued reading. The individual who had commented in post 5 responded below. Comment 8. I heard it was Xie Jinyan and Xie Zhao fighting at the back mountain. Once the Xie family found out, they called him back, saying it was his mother's order. Comment 9. It can't be that crazy woman, are in a state of abundant spiritual energy. Song Zhijiao felt utterly liberated. This was primarily reflected in the overflowing amount of talismans she had crafted in her storage space. The old man had taught her to draw numerous talismans. But due to her insufficient spiritual energy, the quantity she could produce at any one time was quite limited. However, that was no longer a concern. It was simply exhilarating. The world around Song Zhijiao now appeared remarkably beautiful. Although she had attended an ordinary university before her arrival here, she had adapted well to military school over the past month. She believed this was largely due to the years of training imparted by the old man. Furthermore, she found Xie Jinyan to be quite an admirable individual. Their seating arrangements in the first class had been fixed, thus Xie Jinyan became her deskmate. Despite some objections regarding the fixed seating in a university, the instructor's authority swiftly quelled any dissent. Initially, Song Zhijiao was somewhat resistant to this arrangement, but she soon discovered that Xie Jinyan's academic performance was astonishingly high. The knowledge system of this world was entirely foreign to her. She had to relearn everything, from the structure of firearms to the history of the Federation. Every new subject posed its challenges, yet Xie Jinyan seemed to possess an abundance of knowledge. After asking him a question and receiving an answer, she shamelessly inquired a few more times. Although his demeanor was somewhat aloof, he patiently provided her with the information she sought. Returning to her seat with the answers, Song Zhijiao felt a profound respect. He was indeed the archetype of an academic prodigy. Xie Jinyan was like a living encyclopedia, pointing out answers with ease. Stowing away her electronic textbook, she cheerfully called out to him, "Let us go. It is time for the next combat class." As the foremost military academy in the Federation, combat training was indispensable. However, given the physical capabilities of the freshmen, combat classes only commenced after a month of physical training. The thought of daily physical training made Song Zhijiao feel somewhat overwhelmed. While such training could be exhausting for the average person, for someone who had endured the old man's rigorous regimen for over a decade, it was hardly a challenge. Remembering the mornings when she was roused to run 10 kilometers, she wished she could be a sloth. After each training session, aside from breaking a sweat, her breathing remained remarkably steady. And her recovery was swift, which starkly contrasted with her classmates who lay sprawled on the floor. Thus, she would feign exhaustion, pretending to be equally fatigued, that in those moments, she could sense Xie Jinyan's gaze upon her. Yet whenever he looked her way, he would promptly avert his eyes, leaving Song Zhijiao at a loss for words. She was uncertain whether Xie Jinyan had discerned anything, especially since the instructor had not noticed. Adopting a mindset of "he doesn't ask, I won't tell. If he does ask, I'll be surprised," Song Zhijiao continued to navigate her physical training with composure. Upon hearing her words, Xie Jinyan gave a slight nod and proceeded towards the training room. Showing no intention of waiting for her, Song Zhijiao shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly, entirely unfazed. She could tell that Xie Jinyan maintained a personal boundary, keeping everyone at a distance. Even after nearly a month of sitting together, his demeanor remained limited to a question-and-answer format. Song Zhijiao did not find this problematic. Everyone had their own way of handling matters, and she respected that equally, especially considering her own disposition was not particularly amiable. Throughout the past month, she had no desire to mingle with the others at the start of the semester. Someone had approached her about switching seats. She initially intended to comply, but upon seeing the flicker of intent in his eyes, she promptly sat back down. This individual was not adept at concealing his thoughts. His disdain for Xie Jinyan and simultaneous desire to associate with him was glaringly evident. Instantly, Song Zhijiao was reminded of the people from her previous school, two-faced and duplicitous. Thus, she declared, "I won't switch, why?" She watched as his expression shifted dramatically, a wicked smile creeping onto her lips as she articulated, "None of your business." After saying that, she leaned back in her chair, awaiting his reaction. She had already resolved that if he continued to pester her, she would give him a swift kick. Much to her disappointment, he merely shot her a glare before walking away. The following day, Song Zhijiao noticed a peculiar shift in the way her classmates regarded her. Most of them congregated at the front of the classroom, and amidst the crowd, she spotted the boy from yesterday sitting in the center. Seemingly sensing her gaze, he turned around and provocatively smiled at her. Song Juliao raised her eyebrows, realizing he was one of those who thrived on stirring trouble from behind the scenes. The scene before her felt all too familiar, and she adapted to it effortlessly. Perfect. Let them not bother her. Settling into a corner, surrounded by tranquility and accompanied by a living encyclopedia, she felt entirely at ease. Thus, over the course of a month, Song Juliao successfully completed her remedial studies. After revisiting the entrance exam papers for the Federation University, she graded herself with full marks, feeling quite satisfied. Chapter 8. A surprise attack after changing into her physical training attire in the locker room. Song Juliao walked towards the training room while chatting with the Zhuke in her mind. The Zhuke chirped animatedly, "Gigi, when shall we venture into the forest for some fun?" Song Juliao replied, "What is the reason?" The Zhuke retorted defiantly, "I'm hungry. I want to eat the inner den of a bizarre beast." It had previously encountered that individual in a forest, which her classmates referred to as the ancient forest. Teeming with strange beasts, Song Juliao scoffed, "Don't be ridiculous. Don't think I don't know that divine beasts thrive on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and do not require food." Having her fib exposed, the Zhuke felt slightly embarrassed and began to throw a tantrum in Song Juliao's mind. Let us go. Let us go. That inner dan is truly delicious. I haven't had anything so delectable in ages." In the Zhuke's memory, there were once bizarre beasts aplenty. However, as spiritual energy dwindled, many had vanished, leaving only divine beasts like themselves. Who would have thought that upon entering a new world, she would still encounter them? For the Zhuke, spiritual energy was essential for sustaining life, akin to the nutritional liquids of the interstellar realm. It did not induce hunger, but was far from tasty. Yet the inner dan of bizarre beasts was another story altogether, crispy and utterly delectable. Upon its arrival, the Zhuke's eyes had sparkled at the mere sight of an inner dan, which was why it had agreed to assist that individual. Listening to the Zhuke vividly describe the deliciousness of the inner dan, Song Juliao couldn't help but twitch her lips. What a divine beast. At its core, it was just a glutton. She recalled the incident where it had snatched half of her bread while she was hurrying to school. When she turned to pour a glass of milk, half of the bread on the table had mysteriously vanished. Had time allowed, the Zhuke would have ended up as a plucked chick. All right, I get it. Song Juliao relented, that I'll take you when I have the time. Now that her remedial studies were completed and the risk of failure alleviated, it wouldn't hurt to find some snacks for the Zhuke. The Zhuke was easily appeased. Okay. As Song Juliao entered the training room, she noticed many others present, feeling numerous gazes upon her before they quickly shifted away. Listening to the Zhuke chattering away in her mind, a slight smile graced her lips. Finding a quiet corner, she propped up one leg and rested her chin on her hand, her expression weary. She began to reflect on recent events. Her cultivation progress had stagnated. No matter what she did, she couldn't seem to advance, leaving her puzzled about where the issue lay. Remembering the piles of books in her jade bracelet, she resolved to peruse them that evening. Just as she lowered her gaze in contemplation, a sudden gust of wind from a fist approached her from behind. Song Juliao's eyes narrowed, and she instinctively seized the incoming fist at IN the next moment. As she sprang to her feet, she forcefully pressed down on the wrist of the attacker, preparing to strike at their head with her knee. Wait! Assaulting an instructor would lead to a deduction of points. Her actions abruptly halted midair. Lowering her gaze to the individual she had caught, she realized he was clad in the instructor's uniform, adorned with the Federation emblem on his chest, Song Juliao. So he truly is an instructor. But what prompted this instructor to suddenly ambush her while she was sitting on the ground? Feeling the astonished gazes of her peers, Song Juliao sensed that her tranquil days were about to vanish without a trace. With an expression of exasperation, she released the self-proclaimed instructor and stepped back, glaring at him expectantly for an explanation. The instructor rubbed his wrist, which he had just grasped, muttering, "This little girl has quite the grip." His hand still throbbed with residual pain. Feigning ignorance, Song Juliao coolly inquired, "Instructor, do you incur point deductions for ambushing students?" Unfazed by her sarcasm, the instructor scratched his head sheepishly. "I merely wish to test your reflexes." As a prestigious institution, the Federal University attracts the most exceptional students. However, such students often possess a certain arrogance, prompting the instructors to temper their spirits during the first class. Thus, it was proposed to conduct a surprise attack on a randomly selected student to test their alertness. Chun-Li initially believed he had chosen an easy target, only to find that this seemingly soft target nearly knocked his head off with a swift kick. Your vigilance and reflexes are commendable, he remarked appreciatively to Song Zhiliao. With an impassive expression, Song Zhiliao responded, "Thank you for the praise, instructor." This brief interlude before the class quickly concluded. Chun-Li stood at the center of the classroom, surveying the students before him with a serious demeanor. "I am aware that some of you hail from illustrious families, while others are offspring of military personnel." Song Zhiliao noticed that when he spoke these words, his gaze lingered on Xie Jinyan for a moment. However, Chun-Li swiftly shifted his tone. "Once you step foot in this institution, you will assume but one identity, that of a soldier, and the foremost duty of a soldier is to obey orders. The safety of the Federation must be your utmost priority." Song Zhiliao understood that this statement was clearly aimed at those who sought to use the military academy as a stepping stone. Since the advent of the interstellar era, the continuous development of supernatural abilities has gradually placed martial prowess at the forefront. Most individuals with formidable abilities have entered the military, wielding significant influence in various matters. The military's deterrent power grows stronger by the day. Consequently, many have opted to send their children to military academies in hopes of connecting with these influential figures or attaining higher status. As a direct conduit for talent to the military, the Federal Military Academy has become a highly sought-after institution. Thus, numerous prominent families endeavor to secure spots for their children. However, children raised in affluence often exhibit difficult temperaments, complicating school management and causing considerable headaches for instructors. Therefore, this initial disciplinary action has become an essential part of the curriculum. Song Zhiliao subtly extended her perception to gauge the reactions within the classroom, only to find that most students remained in a state of languor, with some even displaying signs of impatience that it appeared they had not taken the instructor's words to heart. After her observations, she withdrew her perception, thus missing the slight furrow of Xie Jinyan's brow. In a corner, Xie Jinyan withdrew his gaze from the surveillance monitor. He had suddenly felt as though he was being watched, his first instinct being to check the monitor. However, the monitor had always been there, and such a sensation had never occurred before. Nevertheless, he did not believe it was merely a figment of his imagination. His eyes darkened as he buried the unsettling feeling deep within. Chapter 9. The God of Deception. Seeing the students exhibit a demeanor of indifference, Chun-Li was not surprised in the least. "Are you not content to be in Class F?" The moment his words left his lips, he captured the attention of several students. That a smirk played upon his lips. That a bunch of young rascals. "Yuri not beyond my reach." Every year, this situation recurs, with many students assigned to the lower classes feeling disgruntled about the system, believing it does not adequately assess their overall capabilities. Observing the eager gazes directed at him, Chun-Li dropped a bombshell. During the midterm examination, there will be a reclassification. The classroom erupted in an instant. One student was quick to raise his hand and inquire, "Instructor, what will be the criteria for reclassification?" Chun-Li glanced at him, maintaining a calm facade, yet his voice bore an unmistakable pressure. "Request permission before speaking next time." Song Zhiliao instantly recognized the underlying aggression stemming from battlefield experience. Upon identifying the questioner, she mentally noted a familiar face. This was the same student who had previously sought to change seats with her. Zhou Zilin, clearly taken aback by the instructor's sudden intensity, felt his usual arrogance wane. "Okay, instructor, I'll request permission." "Yes." Satisfied, Chun-Li shifted his gaze back to Zhou Zilin and began to address his question. "Next month's midterm examination will be an individual points competition, and reclassification will be based on the final rankings." Another hand shot up from the crowd. "Report." Chun-Li replied, "Speak." "Where will the competition take place?" Upon hearing this question, Chun-Li cast a significant glance at the students before nonchalantly uttering 4 words. "The Misty Forest." An immediate uproar ensued. The Misty Forest? ISNT, that where the God of Deception lies in slumber. ISNT entry prohibited? I heard one needs military authorization to enter. Is the school really making such a bold move? Chun-Li, standing at the front, surprisingly did not quell their discussion. In truth, he too had been taken aback when the higher-ups announced this decision. The deity had long since vanished from the public eye, and most speculated that they had succumbed to slumber. Due to previous powerful fluctuations of the God of Deception's immense energy emanating from the Misty Forest, it had been designated as the deity's resting place. The sanctity of the divine must not be disturbed by mortals. Thus, the misty forest had been sealed off by the military, barring any entry or exit. However, just a month ago, the names of the 5 supreme deities on the divine monument had suddenly illuminated, signifying that they had chosen their respective divine messengers. Unlike other names that flickered on and off, these 5 names shone for the first time. This revelation drew attention from all factions. No one wished to miss the opportunity to align with the divine messengers of the supreme deities. However, the prophetic insights provided by the god of fate's favored could only ascertain that the god of deception's messenger had been born among this year's new students, unbeknownst to the newcomers. Their profiles had already been scrutinized by the military. Yet after a month of observation, they had yielded no results. Thus, the military proposed to conduct the midterm examination in the god of deception's resting ground. The relationship between messengers and deities has always been closely intertwined, making this the only viable approach. Opposing voices arose. The misty forest has not been entered for many years. Could it pose too great a danger for the new military academy students? This argument was swiftly dismissed. There haven't been any high-level supernatural beasts in the misty forest for quite some time. Years ago, it was surveyed with aircraft, revealing only some low-tier beasts. If you cannot handle even the lowest tier, then you are unworthy to be students of the Federal University. Upon hearing this, dissent faded. After all, the lowest tier of supernatural beasts possesses only slightly greater attack power than ordinary animals. Thus, the decision for the new students' midterm examination to take place in the misty forest was finalized. Upon learning this news, the students were evidently excited. Did I ask there a chance we might encounter the god of deception? Are you out of your mind? How could we possibly see a deity? Tese, isn't it fun to imagine? What you're doing isn't imagining. It's delusional that their chatter threatened to spiral out of control. Chun-Li urgently called for silence. Enough, we will commence the lesson now. Don't let your abilities falter in comparison to others, especially when it comes to physical skills. His statement was not without merit. An over-reliance on supernatural abilities could lead individuals to neglect physical training, and those with the most potent abilities often fall prey to this mistake. The strength of supernatural abilities and the level of mental fortitude are interdependent. If one seeks to enhance both, it requires long-term training, which cannot be achieved in a short span. Thus, if they wish to redeem themselves, honing physical skills would be an excellent method. With this thought, the students' expressions began to shift towards seriousness. In less than 10 minutes, the students' attitudes underwent a significant transformation, and Chun-Li felt quite pleased with the results. However, he noted that 2 individuals remained unresponsive. One was the soft target he had initially selected, and the other was the second young master of the CF family, one of the top families in the Federation. The CF family had long been the most devoted followers of the god of deception. This year's cohort included 2 young masters from the CF family. The messenger of the god of deception, a new student at the Federal University, CF family. These factors combined made Xie Jinyan and Xie Zhao prime subjects of military observation. The youth in the corner suddenly raised his gaze, unceremoniously locking eyes with Chun-Li. Chun-Li nodded slightly in acknowledgement, but said nothing further. Internally, he mused that the second young master of the CF family was indeed a bit more agreeable than the third. He had encountered Xie Zhao a few days prior, and found his demeanor excessively aggressive. After assessing Xie Jinyan, he shifted his gaze to Song Zhiliao, who responded with an innocuous and obedient smile. Chun-Li raised an eyebrow. The girl's alertness was genuinely impressive. However, he felt a twinge of concern regarding the lack of competitive spirit in both individuals. As military academy students, a certain level of tenacity was essential. Thus, with 5 minutes remaining in class, he deliberately called out to the 2 Song Zhiliao. Xie Jinyan stepped forward. He then pointed to 2 other students in the lineup, both of whom he deemed competent during training. You 4, pair off and spar. The rest of the students will observe. Class will conclude when a victor is determined. His intention was to ignite the competitive spirit of these 2 individuals. During the recent training session, he observed their demeanor closely. Point 1. Song Zhiliao appeared listless, while the other, Xie Jinyan, persistently slacked off. Both displayed an exceedingly improper attitude. It seems that a little upheaval is necessary to rouse them. Being defeated in front of their peers is, in his view, the most effective method to stimulate their desire to win. Song Zhiliao, with her fair complexion and innocent appearance, appeared somewhat diminutive among her classmates, who averaged a height of around 1.70 meters. She looked like someone who could easily be knocked down with a single punch. The fact that she was able to counter him earlier was likely due to his underestimation of her. Her true capabilities were probably not very high. As for Xie Jinyan, how proficient could the scion of a wealthy family possibly be in physical combat? With this thought in mind, Qinli took a step back, already envisioning the scene of Song Zhiliao and Xie Jinyan sprawled on the ground. Meanwhile, Song Zhiliao gazed at Zhou Zilin, who stood before her with an air of disdain, and couldn't help but muse that this was destiny. She was lamenting the lack of an opportunity to give this insufferable individual a thrashing, and now he had conveniently presented himself. Moreover, she could do so with complete justification. Indeed, one must expect to endure a beating. It is inescapable. Although she does not instigate trouble, she does not shy away from it either, that if others choose to isolate her alongside Zhou Zilin, that is their prerogative. However, Song Zhiliao felt it necessary to settle the score regarding Zhou Zilin's repugnance towards her. Chapter 10. A slap in the face smack. Bang. Qinli looked on in disbelief as the two individuals were sent crashing to the ground in less than 10 seconds, his face a blank canvas of astonishment. What on earth? While the abilities of newcomers may vary, surely they cannot be this disparate. This was a complete annihilation. Qinli glanced at Song Zhiliao, who feigned innocence as she awaited his command. Utterly at a loss for words. One does not stumble into the same pit twice, but one can certainly be tripped by the same person more than once. Today he learned this lesson well. He had just observed that Song Zhiliao and Xie Jinyan exhibited remarkably standard fighting stances, executing their moves with speed, precision, and ferocity, striking to kill. There should be no one in this class who could challenge them. Irritated, he approached Zhou Zilin, who lay on the ground, groaning pitifully, and kicked him in the rear, his expression dark as thunder. What are you still doing on the floor? Song Zhiliao only struck you 3 times. How could you possibly be incapacitated? Standing nearby, Song Zhiliao looked down at Zhou Zilin, who was struggling to rise, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. Zhu Ke in her mind was cackling with delight. Ha ha ha, despite only 3 strikes, those blows were aimed precisely at the most sensitive spots. Listening to the commotion in her mind, a hint of exasperation flickered in her eyes. She had no idea how Zhu Ke, a bird, managed to produce sounds akin to a duck's quack. Xie Jinyan, also standing to the side, lazily lifted his eyelids to glance at his desk mate, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Quite the charade, playing the innocent while reaping the benefits, attempting to feign meekness, yet clearly exuding an air of defiance and fearlessness. Retracting his gaze, Xie Jinyan turned to the stern-faced Qinli and casually reported. After Qinli permitted him to speak, he pointed to the electronic clock at the front of the classroom and inquired, "Can we dismiss class now?" Qinli, you rascal. You're no saint either. Slacking off in class with such a poor attitude. Dismissed. With that command, the classroom erupted in chaos as students rushed to leave. As Song Zhiliao prepared to follow suit, she was halted by Zhou Zilin. Stop. Her footsteps came to an abrupt halt, and she looked up at the ashen-faced Zhou Zilin, her tone laced with intrigue. What is it? Haven't you been beaten enough? You. Zhou Zilin had never experienced such humiliation. As the sole heir of the Zhou family, he had been pampered since childhood, that if it weren't for his family's insistence on socializing with the second son of the Xie family, he would never deign to sit beside the son of a commoner. And yet, this insufferable plebeian had dared to refuse him. Today, she had pressed his face into the ground. Did you use supernatural abilities? Zhou Zilin demanded. His physical skills had been taught by his uncle. How could he possibly be taken down by this commoner in one fell swoop? Are you out of your mind? Song Zhiliao retorted, now finding him not only bothersome, but rather foolish. How would the instructor know whether I use supernatural abilities or not? Zhou Zilin's expression darkened further. He had never been insulted in such a manner. Opposite him, Song Zhiliao noticed his tightly clenched right fist, distinctly sensing the surge of energy emanating from it. Her brows arched slightly. Was he truly so desperate as to resort to his powers against her? Dear fellow student, engaging in supernatural brawls on campus could lead to severe disciplinary actions, that a gentle yet chilling male voice suddenly echoed in the now empty classroom. Song Zhiliao turned to the door. A refined and handsome youth stood there, his lips curved in a smile as he regarded them, his gaze fixated on Zhou Zilin's right hand, that he wore a pair of silver-rimmed glasses. which inexplicably lent him an air of scholarly elegance. Though his expression was quite warm, Song Juliao couldn't shake the feeling that the jade-green eyes behind those lenses held a hint of icy warning, as if any further movement from Joseline would lead to irrevocable consequences. She glanced at the nameplate on his chest. Wenheu. Suddenly, Song Juliao recalled seeing this name in the freshman handbook, the head of the Federal University inspection team. Wenheu, he was also the top student of the second year. The inspection team was responsible for maintaining discipline throughout the school, and its leader had the authority to issue direct penalties. Typically, students would steer clear of anyone from the inspection team, fearing they might be caught for some minor infraction. Wenheu fixed Joseline with a steady gaze, his gentle eyes tinged with a hint of admonition. Joseline, realizing the identity of the person before him, quickly dispersed the energy he had been gathering. Gritting his teeth, he lowered his head to greet Wenheu. Wenheu nodded in acknowledgement. Song Juliao belatedly followed suit, greeting him. "Hello, senior." Wenheu smiled gently. "Hello, junior." With a member of the inspection team present, Joseline found himself unable to act further against Song Juliao. Yet he could not swallow his indignation. His mind raced. A malicious grin flickered in his eyes. "Song Juliao, shall we have a competition?" Song Juliao replied without hesitation, "I refuse." Her blunt rejection left Joseline momentarily speechless, while the smile on Wenheu's lips deepened, now laced with genuine warmth. Joseline persisted. "If you win, I'll give you 10,000 star coins." Song Juliao hesitated, her feet pausing mid-stride. Seeing her stop, Joseline sneered inwardly. Thinking, as expected, a commoner is still a commoner. Meanwhile, Song Juliao pondered. This fool not only wanted to be beaten, but was also willing to hand over money for free. Turning back, she asked, "What are we competing in?" Joseline replied, "Shooting." Song Juliao, "Deal the AT that moment." Wenheu interjected, his tone gentle yet cautionary. "Junior, aren't you going to ask what will happen if you lose?" Fearing Song Juliao might backtrack, Joseline quickly added, "If you lose, you must switch seats with me." Song Juliao regarded him with curiosity, utterly perplexed as to why he was so fixated on her seat. Was it merely because of Xie Jinyan? "Fine," she conceded, having no objections. Just as she finished speaking, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a familiar garment slipping through the half-closed door. Instinctively, she felt that outfit seemed somewhat recognizable. However, when she extended her perception, she discovered the hallway was utterly deserted. "Junior, is something the matter?" Under Wenheu's slightly concerned gaze, Song Juliao shook her head. "It's nothing that I must have misseen." Chapter 11. The training room after Joseline departed. Song Juliao turned to the young man beside her. "Senior, thank you." She expressed her gratitude. "Merely fulfilling my duty," Wenheu replied, as if struck by a thought. Wenheu paused in his departure, curiosity evident on his face. "Is your marksmanship particularly impressive, Junior?" Song Juliao did not answer directly. Instead, she tilted her head and inquired, "What makes you think so, Senior?" Wenheu adjusted his glasses, mimicking her gesture, and replied with a light-hearted tone, "Perhaps it's because you seem very confident." Song Juliao recognized that he was being rather diplomatic. Her earlier demeanor was not so much confidence, as it was a complete lack of concern about the possibility of losing. Thus, she had not given a thought to the consequences of defeat. Her gaze shifted, scrutinizing Wenheu with newfound consideration. "Not at all," she stated candidly, "that I know nothing about marksmanship." Wenheu's eyes widened slightly in surprise. He nodded amiably, his tone contemplative. "Is that so?" Just as Song Juliao anticipated him to say that her chances of winning were slim, she heard him say, "Would you like to practice shooting?" Then, Song Juliao. "Huh." Wenheu continued at a leisurely pace. New students likely have no access to firearms apart from regular shooting classes. Song Juliao instinctively nodded in agreement, that he chuckled softly, as the head of the inspection team. "I have access to a specially approved training room. Would you like to give it a try?" Is the inspection team's. Song Jijiao's eyes widened in astonishment. The training room was the very place where they usually attended shooting classes, employing a unique interstellar virtual mode for their marksmanship training. However, such facilities were generally only accessible during class hours, and while available training rooms could be reserved, freshmen did not possess the requisite permissions. To her surprise, Song Jijiao did not expect the school to grant Wenheu a dedicated training room. Wenheu activated his holographic interface and entered Song Jijiao's information into the training room's access permissions. "Perhaps it's because I've held the title of champion for 2 consecutive terms," he chuckled. Song Jijiao's holographic interface chimed twice, and upon glancing at it, she discovered a notification indicating that access to the training room had been granted. Why? Song Jijiao inquired, puzzled. Though she and Wen Heyu were strangers, his demeanor towards her seemed excessively amicable. She found it hard to believe that this was merely a reflection of his character. After all, how could the head of the Federal University Student Supervisory Committee be so affable? She scrutinized Wen Heyu, her wariness evident. Yet, Wen Heyu appeared unfazed and seemed to appreciate her caution. Because I see something in you. Junior, he remarked, extending his fair fingers towards her with an innocuous, gentle smile. Song Jijiao blinked in response. She had to concede that when a handsome individual bestowed such a smile upon you, it was indeed quite reassuring. What do you see? She asked. However, Wen Heyu responded with a shushing gesture, indicating a secret. Can't tell you. All right, Junior, I must proceed with my patrol now, he said, turning towards the door before she could react. Just as he was about to step outside, he abruptly halted, slightly turning to the side, half of his figure cloaked in the dimness beyond the door, the silver frames of his glasses glinting. With a smile, he said to her, Junior, I look forward to your growth. Song Jijiao thought to herself. Thank you for the invitation, but her ultimate dream was simply to lead a leisurely life. Were it not for her elder's encouragement to train diligently, she might have already given in to complete relaxation. With a soft sigh, she raised her hand to activate her holographic interface. Upon entering the Federal University Forum, she typed Wen Heyu's name into the search box. Instead of perusing his extensive list of accolades, her gaze fell upon the section regarding divine beliefs. Wen Heyu, divine belief, god of fate and time. The terms fate and time were profoundly enigmatic. As a two-time champion, Wen Heyu's ability must undoubtedly be formidable. Reflecting on his earlier ambiguous statement, Song Jijiao furrowed her brow. Coincidentally, the following day was Saturday, and with no classes in the afternoon, she planned to practice shooting in the training room. After sending a message to Wen Heyu to confirm that he would not be using the room today, she left her dormitory and on her way to the training room. Song Jijiao conversed with Zhu Ke in her mind. Did you notice that Xie Jinyan was particularly aloof towards me today? She inquired. Not really. Zhu Ke replied, twirling the cozy blanket that Song Jijiao had crafted for IT. IT seemed quite normal to me. Chirp chirp, but he answered all your questions, didn't he? It's not the same, Song Jijiao asserted. He used to be somewhat popular during lessons, but today he seemed completely indifferent that if this continues, I might truly become a cold, emotionless reading machine. Having shared a month-long camaraderie as desk mates, Song Jijiao cherished her time with Xie Jinyan. Despite his lack of enthusiasm for social interaction, he was far preferable to her previous classmates, who either kept their distance or took pleasure in tossing her books out the window in her absence. She was reluctant to lose such a compatible desk mate so soon. However, after racking her brain for an explanation, she decided to observe further on Monday. With this thought, Song Jijiao scanned her iris to enter the training room. This particular facility had been specially approved for Wen Heyu, and as it was exclusively his, there were no surveillance cameras installed. Song Jijiao decided to release Zhu Ke in the interstellar realm. The relationship between humans and exotic beasts was typically adversarial. Individuals with strong mental abilities could place a mental mark on these creatures to exert control, but this was a rarity. Most people's instinctual response upon encountering an exotic beast was to flee. Therefore, Song Jijiao had refrained from letting Zhu Ke out, fearing it might frighten others. Zhu Ke, although it had protested that it was merely a small bird now, was informed by Song Jijiao that the school prohibited students from keeping pets. Upon being released, Zhu Ke promptly soared around the training room to establish its territory before landing on Song Jijiao's shoulder. After a brief moment, she could no longer contain herself. Zhu Ke. Chirp, get down. The fluffy ball that radiated warmth pressed against her neck was simply too hot. Chirp, Zhu Ke indignantly took flight. Song Jijiao approached the shooting area of the training room, casting a glance at the iron table cluttered with components. The first lesson in shooting class focused on gun assembly, and students were only permitted to shoot once they had mastered all the assembly techniques. As a model citizen who aspired solely to attend university, firearms were entirely foreign to Song Jijiao. Thus, when the instructor instructed them to begin, she was utterly bewildered. Observing her peers effortlessly engaging in the task, it became evident that she was lacking in her understanding of this era. Ultimately, she had to request Xie Jinyan to assemble the components again before she grasped the process. Looking at the parts on the table reminded Song Jijiao of her initial confusion during that first lesson. However, she was no longer the same person she had been, completing the assembly in 50 seconds. She raised her hand to grasp the trigger, aiming at a target 100 meters away. Zhuke perched on the table, blinking as it observed her actions that if it remembered correctly, the class record was 1 minute and 30 seconds, while the instructor's record stood at 62 seconds. Chirp chirp. Indeed, even in a new world, Jijiao's learning ability remains exceptional. Zhuke thought proudly. Chapter 12. Shooting. Song Jijiao focused on the target 100 meters away, calming her breath. Although she had not practiced shooting before, she had experience with archery. The elder's words echoed in her ears. Be focused, hold your breath, and maintain a resolute will. Each shot is a dialogue between you and your target. The enhancement of her spiritual perception allowed Song Jijiao to see the bullseye with clarity. She made a slight adjustment with her wrist, her gaze unwavering. In the next moment, bang! 7 points, announced the shooting range machine. Song Jijiao lowered the firearm, rubbing her sore wrist. Zhuke flew to her side, leaning close to the still smoking muzzle. The aiming technique seems quite different from archery. Noticing Zhuchua's movements, Song Jijiao felt her brow twitch. She gently pressed its head aside and said, "That's due to the recoil, which can cause a shift in aim." Once Zhuke was settled, Song Jijiao picked up the gun again. Bang, bang, bang. The training room was filled with the sounds of gunfire throughout the afternoon. Zhuke nestled in the cozy nest Song Jijiao had made, watching her intently as she took her shots. The training room, subjected to prolonged concentration, was now a canvas of sweat glistening on the girl's brow. Droplets cascading down her fair cheeks. Compared to her usual appearance, she now appeared somewhat disheveled, yet her dark eyes sparkled with brilliance. Bang! 10 points. As the machine reported the score, a smile finally graced Song Jijiao's lips. Subsequently, the training room echoed with the machine's announcement of 10 points. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she set down the firearm, her arm numb from the recoil. Chirp chirp, seeing her put down the gun. Zhuke immediately flew over. It landed on the table, its small red eyes fixated on Song Jijiao. Jijiao, are you done practicing? Song Jijiao nodded with a smile. Zhuke flapped its wings and took flight, landing atop her head, its voice urging her, let us hurry to eat. Having risen late, Song Jijiao had only managed a late brunch. After living together for so many years, Zhuke naturally understood that one meal was far from sufficient for Song Jijiao's afternoon exertions. She must surely be starving. Gently lifting the little red creature from her head, Song Jijiao heeded its urging and headed towards the cafeteria. However, having just finished training, Song Jijiao found herself lacking appetite. Especially since, why was the food in the interstellar realm so unpalatable? She lamented to Zhuke within her mind. She had thought that the meals in her modern high school cafeteria were grim. But it turned out that the offerings at the Federal University were on another level of unappetizing. Yet, as the premier military academy, one would expect better dining conditions. Thus, it seemed that the culinary standards throughout the entire interstellar realm were simply lacking. Perhaps it's because they rely too heavily on nutritional supplements, Zhuke suggested. But it shouldn't be that way. A life devoid of gourmet food lacks meaning. I must quickly earn money and move out. Song Jijiao's expression turned serious as she declared. Cooking is prohibited in the dormitory. However, it is certainly permissible off-campus that I must learn to be self-sufficient. Zhuke, in her mind, chirped excitedly. I wholeheartedly agree. The dormitory is far too cramped for a majestic creature like me to soar. Just as the two impoverished souls began to envision their bright futures, Song Jijiao's light brain emitted 2 beeps. Upon checking the message, she discovered it was Yang Qian inquiring whether she would return home tomorrow. Jijiao pressed her lips together, her expression wavering slightly. Just the day before, Yang Qian had asked her the same question, to which she had replied that she would be training on Saturday, staring blankly at the message on her light brain. Jijiao ultimately responded affirmatively. Gazing at her own reply, she found herself lost in thought. The role of parents felt utterly foreign to her. Her father had always implemented a hands-off approach, while he had been present during her early years. As she grew older, his presence became increasingly elusive. Most of her understanding of parental figures stemmed from others. During her altercations with classmates who insulted her, the parents of those individuals would shield their children protectively. She would merely stand there, expressionless, Observing the visibly angered man and woman before her, Zhiliao felt an unusual sense of calm. She couldn't help but wonder, if she had parents, would they also behave in such a manner? Would they instinctively protect her without reason, standing in front of her? Yet, Song Zhiliao remained oblivious to the fact that she had no such parents. Yang Qian, on the other hand, was a gentle mother, always inquiring if Zhiliao had enough money, advising her not to set the air conditioning too low at night, and asking when she would return home. She resembled the mother Zhiliao had often imagined. Thus, despite knowing that this maternal figure did not truly belong to her, she found herself helplessly consumed by this illusion that on Sunday morning, Song Zhiliao boarded a hover car to return home. Initially, she had planned to take the array gate directly. But in the morning, Yang Qian unexpectedly transferred her some money, urging her not to skimp and to take the hover car for comfort. Understanding that this was a gesture of maternal affection, Zhiliao hesitated for a moment before ultimately opting for the hover car. Upon her arrival, Yang Qian was already waiting downstairs. Ji, upon seeing Song Zhiliao, Yang Qian rushed over and enveloped her in a warm embrace. The scent that belonged to a woman instantly filled Zhiliao's nostrils, causing her body to stiffen momentarily. She awkwardly returned the embrace, softly calling out, "Mama." Yang Qian released Zhiliao, cradling her face with concern. "Oh dear. You've lost weight in just a week." As she led Zhiliao upstairs, she continued to chatter. "Why did you insist on applying to the military academy? With your grades, you could have gotten into any university. Losing this much weight in just a week. Think of the next 4 years. The flesh on your body has taken me years to nurture." Walking beside Yang Qian, a smile crept upon Zhiliao's lips, one she was unaware she bore. She responded to Yang Qian's words, her usual nonchalance evaporating in the warmth of the moment. That it was peculiar, despite the fact that Zhiliao had not spent much time with Yang Qian. The moment they reunited, her initial awkwardness vanished, and conversation flowed naturally, as if they had been mother and daughter for over a decade. Chapter 13. Family, why don't you go rest in your room for a while? We can eat when your father returns. The mention of dinner made Song Zhiliao instinctively wary, and she tentatively asked, "Mama, who is cooking?" Yang Qian replied matter-of-factly, "The machine, of course, though it might not be as delicious as what you have in the cafeteria." Zhiliao's expression shifted. "Not as good as our cafeteria? How bad could that be?" Not wishing to further experience the atrociousness of interstellar cuisine, Zhiliao resolved to take matters into her own hands. Peeking into the kitchen, she discovered an array of cooking essentials, including oil, salt, sauces, and pots. "Mama, why don't I prepare lunch?" she proposed to Yang Qian. Yang Qian, taken aback, asked, "Since when can you cook?" Zhiliao nonchalantly attributed her culinary skills to her education at the Federal University. "Do military academies even teach cooking?" Yang Qian inquired skeptically. Zhiliao nodded without flinching. "All right then," Yang Qian accepted without a hint of doubt, gesturing towards the kitchen. "There should be plenty of ingredients inside. Feel free to create whatever you desire. No matter how it turns out, your father and I will eat it." Zhiliao couldn't help but chuckle that in truth, her cooking was quite respectable. Nonetheless, she accepted Yang Qian's encouragement. "All right, Mama, I will do my best." Upon opening the refrigerator, Zhiliao finally comprehended the extent of Yang Qian's claim that they had everything. There were various meats, vegetables, seafood, and fruits, truly a cornucopia of ingredients. Ignoring the king crab and lobster, Zhiliao selected some pork ribs, fatty pork, and assorted vegetables that in her previous world. She often enjoyed exploring eateries when she had free time, and upon returning from her culinary adventures, she realized her favorite dishes were still the comforting home-cooked meals. Now, she yearned to share her beloved recipes with those who had treated her kindly that in the living room. Yang Qian excitedly shared with her husband the news that their daughter was cooking. When her husband learned of this, he expressed a moment of disbelief. But after Yang Qian sent him a photo of Zhiliao cooking in the kitchen, he promptly replied, "I'll come home early for lunch." Yang Qian's eyes crinkled with delight. It seemed she was not the only one eagerly anticipating their daughter's culinary creations. After sending the message, Yang Qian suddenly detected a delightful aroma wafting through the house. She sniffed the air, realizing that the source of the fragrance was indeed the kitchen, that a question mark appeared above Yang Qian's head. Typically, meals prepared by the machine did not emit such a tantalizing scent. Could it be that Zhiliao's cooking prowess surpassed that of the machine? Unable to contain her curiosity, Yang Qian tiptoed into the kitchen. Zhiliao was busy reducing the sauce for sweet and sour ribs when she heard the astonished voice of Yang Qian exclaim, "Ji, Did you make all of this? Yang Qian gazed at the 4 dishes arranged on the counter, her astonishment evident. Yes, Zhi Yao replied, ladling the ribs into a serving dish. Dinner will be ready shortly. She placed the dish on the counter and turned to wash the pot. As she turned on the faucet, she belatedly noticed that Yang Qian had fallen silent. Mama. Zhi Yao turned to find Yang Qian with a piece of rib in her mouth, looking innocently at her. With a resigned sigh, Zhi Yao asked, Mama, did you wash your hands? Thus, Yang Qian was promptly sent to wash her hands, her greasy fingers held aloft. When she emerged, Zhi Yao had already set the table. Yang Qian remarked, Your father should be home soon. Just then, the sound of the door opening rang out. Hearing the noise, Zhi Yao felt an unexpected wave of anxiety. Unlike the Yang Qian she had met on her first day in this world, she had never encountered Song Jiwen, her father dead on the light brain. His messages were always brief, exuding a sense of seriousness. However, when Zhi Yao finally laid eyes on Song Jiwen, she found him to be a man who could indeed be described as gentle and refined. Ji Deng, came her soft reply, his voice warm. Honey. Yang Qian rushed over to embrace him, and Song Jiwen gently patted her back. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow over everything in the house, enhancing the cozy atmosphere of the scene. Song Zhi stood in the dining area, silently observing her surroundings. Was this the life that Ji had always known? She found herself momentarily lost in thought. As Song Jiwen shuffled in wearing slippers, he noticed the spread on the table, his gentle eyes widening in surprise. Yang Qian nudged his shoulder, cheerfully exclaiming, Aren't you amazed? Moments later, Zhi Yao felt a warm hand resting on her head, and the man's voice brimmed with unmistakable pride. Our Ji is remarkable. Watching the couple snap photos around the dining table, Zhi Yao felt an ache in her throat. Initially, she had learned to cook merely to save some money, and while she had prepared such dishes countless times, she had never before received such recognition. That Zhu Qiue's comforting voice resonated in her mind, and Zhi Yao gently acknowledged Yang Qian's invitation. She took a seat. Song Jiwen took a bite of the golden brown tofu, his eyes widening slightly. Yang Qian, sitting across from him, asked, So, how is it? Our daughter's cooking is delicious, right? Tasty. Song Jiwen nodded earnestly. In fact, he found it surpassed any dish he had ever eaten. As a writer, he suddenly grasped the meaning of flavor, aroma, and presentation all in one. Ji's culinary skills have certainly improved, he joked. Unfazed, Zhi Yao replied, It's all thanks to my school teachers, with a rib in her mouth. Yang Qian mumbled, If students cook this well, the dining services at the Federal University must indeed be as renowned as they say. Zhi Yao accepted the praise on behalf of her school, even if it was somewhat unwarranted. Midway through the meal, Song Jiwen suddenly inquired with concern, Ji, is your living allowance sufficient? Song Jijiao paused momentarily with her chopsticks, then nodded affirmatively. It's sufficient. The 3,000 star coins bestowed by her parents surpassed the living expenses of many common households. As for the rent for off-campus accommodation, Song Jijiao intended to earn it herself. That's good, Song Ziwen advised with a hint of concern. If it's not enough, be sure to tell us in time. Song Jijiao obediently nodded. Understood. After finishing their meal, she contemplated assisting with the dishes, but her parents insisted she return to her room, citing the exhaustion of cooking. Watching the door slam shut by Yang Qian without a trace of mercy, Song Jijiao fell silent for a moment. Sitting on the carpet of her room, she pondered for several seconds before rising to lock the door, then summoned Zhuke. Chapter 14. Smooth Feathers. Zhuke lounged on Song Jijiao's lap, gazing at the refining furnace enveloped in spiritual fire. As the impurities within the spirit stones were eliminated, the aura surrounding the furnace grew increasingly pure. Controlling the temperature of the spiritual fire with her right hand, Song Jijiao raised her left hand, forming a single-handed seal. 2 defensive formations were successively infused into the refining furnace. In that instant, Zhuke sensed a sudden surge of spiritual energy within the furnace. As the spiritual fire gradually extinguished, the furnace slowly descended back to the ground. Both the girl and the beast understood that, at this juncture, the spiritual artifact was complete. Zhuke rested its head on Song Jijiao's wrist, its eyes reflecting 2 prayer beads. Are these for them? Zhuke inquired, sensing the defensive formation Song Jijiao had just embedded within the bracelets. Song Jijiao nodded. Yes, she brought the bracelets close to Zhu Qiue's mouth and gently tapped its head. Breathe fire on them. Zhuke obediently exhaled a puff of flame onto each bracelet. Retrieving the refining furnace back into the jade bracelet, Song Zhijiao examined the two bracelets in the sunlight. One contained a defensive formation she had infused, and the other held Zhuchue's attack. It should suffice, Zhuke asked from the side. Will they wear them? Bracelets seem rather uncommon in this era. This question. Song Zhijiao held an inexplicable confidence. Even she herself couldn't fully comprehend. They will. With classes scheduled for Monday, Song Zhijiao prepared to return to school that afternoon. Originally, Song Ziwen had planned to take the day off, but due to some work issues that arose in the morning, he was forced to stay late. Consequently, he remained home in the afternoon to accompany his family. The day as Song Zhijiao departed, he and Yang Qian walked her downstairs to bid her farewell. Dad, Mom, I'm leaving, Song Zhijiao waved as she said goodbye. The couple raised their hands in response, revealing the bracelets Song Zhijiao had gifted them. Be careful on the road. Message me when you reach school, they called after her today as she sprinted away. Her smile radiated brightly. On the first day of class that Monday, as soon as Song Zhijiao sat down, someone approached her. She looked up expressionlessly at Zhou Zilin. What's the matter? Zhou Zilin crossed his arms and looked down at her. Didn't we agree to compete? Today as shooting class, how about it? Song Zhijiao shrugged nonchalantly. Sure. Zhou Zilin grinned. You're bound to lose, Song Zhijiao replied. Oh, Zhou Zilin retorted. Damn, the attitude of this commoner is really infuriating. Just as he was about to erupt again, a cold voice rang out from behind him. Zhou Zilin turned around impatiently, only to be met with a pair of purple eyes. The purple gaze was a hallmark of the Xie family. At that moment, a few dark glimmers flickered within Xie Jinyan's eyes, imparting an inexplicable sense of unease. Zhou Zilin hurriedly stepped back, stuttering as he spoke. Okay, Song Zhijiao watched him in confusion. If he was so fearful of Xie Jinyan, why go through the trouble of sitting next to him? Observing Zhou Zilin's hasty retreat, a faint smile crept onto Song Zhijiao's lips. Indeed, the air felt much fresher once the annoying person had left. She cheerfully greeted Xie Jinyan. Good morning, desk mate. However, Xie Jinyan merely glanced at her, showing no inclination to respond, and as she observed the now seated individual, a flicker of contemplation crossed her mind. Something was amiss. It seemed Xie Jinyan had acknowledged her greeting last time. Remembering his peculiar behavior from the previous week, she shifted her seat closer to him with a few movements. Xie Jinyan remained silent, his eyes devoid of emotion as he regarded the girl who had suddenly taken a seat beside him. Song Zhijiao propped her elbow on his desk, resting her chin on her palm. Her eyes filled with evident curiosity. What are you upset about? Upon hearing her inquiry, Xie Jinyan finally spoke, but only 2 words escaped his lips. Nothing. Clearly there is, Song Zhijiao exclaimed, reproaching his dishonesty, just like a cat. When angry, you ignore others and wish to maintain your distance, that if you grow more displeased, you might even snarl. Though this might frighten others, it held no terror for Song Zhijiao. After all, she owned a cat herself. Oh no, it should be referred to as a white tiger now. Unfazed, Song Zhijiao met his purple gaze and earnestly attempted to reason with him. Just tell me, and I can improve. Xie Jinyan. He had never encountered someone as direct as Song Zhijiao in demanding answers. Her defiant demeanor mirrored how she usually insisted he explain his homework. But just as he had eventually explained the problems to her, Xie Jinyan finally responded. You wagered me against Zhou Zilin. Song Zhijiao's eyes widened in realization. So that person outside the classroom that day was genuinely you. Xie Jinyan pursed his lips, acknowledging her observation without elaborating on why he had lingered outside the classroom for so long after class. Perhaps Song Zhijiao sensed something, yet remained oblivious that I didn't bet you, she stated. Xie Jinyan regarded her with an expression of exasperation, seemingly unprepared for her blatant stubbornness. Song Zhijiao continued. Only uncertain odds can be called ABETAS for you. I'm determined to win. She earnestly explained that she hadn't considered Xie Jinyan as a wager, oblivious to the substantial ambiguity in her words. Xie Jinyan's purple eyes darkened significantly, his gaze falling upon her luminous eyes as he softly inquired. Are you so certain you can defeat Zhou Zilin? His shooting skills are taught by his uncle from the military. Song Zhijiao raised an eyebrow. Of course, so what if he is taught by the military? I'm self-taught. Xie Jinyan fell silent, his gaze fixed intently upon her, as if assessing the veracity of her words. Song Zhijiao allowed him to scrutinize her. After a few seconds, Xie Jinyan was the first to look away. Did I understand? He said. Song Zhijiao's lips immediately curled into a smile. Okay, problem solved. Just as class time approached, she placed her hands on her chair, preparing to return to her original seat. However, just as she turned her back, she heard a soft voice from behind. Good morning. The tone was so faint that had her senses not been heightened, she might have missed it entirely. Song Zhijiao turned back to look at Xie Jinyan. But he had averted his gaze, appearing somewhat bashful. Indeed, he was just like a cat. Song Zhijiao mused once more. She refrained from reiterating the earlier good morning, returning to her seat with an even demeanor. After all, having just smoothed out his fur, she did not wish to provoke him into a frenzy again. The shooting class was the first period in the afternoon, yet when Song Zhijiao entered the classroom, she was taken aback to see an unexpected face beside the instructor. Surprised, the individual turned just in time to catch Song Zhijiao's gaze. Junior, hello, when Heyu greeted her with a smile and a wave. Chapter 15. The emergence of ability. Song Zhijiao instinctively waved back. Hello, senior. Once her hand fell, she suddenly realized that when Heyu, a second-year student, had no business being here. She approached him and posed the question. But the answer did not come from when Heyu. This kid said he was eager to attend my shooting class and begged me repeatedly. I had no choice but to let him audit. Their shooting instructor remarked, his tone cheerful and far from that of someone feeling burdened. Song Zhijiao regarded when Heyu's handsome face, struggling to envision him in a state of desperate pleading. The subject of the discussion merely smiled slightly, shrugging his shoulders at Song Zhijiao with an air of helplessness. Both individuals present knew that the instructor's statement was highly dubious, yet no one dared to call him out. As Song Zhijiao watched the instructor leave to prepare the firearms, she took small steps toward when Heyu, whispering, Senior, what exactly are you doing here? She certainly did not believe that the top student of the second year had come merely to audit a shooting class. Moreover, did one even need to audit such a hands-on subject? Wasn't it a matter of learning by doing? Besides, she had seen when he used shooting class results on the forum that day. Definitely an A. When Heyu innocently shrugged. Can't I just admire instructor Lu's reputation? Song Zhijiao fixed him with an unblinking stare, her eyes radiating disbelief. All right then, when Heyu yielded, adjusting his glasses with a smile, I just wanted to see the results of my junior shooting practice. Song Zhijiao. So, you were fishing for information from me this morning. In the morning, when Heyu inquired through the holographic device whether she required the training room in the afternoon, she replied that since she had a shooting class that afternoon, it would not be necessary. That he also asked how her practice was progressing, to which she merely responded that he would know by afternoon. Unexpectedly, when Heyu appeared after reading the message, however, Song Zhijiao was indifferent to his arrival. From when Heyu's perspective, the girl's eyes sparkled with confidence, akin to the blazing sun. She certainly would not let her senior's training room go to waste. When Heyu was equally supportive, I shall look forward to it. Song Zhijiao simply replied with a nonchalant Indeed, as Song Zhijiao had articulated, the shooting instructor merely taught the fundamental techniques. The rest depended on one's own effort. Thus, following the customary pre-class briefing, the instructor gestured for everyone to commence training. Yet before Song Zhijiao could make a move, Zhou Zilin approached her directly. How do we compare? She asked, just as Zhou Zilin was about to respond. He suddenly caught sight of the two individuals beside Song Zhijiao, causing his words to take a different turn. Xia, classmate, when senior, is there something you require? His expression soured as he glanced at Song Zhijiao, seemingly questioning. Why are these two here? Am I a wager? Yet they're permitted to spectate. Although Xie Jinyan maintained his usual calm demeanor, Zhou Zilin could still sense the underlying threat in his words. Recalling Xie Jinyan's abilities, Zhou Zilin swallowed the urge to dismiss them. Forget it, he was not someone to provoke, but he then turned his gaze to the other individual, who also seemed to be someone not to be trifled with. Meeting Zhou Zilin's gaze, when Heyu smiled amiably. I'm merely an observer. Just pretend I'm not here, Junior. Zhou Zilin retorted. How could I possibly ignore you? Song Zhijiao cast a sidelong glance at the seemingly agreeable when Heyu, suspecting he was definitely a sly fox in human form. With no other choice, Zhou Zilin resigned himself. Making an effort to ignore the other two, he said to Song Zhijiao, let us go. The four of them walked to the vacant shooting stations. And Song Zhijiao looked at Zhou Zilin, her eyes urging him to hasten. Let us just do static shooting, 10 shots each. What do you think? Zhou Zilin proposed. Is that all? What about the dynamic shooting scenarios I practiced in the training room? Zhuke rolled in her sea of consciousness. You're quite diligent. Joseline, noticing the change in Song Zhijiao's expression, assumed she was intimidated, which reassured him slightly. During the first shooting class, he had noticed that Song Zhijiao did not know how to assemble firearms, indicating she had hardly ever handled a gun. Xie Jinyan observed the situation and, sensing something was amiss with Song Zhijiao's demeanor, leaned in and softly asked, "What's wrong?" Song Zhijiao rubbed her face and replied, "Nothing, I'm just more determined than ever." Upon hearing that phrase, Xie Jinyan's expression momentarily stiffened, and he cleared his throat before standing upright again. Meanwhile, when Heyu's gaze flitted between the two of them, the scion of the CF family, reflecting on the deity worshipped by the CF family, when Heyu furrowed his brow, slightly done on the other side, Song Zhijiao straightforwardly said to Joseline, "Let us begin." "It is best to conclude," Lu Zhixiao mockingly scolded him, then pulled him away. Song Zhijiao glanced at when Heyu's expression of helplessness and couldn't help but chuckle softly that it was rather rare to see a fox caught by the throat. The ears of Wen Heyu, who walked ahead, twitched slightly as he distinctly caught the sound of her laughter, that a faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips, and he pondered with some distress. It seems that no one has dared to laugh at the head of the inspection team for quite some time. Behind them, Song Zhiliao winked at Xie Jinyan, her eyes sparkling darkly. "So, what do you think? I told you it wouldn't count as a wager." Xie Jinyan cast her a sidelong glance before responding with a soft, affirming sound. Quite impressive, he thought to himself. After soothing the anxious cat, Song Zhiliao prepared to wander elsewhere. However, as soon as she took a step, she was halted by someone, looking at Joseline before her. Song Zhiliao felt genuinely annoyed this time, her tone rather unkind. "Do you have any business here?" At that moment, Xie Jinyan stepped forward, seemingly intent on separating her from Joseline. "That I'm sorry," Joseline suddenly said. Song Zhiliao paused, momentarily taken aback, then asked, as if struggling to comprehend, "Why are you apologizing?" Joseline spoke earnestly. "I apologize for everything that has happened since the start of school." Song Zhiliao responded with a light, dismissive unsure if the words registered. She simply placed her hand on her light brain and pointed, raising her chin slightly. "Pay up." She had previously agreed to compete with Joseline for a sum of 10,000 star coins. Assuming she had not forgiven him, Joseline transferred the star coins and apologized again. This time, Song Zhiliao replied, her tone cold and laced with unmistakable weariness. "I do not forgive you, but you may leave now." Joseline, evidently taken aback by her response, was about to say something when she had already turned to leave. Walking beside Song Zhiliao, Xie Jinyan asked, "Why won't you forgive him?" Song Zhiliao cast him a puzzled glance. "Do you wish for me to forgive him?" "Of course not." Xie Jinyan sensed that if his answer had been affirmative, the girl before him would undoubtedly have kicked him without hesitation and walked away. Upon hearing his negative response, Song Zhiliao resumed her steps. "Because his apology was merely a result of my strength," she answered Xie Jinyan's question. "If I were a weakling, his attitude would not have changed in the slightest. This is how the world operates. When you are weak, everyone wishes to kick you while you're down. But once you grow strong, those rabid dogs will only circle around your feet." Hearing her words, Xie Jinyan's violet eyes shimmered, deepening in hue. A rare smile curled at the corner of his lips. Indeed, the world is truly insufferable. His overt cynicism caught Song Zhiliao's attention. "Hey, this guy seems to harbor a penchant for world destruction." Realizing this, Song Zhiliao became aware that her deskmate might very well be a troubled youth. Chapter 17. Midterm examination. Half a month later, Song Zhiliao boarded the starship with the main group. Their school was located on the main planet, yet the examination venue was on another celestial body, necessitating travel by starship. Gazing out of the ship's window at the planets beyond, Song Zhiliao marveled. They are all so beautiful. She had only seen images and videos of other planets in her world, never imagining she would one day witness them in person. The scenery outside the starship varied on either side, and after observing one side, she felt compelled to dash over to sit beside Xie Jinyan. Noticing Song Zhiliao's excitement, Xie Jinyan couldn't help but remark, "Generally, the first jump can be quite uncomfortable. It's best to sit tight." Hearing the hint of advice in his words, Song Zhiliao obediently settled down. "Country bumpkin," a girl sitting beside her scoffed disdainfully. Song Zhiliao promptly retorted, her tone slightly innocent, "Are you talking about yourself?" Fang Lishuan's eyes widened, ready to respond, but Song Zhiliao threatened directly. If you say another word, I'll be the first to eliminate you in the competition. Song Zhiliao's threat was sincere. Her mental prowess had improved slightly, and spending 7 days in the forest searching for someone was hardly a daunting task. Just as she was about to question the source of Fang Lishuan's confidence, she recalled Song Zhiliao's performance in combat and shooting classes, leaving her at a loss for words and ultimately choosing silence. Though she disapproved of Song Zhiliao associating with someone from the CF family, she wasn't foolish enough to create enemies before the competition. Moreover, she could sense Xie Jinyan's gaze landing on their side. Clenching the hem of her clothing, Fang Lishuan bit her lip in frustration. What right did Song Zhiliao have? In the Federal University, those with power and influence would never allow their children to be placed in Class F, resulting in most students there coming from ordinary backgrounds with little talent. Yet this year, Xie Jinyan unexpectedly landed in Class F, prompting several families to send their children there to curry favor with him. Zhou Zilin was one such example. According to his ability assessment, he should never have been in Class F, yet there he was that it was likely that his family had orchestrated this. The CF family held significant sway throughout the Federation, even commanding respect within the empire. And with their various enterprises and mines, their existence was a veritable symbol of wealth. It was widely said online that even a mere trickle of the CF family's resources could sustain an ordinary person for a lifetime. Fang Lishuan was among those who had seen this saying, but she never imagined she would encounter someone from the CF family. So, when she discovered that Xie Jinyan was in her class, she entertained ulterior motives that if she could cultivate a good relationship with him, her future life should become much easier. With this thought in mind, Fang Lishuan had attempted to strike up a conversation with Xie Jinyan more than once. But all her efforts had been in vain. Even the item she sent out the previous night could be found in the trash the next day, that if Xie Jinyan maintained this attitude towards everyone, Fang Lishuan might have felt a bit more balanced. Yet he chose to engage with Song Zhiliao. Initially, she had reveled in Zhou Zilin's attempts to trouble Song Zhiliao for several days. However, she had not anticipated that Zhou Zilin would give up so quickly. Fang Lishuan's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Song Zhiliao, who sat beside Xie Jinyan, calm and at ease, her gaze turning venomous. Just as Xie Jinyan had said, the jump was not particularly pleasant. After a buzzing sensation in her ears, Song Zhiliao suppressed the nausea in her throat, forcing herself to lift her head, only to discover someone had already retched audibly. Song Zhiliao. Suddenly, she felt her own reaction was commendable. Xie Jinyan's concerned gaze fell upon her. "Are you all right?" Song Zhiliao nodded, ignoring the cold glares around her, giving an okay hand gesture to indicate she was fine. That moment, an instructor entered. Pushing a cart, he approached the center and gestured towards the cart. "Now, hand in your light brains, and each of you will receive a backpack." After surveying the group, he noticed the individual who had been sick. The instructor clicked his tongue. "Poor physical condition. You need more training." The person, pale and trembling, raised a hand to respond. Report instructor understood. After confirming that everyone had submitted their light brains, the instructor adopted a serious expression and began announcing the rules for this examination. The midterm exam would last 7 days, and each of your bags is equipped with a unique firearm, each containing 50 rounds. Being shot means elimination. Once eliminated, you must wait in place for an instructor to retrieve you. This exam will utilize a point system, 5 points per head and 5 points for each day you survive. Song Zhiliao listened to the preliminary rules with only partial attention, her mind already contemplating the examination. She had promised Zhuke to search for exotic beasts in the forest when she had the chance, and this exam was a perfect opportunity to fulfill that promise. She could find a secluded spot, shrink down, hunt for some exotic beasts, and once Zhuke was well fed, she could have someone eliminate her. After outlining the rules and precautions, the instructor shifted his tone. Furthermore, there will be rewards for the top 10 this time. 10th place receives 10,000 star coins, 9th place 20,000, and an additional 10,000 for each higher rank. Upon hearing this, the starship erupted into a clamor, and Song Zhiliao's back straightened in an instant. "Wait, star coins?" Without hesitation, Song Zhiliao overturned her previous plan. People could slack off, but they must never turn against money. She had previously noticed that the monthly rent for houses around the Federal University started at 2,000, and one had to pay for a whole quarter in advance. That if she could secure this reward, she wouldn't have to worry about rent at all. Song Zhiliao already envisioned the house waving at her. Xie Jinyin observed the sudden surge in Song Zhiliao's morale, baffled as to why she had transformed from a lethargic demeanor to one brimming with energy. The wealthy Xie young master had not realized that although Song Zhiliao appeared to be a slacker, she was also a little slacker driven by money. Slacking off is indeed precious, but freedom is worth even more. If it's for the sake of delicacies, both can be sacrificed to be able to cook for herself. Song Zhiliao was willing to flip the script and overturn everyone. Meanwhile, in her consciousness, Zhuke watched the suddenly bubbling pond, swallowing hard. Gigi, do I still have my inner core? It asked cautiously. You want to neglect to find me snacks just for the reward? Right. Song Zhiliao, rest assured, there will definitely be. While the allure of rewards is undeniably enticing, the well-being of one's own offspring holds paramount importance. At this moment, the starship has gracefully descended above the planet of illusory words, gradually beginning its descent. Song Zhiliao is balancing the sensation of weightlessness when suddenly, she hears Zhuke utter a curious sound of surprise. What is it? She inquires that I seem to sense a familiar presence. Zhuke replies. Somewhat uncertain that in an instant, Song Zhiliao thinks of Qing Long and the others, but Zhuke swiftly dismisses the notion. It's not them. Zhuke furrows her small brow and senses again, only to discover that the presence has vanished. Upon realizing the failure of her investigation, the tuft atop her head droops in disappointment. It's all right, Song Zhiliao reassures her. Perhaps upon arrival, you will sense it again. Though her words are meant to comfort Zhuke, a shadow of concern lingers in Song Zhiliao's eyes. She gazes out the porthole at the planet enveloped in a blue mist, lost in contemplation. The realm of the god of deceit, along with the familiar presence sensed by Zhuke. There is an undeniable feeling that this planet is anything but ordinary. Chapter 18. The first encounter with a strange beast. Once the starship has landed, the students are ruthlessly ushered off by their instructors. Song Zhiliao surveys her surroundings, her vision obscured by the throngs of people. Nearby, someone whispers, I've never seen so many people before. Their school has yet to hold a single assembly, having conducted classes in smaller groups for the past month. This is likely the largest gathering of new students to date. As she observes the instructor in front of her, Song Zhiliao unconsciously strokes the jade pendant around her neck. The spot on her wrist where she once wore a jade bracelet is now replaced by a newly issued wristband from the instructor. Come on, prepare for the exam, the chief instructor announces, pointing towards a shimmering blue portal. The activation of the portal relies on an instructor with spatial abilities, and upon entering, the new students will be randomly teleported to any location within the misty forest. After a brief moment of dizziness, when Song Zhiliao opens her eyes once more, she finds herself beside a grand tree. She ponders the purpose and mechanism of the portal, feeling it bears similarities to her own formation gate. The portal operates through mental energy, while her formation gate relies on spiritual energy. She gazes at the tree entwined with thick vines. A flicker of contemplation crosses her eyes. She senses a resemblance between the energy systems of both worlds. Just as Song Zhiliao is lost in thought, her ears suddenly catch the sound of something crawling nearby. Instantly, she expands her mental awareness to investigate the surroundings, yet finds nothing. However, she is certain she did not mishear. If there is nothing at a horizontal level, a sharp whoosh suddenly pierces the air above. Song Zhiliao's expression sharpens. It is coming from above. She swiftly retreats a few steps to evade whatever is descending upon her. Once she steadies herself, she finally has the opportunity to discern the creature that has plummeted from the sky. Before her, a 2-meter-long serpent is hissing, flicking its tongue, its crimson eyes filled with murderous intent. Song Zhiliao clicks her tongue in irritation. This how unfriendly the beasts of the interstellar era are. In her world, small creatures are treated with kindness, but this one evidently does not belong to that category. Song Zhiliao is certain that this creature is contemplating how to swallow her whole. Having been provoked at her doorstep, she simply cannot tolerate it. With narrowed eyes, Song Zhiliao charges forward. What a reckless move. In a nearby room, several instructors are fixated on the screen displaying Song Zhiliao's actions. One instructor, bearing a scar across his face, comments, Indeed, the phantom serpent is the fastest moving creature among low-level beasts. Recklessly charging in may lead to her being swiftly strangled. Old Jiang, prepare to rescue her, Zhang Feng remarks with a hint of malice, leaning towards a figure in the corner. How pitiful! having to spring into action within half an hour of the start. Jiang Jingfei retorts, "Shut up." He laments, "This isn't the first time the school has used me as a scapegoat. Is it just because I possess spatial abilities? They want me to activate the portal and save the students. They truly do not regard me as human. It's incredibly taxing on my mental energy. Besides, those mental energy recovery potions are so expensive. My salary doesn't cover it." The chief instructor, sensing his grievances, responds, "You'll receive a bonus after it's over. Complete the task without fail." Jiang Jingfei suddenly feels invigorated, requesting the coordinates from the monitoring personnel, preparing to open the portal. Wait! Jiang Jingfei's abilities are abruptly halted mid-activation. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he is about to inquire about the interruption when the content on the screen suddenly captures his attention. Jiang Jingfei's questioning words falter. What the? On the screen, the once arrogant phantom serpent, which had threatened to devour her, now lies defeated on the ground, while that student is manipulating vines in an attempt to stretch it out into a long strip. Jiang Jingfei stands in a daze. While low-level beasts are not particularly formidable in their eyes, surely this year's new students aren't capable of such swift extermination. He turns to Wu Hao, who had just urged him to rescue her, asking what on earth just happened. Wu Hao appears equally bewildered, quickly replaying the scene in his mind before slowly stating, "This student's speed surpasses that of the phantom serpent." Jiang Jingfei's first reaction is disbelief. However, the chief instructor's subsequent words confirm the event's authenticity. "Which class is this student from?" The information officer swiftly retrieves Song Zhiliao's enrollment records. Combat, marksmanship, theory. The chief instructor scans her scores across various subjects before concluding, "She is a potential candidate. We shall continue to observe her." "Understood, sir." With numerous candidates undergoing examination, the chief instructor soon shifts his attention to other screens. Yet not long after, he is met with a cacophony of strange sounds erupting from behind him. His brow furrows, and he sternly demands, "What is all this noise?" Jiang Jingfei points towards the screen, showcasing Song Zhiyao's actions, awkwardly stating, "Sir, this student exhibits a rather ferocious demeanor." They had initially assumed she was controlling the phantom serpent with vines to prevent a counterattack, only to realize she was preparing for dissection. As soldiers, they are no strangers to bloodshed, yet witnessing a live dissection performed by an 18-year-old girl is a first for them. The expressions of the instructors present vary greatly. Upon seeing the scene on the screen, the chief instructor momentarily pauses, but having weathered numerous storms, he ultimately remarks, "Respect other people's interests." Jiang Jingfei. Truly a niche interest, the visuals become somewhat gruesome. The instructors instinctively divert their gazes from the screen, thus failing to notice the sudden appearance of a small red bird beside Song Zhiliao. After discovering that the serpent, while swift, lacked significant offensive power, Song Zhiliao seizes the opportunity to knock it unconscious. Tossing the wooden stick to the ground, she scoffs, "Competing with me in speed? You wouldn't even know where you were when a cat was chasing me." It turns out the old man enjoyed having the white tiger pursue her, intensifying her training upon capture. That time, she had wondered why a mere cat could run so fast. It was, in fact, a tiger. Reflecting on it brings her to tears. Reaching into her backpack, Song Zhiliao retrieves a military knife and gestures towards the serpent, now stretched out by the vines. Though she is no longer being pursued by a tiger, she still has a bird to take care of. Listening to Zhu Chue's guidance echoing in her mind, Song Zhiliao identifies the location of the serpent's inner core. Time to dissect. Although she has mentally prepared herself, the sensation of the serpent's skin still makes her feel queasy. "Oh, you have any idea how much I am sacrificing for your snacks?" Song Zhiliao attempts to evoke a sense of gratitude from Zhu Ke. "Rest assured, Ji, I will definitely ensure your comfort in the future." Zhu Ke responds, full of filial piety. Song Zhiliao snorts, just as she is about to retort that a mere bird might not outlive her. She recalls that Zhu Ke is a divine beast. According to the texts, it is a being that shares the same lifespan as the heavens and earth. Song Zhiliao, I thank you. Chapter 19. Zhu Chue's memories after extracting the inner core from the phantom serpent. Song Zhiliao summons Zhu Ke. Observing Zhu Ke pecking away with fervor, she rests her chin on her hand and asks, "Is it truly that delicious?" Zhu Ke swallows the last bite, looking utterly satisfied. Delicious. It even attempts to recommend the delicacy to Song Zhiliao. The texture is delightful, and it even contains spiritual energy. Although the prospect of spiritual energy piques her interest, the thought of consuming the inner core raw is still a challenge for Song Zhiliao to accept. Thus, she gently declines Zhu Chue's enthusiastic endorsement. No, thank you, let's get back to business. Rising to her feet, she brushes off the dirt from her clothes. Zhu Ke flutters to her shoulder, tilting its head in inquiry. Where are we going? A sly smile crosses Song Zhiliao's face as she replies, to gather points. During her encounter with the serpent, she had sensed that others had entered the vicinity. Moreover, it appeared that they were all operating solo. Lu Bin is currently exploring the forest, utilizing his eagle eye ability, which allows him to see further than the average person. Out of the corner of his eye, he catches a glimmer of gold flitting through the leaves above. Lu Bin. He immediately draws his gun, aiming it towards the source, and demands, "Who's there?" No response follows. That Lu Bin's gaze darkens. Without hesitation, he fires 3 shots towards that direction, as the final shot reverberated. The only sound that followed was the gentle descent of falling leaves, plunging the scene into an eerie silence. That Lu Bin was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that his reconnaissance had been in vain? No, that couldn't be. Driven by an overwhelming intuition, he swiftly pivoted, and in an instant, a figure surged towards him. He raised his weapon and fired, all the while cursing inwardly. How could there be no sound at all? The next moment, terror gripped his heart, for not a single one of the 6 bullets he had discharged found its mark. Blessed with the innate talent of eagle-eyed precision, his dynamic shooting skills ranked among the top 3 in his class. How could he possibly have missed every shot? In his line of sight, with each pull of the trigger, the girl seemed to possess a preternatural foresight, effortlessly evading his projectiles. Even while in the midst of a frantic sprint, her dodges were executed with impeccable timing, and in the blink of an eye, she stood right before him. Lu Bin, confident in his shooting prowess, had foolishly underestimated the danger of close combat. However, after 6 futile shots and the swift approach of his opponent, he finally realized the depths of his naivety. Song Zhiliao swiftly disarmed him, and in the very moment she seized the gun, she drew it with remarkable speed. From Lu Bin's perspective, the girl's delicate, fair face bore no expression, her dark eyes cold and unyielding, her movements devoid of hesitation. The next instant, the voice in his earpiece announced, "Candidate Lu Bin has been eliminated. Please remain in place for retrieval by the instructor." Lying on the ground, with a lingering ache where the bullet had struck, Lu Bin came to a disheartening realization. If those bullets had been real, he would already be dead. That it was his first encounter with the specter of death. Leaving his thoughts sluggish and muddled, as he propped himself up from the ground, he discovered that his back was drenched in cold sweat. When Jiang Jingfei arrived, he was greeted by Lu Bin's dazed expression. "Get up," he said, pulling Lu Bin to his feet. "You can't blame her for taking you out. You're not even in the same league." Their instructor had witnessed the battle, and it was evident that Song Zhiliao's reactions, speed, and combat skills far surpassed those of Lu Bin. That he was no match for her. "Not unfair at all," Lu Bin muttered. "Eliminated on the first day. Not a single head to my name, plunging from Class A directly to Class F." He held back his frustration for as long as he could, but eventually he couldn't resist asking Jiang Jingfei, "Instructor, which class is she from?" Jiang Jingfei replied, his expression flat, "Oh, she's from Class F. Lu Bin." In an instant, Jiang Jingfei observed Lu Bin's already despondent demeanor grow even gloomier. Sighing, he gave Lu Bin's shoulders a reassuring pat. After ushering Lu Bin into the teleportation portal, Jiang Jingfei followed suit. But just before stepping inside, he realized that the distance from here to where Song Zhiliao had been was considerable. How had she arrived here so quickly? Wasn't her ability to manipulate vines? "Old Jiang, hurry over here," a voice called from the other side of the portal, snapping Jiang Jingfei back to the present, and he promptly cast that thought aside. "That I'm coming." After the elimination, Song Zhiliao made her exit. She approached a small river, ensuring through her spiritual awareness that no one was nearby before squatting down to wash her hands. "Gigi, why didn't you just shoot him from the tree and eliminate him right then?" Zhu Ke, perched on a rock by the river, tilted its head in inquiry. That it was evident that the person had been well within shooting range. Yet Song Zhiliao opted to wait before delivering the final blow. Because of the bullets, after confirming the water was safe to drink, she scooped up some and took a sip. "Bullets?" Zhu Ke looked puzzled. "Yes." Song Zhiliao nodded, wiping the water from her fingers. The chief instructor had emphasized that each participant was only equipped with 1 gun and 50 bullets. Eliminations could only be achieved by hitting an opponent. This meant that even in an effort to conserve ammunition, one could only eliminate 50 individuals, whereas there were 500 new students this year. Therefore, in the early stages, the key was not to eliminate opponents, but to secure ample ammunition. The chief instructor had also mentioned that once a person was eliminated, all their weapons would become invalid. Hence, Song Liao needed to acquire bullets before she could eliminate anyone. Zhu suddenly understood and chirped in realization. The examination had commenced in the afternoon, and now, as dusk approached, Song Liao contemplated spending the night here. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, the fire kindled by Zhu illuminated a small area in the night. Sitting beside the fire, Song Liao deftly prepared a fish she had caught in the river, placing it over the flames to roast. Observing Zhu eyes reflecting the firelight, she playfully poked its fluffy head and chuckled. "What, are you hungry?" Zhu nodded earnestly. Though divine beasts do not require sustenance, back in modern times, when it was still a tiny bird, Zhu often relished the meals prepared by Song Liao. Reflecting on this, Zhu suddenly felt a wave of melancholy wash over a creature dependent on spiritual energy for survival. It had succumbed to slumber as the energy waned. Before closing its eyes, Zhu believed its time had come to an end. Yet upon awakening, it found itself in a small house, face to face with a 10-year-old Song Liao. The old man who had brought it there had commanded it to be a pet for her, but a proud divine beast could hardly acquiesce. Initially, it had a terrible temperament, pecking at the girl whenever she drew near. However, whether due to Song Liao's gentle disposition or something else, she not only remained unperturbed, but also prepared numerous meals for it. Due to the depletion of spiritual energy, Zhu had appeared rather listless during that time, and Song Liao had gone to great lengths to nourish it. Eventually, the old man, unable to bear the sight, informed the young girl that it could only eat things imbued with spiritual energy. By then, Zhu had grown increasingly frail, uncertain of when it might fall into slumber again. After yet another unknown period of unconsciousness, it awoke to find a muddy little face before it. Zhu did this girl roll around in a mud pit? Sensing that Song Liao was now very close, it lacked the strength to peck at her, so Zhu simply closed its eyes, choosing to ignore her. However, in the next moment, a waft of fragrant spiritual energy filled its nostrils, and Zhu's eyes shot open. Before it stood the young girl, her fair face smeared with mud, her right hand holding out a pill with an endearing smile. "Little bird, eat." When Zhu did not respond, she pressed the pill closer to its beak. That day, it consumed the spiritually enriched pill and soon felt its vitality returning. Through the nightly chatter of the little girl, it learned that she had ventured into the mountains to gather spiritual herbs to refine pills. Zhu was infuriated. Did she not realize how perilous it was for a young girl to wander alone in the mountains? It squawked in protest for quite some time, while Song Liao merely exclaimed in delight, "Wow, you're finally willing to talk, Zhu. What a troublesome child!" Although spiritual energy was scarce in the modern world, some herbs in the mountains still retained a hint of it. Thus, from that point onward, Song Liao frequently ventured into the mountains to gather herbs and returned to refine them into pills for Zhu. This continued for a decade. 10 years passed, and Song Liao had blossomed from a small girl into a young woman, while Zhu remained unchanged. Chapter 20. Zhu's request. Zhu stood on a stone that Song Liao had cleaned, stealing glances at her from the side. Her brows and eyes, illuminated by the firelight, appeared soft and gentle, reminiscent of her childhood. Having lived for thousands of years, Zhu had once possessed countless treasures, only to have burned them all in a single blaze. It had thought that the joys of this world were finite. Yet now, seated beside Song Liao, it felt a sense of peace that it had never known before, despite the simplicity of their surroundings. Even the fire before them was kindled by Zhu itself. It felt an inexplicable tranquility. The lengthy lifespan of a divine beast did not seem to be such a curse after all, that at the very least. It had allowed it to encounter this person. "Here, eat the fish." Song Liao placed the roasted fish before Zhu, only to find the little bird gazing intently at her. "What's wrong?" she asked with a smile. Zhu blinked as if bursting with unspoken words. Yet in the end, it could only utter a single sentence. "Ji, you are truly wonderful." Song Liao was taken aback by its sudden sentimentality. caught between laughter and tears. She poked its head playfully. You just realized that. Zhuke huffed in dissatisfaction, seemingly displeased with her response. All right. Songji Liao stood up, supporting herself on her knees. You should eat now. It will taste bad if it gets cold. As she spoke, she made her way to the riverbank, intent on catching another fish. After all, she had yet to enjoy her dinner. Once her meal was concluded, Song Zhijiao extinguished the campfire and, with the vermilion bird perched on her shoulder, nimbly ascended a tree. She was aware that the instructor could monitor the students' conditions, albeit only while they remained on the ground. Therefore, to err on the side of caution, she decided to stay aloft. Just as Song Zhijiao had surmised, the instructor on night watch, Jiang Jingyun, muttered something about her agility before turning his attention to the screens of other students when he could no longer see her. In the tree, Song Zhijiao rummaged through her backpack and pulled out several sprigs of grass, inquiring if the vermilion bird recognized them. These particular herbs had been gathered beneath the great tree where the phantom snake had appeared. After disposing of the phantom snake's remains, she had returned to that very spot, and with years of experience in collecting spiritual herbs, she could sense a distinct fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from above. However, in her haste to obtain points, she had only managed to stuff the herbs into her bag. Now, she finally had the opportunity to examine them. The vermilion bird leaned in to sniff and confidently declared, "This is hallucinogenic grass." True to its name, the grass had the capacity to induce hallucinations or unconsciousness, serving as a primary ingredient in the hallucinogenic pill. Hallucinogenic pill. Song Zhijiao mused, repeating the name of the concoction. She rapidly contemplated the potential for selling such an item if she could indeed concoct it. However, her spirits quickly dampened. This substance was far too unique and had yet to appear in the market. Once it attracted significant attention, it would inevitably lead back to her. The speed of information across the stars was even more terrifying than in modern times. Locating a seller would be an effortless task. While Song Zhijiao was not particularly concerned for herself, she feared the trouble it might bring to Yang Qian and Song Ziwen. Thus, after some reflection, she decided to temporarily set aside the thought. Zhiji. The vermilion bird suddenly called her name. Song Zhijiao returned the herbs to her backpack and turned to look at it. What is it? The vermilion bird hopped onto her knee and said, "Make me one too, just like the ones for them." Song Zhijiao quickly grasped what it meant. "You want a bracelet?" The vermilion bird replied eagerly, "Yes, yes." Without further inquiry, Song Zhijiao set to work, preparing to forge one for it. The vermilion bird chirped excitedly. "My bracelet must have a formation." Song Zhijiao couldn't help but chuckle. "You, a majestic divine beast, need my formation? Isn't it sufficient to simply breathe fire when faced with danger?" Yet the vermilion bird was insistent. "I want it." All right, you shall have it." Song Zhijiao selected several spirit stones from her storage bracelet. "What formation do you wish for?" The vermilion bird answered without hesitation. "Teleportation." This response caught Song Zhijiao off guard. For a teleportation formation, one end is you. Where would the other end be? As the name suggests, a teleportation formation allows one to travel anywhere, provided they have a destination in mind and sufficient spiritual energy. However, Song Zhijiao could not fathom where the vermilion bird wished to go. Yet the vermilion bird's answer left her momentarily speechless to be by your side. The fiery red little bird perched on her leg, its crimson eyes locking onto her gaze. Song Zhijiao was momentarily taken aback. The vermilion bird, mistaking her silence for dissent, tilted its head and attempted to coax her. "Zhiji, please." Although they had signed a contract, it was merely a basic one that enhanced their connection, allowing only Song Zhijiao to sense the bird. Since arriving in this world, the abundance of spiritual energy had enabled the vermilion bird to regain its peak strength that if it possessed Zhijiao's teleportation formation. Then even if circumstances separated them, it could swiftly return to her side. The vermilion bird had not disclosed to Song Zhijiao that its desire to acquire that extraordinary beast's inner pill was not for its delectable taste, but rather for the spiritual energy contained within. When it first arrived in this world, it had remained in a weakened state. Anxious to find Song Zhijiao, it could hardly afford to wait for its body to absorb spiritual energy and recover autonomously. That inner pill was of the utmost assistance. Previously, in the modern world, the vermilion bird and Song Zhijiao had spent nearly every day together, never contemplating how they would find each other if they were to part ways. It was only now that the vermilion bird realized their potential for separation. The omnipotent divine beast, did not wish to learn how to adapt to solitude. Chapter 21. Night Raid Ultimately. Song Zhijiao, adhering to the vermilion bird's wishes, incorporated a teleportation formation into the crafting process. However, she did not create a bracelet for it. Instead, she fashioned a necklace and hung it around the vermilion bird's neck. Once she ensured it was securely fastened, she stepped back. The vermilion bird gazed down at the jade stone nestled within its fiery red fur, joyfully bouncing in place. Upon closer inspection, the design of the jade around the vermilion bird's neck bore a striking resemblance to that worn by Song Zhijiao, as though they originated from the same source. Seeing the vermilion bird's elation, Song Zhijiao couldn't resist teasing it. Be careful not to lose it. The jade given by the old man is quite rare. Upon hearing her words, Zhuke felt an even greater joy, swiftly alighting upon Song Zhijiao's shoulder and affectionately nuzzling her cheek. Sensing the warmth radiating from Zhuke, Song Zhijiao's eyes curved with delight. That evening, she retrieved a blanket from her storage space, wrapping herself snugly within it, relishing the comforting warmth that enveloped her limbs, and she let out a contented sigh. Around her, she had set up a defensive array, and both she and Zhuke were cloaked in a concealment spell, ensuring a peaceful night's slumber was well within reach. Cradling Zhuke close, Song Zhijiao burrowed deeper into the blanket and peacefully closed her eyes. Just before drifting off, she suddenly recalled Xie Jinyan, wondering how her tablemate was faring. Did I end such a large-scale competition? Someone of Xie Jinyan's formidable prowess would undoubtedly become a conspicuous target that, if not dealt with, he would eventually turn his focus towards her. Song Zhijiao surmised that there was an 80% likelihood that many would form alliances to eliminate Xie Jinyan first. With this thought lingering in her mind, she gradually slipped into the realm of dreams that I in the dead of night, as Zhuke nestled in Song Zhijiao's embrace. Its ears perked up, catching the sound of voices nearby. Opening its crimson eyes slowly, the fluffy little bird emerged from the blanket. Zhuke perched on a higher branch, observing a group of individuals not far off, tending to a fire. Words like eliminate Song Zhijiao tomorrow infiltrated its ears. In the darkness, Zhuchue's eyes gleamed with an intense brightness, akin to the blazing sun, its feathers reminiscent of burning flames, exuding a fervent warmth. Yet, within its fiery gaze lay an unyielding chill, a moment where the majesty of the divine beast gradually unfurled. Glancing back at Song Zhijiao, half of her face buried in the blanket, Zhuke bit down on the fabric and tugged it upward, flapping its wings as it took flight, even amidst the pitch-black forest. Zhuchue's vision was unobstructed, and with the concealment spell Song Zhijiao had cast upon it, Zhuke silently alighted on a tree. Beneath the tree, two men and a woman gathered around the fire, engaged in conversation. Zhuke focused intently on the woman in the center, recognizing her as Feng Lishuan, whom it had encountered in Zhijiao's consciousness earlier that day. Every word of their discussion reached Zhuchue's ears clearly. Feng Lishuan and her companions hailed from the same planet, making them compatriots. After their meeting in the forest, Feng Lishuan expressed her desire for them to help eliminate Song Zhijiao, stating she had no interest in her points. The two individuals from Class C, not thinking much of it, readily agreed to eliminate a student from Class F. One of them was a favorite of the god of fate and time, possessing the extraordinary ability to predict a person's movements. While this ability sounded formidable, due to his low mental power level, he could only forecast vague directions. Thus, their group had followed his predictions to this very spot. Perched atop the tree, Zhuchue's gaze grew colder with each word it heard. It dropped the grass it had been holding in its beak and exhaled a flame to ignite it if Song Zhijiao were present. She would recognize that the grass Zhuke was burning was the hallucinatory herb she had stored in her bag, that Zhuchue's mastery over fire had reached an extraordinary level, even amidst the abundant foliage. The flames precisely consumed only the hallucinatory grass, that as it burned, a thin wisp of smoke wafted through the dense leaves, unnoticed by the three individuals below. Minutes later, Feng Lishuan was the first to exclaim her fatigue, leading the trio to designate one person to keep watch while the other two succumbed to slumber. However, the watchman barely lasted 3 minutes before his head drooped and he too fell asleep. The hallucinatory grass continued to burn brightly, soaring into the air before descending directly into the midst of the trio's fire, intensifying the scent in the air. For Zhuke, whose strength had largely returned, the hallucinatory grass held no effect. Yet for the three, it would induce a deep slumber. Once confirming their breathing was steady, Zhuke descended from the tree. After a brief reconnaissance, it collected the firearms from each of them. However, the three guns proved cumbersome to carry, so Zhuke surveyed its surroundings, ultimately fixating on Feng Lishuan's backpack. After 3 attempts, confirming that all the guns were securely stowed within, Zhuke seized the backpack strap. Before departing, it glanced back at the trio. After a moment of contemplation, Zhuke turned and stepped on each of their faces, accompanied by a gentle flap of its wings, satisfied with its mischief. It then took flight with the backpack in tow. When Song Zhijiao awoke, she discovered an unfamiliar backpack beside her. Song Zhijiao, where did this come from? Upon waking, she had nearly cocooned herself like a silkworm, casting doubt on the possibility of sleepwalking. Thus, she turned to Zhuke, still snuggled in the blanket. Zhuke lifted its head innocently, replying, I don't know. Song Zhijiao retorted, do you think I believe you? You're my bird of 10 years. I can tell if you're acting. Grabbing the bird from the blanket, she pinched its face and declared sternly, confess, or face the consequences. I'll give you one more chance. Though it seemed restrained, Zhuke felt no real pressure from Song Zhijiao's grasp. It sighed inwardly, always feeling a sense of indulgence in her presence, as if no matter what mischief it committed, she would always stand by its side. Instead of resisting, Zhuke nuzzled its face against her hand. Admitting I took it. Song Zhijiao gasped, you stole it? Zhuke nodded earnestly. Did I? In the next moment, she cradled it anxiously, spinning it around as she asked, you weren't hurt, were you? Zhuke patiently waited for her to finish her inspection before gently nuzzling her face. I'm fine, relieved. Song Zhijiao exhaled. That's good. Zhiji, are you not afraid I might do something wrong? Upon hearing Zhuchu's question, Song Zhijiao regarded it quizzically. What kind of wrongdoing could you possibly commit? Zhuke faltered, realizing she was genuinely perplexed. Nodding at its head, she sighed softly. I know all 4 of my little ones. Even if you're occasionally a bit mischievous, you would never commit any heinous acts that if Zhuke were to take something, it would surely be because the person had provoked it. Zhuke inquired again, but what if my actions cause you trouble? Song Zhijiao remained undaunted. Let them come. What trouble could there be? My training is precisely to protect those I wish to safeguard. Chapter 22. 3 more steps upon realizing that Zhuke had stolen Feng Lishuan's backpack, Song Zhijiao was struck by a sense of inevitability. She had thought the girl would merely vent her frustrations. Instead, she was attempting to extricate herself from the forest. After pondering for a moment, Song Zhijiao resolved, since she shows no mercy, I shall not be unjust. Let's get to work. With that, she and Zhuke descended from the tree. Meanwhile, Feng Lishuan awoke to discover her backpack missing. Her shriek roused her companions, one of whom groggily sat up, irritation evident in his voice. What is all the fuss about so early in the morning? Upon realizing her gun was gone, Feng Lishuan's face fell. Check if your guns are still with you. A sinking feeling settled in her heart. Where's my gun? Mine's gone too. Feng Lishuan's complexion turned ashen. Indeed, all their weapons had vanished. The most volatile among them kicked over the extinguished fire pit in frustration, his expression darkening. We must use the school-issued guns for eliminations. Without them, how can we proceed with the assessments? Who took them? He demanded furiously. The other individual replied hesitantly. It seems it was a beast. Startled, the one addressed as the leader turned abruptly, incredulity etched on his face. What? Feng Lishuan approached him, furrowing her brow. Why do you say that? The individual pointed to the ground. Look. Both of them followed his gesture, observing a long trail of footprints in the dirt, indicating that something had indeed lingered nearby. Feng Lishuan's face paled further. They appear to be from a bird-like creature. Before entering the forest, their instructor had warned them about the presence of mystical beasts. Though of low rank, they could still pose a danger, emphasizing the need for vigilance. Given the current circumstances, it seemed a beast had indeed visited while they slept. The one who had discovered the footprints spoke with a tremor. So, we nearly lost our lives, recalling the footprints he had hastily wiped from his face moments ago. A wave of near-miss relief washed over him. Thank goodness it was only a gun we lost. The atmosphere among the three quickly shifted from anger to relief. After all, in the face of potential death, they were grateful that the beast had only been interested in their firearms. That it's fine, Feng Lishuan said, striving to maintain her composure. Without guns, we can just take someone else's. She abruptly turned her head to glance at another individual, inquiring, "Are you certain that Song Zhiliao is over here?" The other person nodded affirmatively, saying, "Yes, this is indeed the location I predicted yesterday." "Very well," Fong Lixuan stated, "let us first secure her weapon, and then eliminate her. Today is merely the second day. The teleportation portal's location is random, and this forest is vast. She likely hasn't encountered many people yet." Fong Lixuan's ability to rendezvous with these two was due to another person's predictive powers. Initially, they intended to eliminate her, but considering they were compatriots and her ability was particularly aggressive, they ultimately chose to form an alliance. The two understood the unspoken implications of Fong Lixuan's words. Song Zhiliao likely had not expended much ammunition. The one referred to as the leader fixed his gaze momentarily, quickly agreeing with Fong Lixuan's statement. "All right, let us seek her out now. This is the only course of action available to us. We must procure weapons first, otherwise we would be at a significant disadvantage if we encounter others." Just as the three were finalizing their plans to depart, a languid voice drifted into their ears. "Ladies and gentlemen, are you looking for me?" Upon recognizing the newcomer, a flicker of elation crossed Fong Lixuan's face as she turned to the two and declared, "This is Song Zhiliao. Why such excitement?" Song Zhiliao feigned surprise. "Are you so eager to meet me?" One individual scoffed coldly, his hands clasped behind his back as he began to channel his abilities. "Song Zhiliao, you have come right to us." Song Zhiliao shrugged nonchalantly. "I had no choice. Your conspiratorial whispers were simply too loud. Even Zhuke could hear them from afar." Fong Lixuan barked, "Stop wasting words with her. Just attack." In the next instant, Song Zhiliao observed one of the three vanish from sight. She raised an eyebrow, pondering whether their ability was invisibility, that I in her line of sight. The individual disappeared in the blink of an eye, yet the sound of his breathing remained audible. Song Zhiliao remained still, focusing her perception on her hearing, tilting her head slightly. The wind rustled the leaves, creating a gentle whisper nearby, while Fong Lixuan continued to chatter away. However, her expression remained unchanged. Suddenly, a sharp breath drew near. Now was the moment. Without hesitation, Song Zhiliao lifted her elbow and struck backward, confirming contact before swiftly reaching back and forcefully pinning the individual to the ground. "Ah!" The one thrown to the ground let out a cry, desperately attempting to rise, only to find himself restrained by her foot pressing down on his chest. The girl's military boot rested lightly on him, yet he alone understood the immense force she exerted. Beneath her foot, his chest rose and fell with each breath, yet he could not escape the oppressive strength. "You!" He raised his eyes, trying to utter something, only to be met with the black muzzle of a gun. Steadying her aim, Song Zhiliao grinned. Farewell done in the next moment. The voice of the system echoed in the earpieces of all four present. "Candidate Wang Yong has been eliminated. Please remain in place to await the instructor's retrieval." Removing her foot, Song Zhiliao, gun in hand, smiled brightly at the two remaining individuals. "Let us eliminate you both as well, to spare the instructor from making multiple trips." The other two responded, "Are you even speaking human language?" When Jiang Jingfei arrived, he was greeted with the sight of three individuals bound together by vines, each with a cloth stuffed in their mouths. Jiang Jingfei asked, bewildered, as he glanced at the leisurely Song Zhiliao seated on a rock. "What on earth happened?" Song Zhiliao rested her chin on her hand, pointing at each one in turn. "She has a loose tongue." Fong Lixuan mumbled indignantly that he curses too much. The individual who had been thrown to the ground widened his eyes, attempting to charge at her, but was forcefully pulled back by the vines. Upon reaching the last person, Song Zhiliao hesitated briefly before declaring, "And him as well." The last individual looked at her with tear-filled eyes, feeling utterly wronged. "Fine then." Jiang Jingfei, with a sigh, dragged the three of them away together. Before departing, he turned with a playful grin toward Song Zhiliao, saying, "Little girl, your points are looking quite good. Keep it up, and you might make it into Class A. After all, I'm the shooting instructor." Song Zhiliao responded with a cold indifference. "JPG," Jiang Jingfei retorted, "could you at least show some respect for the instructor?" Chapter 23. A chance encounter. Song Zhiliao did not expect that immediately after sending Jiang Jingfei off, she would encounter Xie Jinyan around the corner. Observing the circle of individuals lying on the ground, and casting a glance at the smoking gun still in his hand, Song Zhiliao raised her hand with a bright smile. "Hi." The group on the ground was taken aback, thinking, what kind of greeting is that? Shouldn't we be running away? Bound by the rules of elimination, they could not move, yet their mouths were beyond control. One among them cursed silently, "Fool." The pain from the punch he had just received from Xie Jinyan still throbbed, and speaking only aggravated the wound that he let out a pained hiss, but his eyes were fixed on Song Zhuliao, eagerly awaiting her elimination. However, the next scene nearly made his eyes pop out. He witnessed Xie Jinyan raise his hand in mimicry of Song Zhuliao's gesture, saying hi. The surrounding crowd was stunned by Xie Jinyan's unexpectedly friendly demeanor. Each one internally berated, "What the hell? You weren't like this to us?" It was akin to a living demon claiming a life with a single shot. Anyone who screamed a bit louder was manually silenced. Their faces still ached from the earlier confrontation. When the instructor arrived to retrieve them, he was met with a series of resentful expressions. He staggered back a step from the mental assault. Not to be rude, but you all can't be this dramatic. That he himself had been a student once. While being eliminated was frustrating, it shouldn't warrant such lamentation. It felt as though they were being treated unfairly. The instructor observed the severity of each individual's injuries and found little difference among them. All right, let us move on. It's rather embarrassing for so many of you to have failed to take down a single person." He clicked his tongue. Previously, he had seen on the display that this group had traversed half the forest, gallantly preparing to eliminate Xie Jinyan. Yet now, they were all reduced to dejected chickens, noticing that no one dared to refute his words. The instructor found it rather curious. How rare. Typically, they were like explosives, ready to detonate at the slightest provocation. Why were they so subdued this time? The students' eyes were vacant, wondering why they were so compliant. It was undoubtedly because they had just received a thorough beating and had witnessed the most extreme double standards, leading them to a harsh understanding of this world's ruthlessness. Observing their demeanor, the instructor clicked his tongue. Young people often held lofty ambitions. While this was not inherently negative, if their strength did not match their words, it simply came off as arrogance. Thus, to keep this group of youngsters, who were eager to stand tall, under control had taken considerable effort from the instructors. The youthful spirit was a precious thing, one they wished to safeguard as instructors. However, such a spirit was fragile. Without a strong mindset or sufficient strength, a single event could cause it to dissipate instantaneously. He patted each downcast head before striding toward the teleportation portal. "Let us go. Worst case, we return to practice." He then led the little chicks behind him into the portal, much like a hen guiding her chicks. Song Zhuliao stood at a distance, watching this scene unfold, her heart filled with myriad thoughts. How wonderful, she silently mused. Noticing that Song Zhuliao had not moved for a while, Xie Jinyan cast a puzzled glance her way. Receiving his gaze, Song Zhuliao approached him, inquiring about the recent events. Xie Jinyan replied, "They all came to besiege me." Song Zhuliao asked, "Did you beat them up while they were in school?" Her question was sincere. How else could a group unite so cohesively in an elimination match? Xie Jinyan glanced at her, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. That MY's psychic level is transparent. The CF family announces the psychic levels of their offspring annually. Song Zhuliao then realized it wasn't that he had beaten them up, but rather they had aimed to overpower Xie Jinyan. Knowing Xie Jinyan possessed a high psychic level naturally implied substantial lethality. Under the elimination rules of the midterm exam, he posed the greatest threat. Even if one did not seek him out initially, he would eventually target them for elimination, understanding that one's strength could not rival Xie Jinyan's. It made perfect sense for many to ally in an attempt to eliminate him early on. Song Zhuliao patted his shoulder, her tone sympathetic. "Classmate, you're in quite a predicament, that you're like a tall tree attracting the wind." Xie Jinyan pretended not to notice her schadenfreude masked his sympathy, and he barely managed a response. "You're no different." Song Zhuliao was left bewildered. "No different? In what way?" Xie Jinyan said little and directly opened a wristband issued by the school in front of her. With a slight movement of his fingers, the virtual screen of the wristband shifted to Song Zhijiao's view. She leaned closer. Muttering something to herself, she focused her gaze and was taken aback to find the screen displaying the points ranking. Apart from Xie Jinyan, who occupied the first position, she was the next on the list. Song Zhijiao exclaimed, "What on earth? Where did she get 80 points from? Since yesterday, she has only eliminated 4 people." In an instant, she recalled the point transfer rules related to the exams. Song Zhijiao pondered. So how many people did those 3 manage to eliminate this morning? Meanwhile, in the lounge, Zhu Haoyu sneezed. rubbing his nose. He grumbled, "Who is cursing me?" The person sitting next to him impatiently retorted, "Shut up. I'm annoyed." Zhu Haoyu's predictive ability proved particularly useful in this elimination contest. Over the past 2 days, they had managed to eliminate quite a few people. Yet now, all the points were accumulating under Song Zhijiao's name. He was fuming, bewildered by the outburst. Zhu Haoyu muttered even more quietly, "It's not like I wanted to eliminate Song Zhijiao." He wondered who had to show off in front of the girls, causing their souls to drift away with just a few words. "Shut up." "Oh." Song Zhijiao glumly gazed at the points ranking and sighed heavily. Who on earth devised this public points ranking system? It essentially painted a target on their backs. To be honest, in Song Zhijiao's plans, she shouldn't have become a target so early on. She had hoped to lay low for a couple more days. Sitting on the ground, she propped her chin on her hands and looked at Xie Jinyan, who was leaning against a tree. "So, what's your situation?" The 175 points behind his name were indeed striking. Xie Jinyan replied with a nonchalant expression, "It's all self-inflicted." Song Zhijiao clicked her tongue in disapproval, reflecting on the stark contrast in their circumstances. Some people hardly encountered anyone all day, while others effortlessly racked up points while remaining stationary. Xie Jinyan lifted his eyelids to glance at her. "And you?" Song Zhijiao hesitated momentarily. Aside from the first one, the rest were all self-inflicted too. An awkward silence enveloped the air. Chapter 24. Staring at each other, the first and second ranks of the points leaderboard exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. While others were scrambling to gather points, they had been persistently pursued that in a bid for self-preservation, they had unintentionally elevated themselves to the top spots. The first rank's high points were due to the influx of pursuers, while the second rank relied solely on points earned through effort. Who would believe that their initial intentions weren't like this? Regardless, they had unmistakably become the two biggest targets. This meant that for the next 5 days, they would face relentless hunting. After contemplating for a moment, Song Zhijiao sincerely extended an invitation to Xie Jinyan. "Shall we collaborate?" Yay. Song Zhijiao raised her hands in celebration. Leaning against the tree, Xie Jinyan's lips curved slightly. With a glimmer in his purple eyes, accompanied by her newly appointed partner, Song Zhijiao cheerfully began to randomly capture the fortunate ones in the forest. Since she was already ranked second, she thought it prudent to maintain her position and earn some rent. Upon realizing that Song Zhijiao seemed to have a purpose in her wandering, Xie Jinyan's gaze sharpened slightly as he asked, "Do you know where they are?" Song Zhijiao's footsteps faltered briefly before she quickly resumed her pace. She did not deny it. Xie Jinyan, seemingly oblivious to her reaction, continued, "Are you a scout-type ability user?" Song Zhijiao couldn't help but marvel internally. When had Xie Jinyan become so interested in others' abilities, it was clear he was probing her. For someone as reserved as Xie Jinyan, if he suddenly began to inquire about someone, it indicated that person had piqued his interest. However, Song Zhijiao had yet to discern what about her intrigued him. After all, from her perspective, she was just another classmate of his. Perhaps she simply held the title of desk partner, a minor distinction. Sort of. "What do you mean by sort of?" Xie Jinyan inquired further. Song Zhijiao halted, turning to face him with a raised eyebrow. Guess. She wasn't lying. The probing aspect of her ability could indeed be considered a form of power in this era. Moreover, had no one ever commented on Xie Jinyan's tone? How could he pose a question with the intonation of a statement? Song Zhijiao silently critiqued. Xie Jinyan paused momentarily speechless. Song Zhijiao seized the opportunity to retaliate. "What about you? What's your ability?" Word spirit. Although she had witnessed Xie Jinyan's ability that night, hearing him articulate it still thrilled her. "That is, you can make anything you say come to pass." Xie Jinyan replied, sort of. Song Zhijiao was taken aback. Realizing that beneath his seemingly frigid exterior, Xie Jinyan harbored a penchant for vengeance. "Expand on that." Xie Jinyan gazed at the girl, suddenly leaning in closer, her bright eyes sparkling, and felt somewhat at a loss. "It's limited in range." Clearing his throat softly, he slightly turned his face away. Song Zhijiao suddenly enlightened. "Oh, I see. What is your current range?" 5 people. Unlike Song Zhijiao's whimsical style, Xie Jinyan answered every question straightforwardly, resembling an honest child. Yet it was not in Song Zhijiao's nature to know when to stop, so she pressed on. "If your ability improves, will the range increase?" "Yes." Unlike the fixed mental powers determined at birth, the level of one's abilities could indeed be enhanced. However, not everyone could elevate their ability levels. Many individuals would go through life without any changes in their powers, primarily depending on their mental power level. The higher the mental power, the greater the likelihood of enhancing one's abilities. Song Zhijiao was acutely aware that Xie Jinyan's mental power was graded A, placing him among the most likely candidates to improve their abilities. Though she was unaware of Xie Jinyan's ability level, it did not hinder her from hypothesizing that if your ability also reached grade A, could you rewrite the rules? In her understanding, the most formidable aspect of word spirit should be the capacity to establish new rules. Xie Jinyan felt as though he had been stumped by Song Zhijiao for the umpteenth time. He had thought he was accustomed to this, but her question still left him with a headache. Changing the rules is something only a deity can do, he replied. That should be common knowledge. Song Zhijiao was taken aback. Is that so? Noticing her apparent ignorance, Xie Jinyan felt a twinge of curiosity. Or a divine envoy can do so as well. He added that a divine envoy endowed with the authority of their deity can also achieve that. Which deity's envoy? After a prolonged period without water. Her voice came out a bit hoarse. Song Zhijiao instinctively cleared her throat before looking at Xie Jinyan. Whether it was her imagination or not, when answering this question, the purple in Xie Jinyan's eyes seemed to deepen. The god of deception. The ultimate truth lies in the essence of falsehood. The god of deception is also known as the god of rules. All that a deity utters is deemed reality. For a moment, Song Zhijiao felt overwhelmed by the sudden intensity emanating from Xie Jinyan. She exclaimed, "Are you a devout follower of the god of deception?" Xie Jinyan casually handed her a wild fruit. "Don't ask such questions next time." Taking a bite of the wild fruit, the sweet juice burst in her mouth, instantly soothing her dry throat. Chewing on the flesh, her cheeks puffed up. Why not? Others might find it offensive. Song Zhijiao quickly grasped the implication. In an era where fervent beliefs in deities prevailed, there were no distinctions in the degree of faith. By using very, she had subconsciously ranked the degrees of belief, which was evidently not a phrase the people of this interstellar age would use. Her expression darkened slightly. Adapting to technological changes wasn't the most challenging aspect of entering a new era. The real challenge lay in conforming to the prevailing mindset. Ideology subtly influences behavior, including the words one speaks. The mindset of the interstellar era is founded upon their belief in deities, which is the most difficult aspect for Song Zhijiao to emulate, as her essence is devoid of faith. The unique one among the general populace is often labeled as an outlier. Xie Jinyan was now pointing out her uniqueness and advising her on how to disguise it. A flicker of determination crossed Song Zhijiao's brown eyes as she gazed at Xie Jinyan and suddenly expressed her gratitude. Xie Jinyan glanced at her, without saying a word, but the previously slightly serious expression on his face gradually softened. Song Zhijiao understood that he accepted her thanks. Had it been her former language teacher, she would have thought this was a moment of the student show's promise that I do not have a strong faith in the god of deception. He began answering her earlier question. I have no deities I believe in. Chapter 25, Divine Favor. Song Zhijiao was taken aback. What? Xie Jinyan reiterated once more, I do not hold any belief in deities. As he spoke, his expression remained unchanged, seemingly unfazed by the weight of his words. Song Zhijiao's eyes widened in shock, her usual nonchalance dissipating. She halted her steps and turned to gaze intently into Xie Jinyan's violet eyes. Her tone grave. Do you comprehend the implications of what you are saying? I do. Xie Jinyan's demeanor remained stoic, his voice flat, as if discussing a trivial matter. I am not one of his chosen, but have nonetheless been endowed with extraordinary abilities. Perhaps even abilities of formidable strength. Song Zhijiao scrutinized him, sensing a tempest brewing within her gaze. When faith intertwines with power, and someone can acquire godlike strength without offering any belief, it raises the question, is this a divine favoritism or something far more perilous? No one could ascertain. Having arrived in this world for 2 months, Song Zhijiao absorbed information like a sponge. From what she understood, most of the followers of the god of deceit possess powers that incline towards creating illusions or inducing hallucinations, fundamentally linked to lies and deception. Yet Xie Jinyan was different. His words manifested as reality, a diminished version of the god of deceit's supreme ability. As a resident of this world, Xie Jinyan's thoughts were inevitably assimilated. So when Song Zhijiao proposed a theory regarding his abilities, he instinctively dismissed it as impossible. However, Song Zhijiao, the outsider, held a contrary belief. She felt that Xie Jinyan possessed the potential to rival the god of deceit. With an innate mental prowess rated A, his ascendance to power was merely a matter of time. Furthermore, this gift was bestowed by a deity, and astonishingly, it was granted to one who did not revere him. Deities do not arbitrarily select individuals to impart powers akin to their OW. To put it more boldly, Song Zhuliao believed this was not merely a bestowal of ability, but rather a selection of an heir. While she remained unaware of why the god of deceit chose Xie Jinyan, she sensed he must be acutely aware of the peculiarities involved, that he recognized the magnitude of his power and understood the rarity of being granted abilities without belief, as well as the inherent dangers that accompanied such a distinction. If it were simply about possessing great power, one might attribute it to talent. But if one is endowed with formidable powers without faith, that marks them as an anomaly, a target for scorn. Since arriving in this realm, Song Zhuliao had never encountered even a whisper of this matter. This indicated that Xie Jinyan concealed it well, perhaps never uttering a word about it to anyone. Yet now, he had divulged it to her. "Why tell me?" she inquired. Xie Jinyan lowered his gaze, meeting Song Zhuliao's eyes directly, but he did not respond immediately. After a brief silence, she heard him say, "I do not know." She instinctively furrowed her brow, yet quickly realized that his tone was devoid of substance, akin to standing at the edge of a precipice, gazing down at the clouds below, where a single misstep could lead to a fall. His state was unsettling. The questions Song Zhuliao had intended to pursue were swallowed back as she began to observe Xie Jinyan more closely. She had not failed to notice that he harbored a profound disdain for the world and appeared to possess no desires. People invariably have things they long for: wealth, status, power, while Song Zhuliao prided herself on her detachment. She too had her own ambitions, such as earning money for rent and locating her 3 missing companions. But Xie Jinyan exhibited none of this. He displayed no interest in anything, and nothing seemed capable of stirring his emotions. When pursued by admirers, he repelled them, preferring solitude and offering no attention to others. She had never heard him mention friends, let alone family. His own emotions were nearly non-existent. Xie Jinyan always emanated a sense of detachment, a disconnection from the crowd, from this world. That it was as if nothing could tether him to this realm, and he had no desire to linger. His aversion to this world was palpable, yet something unseen seemed to hold him back. That tether ensnared Xie Jinyan, preventing his escape. Song Zhuliao was oblivious to the nature of that tether, but when Xie Jinyan spoke in such a tone of uncertainty, she sensed that it might soon fray. "I will not harm you." Misinterpreting her silence as wariness, Xie Jinyan spoke again. "Did I know?" Song Zhuliao replied, pursing her lips. She could sense no malice in him. Yet her concern lay elsewhere. Did I end her modern life? Song Zhuliao had frequented a psychological counseling room during high school to escape the clutches of her classmates. The counselor was a recent graduate, and each time she visited, the counselor welcomed her with a smile, understanding she was not there for genuine psychological issues, and generously allowed her to rest on the counseling room's bed. Over time, they even exchanged a few words. Few visitors came to the room. Apart from Song Zhuliao, the door rarely opened. Thus, the counselor indulged in her passion for novels, occasionally commenting on them with her professional insights. Once, while Song Zhuliao rested with her eyes closed, the counselor, engrossed in a book nearby, muttered, "This character must have suffered trauma in childhood." That day, feeling particularly curious, Song Zhuliao peered over to see a male protagonist with a profoundly nihilistic disposition and a notoriously unpleasant demeanor. At the time, she was busy juggling work and interacting with a motley crew of individuals, making it hard for her to fathom how a character with such a repugnant personality could provide any joy. She remarked, "If I encountered someone like that, I'd surely knock him out with a single punch. Life is already chaotic enough without adding such a person to the mix." The counselor shot her a disdainful look. "It's clear you lack the qualities of a leading lady." Song Zhuliao rolled her eyes. "Thanks, but no thanks that I have 4 companions and an old man whose whereabouts are a mystery to care for. Hardly the makings of someone who can endure mistreatment while still inspiring change." All right, the counselor attempted to redeem the male character. His demeanor must stem from childhood trauma. Song Zhuliao appeared unconvinced. "Really?" the counselor insisted. "While I'm not certain about his unpleasantness, his nihilism is undeniable. Moreover, it likely roots back to familial issues." In the forest of another world, Song Zhuliao suddenly recalled the counselor's words, drawing an immediate parallel to Xie Jinyan. Though his demeanor was not malicious, she sensed a trace of nihilism within him. She frowned slightly, the details she had gleaned from the forum regarding Xie Jinyan's mother resurfacing in her mind. Does so? Is Xie Jinyan's current state a result of familial trauma? If so, what kind of trauma could it be? Let us go. Xie Jinyan abruptly concluded the topic, not allowing Song Zhiliao the chance to speak further. He turned his head, inquiring, "Where to?" He was asking about the direction of the target Song Zhiliao aimed to confront. Never mind, now was not an opportune moment. The entire forest remained under surveillance. Although they could not hear sounds, the sensation of being watched was far from pleasant. Song Zhiliao pointed towards the southern area she had previously scouted. Extending her consciousness to confirm, approximately a kilometer away, there are 10 individuals that it seems they have already formed an alliance, just as she considered mentioning that the number of people seemed excessive. Xie Jinyan had already moved forward, his tone cool yet resolute. Then we shall eliminate them all. Chapter 26. The past of the CF family in the examination room, the instructor on the night shift had returned to rest. And the replacements were all present. Commander Jiang Zhengfei saluted the incoming chief instructor. The chief instructor nodded slightly, casting a glance at the dozens of glowing screens before him. What is the situation? The officer responsible for data compilation retrieved the information and reported. In the past 2 days, 156 students have been eliminated, and preliminary rankings have been established. The chief instructor's stern face revealed a flicker of surprise. The elimination rate is so rapid? In less than 2 days, nearly 2/5 have been cut, and there are still 5 days remaining. Dadi Xiaoping raised his hand to replace the data displayed on the screens, stating with precision, "It seems there are some personal grievances among the students. They have formed groups to confront each other without success. Hence, the number of eliminations is somewhat high." The chief instructor. "It appears I've been away from school for too long that I never anticipated this would be the reason." He smirked slightly and asked, "Who has been targeted? Which little brats have the audacity to accumulate such animosity within just 2 months of school?" He Xiaoping quickly pulled up the information on Song Zhiliao and Xie Jinyan. Upon seeing the cold visage of the youth on the screen, the chief instructor raised an eyebrow. "That little one from the CF family." Jiang Jingfei leaned in curiously. "Commander, do you know him?" "Yes." The chief instructor nodded. "This boy's abilities are quite intriguing, that he is also a key subject of observation in this examination." Jiang Jingfei, upon hearing this, glanced at the extraordinary ability column of Xie Jinyan, and his eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the words "word spirit." "That is this ability not a tad overpowered? Does such a grotesque ability as word spirit truly exist? If applied in battle, wouldn't that mean he could simply command his opponent to lie down, and they would have no choice but to comply and let him pummel them?" In that instant, Jiang Jingfei felt that his spatial ability paled in comparison. Juxtaposed with Xie Jinyan's, his power seemed akin to mere parcel delivery, that he felt as if he were being relegated to the role of a courier. Jiang Jingfei. "I am truly at my wit's end, angry." JPG. The chief instructor, noticing Jiang Jingfei's discontent, shot him a sidelong glance, prompting him to immediately compose himself. "Jiang Jingfei, I am the most obedient, well-behaved subordinate." The chief instructor diverted his gaze and resumed observing the screen displaying Xie Jinyan. As a member of the CF family, it is hardly surprising that he has garnered the favor of the god of deception. He Xiaoping clattered the keyboard furiously. After all, the CF family has venerated deities for generations, and their divine patrons are all funded by the CF family. The CF family, reflecting on the chaotic matters surrounding the CF family, the chief instructor's expression darkened, and a sigh seemed to linger in his gaze directed at Xie Jinyan. He is indeed a child burdened by fate. Jiang Jingfei, who had little knowledge of the intricacies of noble families, found himself bewildered by their discourse. His face a tableau of confusion, that He Xiaoping spared him a glance from the screen, her left hand still typing rapidly, while her right hand playfully ruffled his hair. Little one should not be burdened with such sordid tales. The 24-year-old Jiang Jingfei. "Aren't you merely a year older than me?" To his surprise, the chief instructor concurred with He Xiaoping's remarks. "Indeed, it is better to hear less. Too much exposure clutters the mind." Jiang Jingfei's head was adorned with a large question mark. Is it truly that absurd? Noticing his genuine curiosity, He Xiaoping, while compiling the examination data, guided him. "You should understand that belief in deities is often intertwined with one's character." "Yes, Jiang Jingfei. Of course. The deities one reveres are determined by personal choice. Thus, it is common for followers to reflect the traits of their respective deities." The keyboard in the examination room resonated with a cacophony of keystrokes, He Xiaoping's tone imbued with her customary cheerfulness. Then, what would you say about the Xie family, who have long worshipped the god of deception? Jiang Jingfei was momentarily taken aback. This was not a particularly difficult question, for the deity's name implied everything that he recalled the materials he had seen yesterday regarding Xie Zhao and Xie Jinyan. Noting that in the column for mother, the names of the two brothers appeared to differ. Indeed, He Xiaoping, discerning Jiang Jingfei's realization, spoke in a somber tone. The Xie family is a clan marked by coldness and ingratitude. What of Xie Zhao's mother? If memory serves, the records indicated that Xie Zhao was bereft of his mother. He Xiaoping's lips curled into a flat line as she dropped a bombshell in Jiang Jingfei's ear. To put it bluntly, the current head of the Xie family has had 3 wives, Jiang Jingfei. His expression turned blank, incredulity lacing his tone. 3? He Xiaoping's azure eyes gleamed coldly. The mothers of Xie Jinyan and Xie Zhao are all different, and it seems the latter too perished at the hands of the current madam. Jiang Jingfei stood rooted to the spot, overwhelmed by the barrage of revelations, instinctively pondering how the perpetrator had evaded capture. Although the Xie family was wealthy, surely they could not flout the law. Jiang Jingfei quickly perceived his thoughts. The madam of the Xie family suffers from a mental illness. He stated, thus, it is difficult to hold her accountable. Moreover, he did not mention that at the time of Xie Zhao's mother's death, neither her relatives nor the head of the Xie family expressed any desire for investigation. Consequently, Madame Xie was able to evade repercussions. Jiang Jingfei's visage was one of dazed shock. His family was harmonious, with loving parents, and thus, hearing of the love-hate entanglements of noble families shattered his worldview. Meanwhile, He Xiaoping continued her narrative. After Xie's mother succumbed to postpartum depression and committed suicide, the head of the Xie family wed the current Madame Xie, resulting in the birth of Xie Jinyan. With Xie Zhao following suit in the same year. 5 years later, Xie Zhao's mother met her demise at the hands of the mentally unstable Madame Xie. But that's enough. Jiang Jingfei trembled and raised a hand to halt He Xiaoping's further discourse. If she continued, he would genuinely retch that He Xiaoping shot him a smirk tinged with mockery and teased. Still want to hear more gossip? Jiang Jingfei shook his head vigorously like a rattledrum. If he listened any longer, the moral framework he had constructed over the past 2 decades would surely collapse. The Xie family was not merely cold-hearted. Their outward fade was drenched in blood. Let alone the hidden darkness. That's enough, the chief instructor interjected, breaking their exchange. Once you've finished chatting, get back to business. Yes, sir. Chapter 27. Doubles earned points. Jiang Jingfei returned to his position before the screen. And upon raising his eyes, he encountered familiar figures. Jiang Jingfei. Why are you two here again? On the screen, Xie Jinyan and the old acquaintance Song Zhizhao were seen walking together. That it appeared that these two, who had been persistently sought after in recent days, had finally taken the initiative to hunt others. The chief instructor had moved behind Jiang Jingfei at some point, and upon glimpsing the screen, he expressed mild surprise. The first and second are teaming up. Jiang Jingfei nodded vigorously, but he had not anticipated that, despite the expected scenario of a standoff, these two exhibited an unexpected harmony, reflecting on the profiles of the two that He Xiaoping had pulled up. The chief instructor stroked his chin. It seems this class division will undergo significant changes. Underestimating the enemy is the most common mistake for newcomers. The identities of Xie Jinyan and Song Zhizhao in Class F serve as the perfect guise. Others would instinctively judge their abilities based on their Class F status, thus providing them with an excellent opportunity for retaliation. TSK. These two are quite fierce in combat. Jiang Jingfei marveled at the screen. They had not been like this before. It was clear that being forced in a battle was different from taking the initiative to stir trouble. The chief instructor observed the screen for a while, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. The young lady has a commendable fighting instinct. Jiang Jingfei rubbed his ears, incredulous that his superior was actually praising someone. What did that make of all the scolding he had received over the years? Set the coordinates and prepare to receive them. The chief instructor instructed the personnel on standby beside him that it should conclude in less than 3 minutes. Jiang Jingfei fixated on the screen, watching Song Zhizhao and Xie Jinyan's fluid movements, feeling a touch of violent aesthetics in the air. The two struck with ferocity, clearly intending to achieve swift, lethal blows. Moreover, whether it was his imagination or not, There seemed to be an inexplicable synergy between Song Zhijiao and Xie Jinyan. He was unsure if this was their first collaboration, but the seamless process of Song Zhijiao kicking an opponent towards Xie Jinyan, who then promptly knocked the person unconscious, was strikingly fluid, observing Xie Jinyan decisively incapacitate another adversary. Jiang Jingfei grimaced, feeling a twinge of pain in his own neck. The chief instructor raised an eyebrow and remarked, "These two are harboring some pent-up frustration. Jiang Jingfei, they haven't even drawn their guns. Their powers seem to be of no use, relying solely on combat skills. They seem to know that their anger shouldn't be misdirected and are treating these people as punching bags." That he inquired of Jiang Jingfei. "Have they had a quarrel?" "Given that they both seem agitated, the likelihood of a dispute is considerable that I have no idea." Jiang Jingfei shook his head, bewildered. The screen doesn't transmit sound. He had only observed them exchanging a few words before they proceeded to engage the current group. The chief instructor, useless. Jiang Jingfei? What does that have to do with him? In the forest, Song Zhijiao surveyed the fallen adversaries around her, dusting off her hands before stepping beside Xie Jinyan and raising her hand. Glancing down at Song Zhijiao's palm, Xie Jinyan appeared perplexed, seemingly unsure of what to do. A high five, of course. Song Zhijiao regarded him as if he were a fool. Xie Jinyan. That look seems oddly familiar. Slap. Their palms met in midair, signifying the conclusion of their first collaboration. However, at that moment, neither Song Zhijiao nor Xie Jinyan realized that this was merely the beginning. As Song Zhijiao drew her gun to eliminate the remaining opponents. She turned to discuss how to divide the spoils with Xie Jinyan, only to find him stepping back. Xie Jinyan stood tall at her diagonal rear, his hair slightly disheveled from the recent skirmish. "All for you," his tone was calm. Upon hearing Xie Jinyan's words, Song Zhijiao lifted her head, her expression one of confusion. "Why? Don't you want the reward?" he replied, as if it were the most natural thing. Song Zhijiao. Oh, when did Xie Jinyan become so perceptive? Confirming that he genuinely had no interest in the spoils, Song Zhijiao efficiently eliminated each opponent with a single shot. Thus, in the monitoring room, the instructors watched as the top-ranked duo dispatched their foes, with the second-ranking S points soaring while the first remained stagnant. The instructors. "What is it? Must we only meet at the pinnacle before we agree to ascend the ranks together?" If you were to say that Xie Jinyan possesses a competitive spirit, it seems he pays little heed to the points that if you were to assert that he does not, the students next door, who are still groaning in the lounge after being beaten, would vehemently disagree. It often gives the impression of lying down yet being unable to rest, repeatedly pulled to perform sit-ups. Song Zhijiao gazed at her points, which had risen to 170, just a mere 5 points shy of the first place held by Xie Jinyan. Casting a glance at the sky, she suggested, "Let us find a place to rest for the night. The forest offers poor visibility after dark, and many strange beasts roam. It would be prudent to locate a resting spot first." Xie Jinyan nodded in agreement. Eventually, the two found a cave by the time they had settled. The sun had set, leaving only a sliver of twilight hanging on the horizon. Song Zhijiao decided to venture out and forage for food while there was still a hint of light. She wasn't particularly fond of fish. Yesterday, having been too late, she had caught some from the river nearby, and today she was not inclined to eat fish again. "Shall we hunt some strange beasts together?" She invited Xie Jinyan. That a moment of blankness crossed Xie Jinyan's face, as if he struggled to comprehend why others would avoid strange beasts while Song Zhijiao sought them out. "The beasts we catch can be made in a barbecue. My culinary skills are quite commendable," she tempted. Xie Jinyan's expression remained indifferent. After all, the chefs in the Xie household were well-paid and skilled, and he did not believe Song Zhijiao's abilities would surpass that of a professional chef. Nonetheless, he eventually stood up. "Let us go," he instructed Song Zhijiao, "to hunt strange beasts." As it turned out, their luck that day was indeed favorable. Within 20 minutes of venturing out, they encountered a creature resembling a wild boar. Song Zhijiao's eyes sparkled. Just as she prepared to use her vines to bind it, she heard Xie Jinyan coldly utter 2 words. Crash into the tree. In the next instant, she watched as the wild boar collided headlong with a nearby tree, its eyes rolling back before it succumbed. Song Zhijiao. So, this ability of language manipulation is truly overpowered. Yet, without the need to lift a finger, she felt quite relaxed, bouncing over to the boar and contemplating how to transport it back to the cave. Meanwhile, Xie Jinyan stood silently beside her, awaiting her next move. Just as Song Zhijiao was pondering, Her consciousness suddenly detected movement in the nearby thicket. At the same moment, Xie Jinyan cast his gaze toward the same bushes. A rustling sound emanated from there, and both Xie Jinyan and Song Zhiliao fixed their sharp eyes upon it, neither daring to move. In the next moment, a white lion emerged from the green foliage, slowly turning its head to regard the two humans before it. Chapter 28. Pai Xiao. It was the first time Song Zhiliao had seen a lion in reality, momentarily leaving her in a daze. While Xie Jinyan stepped forward, quietly positioning himself protectively in front of her. Vigilantly observing the lion, he employed his mental prowess to gauge the creature's strength, only to discover that its level was quite formidable. The last time he felt such a presence was when he encountered that enormous bird behind the school. Prepared to exhaust his mental energy once more, Xie Jinyan's violet eyes flickered as he was about to unleash his ability. Wait! Just as his lips moved, ready to manifest language manipulation, Song Zhiliao stepped forward and grasped his wrist. The gathered energy instantly dissipated. Xie Jinyan ignored Song Zhiliao's hold on him and looked down at her. His tone noticeably accelerated. This beast is immensely powerful that we cannot wait for it to strike. We must take the initiative to stand a chance. Song Zhiliao's eyes shone brightly, her voice calm. I understand, but this beast harbors no ill intent towards us. Upon hearing her words, Xie Jinyan's brow furrowed slightly, clearly skeptical. Yet, he turned his gaze towards the lion positioned diagonally in front of them. After cautiously assessing its expression, Xie Jinyan soon realized that this beast was unlike any he had encountered before. Unlike the malevolent glints in the eyes of other beasts, this lion's gaze was remarkably tranquil, merely tinged with curiosity upon meeting theirs. Indeed, as Song Zhiliao had stated, this beast bore them no malice. Recognizing this, Xie Jinyan's tense posture relaxed somewhat, allowing his body to shift aside to grant Song Zhiliao a clear view of the creature. While Xie Jinyan scrutinized the beast, Song Zhiliao was communicating with Zhu Ke in her consciousness. Song Zhiliao, are you certain? The appearance of the distant beast was vividly transmitted to her consciousness through her eyes, and Zhu Ke examined it before confidently declaring, I am certain. All right. Receiving Zhu Chue's affirmation, Song Zhiliao withdrew from her consciousness. Raising her gaze once more to the beast several paces away, that a closer look revealed that this lion was distinctly different from an ordinary lion. Its body was covered in gray-white fur, and behind each ear on its head sprouted a small horn, though its thick fur made it difficult to discern. Song Zhiliao's gaze fell upon the wings tightly pressed against its back. Her brown eyes filled with intrigue. It was evident that this creature was not a lion at all. Recalling Zhu Chue's earlier words in her consciousness, Song Zhiliao took a step towards it, observing her movement. Xie Jinyan instinctively sought to intervene, but halted when she raised her hand to signal him to stop. With pursed lips, he ultimately chose to position himself slightly behind her. Those with combat experience would note that Xie Jinyan had positioned himself cleverly. This stance did not impede Song Zhiliao's actions while allowing him to swiftly shield her in the event of danger, also permitting him to guard her back. Simultaneously, Xie Jinyan's body tensed again. An energy began to coalesce around him. Until Song Zhiliao approached the lion, it displayed no inclination to attack. Whether it was merely her illusion, Song Zhiliao felt that the gaze resting upon her was exceedingly gentle. Was it due to Zhu Chue's influence? Considering the entity's identity, she deemed it quite probable. When she was 3 steps away from the lion, she halted, under the lion's curious gaze and Xie Jinyan's watchful scrutiny. She bent down. Bringing her line of sight level with the beast, Song Zhiliao spoke in a negotiating tone, Could you assist me in moving the wild boar? In return, I shall prepare barbecue for you. Upon hearing her proposition, the lion blinked its golden eyes, seemingly pondering or perhaps failing to comprehend. Just as Xie Jinyan intended to remind Song Zhiliao that beasts could not understand human speech. The creature let out a low growl and approached the fallen wild boar, its long tail arcing gracefully behind it. Did it understand? Xie Jinyan mused, somewhat astonished. Let us go. Song Zhiliao patted his shoulder. Her mood visibly buoyant. Back to barbecue. The weight of the wild boar appeared negligible to the lion, which effortlessly picked up the prey and turned to look at Song Zhiliao, its golden eyes seemingly signaling her to lead the way. Here it comes. Song Zhiliao's eyes lit up as she pulled Xie Jinyan alongside her, and the trio made their way back to the cave. This extraordinary pairing caught the attention of the observation room. Is there such a friendly beast? One person asked in bewilderment. I don't think so, to at least. We have never encountered such a thing. Then what is the situation with this one? Not only did it refrain from attacking, but it also assisted in transporting its prey. What a marvelous helper in the forest. No one in the observation room answered his question, for until that moment, they had never witnessed humans and beasts coexisting harmoniously. Historically, humans and beasts had maintained a relationship of mutual hostility. Upon encountering one another, it was a fight to the death. Only a select few with high mental prowess could mark beasts with mental seals to command them. But they had to remain wary of potential backlash, i.e. the screen's depiction of harmonious interaction. Such a scenario had never been observed. Watching the lion, which had dutifully placed the wild boar inside the cave. The observation room fell into silence. Inside the cave, Song Zhuliao and Xie Jinyan divided their tasks. You go find some branches. I will handle the wild boar, Song Zhuliao remarked, in comparison to the considerably larger wild boar. Collecting twigs was evidently a far easier task. When Xie Jinyan inquired whether she wished to switch, receiving a negative response, he merely nodded slightly and exited the cave. Watching Xie Jinyan's retreating figure, Song Zhuliao let out a sigh of relief. She still needed to extract the inner Dan from the wild boar. Had Xie Jinyan been present, she would have found it difficult to explain. Suddenly, the previously silent lion sauntered over to her side, its tail gently brushing against her calf. Observing the lion's fluffy mane, Song Zhuliao tentatively extended her hand. Its golden eyes were warm and gentle. And even as her hand rested upon its head, it continued to regard her quietly. Noticing its lack of reaction, Song Zhuliao grew bolder, beginning to stroke its head. The lion let out a soft growl as its fur became tousled. Yet it neither flinched nor withdrew. Instead, nudging its head against her palm, that a smile blossomed in Song Zhuliao's eyes as she chose to selectively ignore the incessant chirping of the Zhuke in her consciousness. After indulging in the lion's plush fur, Song Zhuliao withdrew her hand and, sitting cross-legged before the lion, extended her hand in a gesture of greeting, her eyes sparkling with joy to Pai Xiao. Hello there. Upon hearing her words, the Pai Xiao tilted its head and then lifted a front paw to rest upon her hand. Roar. Understanding this was a greeting, Song Zhuliao grasped the Pai Xiao's paw and shook it up and down in acknowledgement. Leaning her chin on her hand, she gazed at the Pai Xiao squatting beside her and murmured softly, "Where did you come from?" The moment she first laid eyes on the Pai Xiao in the forest, Zhuke had immediately identified it in her consciousness as a divine beast, the Pai Xiao. The familiar aura that Zhuke sensed aboard the starship also emanated from it. Song Zhuliao had not anticipated encountering a divine beast within the misty forest. Little one, do you happen to know it from before? She inquired of Zhuke in her mind. Zhuke observed the Pai Xiao, which was now licking its paw, and finally replied uncertainly, I can't recall. The lifespan of divine beasts is exceedingly long, rendering time meaningless to them. Having witnessed countless worldly affairs, most divine beasts develop a cold and indifferent disposition, retreating into some secluded mountain forest when not engaged in any matters, when boredom strikes. They take a nap, only to awaken to a world that has long since changed, with their former companions vanished without a trace. Eventually, as spiritual energy gradually dwindled, many extraordinary beasts perished alongside it, leaving Zhuke to languidly await its own demise. The memories of the past had faded with the passage of time, leaving only the days spent beside Song Zhuliao as vivid. Thus, Zhuke genuinely had no recollection of whether it knew the Pai Xiao. Very well, Song Zhuliao decided not to dwell on the matter. She was unsure if all divine beasts possessed such amiable temperaments, but this particular Pai Xiao was indeed gentle. Even when someone pressed its head down to sit, it merely wagged its tail and looked at her with a soft gaze. Unable to resist, Song Zhuliao playfully ruffled its fluffy mane several times. Ji, the white tiger will not let you off easy, Zhuke remarked, observing Song Zhuliao's increasingly audacious actions. Song Zhuliao's hand froze momentarily in midair, and after a second, she nonchalantly withdrew it. The sensation of its fur vanished, and the Pai Xiao raised its head. Casting a puzzled glance at the suddenly guilty Song Zhu, and no worries, I'm off to roast some meat, she reassured it, patting its head in a gesture of comfort before turning towards the wild boar lying on the ground. Song Zhuliao first extracted the inner Dan from the wild boar, then began to tend to the entrails. Midway through, The Pai Xiao curiously leaned in closer, prompting Song Zhiliao to glance at it with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Nudging it with her elbow, "Stay a bit further back. My hands are covered in blood, and I wouldn't want to splatter you." Acknowledging that the Pai Xiao could understand her words, Song Zhiliao spoke to it in a gentle tone. At her words, the Pai Xiao retreated a few steps before plopping down beside her. "Well, that works too," Song Zhiliao conceded. When Xie Jinyan returned, carrying branches, he was met with the sight of Song Zhiliao laboriously dissecting a creature, while another creature sat beside her, blinking its golden eyes in fascination as it observed the dissection of its kin. Xie Jinyan paused for a moment, ultimately opting to move aside to tend to the fire. He did not understand, yet he respected the scene before him. When Song Zhiliao stood up, her bloodied hands raised, the fire on the opposite side of the cave blazed brightly. Meeting Xie Jinyan's gaze by the fire, he gave her a thumbs up. His eyes then shifted slightly away from her hands, which were stained crimson. That a hint of disdain I detect." Song Zhiliao mused inwardly. Without a doubt, Xie Jinyan's next words confirmed her suspicion. "Do you wish to wash your hands?" Song Zhiliao replied. I have never felt his seemingly indifferent words to be so ruthless. Yet, she knew her hands needed a wash. Recalling her journey down to the cave, she realized there had been no sign of a river. Just as she contemplated extending her consciousness to locate a nearby water source, her clothing was unexpectedly tugged. "What's the matter?" she inquired, looking down at the Pai Xiao that had caught hold of her garment. Noting the Pai Xiao bore no ill intentions towards them, Xie Jinyan relaxed his earlier vigilance. Assessing the creature's intent, "It seems to want you to follow it.in response. Song Zhiliao glanced at the Pai Xiao for confirmation, which nodded its head slightly. Thus, she followed the Pai Xiao outside, successfully discovering a small stream. "Wow!" Song Zhiliao exclaimed. The stream's water was somewhat cool at night, as she crouched by the bank to wash her hands. The Pai Xiao, with its golden eyes shining brightly in the darkness, stood guard beside her, its demeanor watchful. The Pai Xiao was of a size comparable to a modern lion, perhaps even larger, effectively shielding Song Zhiliao, instilling her with a sense of safety. After shaking off the droplets of water from her hands, she seized the opportunity to stroke the Pai Xiao's head once more. "Let us head back to roast some meat," she declared. Upon her return, Xie Jinyan had arranged the meat she had prepared beside the fire. The wild boar was quite sizable, and the pile reached the height of a human's calf, after placing the final piece. Rustling sounds emerged from the cave entrance. Xie Jinyan turned to see Song Zhiliao returning alongside the Pai Xiao, which was closely following her. Noticing the sudden chill in the atmosphere as their gazes met, Xie Jinyan and the golden-eyed creature exchanged a brief glance before turning their eyes away. Spotting an unfamiliar herb in Song Zhiliao's hand, Xie Jinyan's gaze lingered. Noticing his curiosity, Song Zhiliao lifted her hand and explained, "I gathered this as seasoning." Having frequently ventured into the mountains to forage for spiritual herbs for Zhuke, she had gradually come to recognize many plants that on her way back, she had spotted several familiar herbs in the misty forest and decided to collect a few. The rosemary and mint in her possession were perfect for flavoring the roasted meat. As Xie Jinyan's confusion dissipated, surprise took its place. "You can identify herbs?" To his knowledge, very few people in the interstellar age could accurately distinguish between herbs. Indeed, Song Zhiliao boasted unabashedly, "I can do it all." Upon hearing her words, a hint of amusement danced in Xie Jinyan's eyes. He responded softly, a warmth unexpectedly coloring his demeanor. As Song Zhiliao arranged the meat on a stick, she watched the flames licking at everything around them, leaning against the Pai Xiao's warm belly, her eyes filled with tranquility. Xie Jinyan settled down beside her, his cool features illuminated by the flickering firelight, lending them an unexpected warmth. Stealing a glance at him, Song Zhiliao pondered what thoughts occupied his mind. She had countless questions to pose. Did his special treatment of her stem from recognizing her as the person from the back mountain? Why did he harbor such profound disdain for the world? Why did his mother strike him? Yet in the end, she asked nothing. There was ample time ahead, she thought, as she absently stroked the Pai Xiao's fur. Slowly, then as the sizzling sound of oil popping in the fire resonated within the cave, Song Zhiliao deftly sliced a piece of meat with her clean military knife. Once she confirmed the inside was thoroughly cooked, she carefully removed the mint and rosemary from the surface, presenting the golden brown roasted meat to Xie Jinyan. "The Dio, give my cooking a try," she said with a smile. Xie Jinyan obediently accepted the offering, and as the steam began to dissipate, he lowered his head to take a bite. Song Zhiliao blinked and asked eagerly, "How is it delicious?" Xie Jinyan looked down at the roasted meat in his hands, a touch of surprise crossing his face. The essence of the food had not been diminished by the flames. Rather, it had been further enhanced by the spices, creating a flavor he had never encountered before. Moreover, whether it was merely his illusion or not, it seemed that the spiritual energy he had previously expended was gradually returning. That he glanced at Song Zhiliao, who was slicing the meat beside him, a peculiar feeling stirring within him. Song Zhiliao, sensing Xie Jinyan's inquisitive gaze, maintained an air of calmness. She was not surprised by his reaction. The ability systems of their two worlds bore striking similarities, leading her to speculate that if spiritual energy was beneficial to her, it might also hold advantages for the inhabitants of this world. Thus, when she had gathered mint and rosemary outside, she had chosen the two plants that were most rich in spiritual essence. During the roasting of the meat, she had consciously infused it with her own spiritual energy. Observing Xie Jinyan's reaction now confirmed her suspicions that a smirk played at the corners of Song Zhiliao's mouth as she hastened her movements in slicing the meat. Drawn by the enticing aroma, the qilin that had been serving as a cushion for her slightly shifted, resting its head on her shoulder. The sudden weight startled Song Zhiliao, and she turned her head to see the qilin's fluffy profile. Laughing softly as she asked, "Are you hungry too?" The qilin emitted a low growl in response. Understanding its intent, Song Zhiliao deftly speared a piece of meat with her military knife and presented it to the creature. The qilin's long tongue snaked out, devouring the roasted meat in one swift motion. This was Song Zhiliao's first experience feeding such a large beast, and she felt a thrill of novelty. After it swallowed the meat, she offered another piece, but this time the qilin declined. It nudged her hand with its snout, pushing the meat back towards her mouth. At that moment, Xie Jinyan interjected with an icy comment. "You eat yours. It can hunt for itself." The qilin turned to glare at Xie Jinyan, who calmly met its gaze, his eyes seemingly challenging it to act. With a disdainful snort, the qilin returned its head to Song Zhiliao's shoulder. Xie Jinyan let out a cold huff, choosing not to engage further. This confirmed for him that this unusually friendly beast was only amiable towards Song Zhiliao, showing little interest in anyone else. With a morsel of meat in her mouth, Song Zhiliao turned to see Xie Jinyan deep in thought, his gaze cast downward. She mumbled, "Aren't you going to eat?" If she recalled correctly, he had only consumed a single piece of meat earlier. Upon hearing her, Xie Jinyan reached for another piece of roasted meat and explained in a subdued tone, "I was just pondering something." Song Zhiliao struggled to chew her morsel and casually inquired, "What is it?" Xie Jinyan replied, "Considering whom I wish to encounter." Song Zhiliao raised an eyebrow. "You have people you wish to avoid." She set down her knife, genuinely puzzled. After all, Xie Jinyan struck her as someone who could handle anything. He seemed indifferent and less provoked, that it was difficult to imagine him shying away from someone. Once he swallowed the meat in his mouth, Xie Jinyan began to respond that it's not so much about avoidance. It's just that encountering them could lead to complications that Song Zhiliao mused, her attention slightly with a bewildered expression. She cradled the crimson orb in her hands, momentarily perplexed by Zhu Chue's intentions. In the next instant, she felt the temperature in her palms rising rapidly. It soon settled at a pleasantly warm level, with a continuous stream of heat permeating her hands and gradually dispersing throughout her limbs. The chill was instantaneously banished from her body. Song Zhili suddenly grasped Zhu Chue's purpose. Her heart felt as if it were enveloped in tepid water, prompting her to snugly wrap the blanket around herself. It would be disingenuous to claim she felt no trepidation upon entering this entirely unfamiliar realm. However, she was relieved to know she was not alone. That moment, the sound of claws scraping against the gravel reached her ears from behind. Turning her head, she discovered it was Pixie in the enveloping darkness. It had precisely located her position, and upon approaching, it merely settled down quietly beside her, a silent companionship. Realizing Picio's intent, the corners of Song Zhili's mouth curved upward slightly. Leaning against Picio, shielded from the evening chill by her blanket, and clutching the Zhuke hand warmer, she sat at the cave's entrance, gazing up at the night sky. The term misty forest was not an arbitrary designation. During the day, the forest was shrouded in white mist, rendering visibility low. Even the sunlight appeared hazy. Yet at night, the persistent white fog began to dissipate. Theories could not elucidate this phenomenon. It could only be attributed to the slumbering deities. The starry sky revealed itself amidst the dispersing mist. Countless stars adorned the pitch-black expanse, quietly radiating a soft, silvery glow. Standing beneath this nocturnal canopy, the insignificance of humanity became starkly apparent, and the burdensome troubles of life seemed inconsequential. Losing their grip on her spirit, as she gazed at the sky above, an unprecedented tranquility washed over Song Zili. "Do you like this night sky?" A light, teasing tone floated in the air, elusive as morning mist. Song Zili's senses heightened. Yet the voice did not answer her inquiry. Instead, a gentle sigh followed. "It has been a long time, little trickster." "Who are you? Why do you tarnish others' reputations upon your arrival?" Song Zili retorted, her tone laced with irritation. However, the voice remained unfazed, still imbued with a cheerful demeanor, seemingly in even higher spirits. "Your temperament has not changed." Now thoroughly perplexed, Song Zili thought, "Did I know you before?" The manner of speech suggested a familiarity that spanned years. "The time is not yet ripe," the person replied cryptically, further igniting her annoyance. Moreover, whether it was her imagination or not, Song Zili felt his voice grow increasingly ethereal. "Did you not be angry?" The voice's owner seemed to sense her emotions. His tone tinged with exasperation. "Why are you still so impatient?" Though she longed to assert her perpetual impatience, he did not afford her the opportunity. "All right, I must take my leave now, having bent the rules this time. I cannot predict when we shall meet again." His tone bore a hint of regret, yet he spoke with an air of justification. "Take care of yourself." These were the final words left by the voice. And no matter what Song Zili uttered thereafter, she received no further response. "How peculiar," she muttered. Although her spiritual senses had detected no one nearby, the voice had materialized as if from thin air. She squeezed the blanket in her hands, only to realize the surrounding silence felt oppressively profound. Given the earlier circumstances, even if Pichio remained silent, Zhuke should not have been so reticent. She promptly lifted the blanket to confirm Zhuchua's presence. A cold draft seeped in as she did so. The little red orb stirred, raising its head with a quizzical tilt. Seemingly oblivious to the preceding events, that a sinking feeling settled in her heart as she inquired with an air of confusion. "Did you hear anything just now?" Zhuke, looking puzzled, shook its head, no sensing the change in Song Zili's demeanor. Zhuke grew anxious. "Is something wrong?" "Nothing's the matter," Song Zili reassured, gently stroking its head. "You should go back to sleep." After rewrapping herself in the blanket, she began to ponder the recent occurrence. The fact that Zhuke had heard nothing suggested that the incident was not rooted in reality. Suddenly, she recalled the disorienting sensation accompanying the voice's emergence and disappearance. The instructor's admonition echoed in her mind. The misty forest is a place of slumber for deities. There are many beasts capable of creating illusions. Everyone must be cautious that if it was not reality. Could it have been a mirage? Song Zili mused. However, as far as she knew, ordinary beasts were incapable of comprehending human speech, let alone hurling insults at her. The words he spoke eluded her understanding. She had only just arrived in this world. Why did he seem as though he had known her for ages? The enigma was overwhelming, and all Song Zili could do was neatly arrange these tangled threads. Awaiting the day, she could unravel them. Chapter 32. Xie Zhao's invitation for a deal as dawn broke. A yawn escaped Song Zili's lips as she smacked her lips together. After finishing the barbecue the previous night, thirst had plagued her, but venturing out in the dark felt unsafe. So she had endured until now. Rising to her feet, she summoned spiritual energy from the earth, positioning her hands to set up a concealed formation at the cave's entrance. Having completed this task, she turned and stepped out of the cave. After a night had passed, the white mist began to seep back into the forest. Wiping the droplets from her arms, Song Zili navigated by memory, leading Pichio, who had followed her out, toward the stream they visited yesterday. Realizing she was headed to the same little creek, Pichio trotted ahead, seemingly eager to take the lead. That a sigh of relief escaped Song Zili as she silently thanked it for its perceptiveness. Given the combination of the mist and her inherent tendency to get lost, it was entirely possible for her to become disoriented in the forest, to avoid the instructor's scrutiny. Zhuke had retreated early into her consciousness. Song Zili had just taken a moment to peek into her consciousness and found the little creature fast asleep. If it weren't for the incentive of bonuses, I would definitely find a tree, set up a formation around it, and sleep. she lamented, feeling the weight of her responsibilities. After reaching the creek from yesterday, Song Jili began to investigate the water for fish, thinking a fish soup would be delightful. However, she quickly remembered she had no pot. When will this midterm examination finally conclude? She sighed. Gathering a few wild fruits by the riverbank, she and Pichio walked back toward the cave, leaving behind a trail of footprints. Selecting a fruit that had already been washed, Song Jili bit into it, the sweet juice bursting in her mouth, invigorating her half-awake mind. That it must be said, the fruits in this forest were quite delightful. After a few more steps, she approached Pichio and offered it a fruit. Try this. Pichio flicked its tongue and swiftly snatched the fruit from her hand. Watching it disappear instantly, Song Jili realized she had underestimated the quantity she should have offered. Just as she prepared to bend down for more, her spiritual senses detected a disturbance nearby. Who is there? Song Jili suddenly lifted her head, her gaze sharp as she focused on a figure 20 meters away. No response came. The sounds of birds chirping filled the morning forest, and Song Jili held Pichio, which was displaying a fierce demeanor, in check. That if you do not reveal yourself, I shall approach you, she declared icily. 3 seconds later, a shadow emerged from the spot she was observing, gradually becoming clearer as it closed the distance. When it was merely 10 steps away, Song Jili distinctly recognized the familiar pair of purple eyes. Identical to Xie Jinyan's. In an instant, she realized the identity of the person before her, Xie Jinyan's younger brother, Xie Zhao. However, aside from those striking purple eyes, there was nothing else that resembled Xie Jinyan. Moreover, despite his noble demeanor, Song Jili sensed an underlying malice beneath his skin. There's something you need? She inquired. Xie Zhao regarded her with keen interest, his purple eyes glimmering with intense curiosity. You can detect me from such a distance. Is your ability one of detection? Irritated by his question, Song Jili clicked her tongue. That is not true. Your eyes bear no resemblance to Xie Jinyan's. She found Xie Jinyan's eyes rather appealing, while Xie Zhao's felt somewhat repugnant. Mind your own business, she shot back. Xie Zhao raised an eyebrow, feigning confusion. Why do you harbor such animosity towards me? Song Jili rolled her eyes, her exasperation bubbling to the surface. The divine beast possessed an acute sensitivity to human emotions and malice. Even Pichio, standing beside her, had been baring its teeth for quite some time. Were it not for her restraint, it would have lunged at Xie Zhao already. Yet this malicious individual questioned why others disliked him. I simply find you unlikable. Song Jiliao's response was utterly lackluster. She now somewhat regretted placing the gun in the cave. Initially, she had thought she could merely take a stroll and return swiftly, not anticipating an encounter with a man whose smile was devoid of genuine warmth. Despite her overtly unfriendly demeanor, Xie Zhao seemed unfazed, and no matter, he mused, leisurely approaching a few more steps, unfazed by Song Jiliao's watchful gaze. He curved his lips into a smile and proposed, how about we strike a deal? Song Jiliao's immediate reaction was one of disbelief. What kind of transaction could she possibly have with him? Yet, Xie Zhao's subsequent words piqued her interest. That I know you've been searching for a house lately. Annoyance flared within her. These wealthy individuals were truly insufferable. It seemed that in modern times, they took pleasure in prying into the affairs of others as if meandering through their own gardens. It was absurdly idle. Just as she was on the verge of taking action, Xie Zhao elucidated the terms of the deal. You eliminate Xie Jinyan, and I will provide you with a house adjacent to the school, along with 1 million star coins. His tone was declarative, devoid of any intent to negotiate with Song Jiliao, as if he were certain she would not refuse. Song Jiliao, perplexed, inquired, why don't you eliminate him yourself? After all, it was something he could easily do. Why resort to convoluted means to approach her? Xie Zhao wore an enigmatic smile. What fun would it be if I did it myself? It's far more entertaining if you take action. Song Jiliao gazed at him, dumbfounded by the malice that seemed to emanate from him, concluding that he was nothing short of deranged. She began to comprehend Xie Zhao's implication. Should he act? The worst consequence would merely be physical harm. However, if she, as a companion, were to act, it would inflict psychological damage. What do you think? This deal is quite advantageous. ISNT it. By eliminating Xie Jinyan, you could directly ascend to the top of the leaderboard and acquire what I promised. With a smile lingering on his lips, Xie Zhao regarded the taciturn Song Jiliao, his mind brimming with confidence. He was convinced this was a transaction that would yield her nothing but benefits. Yet, Song Zhiliao pondered, his rhetoric seemed excessively polished. He appeared to excel at coaxing companions into turning against each other. This was undoubtedly not the first time Xie Zhao had engaged in such tactics. She affirmed inwardly. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly noticed Xie Zhao's gaze drifting over her shoulder. Her heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition surged within her, causing her spine to stiffen. She quickly turned, following the line of his malicious gaze, and found herself locked in with a pair of tranquil violet eyes. Xie Jinyan stood concealed behind the mist, merely dozens of steps away. The atmosphere became suffocatingly silent. As Song Zhiliao regained her composure and attempted to speak, Xie Zhao interjected, "Oh, what a coincidence, second brother," he remarked with a smile that felt as though a droplet of water had fallen into the ocean. Receiving no response whatsoever, Song Zhiliao thought, "Now I truly regret not having dealt with that man." Not far off, Xie Jinyan did not spare Xie Zhao a single glance. He merely fixed his gaze on Song Zhiliao. "Shall we go?" he inquired, his tone flat and devoid of deviation from his usual demeanor, leaving even Xie Zhao momentarily unable to discern his thoughts. Just as he was about to say something to provoke Xie Jinyan, Song Zhiliao moved. The gray-white beast, Pai Xiao, fixated on Xie Zhao, bared its teeth. Song Zhiliao smiled at Xie Zhao's suddenly pallid expression, delivering a clear threat. "If you say another word, I'll let it bite you." Xie Zhao's countenance soured. He had initially noted the formidable presence of the beast beside Song Zhiliao, but its lack of overt aggression had lulled him into a false sense of security. When its docile facade vanished, its ferocity was laid bare. Over the years, Xie Zhao had lived on the main planet, and even when near the forest, he was always accompanied by guards. The last time he encountered a powerful creature, he had merely traded for it, parting with another beast. Recalling the creature that could only comprehend human speech, Xie Zhao felt a twinge of resentment that he had never encountered such a unique beast. Yet his psychic energy level was insufficient to imprint it. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Song Zhiliao, demanding, "How could your psychic energy level be in Class F? This creature, known as Pai Xiao, is undoubtedly of high rank, comparable to that formidable bird I previously encountered. How could you possibly control such a beast with only Class F psychic energy?" Song Zhiliao offered no reply, merely patting Pai Xiao's head, prompting the gray cat to take a step forward. As Pai Xiao edged closer to Xie Zhao, the threat in her eyes became increasingly pronounced. Xie Zhao muttered a curse under his breath, leaving behind a parting remark to consider before vanishing into thin air. Detecting the fluctuations in the surrounding space, Song Zhiliao's gaze flickered that he runs quite fast. She mumbled, then turned to approach Xie Jinyan with Pai Xiao in tow. Upon reaching Xie Jinyan, Song Zhiliao was about to speak. But he interrupted her. "Let us go, Ditto." Walking silently beside him, Song Zhiliao sensed something amiss in Xie Jinyan's demeanor, that if the former Xie Jinyan was akin to a thin layer of ice on a winter lake, the current one felt entirely frozen, that if he continued to remain silent, he might as well become a massive block of ice. "What did you hear just now?" Song Zhiliao ventured, shattering the silence between them, unreservedly opting to address the potential bombshell that loomed between them. Meeting her fearless gaze, Xie Jinyan's violet eyes flickered, his emotions further restrained. "That I heard most of it," he replied. Song Zhiliao stated, "I have no intention of agreeing." The Zhuke inner sea of consciousness and the Pai Xiao beside them both fell into silence. That it was the first time encountering such an explanation, and yet Xie Jinyan had responded affirmatively. "So why are you unhappy?" Song Zhiliao inquired, perplexed. She could sense that his emotions were not directed at her, yet ever since seeing Xie Zhao, his mood had remained low. However, Xie Jinyan did not respond to her question. Instead, revisiting the earlier matter, "You could agree to his proposal." "What?" Song Zhiliao paused, momentarily unable to grasp Xie Jinyan's meaning. His steps were steady, and his breathing remained even despite their pace. "That you're right. This is an advantageous deal for you. If it's because of me, then it's fine. You can consider it a favor returned from the last time in the back mountain." His words struck like a sharp blade, seemingly aimed to sever any ties between them without hesitation. Song Zhiliao halted abruptly, and Pai Xiao skidded to a stop behind her, nearly colliding with her back. The beast's bewildered call echoed in her ears, and the Zhuke in her sea of consciousness erupted in uproar. Song Zhiliao stood frozen, unsure whether to be shocked by Xie Jinyan's recognition of her, or to refute his statement. Xie Jinyan stood still, allowing her to scrutinize him, his violet eyes devoid of emotion. Witnessing his demeanor ignited a fire of anger within her. She could no longer afford to dwell on his acknowledgement. Xie Jinyan's attitude was infuriating. "Why?" she pressed, suppressing her ire. "Why would you say that betraying you is a good deal? Why, just a few weeks ago, were you angry because I bet against you, and now you've placed yourself as a bargaining chip? Why do you act so unfazed, as if you're accustomed to this?" "Because it is the truth," Xie Jinyan replied. Song Zhiliao continued to press. "What benefit does this provide you? If it's a win-win for me. What about you?" After a moment of silence, Xie Jinyan answered, "It's merely about being eliminated. No, it's not as simple as just being eliminated. Being betrayed is certainly not a pleasant experience." Song Zhiliao realized that Xie Jinyan had not considered himself a candidate for selection. Instead, he merely analyzed what she could gain from her perspective. Only those with leverage would be chosen, so when that leverage was to be used, it was only natural to discard it, and he had become the one to be sacrificed. "Xie Jinyan, is this what you mean?" Confusion clouded Song Zhiliao's eyes. She was not contemplating a debate with him, but instead stated plainly, "Xie Jinyan, you are not a bargaining chip, at least not in my eyes." Song Zhiliao spoke each word with unwavering certainty. "Thus, I have no need to use you as a means to obtain anything. I do not require others to provide me with those things." From a young age, the experiences of wandering had taught Song Zhiliao that if she desired something, she must proactively pursue it. Relying on others is never as dependable as relying on oneself. Therefore, even if the protagonist of today's discussion were not Xie Jinyan, she would not barter anything for it. Xie Jinyan, however, had been consistently kind to her since the beginning of the semester, tutoring her, sharing points, and voluntarily keeping vigil throughout the night. She was not oblivious to the sincerity of others. Song Zhiliao preferred not to actively engage in cause and effect, but should it arise, she would not shy away from it. Since she could not evade Xie Jinyan, she would accept this bond, that if Xie Jinyan were to become upset due to being treated as a wager, it would be unreasonable to become a willing pawn. Song Zhiliao recalled her psychology teacher's theories on childhood trauma. Yet, observing Xie Jinyan's evident reluctance to engage in conversation, she recognized that this was not an opportune moment. Just moments ago, he had debated with her with reason. But upon hearing her words, he appeared as if scalded, now silent and focused solely on the path ahead. Xie Jinyan's demeanor left Song Zhiliao feeling somewhat vexed. Indeed, he must be a problematic child. Chapter 34. Speculation. Noticing Xie Jinyan's resistance to the topic, Song Zhiliao decided to change the subject. "How did you recognize me?" Logically, my disguise should not have diminished. Xie Jinyan's expression shifted slightly, as if recalling something. And Song Zhiliao discerned a hint of turmoil on his face. "I have an unsettling premonition that it's nothing. Please speak freely." She had mentally prepared herself. Xie Jinyan's eyes flicked, and upon confirming that Song Zhiliao's expression was tolerable, he spoke frankly, "Your height is quite rare." "Just say I am conspicuously short? Perhaps due to the rapid technological advancements of the interstellar era or some growth hormone in the nutritional liquid they consumed." Everyone on the streets was taller than the last. Even the average height for women had risen to a staggering 170 centimeters. Thus, Song Zhiliao, who was not considered short in modern times, stood out here, that if only I had food while growing, I wouldn't be this petite, she muttered under her breath. "What?" Xie Jinyan did not catch her words. "That it's nothing," Song Zhiliao huffed. Past events were best left unspoken, for they could not be altered. She gently patted the fluffy head of her companion, and her spirits lifted quickly. "Do you have any questions for me?" She assumed Xie Jinyan must have many inquiries, such as about Zhu Ke or why she had resorted to disguise. However, Xie Jinyan's response was unexpectedly straightforward. "None." Song Zhiliao found herself momentarily stunned. She felt as if she had prepared thoroughly for an exam, only to have the paper snatched away at the last moment. Infuriatingly, the one who had taken it remained blissfully unaware. This left her at a loss for words, her cleverly concocted responses stifled. Observing Song Zhiliao's flustered state, Xie Jinyan's brows subtly shifted, a flicker of triumph rising within him. This time, it was not he who was at a disadvantage. Still unwilling to let it go, Song Zhiliao pressed. "Are you really not curious?" Xie Jinyan replied coldly. "Not curious." Humph. A familiar sense of helplessness washed over her. Song Zhiliao's demeanor clearly indicated she had no intention of revealing the truth. Had he pressed her, it would have required considerable effort to fabricate a lie. So he chose not to inquire further. Everyone has their secrets, he stated softly. I think I will wait until you are willing to share before I become curious. The corners of Song Juliao's mouth fell flat. She regarded Xie Jinyan intently, seemingly assessing the truth of his words. Dressed in his combat uniform, he stood tall, his black hair slightly dampened by dew, clinging to his forehead, while his purple eyes remained as serene as ever. At 186 centimeters, he was forced to look down at Song Juliao, a position that strained his neck, yet he showed no inclination to move, that he simply allowed her to gaze into his eyes. Xie Jinyan believed Song Juliao was merely verifying his statement. In reality, she was contemplating something entirely different. She had keenly picked up on his choice of words. He mentioned waiting that in his context. It implied they must be maintaining a good relationship until that day. This was the first time Song Juliao had heard Xie Jinyan reference the future. Her heart fluttered, and she felt inexplicably pleased that it appeared her earlier words had indeed made an impression on him. Under Xie Jinyan's watchful gaze, she took a step back, her smile radiant. Then, until that day arrives, please maintain your curiosity. You must hold on until I am ready to tell you. Xie Jinyan seemed momentarily taken aback, then curled his lips into a faint smile. All right. Unbeknownst to them, an invisible thread seemed to bind them together, that a being from another world, after numerous evasions, had initiated a pact about the future with someone from this realm. Meanwhile, one who had never contemplated the future instinctively agreed to this arrangement that moment. They both believed the future was a distant concept, unaware that it was, in fact, quite close. The ties between individuals often run deeper than they realize. Unbeknownst to them, the seed had already been sown, it must be said. The pairing of the top-ranked and second-ranked individuals was indeed the most conspicuous combination in a mere half-day. Song Juliao and Xie Jinyan had encountered 3 groups of people lying in ambush for them. However, they maintained a unified stance. Eliminate as many as came. Song Juliao quickly discovered the joy of collaborating with Xie Jinyan. The movement of her vines was not entirely silent, if their speed was insufficient. Preemptively evading was entirely feasible. Although Xie Jinyan's abilities could not control everyone, they could slow their reactions by 2 or 3 seconds. This brief pause was ample time for Song Juliao to ensnare them all. Jiang Jingfei sat in the observation room, watching a group of individuals suspended in midair on the screen, unable to suppress a grin as he remarked, Song Juliao's control over the vines is remarkably adept. He turned to the chief instructor beside him, his tone rife with skepticism. Is her psychic ability and power truly only C rank? The chief instructor's expression darkened slightly, remaining silent in response to Jiang Jingfei's inquiry. If it truly were C rank, that would be rather abnormal. The files clearly indicated that Song Juliao's power pertained to plant growth, yet whose plants could physically ensnare others. The abilities of the deity as chosen were primarily healing in nature, rarely exhibiting offensive capabilities. Yet, what Song Juliao demonstrated was an ability only bestowed upon the favored of the deity, clearly displaying a stark contrast to others of her rank. That a bold hypothesis emerged in Jiang Jingfei's mind. Do you think she might be a messenger of the deity? In the eyes of interstellar beings, any oddity could be attributed to divine influence. The traits displayed by Song Juliao most closely aligned with their perceptions of divine favoritism. Naturally, those most favored would be the chosen messengers. Ouch! Jiang Jingfei clutched his head, having been struck by the chief instructor's fist in irritation. Why did you hit me? He Xiaoping shot him a disdainful glance. Her voice tinged with glee. You fool, do you think you can speculate about the divine? Especially one of the 5 supreme deities. Jiang Jingfei muttered under his breath, yet those high-ranking officials are constantly convening to study the messenger of the god of deception. Only then did he realize that one of those high-ranking officials was standing right beside him. Jiang Jingfei promptly lowered his head, feeling as though he were a quail. Oh no, here comes the reprimand. He thought dismally. However, after a while, no reprimand came. Jiang Jingfei wondered. Had the chief instructor suddenly lost his hearing? In the past, he would have been chastised mercilessly for speaking ill of the higher-ups. Not being scolded was quite nice. Jiang Jingfei accepted this phenomenon of his superior being slightly deaf, returning his attention to the screen. Unbeknownst to him, the chief instructor had not denied his rather absurd speculation at any point. Chapter 35. Faith having dealt with yet another group, Song Juliao glanced up at the sky and murmured, Time flies so quickly. She had not noticed that the sun had already dipped significantly. She activated her wristband to check her and Xie Jinyan's rankings, confirming that they were still leading by a substantial margin, before letting her hand fall. Since Xie Jinyan had stated he did not require a reward, Song Zhiliao felt at ease accepting a larger share of the spoils. Nevertheless, she ensured their scores remained closely aligned, always within the top 3, that once she confirmed that no one in the vicinity was approaching them. A playful glimmer sparkled in her eyes that so, now you know we are not to be trifled with. Xie Jinyan's lips curled slightly, the hint of a smile in his tone. Perhaps, out of the corner of her eye. Song Zhiliao extended her hand, and this time, Xie Jinyan smoothly raised his hand to give her a high five. This earned him a look of admiration from her. Xie Jinyan raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. Let us go. Song Zhiliao placed the collected bullets into the 2 backpacks, suggesting they find a place to spend the night. They had ventured deep into the forest, where the number of strange beasts they encountered had noticeably increased. While most people would avoid them if possible, Song Zhiliao had to hunt for the creature in her sea of consciousness, so she chose to confront them all. Xie Jinyan, uninterested in the beasts, typically leaned against a tree with his arms crossed, waiting for her. After a day's work, he asked her a question when she first dissected a beast's core, and upon receiving a response indicating her peculiar obsession with collection, he promptly fell silent, but he understood that some answers could only be revealed through maintaining curiosity. After confirming the quantity of cores in her bag, Song Zhiliao was satisfied and ceased her activity. She glanced at Xie Jinyan, marveling at what a wonderful companion he was. High combat ability, few words, and no incessant inquiries. Once she confirmed his attitude, Song Zhiliao began to act without restraint. She felt her proficiency in dissecting cores improving, and gave the vermilion bird in her sea of consciousness a thorough scolding, successfully arriving at a conclusion regarding her future. She could only express her anticipation for that day. As they walked, scanning their surroundings, Song Zhiliao sensed something amiss that felt increasingly desolate. Not in terms of vegetation, but rather, strange beasts had ceased to appear for some time. The sounds of birds had also faded, rendering the air eerily silent. Xie Jinyan noticed this issue as well. His brow furrowed, and after closing his eyes to sense the atmosphere, his expression darkened, but he concluded that their abilities were also being restricted. He had just attempted to activate his powers. Although he could still do so, the energy fluctuations were significantly weaker than before. Upon hearing Xie Jinyan's remark, Song Zhiliao felt a chill run down her spine and tried to manipulate her spiritual energy. Discovering that her speed had indeed slowed considerably, "It feels as though something is suppressing the energy," she remarked. Perhaps because she was using spiritual energy, it was slightly more challenging to control, yet the strength remained unchanged. In contrast, Xie Jinyan's abilities had been directly diminished. "Should we proceed?" she asked, tilting her head to gauge Xie Jinyan's opinion. Surprisingly, he affirmed her inquiry. Song Zhiliao looked at him in surprise. In her line of sight, Xie Jinyan was gazing straight ahead, his expression marked by an inexplicable determination, as if something ahead were drawing him. "And did I sense something ahead?" he stated. "What is it?" She inquired. "That I don't know," he replied. "All right then." Having spent 2 months here, Song Zhiliao had grown accustomed to the occasional eccentricities of the local populace. Xie Jinyan's reliance on intuition was tolerable. What she truly feared were those who dabbled in prophecy. She couldn't help but think of the cryptic when "Then let us go," she decided without hesitation, convinced that her abilities could safeguard the 2 of them. Since Xie Jinyan had accompanied her in battling beasts, it was only fair that she accompany him in following his intuition. "You can wait for me here if you don't wish to go," was what Xie Jinyan had initially intended to say. After all, with the unknown ahead and the risk of their abilities being suppressed, he believed that, given Song Zhiliao's nature, she would decisively choose to remain here. Indeed, even after just 2 months, Xie Jinyan had discerned her essence. She would never meddle in matters that did not concern her, nor would she willingly seek out trouble. That was all about evading the world. Thus, to this day, he remained puzzled as to why she had been on the back mountain that day, and why she had jumped down from the tree to stand before him. Now that they were partners, Song Zhiliao might stand up in the event of a similar situation, but before that day, Xie Jinyan had confirmed they were strangers. This was also a source of his confusion. "Let us go," Xie Jinyan said, no longer dwelling on the matter, that he sensed that when the day they had agreed upon arrived, all his questions would find answers. With too many uncertainties, Song Zhiliao decided to disperse her spiritual awareness. Allowing her to sense any dangers in advance, The nearby Pichio also felt her vigilance, its golden eyes narrowing slightly. However, like their surroundings, there were no traces of strange beasts within the area covered by her awareness. As if they were the only two living beings present. Embracing the philosophy of adapting to changes with stability, Songji Liao resolved to observe the situation. The silence around them was unnervingly profound. Xie Yin, does your family truly not have a divine envoy? Songji Liao attempted to break the oppressive quiet with conversation that it seems everyone says they come from the Xie family. Furthermore, during their classes, the instructors often cast their gazes upon Xie Yin, clearly observing him. The main family does not, Xie Yin replied quietly. Sensing her curiosity, he elaborated. On the night the divine monument illuminated, the family head summoned the members of the main family to check for divine insignia. The insignia is a mark of the divine envoy. Each chosen envoy possesses one. However, as the 5 supreme deities have never selected envoys, people still do not know what the insignia looks like. That night, it was confirmed that none of the main family members had one. He continued. Those with high supernatural talents gather in the main family. If they do not have it, there is no need to consider others that owe. Songji Liao pondered for a moment before asking, does the divine insignia remain visible at all times? Xie Yin shook his head slightly. I am not sure that it is said that the divine insignia of lower deities appears on the envoy like a tattoo, but no one dares to speculate about the supreme deities. Then, Songji Liao teased. Perhaps the deities have chosen you, but the insignia simply hasn't manifested yet. Xie Yin detected the playful tone in her voice and responded with a hint of jest. I believe the deities would not choose someone who does not believe in them. That makes sense. Songji Liao shrugged, feigning disappointment. All right then. The Pichio followed suit, imitating her with a roar, that if you were to become a divine envoy, I might just reap some benefits, she quipped. Xie Yin chuckled. That might disappoint you. Songji Liao huffed a couple of times, indicating her indifference. Chapter 36. The temple. The two of them meandered through the forest for over half an hour. Songji Liao brushed aside yet another leaf that nearly smacked her in the face. Feeling somewhat irritable. Why are the plants here so enormous? They're both tall and robust. The nutrients must be splendid. Xie Yin narrowly dodged the leaf that she had swatted away, noticing the situation behind him. Songji Liao felt a rare moment of embarrassment, that I'm sorry that I got too focused on the journey and forgot there were others behind. The forest was stiflingly hot, and their hair was nearly drenched in sweat. With Xie Yin's bangs already clinging to his forehead, he pressed his lips together, using his wrist to shield his brow, the fabric absorbing the beads of sweat that threatened to drip. Noticing Xie Yin's state, Songji Liao felt puzzled. Is he not afraid of heat? Observing his level of perspiration, she furrowed her brow, wondering if it was excessive. Are you all right? She inquired, slowing her pace to walk alongside him. I am fine. Xie Yin nodded, aware of her concern. His voice was low. It's always been like this since childhood. Upon hearing this, Songji Liao refrained from further comments. She glanced at the quietly following Pichio, unable to resist reaching out to pat its head. Roar? The Pichio looked at her in confusion. Songji Liao exclaimed, hugging it. What a good beast you are. You can lead the way and let me pet you. Yuri's simply essential in the forest. They continued walking for a while when suddenly, their view opened up dramatically. What is this? Songji Liao stared in astonishment at the building before her. Seemingly not expecting to find such a place in the forest in this mist-laden woodland, it appeared as though a protective barrier surrounded the area, preventing even a wisp of fog from encroaching. Sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves, casting mottled shadows upon the white structure. Time had left its marks on the stone walls, yet one could still sense its former grandeur and mystery. The entrance to the temple stood ajar, its doors intricately carved with complex patterns depicting ancient symbols that Songji Liao had never seen before. A powerful aura of mystery enveloped her. Xie Yin's expression darkened upon seeing the symbols on the doors, that he had encountered these symbols on the sacrificial altar of his main family. The altars dedicated to the deities were custom-made, and the symbols etched on the sides of the table bore a striking resemblance to those on the doors. It was evident they belonged to the same linguistic system. A conjecture gradually formed in his mind. As they prepared to enter, the Pichio suddenly halted. Songji Liao looked on in confusion. What is wrong? The Pichio simply gazed at her with gentle eyes, showing no intention of proceeding. Understanding its meaning, she replied, all right, You can find a place to wait for us." The Pishio let out a low growl before swiftly disappearing into the underbrush. Song Ji Liao recognized this as an affirmation. "Then let us go inside." Xie Jinyan uttered a soft acknowledgement. Upon entering the door, the first sight that captured her attention was a colossal statue. At that moment, her suspicions were confirmed. This was indeed the temple of the god of deception. Unlike the divine assemblies organized by followers outside, temples could only be erected in places where miracles have been manifested, also referred to as traces of divine existence. The god of deception, after listening to Xie Jinyan's explanation about the temple, Song Zhiliao expressed her astonishment. So what the instructor said was indeed true. Xie Jinyan retorted, "Did you think it was false?" "I assumed they were merely embellishing the truth," Song Zhiliao confessed, scratching her face awkwardly. This was her first encounter with a statue in this world. She turned to Xie Jinyan with curiosity and asked, "Have you seen one before?" "Yes," he replied succinctly. "The Xie family is a patron of the divine assembly." "And there is one within?" Song Zhiliao inquired. "Is it this large?" Xie Jinyan responded. "Not quite. The statue in the divine assembly was at most 5 meters tall, while the one before them was easily 20 meters high." Song Zhiliao squinted against the sunlight in an attempt to discern the statue's features, only to find that the clarity she had moments ago faded in an instant. She did not believe her memory could be so feeble. After sharing this peculiarity with Xie Jinyan, she discovered that he was utterly unfazed. Song Zhiliao asked, "Do you know the reason?" Xie Jinyan replied softly, "The visage of the deity is not to be glimpsed." Song Zhiliao responded, "All right then, I suppose you gods do value your privacy." With this thought, her mind began to wander. Could the reason for not revealing their faces be due to an unsightly appearance? Just as she finished her internal monologue, a snicker filled with anger reached her ears, sounding almost like a sarcastic laugh. Song Zhiliao pondered, "Why does that tone seem so familiar?" She immediately recalled the voice from last night. Casting a glance at Xie Jinyan, who was fixated on the divine statue, she hesitated but chose not to speak. The voice did not exude malice. She decided to wait a little longer. Xie Jinyan furrowed his brow. Gazing upward at the statue in the center of the temple, as a member of the Xie family, he had seen many miniature versions of the deity in the divine assembly. Thus he could recognize it was the god of deception by its attire. Sunlight cascaded from above the statue, casting a halo around it and illuminating a small patch beneath Xie Jinyan's feet. Tears welled in his eyes from facing the bright light, yet he showed no inclination to blink. His gaze remained fixed on the statue above. That it was not an illusion. Xie Jinyan felt a weight in his heart. Previously, he had never been able to discern the deity's features in the divine assembly. But just now, as if a fog was lifting, the deity's visage began to clarify before him. Although he still could not see the entire face, he caught sight of the deity's eyes. They were not the cold stone hue he had expected, but rather a deep, tranquil purple, identical to that of the Xie family, that in this vast and mysterious temple. Xie Jinyan began to contemplate the connection between the Xie family and the deity. The association with the god of deception was tied to the Xie family's generations of faith in the deity and their notable standing within the Federation. Until now, the relationship had seemed one-sided, a bond between followers and a divine being. However, upon gazing into those purple eyes, doubts arose in Xie Jinyan's mind. Was their connection truly limited to that of deity and follower? After observing for a while longer, he noted that although the eye color was similar, the expression conveyed indifference and aloofness, starkly contrasting with the Xie family's typical demeanor that in a moment of reverie. Xie Jinyan suddenly felt those purple eyes shift. Amidst the sunlight, dust danced in the air, and their similar gazes collided in an unexpected encounter. Xie Jinyan instinctively stepped back. "What's wrong?" Song Zhiliao inquired. Startled by his sudden movement, Xie Jinyan looked up again, only to find those eyes fixed ahead once more. The deity remained indifferent to the presence of anyone beneath that its nothing. Xie Jinyan finally shook his head. Perhaps it was merely an illusion caused by the glaring sunlight. Chapter 37. Illusion. Just as they were about to venture further inside, a familiar figure emerged from a small door to their diagonal front. Upon recognizing the individual, Song Zhiliao muttered under her breath, "Why does this person keep haunting us?" Xie Jinyan's expression also bore signs of annoyance. Despite their evident disdain, the person opposite possessed an uncanny ability to overlook others' feelings. "Ladies, it's been a while," he greeted, Song Juliao rolled her eyes in response, while Xie Jinyan displayed a complete lack of emotion. Xie Zhao, don't stir up trouble, he warned At this. Xie Zhao seemed to have stumbled upon an amusing revelation. Second brother. Are you angry? How delightful. It's rare to see you display such emotion since that incident. Xie Zhao's gaze shifted to Song Juliao, now tinted with curiosity. Did I ask it because of her? Hearing Xie Zhao address Xie Jinyan as second brother, Song Juliao felt a twinge of irritation, wondering how someone could speak so sarcastically. When Xie Zhao's gaze fell upon her, she met it with a defiant glare. Song, are you really not considering my proposition? Xie Zhao leaned against the white pillar of the temple, his words directed at Song Juliao, but with a taunting smile aimed at Xie Jinyan. Get lost, Song Juliao retorted, genuinely vexed by Xie Zhao's presence. Akin to a persistent adhesive, always attempting to provoke Xie Jinyan. What a pity, Xie Zhao lamented, his tone dripping with feigned sympathy for Song Juliao, yet she could clearly see the malice lurking in his eyes. Under their scrutiny, Xie Zhao produced a piece of purple crystal from his pocket. The moment Xie Jinyan's gaze fell upon the crystal, his pupils constricted sharply, his voice turning grave. Xie Zhao, what are you planning? A smirk crept onto Xie Zhao's lips, his eyes brimming with malicious intent. Second brother, isn't it quite normal for unexpected events to occur in a place where the divine slumbers? Xie Jinyan quickly grasped his intent, and without hesitation, turned to Song Juliao, commanding. Run. Too late, second brother. Xie Zhao's grin widened grotesquely. Before anyone could react, he infused the purple crystal with a surge of energy. And in the next moment, that energy multiplied and surged toward them like a tornado. Accompanied by the piercing cry of the vermilion bird in his consciousness, a powerful wave of dizziness enveloped Song Juliao. In the final second before closing her eyes, she heard Xie Zhao's voice, now sharp and piercing. Mother's debts must be repaid by her children. Xie Jinyan, you shall not die unjustly. Darkness, nothing but darkness. Song Juliao felt as if she were sinking and floating within a viscous liquid, her limbs heavy, her eyelids seemingly glued shut. She struggled to open her eyes, but to no avail, amidst her efforts. That familiar voice resurfaced by her ear. How did you end up here too? The voice carried a hint of resigned sighing. Oh well, perhaps this is what binds us. To say, this is akin to granting him a backdoor. The murmurs resonated clearly in the darkness. Song Juliao wished to inquire about this backdoor. Yet her mouth refused to cooperate. In the next moment, she felt a hand rest upon her eyes. The temperature of the hand was cool, unlike the normal warmth of a human. However, before Song Juliao could ponder further, that familiar sense of dizziness enveloped her once more. Song Juliao thought, what on earth does this person intend to do? Forced once more into a state of unconsciousness, Song Juliao was left with tears of resentment lingering in her heart. Yet upon awakening from this darkness, she found it surprisingly effortless. The sensation of dizziness had completely dissipated, allowing her the opportunity to assess her current predicament. Before her lay a room characterized by a rather common interstellar design, albeit with a predominantly cold and somber color palette. Even the bed linens were gray. Her initial impression was that this space belonged to an adult male. After confirming the presence of the vermilion bird within her consciousness, she felt a slight sense of relief upon hearing its chirping voice, prompting her to contemplate the situation at hand. From the evidence before her, it appeared she was ensnared within an illusion. Song Juliao began to mentally retrace her steps. She recalled hearing Xie Jinyan mention that Xie Zhao possessed the ability to create illusions, though his power was certainly not this formidable. Thus, the purple crystal's ability must have amplified the potency of his powers. What a troublesome item, she thought with a low click of her tongue, silently wishing it were a one-time phenomenon. Xie Zhao's target was likely Xie Jinyan, with her merely an unintended victim of misplaced wrath. However, Song Juliao harbored no ill feelings. She had long been prepared for the consequences of aligning herself with Xie Jinyan, and the current situation was well within her expectations. Accepting bonds entails embracing risks, a realization she had long since acknowledged. Although the nature of the danger within this illusion remained unclear, she deemed it prudent to exit sooner rather than later. With that thought in mind, Song Juliao began to search the room. However, after a thorough exploration, her expression grew grave as she returned to her original spot. She sensed a profound dissonance in this room. Despite its appearance as an adult's quarters, The bookshelf contained children's literature, and the drawing pad on the desk bore the innocent scrawls of a child. Adults did not read such materials, nor would they possess such handwriting. Every indication suggested that this space was inhabited by a young child. Reassessing the design of the room, she concluded that it was utterly unsuitable for a child. The colors were excessively muted, and the style oppressive. Most concerning were the sharp corners of both the desk and bookshelf. An adult would not collide with them, yet a child could easily suffer a head injury from a mere slip. Furrowing her brow, Song Juliao pondered what kind of household would subject a child to such an environment. When she was taken in by the old man, she was not particularly young, and he was hardly the nurturing type. Yet as an orphan, her demands were modest, merely to avoid hunger and have clothes to wear. However, once, as she passed by the dining table, she slipped and struck her head on the corner, blood gushing from her forehead. That day ended with the old man carrying her to the hospital for 5 stitches, and upon their return, every corner of their home was padded meticulously. Song Juliao was uncertain whether this family was oblivious to the danger or simply indifferent. Yet for reasons unknown, she hoped it was the former. Apart from the room, she discovered another unsettling fact. Her reflection did not appear in the mirror. The absence of her image indicated that in this illusion, she did not exist as a corporeal being. She leaned towards the notion that she was in a state of spirit. It remained unclear whether others could perceive her, just as she contemplated opening the door to verify her assumptions. The bedroom door swung open from the outside, that a small boy slowly entered. Chapter 38. A young Xie Jinyan, Song Juliao, stood motionless in the center of the room, fully visible as the newcomer crossed the threshold. Upon hearing the sound of the door lock, she instinctively sought to hide. However, the simplicity of the room offered no concealment. Just as she prepared to squeeze beneath the bed, it was too late. The boy had already entered, and their eyes met. Her breath caught for 2 seconds. Then, she quickly realized that the boy's pupils revealed no trace of her presence, that he could not see her, that a sudden wave of relief washed over her. She had no desire to encounter an immediate threat upon her arrival. With her thoughts slightly eased, Song Juliao began to observe the young boy before her. Upon his entrance, she noted that he possessed a pair of violet eyes, strikingly similar to Xie Jinyan's. The purple eyes were a distinctive trait of the Xie family, and in that moment, she understood her location. This was Xie Jinyan's illusion. Typically, the content of an illusion is related to the individual it affects. Given that Song Juliao had no ties to the Xie family, it was evident that this illusion centered around Xie Jinyan. But where was Xie Jinyan? Casting a glance at the boy, she resolved to step outside in search of him. Yet, as she took a few steps beyond the room, an invisible force tugged at her, and in the next moment, she found herself back where she started. Song Juliao. What the hell? Undeterred, she attempted to leave several more times, ultimately resigning herself to the reality that in this illusion, she could not venture more than 2 meters from the boy. Recognizing this limitation, she felt a headache brewing, gazing at the child seated on the floor. Seemingly immobile, she found herself at a loss that if the child remained still, she had no means to move either. Her desire to seek out others was forcibly halted, compelling her to sit beside the boy and watch him play with building blocks. The child appeared quite young, perhaps only 3 or 4 years old, a cherubic little figure. Existing in a spiritual state, Song Juliao felt no chill from the wooden floor, but the child she turned her head to glance out the window. Where the leaves had entirely turned yellow, ready to fall in great swathes with the slightest breeze, that it was clearly late autumn. She wondered if this little one felt cold sitting there. The vermilion bird within her consciousness sensed her thoughts and hesitantly spoke. Gigi. It seems he cannot climb onto the bed. Unable to escape the constraints of the illusion, the vermilion bird could only perceive the outside world through Song Juliao's eyes. The bed in the bedroom was quite high, and a mere 3-year-old could not possibly scale it alone. Upon the vermilion bird's suggestion, Song Juliao noticed this predicament as well. Soon, she realized that not only was the bed too elevated, but the stool in front of the desk was equally high, rendering it impossible for the little one to ascend that moment. Song Juliao truly felt that this family was ill-equipped to raise a child, with the child immobile and her own movements restricted. She resigned herself to sitting beside him, observing as he played with the blocks. After a while, she noted that the little one's emotions appeared remarkably stable. The blocks he manipulated resembled Lego from her world. Some of the pieces, when incorrectly assembled, were challenging to disassemble, yet the boy showed no signs of impatience, quietly engaging in his task with the blocks. Time slipped by unnoticed, and the outside world gradually dimmed. Just as Song Jiao stifled a yawn of fatigue, footsteps echoed from the hallway, drawing closer. After a brief pause, a knock resounded at the door. "Young master, the head of the household requests your presence for dinner." Upon hearing this, the little one on the ground set aside the building blocks he had been holding, responding while scrambling to his feet. "I'm coming." This was the first time Song Jiao had heard his voice. It bore the tender quality unique to his age, imbued with a soft, pliable tone, as if he seldom spoke. Finally, she could move about, Song Jiao lamented with tears in her eyes, following the little one outside. She realized just how grand this house truly was. Having just glanced down from the window, she estimated they were likely on the third floor. Once outside, Song Jiao clearly observed the staircase, which continued to ascend. She let out a soft click of her tongue. Indeed, poverty had limited her imagination. Casting her gaze downward at the little one beside her, she couldn't recall how many times she had furrowed her brow today. This villa featured a spiral staircase, with solid wood steps winding downwards, and the chandelier above cast a dizzying light that if someone were to enter through the front door, they would surely commend this lavish design. But standing on the staircase, Song Jiao felt nothing but lightheadedness, that if adults were affected thus, one could only imagine the impact on a child. The little one clung to the handrail, his eyes fixated on the steps beneath him, carefully descending one step at a time. His concentration was palpable, as if he feared that a misstep would send him tumbling down. After merely descending one flight, a thin sheen of sweat had already formed on the child's forehead. The entire villa was enveloped in silence. Neither the maid who had just knocked on the door nor the master of the house was in sight. As Song Jiao watched his feet, she felt an uncontrollable surge of anxiety. She found herself entirely at the mercy of this small child. For whatever reason, she did not wish for any mishap to befall him. Fortunately, the soft little one safely reached the floor below. The ground floor of the villa housed the living room and dining area, and from the staircase, Song Jiao could see a man and a woman seated at the dining table, facing each other in silence. These must be the child's parents, she thought with a twinge of discontent, sitting there without even bothering to embrace their child. Did they not realize that this little one, who barely reached her waist, could easily tumble down the stairs? The child's footsteps were light, nearly silent against the floor, yet the man at the table was the first to notice the movement. "Jin Yin, come here," he beckoned with a smile. Wait, who is he calling? Jin Yin? With purple eyes, the only person she recognized with those two characters in their name was one. Song Jiao's eyes widened as she looked down at the little one beside her. "No, you are Jin Yin?" Zhu Ke exclaimed in her mind. "Is this the same person?" Both human and beast fell into silence. The little one, who responded obediently, and the cold, detached Jin Yin were one and the same. A revelation that could only be described as the greatest joke of the year. Bound by the constraints of her 2-meter limit, Song Jiao was compelled to follow the little one forward. Muttering to herself, "No, how is this possible?" The illusion of Jin Yin, the child with violet eyes, following closely beside him. If presented with these clues, Song Jiao would have deduced that this child was likely Jin Yin. However, she first encountered the child's gentle and soft-spoken demeanor. Thus, she never once associated him with Jin Yin. And yet, fate truly plays tricks. Song Jiao sighed deeply. Rubbing her face, she resolved to regain her composure. It was fine, at least she no longer needed to search for anyone. Beside her, Xie Tuanzi had already climbed onto a chair, prompting Song Jiao to sit beside him, her gaze shifting to the other two individuals at the dining table. Chapter 39. Dinner at the invitation of Xie Howie. Xie Tuanzi scampered over to sit beside him, his little legs working hard to keep up. Had Song Jiao not been much taller, she might have struggled to keep pace. The dining table was long, with numerous seats, and after the child settled in, several spots remained empty, allowing Song Jiao to choose the nearest one as she lifted her eyes to look at the woman across from her. A maid had just asked if they wanted the dishes served, referring to her as Madam. She must be Jin Yin's mother. Yet, something felt off as Song Jiao observed the woman's demeanor. Though seated across from her husband and son, she maintained a blank expression, her eyes almost hollow. The arrival of Xie Tuanzi did nothing to alter her countenance. Turning to Xie Howie, addressed as the master of the house, she noted that he wore a constant smile, as if accustomed to the scene before him. How have you been these past few days? Xie Haoyi inquired cheerfully of Xie Jinyan. Quite well. Xie Tuanzi replied obediently. Though I do miss my father, A.B. it at Xie Jinyan's response. Xie Haoyi erupted into hearty laughter, promptly assuring, all right, I will try to be around more often. Good, Xie Tuanzi nodded earnestly. Their exchange flowed like a typical, warm father-son dialogue. Yet, as an observer, Song Zhijiao couldn't help but feel a sense of dissonance. Her gaze fell upon Xie Haoyi's nearly flawless, gentle smile, envisioning it as a mere mask of cheerfulness. Having experienced the trials of wandering alone, she had become acutely sensitive to the expressions of others, understanding that each person conveys emotions differently. Xie Haoyi's smile seemed excessively polished, setting aside this peculiar observation for the moment. Song Zhijiao refrained from making hasty judgments. The world is vast, filled with wonders. Moreover, she had never engaged with a father figure before. She continued to scrutinize the dynamics at the dining table. The maid swiftly brought all the dishes to the table. Song Zhijiao estimated that at least 5 different faces had come and gone. The sense of unease deepened slightly. The Xie household was not lacking in servants, with at least 5 dedicated solely to the kitchen. So why not place a few near the child? Just like on the staircase earlier, having someone accompany him would have ensured his safety. Furthermore, could a father who cherished his child genuinely allow him to remain in such a room? The weight of disquiet grew heavier. Yet upon witnessing Xie Tuanzi's evident reliance on his father, she hesitated. The conversation around the dining table continued. Let us eat, Xie Haoyi declared, and with his words, the sound of clinking dishes filled the air. Observing Xie Tuanzi struggle to grasp the food with his chopsticks, Song Zhijiao glanced at Xie Haoyi's reaction and solidified her thoughts that he did not appear to care as much for Xie Jinyan as he pretended. Or perhaps he simply did not pay him much mind. Xie Tuanzi seemed merely 3 years old, yet he wielded adult-sized chopsticks, and out of 10 attempts to pick up food, he may have succeeded 3 times at best. Yet the man beside him remained indifferent to it all. Song Zhijiao noticed the reflection of Xie Jinyan's plight in Xie Haoyi's pupils, but he merely cast a fleeting glance before redirecting his gaze. Meanwhile, she discerned a clear sense of annoyance and impatience in the identical violet eyes. He was reproaching a mere 3-year-old for his ineptitude with chopsticks. Frowning, Song Zhijiao watched as Xie Jinyan struggled to pick up food, instead resorting to voraciously consuming rice. Wondering to herself why this little one appeared so lean that it was not unusual for a child his age to have a bit of baby fat. Yet Xie Jinyan's chin was sharply defined, making him look rather gaunt. His little arms and legs bore little flesh. Song Zhijiao was at a loss. Living in such a grand house, how could her child be so undernourished? Though she had once wandered outside for a time, she had managed to care for herself quite well. That it was worth mentioning that in the village where she lived, people tended to cook with ample oil. From her earliest memories, she had been there, scavenging leftovers until her lips were greasy, and on fortunate occasions, she would receive a bowl of food from kind-hearted families, later, after being taken in by an old man. Her life, though not affluent, was sufficient to provide her with meals. Now, looking at Xie Jinyan, who was merely bowing his head over a bowl of rice, she felt a wave of despair wash over her. Xie Haoyi was proving to be unreliable, so Song Zhijiao placed her hopes on Madame Xie. However, what disheartened her further was that while Xie Haoyi at least glanced at Xie Jinyan while eating, Madame Xie did not lift her head even once. Moreover, she only picked at the food in front of her. After observing several times, Song Zhijiao confirmed that she had not been mistaken. Wherever Xie Haoyi had taken food from, Madame Xie would not touch again, even if she had just taken a bite moments prior. During the meal, Xie Tuanzi attempted to converse with Madame Xie, and her responses were all perfectly normal, devoid of any flaws. Yet, after answering, she would not spare the child a single glance. Song Zhijiao found herself increasingly perplexed by this family. Beneath the seemingly harmonious atmosphere, dark currents surged. The father coldly observed his son's plight. The wife openly expressed disdain towards her husband, and both disregarded the father-son bond. This was certainly not a normal family dynamic. Zhu Ke2 pondered in her mind, has the way blood relatives interact become such? The divine beast has remained in a deep slumber for many years, having long since distanced itself from human society. After it arrived at Song Zhijiao's home, she often found herself alone, leading to Zhu Chua's lack of understanding regarding familial interactions. The old man frequently absented himself from home, Thus Zhuge felt a stronger bond with Song Zhiliao than with him. Though there was no blood relation within the household consisting of one human and four beasts, Zhuge always believed they lived joyfully together. She had presumed that blood relatives would share a deeper intimacy, yet upon observing the dynamics of the Xie family, Zhuge found herself in doubt that of course not. Song Zhiliao asserted with unwavering conviction, her response so swift that it seemed she feared that a moment's delay might instill a misguided notion in her child. She remained oblivious to the absurdity of referring to an ancient divine beast as a child. Zhuge chose to trust Song Zhiliao. So, it is they who have the issues, Song Zhiliao affirmed with a nod. The couple appeared to be superficially harmonious, while the father-son relationship seemed superficially warm. If Song Zhiliao were to describe it, she would liken it to a theatrical performance, where every action seemed orchestrated for the sake of an audience. The only genuine affection seemed to emanate from Xie Zaichuanzi. Song Zhiliao cast a troubled glance at Xie Jinyan, who was engrossed in his meal. Accustomed to the shrewdness of Xie Jinyan, it was difficult for her to confront the innocence of Xie Zaichuanzi. The child's world was indeed small. His parents constituted his entire universe, but he stood at the eye of the storm, blissfully unaware that the surrounding chaos had utterly ravaged everything, that it was as if he possessed the most blissful family. Chapter 40. The argument. I need to discuss something. Xie Haoyi set down his utensils and, after wiping his mouth with the towel handed to him by the maid, began. Xie Jinyan, his mouth full, glanced at his father and inquired, albeit indistinctly, "Father, what is it?" Noticing the grains of rice at the corner of his son's mouth, Xie Haoyi furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing it, his tone laced with reproach. "Jinyan, finish your food before speaking." With a few vigorous chews, Xie Jinyan hastily swallowed and looked back up at Xie Haoyi, his eyes bright with a yearning for praise. However, Xie Haoyi had already shifted his gaze to the woman across the table, maintaining his customary smile as he delivered a piece of news. "Next week, I will be bringing Xie back." Song Zhiliao was taken aback, the name somewhat unfamiliar to her. Xie Zaichuanzi shared her bewilderment. "Father, who is Xie?" he asked, puzzled. Xie Haoyi gently patted his head, his tone placating, yet his words left the child more confused. "He is Jinyan's brother." Brother. At his age, he had a rudimentary understanding of such titles and relationships. "Is he another child of Mother S? Then why have I never met him?" The child's face displayed clear confusion, unable to comprehend why he had a brother he had never encountered. Xie Haoyi opened his mouth, prepared to respond, but was interrupted by a cold, indifferent voice. "He is the child of another woman." Instantly, all eyes at the table converged on Chu Wenxiong. Her expression shifted from its earlier neutrality to one of palpable sarcasm. "Do not speak of such matters in front of our son," Xie Haoyi reproached her. "Daha," Chu Wenxiong scoffed, finding his pretense utterly distasteful. "Isn't it the nature of actions to be discussed?" Having allowed Xie to be sent to an orphanage, she now questioned why he suddenly remembered he had a son. Enough. Infuriated by Chu Wenxiong's words, Xie Haoyi seized a bowl and hurled it across the table, narrowly missing her as she turned her head aside. The porcelain shattered with a sharp sound, leaving only shards and lingering echoes in the air. The maids had quietly retreated, leaving the expansive dining room with only the three of them, without the presence of outsiders. Xie Haoyi's demeanor shifted from calm to frigid. Chu Wenxiong. "Mind your words." Chu Wenxiong met his icy gaze, unyielding. "Xie Haoyi." She, too, directly addressed him, each syllable sharply articulated. "You think you can hide your misdeeds forever?" "I certainly could conceal them for a lifetime," Xie Haoyi replied, unfazed by her threat. "After all, Xie is merely a child I adopted. He is your biological son." Chu Wenxiong was taken aback, rising from her seat in shock. "If I were to reveal his true identity to the world, do you think you could maintain your position as the lady of this household?" He propped his head on one hand, his lips curling into a gentle smile as he regarded Chu Wenxiong, as if genuinely considering her welfare. Yet his words seemed to provoke her, as her hands trembled at her sides. "That I don't want this position at all." Her voice quivered, prompting Song Zhiliao to glance at her. Yet Xie Haoyi remained unfazed, his tone flat, his words heavy. "But you can no longer escape it, can you?" His final retort coiled around Chu Wenxiong's throat like a venomous serpent, rendering her speechless. The argument at the dining table concluded with her silence. The sudden clash between the parents left Xie Zaichuanzi reeling. Before he could process the news of his brother, he was thrust into another tumultuous vortex. The frigid words and escalating emotions overwhelmed him, leaving him unable to interject. Children instinctively fear parental discord, and Song Zhiliao observed his complexion pale, his grip on the chopsticks tightening, as he sank deeper into an abyss of uncertainty and dread. Unable to bear the sight, Song Zhiliao instinctively reached out to pat his head in a gesture of comfort, but encountered empty it dawned on her that she was merely a spectator in this illusion. Sighing, she continued to observe the unfolding scene at the table. Xia Howie had already departed, while Chu Wenxiong remained ensnared in her thoughts, staring blankly at the table, exuding an aura of despair. Moments later, Song Zhiliao caught a glimmer of tears shimmering in the corner of her eye. Xia Zaichunzi sensed his mother's emotional turmoil, scrambling off his chair and inching closer to Chu Wenxiong. "Mama, are you okay?" His youthful, violet eyes brimmed with concern. Chu Wenxiong lifted her head at the sound, her gaze meeting Xie Jinyan's, filled with conflict. Song Zhiliao could discern the turmoil within her. It seemed that her marriage to Xia Howie was not what she desired. She even harbored resentment toward him. Thus, her feelings toward Xie Jinyan were intricately complicated. Torn between her inability to confront his father and her innate maternal instincts, she grappled with the reality that this was her child. Two powerful emotions intertwined, yet perhaps due to the recent heated exchange, her disdain for Xia Howie prevailed. Under Xie Jinyan's hopeful gaze, Chu Wenxiong abruptly withdrew her hand from above his head, turning her face slightly away. Her tone cold. "Finish eating and return to your room." The dismissal was unmistakable. Disheartened, Xie Zaichunzi lowered his head, striving to compose himself, and offered Chu Wenxiong a soft smile. "Okay, Mama, I'll be good. Please don't be unhappy that I in a hidden moment." The glimmer of tears in Chu Wenxiong's eyes brightened once more. Song Zhiliao followed Xie Jinyan back to his room. Sitting on the floor, she rested her chin on her hand. Watching Xie Zaichunzi as he quietly resumed building blocks, she sighed softly. "How did I not notice before how adept you are at comforting yourself?" Though he had obtained nothing and was clearly upset, he still urged his mother not to be unhappy. Song Zhiliao couldn't help but marvel at the strength of blood ties. Over the past 18 years, she rarely pondered what it would be like to have parents, feeling it unnecessary. Yet, she had to admit that the pull of blood relations was undeniable. Chapter 41. A discussion in the study just when she thought Xie Zaichunzi would silently construct blocks for several more hours. Someone suddenly placed the blocks on the floor. Song Zhiliao. She gazed in bewilderment at the small figure that had suddenly risen, unable to comprehend his intentions. The palms of her hands, hanging limply by her sides, were tightly clenched into small fists, as if she had silently resolved something. Xie Jinyan pushed the door open and stepped outside, while Song Ji followed him, utterly perplexed and on the familiar wooden spiral staircase. Xie Jinyan carefully ascended, recalling the location of his father's study. Today marked the first time he had witnessed a quarrel between his father and mother, although the dining table was usually a realm of tranquility. His mother had never before exhibited such hysteria. Due to his precociousness, Xie Jinyan, at his tender age, had already learned many characters, spending his time either assembling blocks or reading, that he faintly sensed that the dynamics between his parents differed from those depicted in the picture books. Yet he also understood that every family had its unique way of interacting. Thus, he remained blissfully happy each day. However, the sudden eruption of his parents' argument today left him deeply unsettled. Furthermore, there was his father's unfinished mention of an older brother. A multitude of questions loomed before Xie Jinyan, yet he remained merely a child, in moments of fear and confusion. His instinct was to seek solace from his most trusted father, in his recollections. His father was often busy with work, retreating to the study on the 4th floor after dinner. He had once been taken there by a servant due to his homework, although he had been swiftly brought back by his father. He had memorized the route to the study. Standing at the foot of the stairs, Xie Jinyan pondered briefly before resolutely turning left. The third room on the left. Songji followed Xie Jinyan and halted before a door. Unlike the cold wooden floor of the 3rd floor, this level was adorned with thick carpets even in the corridor. The child's footsteps were naturally light, and with the plush carpet beneath, Xie Jinyan made not a sound as he approached. Uncertain whether it was for ventilation or mere oversight, the door before them stood ajar. Warm light and the sound of conversation seeped from within, gently reaching the ears of the two outside. Song Ji discerned one voice as Xie Howie's, the man who had just been at the dining table, while the other voice was unfamiliar to her. However, Xie Jinyan recognized it. His father had a personal secretary whom he had seen numerous times at home. The other male voice belonged to that secretary. Hearing this voice usually indicated that his father was engaged in important matters, causing Xie Jinyan to retract his hand, which had been poised to push the door open. Perhaps it was best to wait until his father finished before entering, that he turned and leaned against the wall. Songji observed the suddenly obedient Xie Jinyan standing against the wall, enveloped in silence. Was he really this docile as a child? Since entering this illusion, she had struggled to reconcile the glutinous rice ball before her with Xie Jinyan, that if they both had white exteriors, the one before her was undoubtedly solid. While Xie Jinyan was certainly the one with a dark core, that a quintessentially black-hearted Tang Yuan. She could hardly fathom what might have transpired to transform Xie Jinyan into such a character, whether it was Xie Zhao's ability or the words spoken by that voice. They both hinted to Songji that this illusion belonged to Xie Jinyan, that an instinctual feeling stirred within her, suggesting that regarding Xie Jinyan, whether in the forest or now, she would ultimately find the answer she sought. Casting a glance at the obediently wall-leaning Xie Jinyan, she gauged the distance, just as she contemplated boldly entering, when the conversation inside shifted. "Master, are we really bringing Xie back just like that?" The secretary's tone carried a hint of hesitation, perhaps laced with concern. Xie Haoyi responded indifferently. "Is there a problem?" In the study, the secretary glanced at Xie Haoyi, his words faltering that he too was a father, with 2 children at home. After the birth of the second child, the elder had behaved like a small beast whose territory had been suddenly encroached upon, displaying significant resistance. Initially, he believed that since the elder was already 5 years old, he would have begun to understand and would not resist the intrusion of another family member as fiercely as before. Yet he soon discovered that no child, regardless of age, welcomed a similar being abruptly entering their life. Thus, upon hearing that Xie Haoyi intended to bring Xie into the family next week, his first reaction was to question whether it was too hasty. Today was Sunday, and according to the boss's plan, Xie was to be brought in on Tuesday afternoon. Should we not allow the young master some buffer time? He asked hesitantly. Suddenly learning of the existence of an older brother, he worried that Xie Jinyan might not cope well. "No need," Xie Haoyi replied without a trace of concern, his words sharp as a blade. If he cannot accept this, then he need not remain in the Xie family. With his head bowed, he fiddled with the trinkets on the table, half of his profile obscured in shadow, rendering his expression unreadable. "Zhang's secretary, do you know why I insist that the position of the master's wife can only belong to Chu Wenxiong?" Zhang's secretary shook his head. Because Xie Jinyan's psychic ability was born at an A level. Zhang Liang's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "His psychic ability is A." Xie Haoyi was delighted by his surprise. "Indeed, what a remarkable talent. Among my generation, the highest psychic ability in the Xie family is merely B-. Yet he was born in A. He placed the golden trinket he had been toying with back on the table. His tone heavy. "Seeking assistance from the Chu family is one aspect, but a child with such high talent can only be my son, Xie Haoyi." Xie Haoyi clearly recognized Chu Wenxiong's uncontrollable maternal affection for Xie Jinyan. Should they divorce, she would undoubtedly go to great lengths to take Xie Jinyan away. Therefore, for both the needs of the Chu family and Xie Jinyan's talent, he had to firmly confine Chu Wenxiong to the position of the master's wife. The dynamics of a large family were certainly different from his own. Although Zhang Liang was initially silent regarding Xie Haoyi's treatment of the child as a bargaining chip, his professional demeanor allowed him to quickly regain composure. Then why the sudden decision to bring Xie back? During those years in the orphanage, there was no indication you wished to even take a glance at him, yet now you directly state your intent to bring him back to the family. Despite not having a high level of psychic ability, his intellect was still commendable. Although Xie Haoyi's words were vague, Zhang Liang quickly grasped their implication. Xie had his uses. Zhang Liang fell silent. Despite having witnessed the ruthlessness of the Xie family over the past decade, he had not anticipated that even blood relations would fail to sway them. If the young master did not possess such high psychic ability, would you still keep him? Reflecting on it now, the master's improved attitude toward the young master only came after the psychic ability assessment. During the mistress's pregnancy, the master had not even cast a glance in her direction, and he had remained at a company meeting when the young master was born. Initially, he thought it merely due to the overwhelming business at that time, but now he sensed the deeper truth. Xie Haoyi cast a light glance at him, heavy with unspoken weight, his words carrying a warning. Zhang Liang, you are speaking too much today. Cold sweat instantly broke out, and without hesitation, Zhang Liang bent to acknowledge his fault. Xie Haoyi offered only a warning and did not elaborate further. After all, Zhang Liang had been by his side since the internal strife within the Xie family began. He was considered a trusted confidant. For those of value, he did not mind extending a measure of leniency. Thus, Xie Haoyi ultimately answered his question. No, the Xie family never nurtures waste. He should be grateful for his talent. The man's words fell coldly into the air without hesitation, causing the faces of those outside to turn pale in an instant. Chapter 42. Perception. Song Zhiliao stood outside the door, completely stunned upon hearing Xie Haoyi's last statement. She had not expected that Xie Haoyi's attitude towards Xie Jinyan stemmed from this reason. To ordinary people, children cry, create disturbances, and misbehave. It is normal for them to experience negative emotions during such processes. However, the love for a child should remain unwavering. Yet in Xie Haoyi's words, both Xie Si and Xie Jinyan were mere pawns. Their blood relation or character mattered little to him, for he was focused solely on their value, akin to commodities. Song Zhiliao lowered her gaze towards the small figure of Xie Xiaowan beside her. She could hear the conversations inside, and naturally, Xie Jinyan, standing by the door, could hear them too. With a shallow hope that the 3-year-old child could not fully comprehend the dialogue, Song Zhiliao noticed his lips, which had turned pale from being bitten down upon. Song Zhiliao, this is a disaster. It seems he understood everything. Back in school, she had known Xie Jinyan was exceptionally intelligent and had marveled at it more than once. Yet now, she wished he were not so astute. The realization that his father did not love him was far too cruel for a 3-year-old. Even for Song Zhiliao, the coldness of Xie Haoyi sent shivers down her spine. Not to mention the impact on Xie Xiaowan, who was highly dependent on Xie Haoyi. Beneath the dim light of the corridor, Song Zhiliao caught her first glimpse of the essence of the Xie family. She was keenly aware that this scene had played out years ago, and Xie Jinyan had long since endured it. Unable to reach him, and with her voice unheard, all she could do was watch him with worry. His already pale little face was now completely devoid of color, and hot tears surged from his eyes, cascading down to the carpet below. The tears were swiftly absorbed, as if they had never appeared. Yet within mere minutes, the light-colored carpet bore a noticeable darkened patch. All his sobs were stifled deep within his throat, and his lips were bitten until they bled. The obedient child, even in crying, was silent that a flicker of compassion crossed Song Zhiliao's gaze. Even knowing she could not touch him, she ultimately placed her hand gently on Xie Xiaowan's head. When she was young and without parents, she had always believed that having parents equated to happiness. It was only upon growing up that she understood that parenthood comes in many forms, and mere existence does not guarantee joy. Her palm rested on an expanse of air, yet Song Zhiliao still tenderly rubbed it. Unbeknownst to her, the tears that flowed from his eyes paused momentarily, and a flicker of confusion passed through his glistening purple irises. Xie Xiaowan pouted, his eyes brimming with tears, surveying his surroundings. The window at the end of the corridor was tightly shut. Where could the wind possibly come from? Suppressing the pain in his heart, he wiped his tears and cast a final glance at the study before turning to descend the stairs. The corridor was once again deserted, with only the discolored carpet bearing witness to the recent visitor's presence. Upon returning to his room, Xie Jinyan did not head towards the building blocks this time, but instead walked over to the edge of his bed. He curled up, hugging his small self, his purple eyes quietly observing the view outside the floor-to-ceiling window. This moment, the sky was completely dark, and the street lamps outside flickered to life, attempting to dispel the night. Yet their efforts were feeble. The dim light illuminated only a small area, sufficient to observe the trajectory of falling leaves. Xie Jinyan's eyes remained tranquil as he watched the withered yellow leaves descend, feeling an uncanny sense of weightlessness. His father's words echoed in his ears, and he slowly placed a hand over his heart, puzzled by the pangs of pain there. Why did his father seem so dissimilar from the fathers in storybooks? It now appeared he had found an answer. His father did not love him. His father loved only his talent. Xie Jinyan stared blankly out the window, the resolute statement piercing through him like a sword, leaving him ensnared. The world of a child is exceedingly simple. The lack of his father's affection had nearly shattered his world. Song Zhiliao stood beside him, her heart filled with concern as a sense of restlessness rose within her. Xie Xiaowan's current state was far from well. He resembled a marionette with its strings cut, motionless before the floor-to-ceiling window, his once bright purple eyes now shrouded in gloom. He seemed to be taking on a semblance of the person he would become in adulthood. Instinctively, Song Zhiliao wished to prevent him from remaining in this state. She attempted to divert Xie Jinyan's attention with something else. Although her abilities were restricted within this illusion, she could still channel her spiritual energy. With a gesture of her right hand, she softly intoned, "Wind, swift," and in the next moment, a gust of wind inexplicably swept through the sealed room. The force was not strong, but it was enough to capture the attention of the other occupant. As he pressed down the hair that had been lifted by the sudden breeze, Xie Jinyan's numb expression was replaced by bewilderment. The windows were all closed. Where could the wind be coming from? Suddenly recalling the inexplicable breeze from earlier in the corridor, the story he had read 2 days prior surged back into his mind. "Are you a ghost? Song Zhiliao. How can you say such a terrifying thing with such a calm expression?" Although she did not wish to accept this identity, she quickly realized it was an opportunity for Xie Jinyan to discover himself. Since entering the illusion, she had been constrained by a 2-meter distance. Forced to remain by his side, she was in a passive environment. Song Zhiliao sought an opportunity for change, and now it lay before her. Thus, without hesitation, she made another gesture. Xie Jinyan blinked and waited a few seconds. Noticing that nothing in the room had changed, his gaze ready to drift back to the floor-to-ceiling window. Just then, the same breeze returned once more. "Xie Jinyan." The child's eyes lit up, not as if he were frightened by a ghost, but rather as though he had discovered treasure. Once again, Song Zhiliao was astonished by the young Xie Jinyan. Had he always possessed such strong psychological resilience as a child? Remembering her own childhood, when she would tremble under the covers, clutching a stuffed animal whenever her grandfather was away, she felt slightly offended. However, she was relieved to see that Xie Xiaowan seemed to be emerging from his earlier days. Children's attention spans are inherently fleeting. After being impacted in front of the study, he should have taken a while to recover. Yet, the appearance of something that directly challenged logic had successfully redirected his focus. In an instant, he sprang to his feet, tentatively asking, "Was it you in front of the study just now?" A question mark appeared above Song Zhiliao's head. "The study? What study?" Chapter 43. A different Xie Jinyan. Under the expectant gaze of Xie Xiaowan, Song Zhiliao suddenly recalled her impulsive action in front of the study. But Xie Jinyan should not have been able to sense it. "Wait a moment." She abruptly looked down, her expression shifting. "You can feel me?" Realizing that Xie Jinyan could not hear her words, Song Zhiliao pondered for a moment before making a decision. She tentatively placed her hand atop the child's head once more, gently ruffling it. Xie Jinyan stood obediently, feeling the familiar flow of air reappear above him. "So, it really is you," confirming her suspicion. A smile crept onto Song Zhiliao's lips, and this time, her fingers shifted to a different spot. An unseen breeze brushed against the corner of his mouth. Yes, indeed. This was a silent response. Xie Jinyan's eyes quickly crinkled into a smile. Observing his cheerful demeanor, Song Zhiliao couldn't help but feel a sense of intrigue. It was a pity she could not speak. Otherwise, she would have asked him why he was so happy. After all, her current state should have been a source of fear. Yet, this little fellow not only refrained from screaming, but was smiling so broadly that his eyes were mere slits. Unable to resist, she poked his puffed cheek. Feeling the breeze once more caress his face, Xie Xiaowan eagerly inquired, "Will you always be by my side?" Song Zhiliao recalled the 2-meter limitation and thought it did not matter what she said to the child. So she once again indicated at the same spot. Xie Jinyan was a remarkably clever child. He quickly grasped Song Zhiliao's meaning. The smile at the corner of his mouth refused to fade, transforming him entirely from the pitiable little figure he had been sitting by the window. "You are not a ghost," he declared earnestly. "You are a gift just for me to— Is this a compensation for me?" Reflecting on the conversation he had just overheard outside the study, Xie Jinyan's expression fell once again into despondency, that he could sense that his father's attitude towards him was not as concerned as it seemed on the surface. Yet the truth was often far more brutal than he had anticipated. His initial reaction was that his father had deceived him. From the moment every child of the Xie family began to comprehend the words of others, they understood that the family's belief was in the god of deception. This deity ranked among the 5 supreme gods, and its power was certainly not to be underestimated. Furthermore, the supernatural abilities of the Xie family's members were not only related to the attributes of the god of deception, but were also remarkably potent. This indicated a high level of divine recognition. Consequently, the Xie family had once found itself among the foremost followers of the god of deception, whether it was his father or the household servants. They all spoke of the deity with a respectful demeanor. However, Xie Jinyan held an innate aversion towards the god of deception. The very notion of deceit struck him as distasteful. Whenever he perused illustrated books, he found himself detesting lies. Yet now he was expected to revere a god that embodied deception, that he instinctively resisted this notion. Xie Jinyan was aware that he was somewhat peculiar. He could not fathom the fervor others displayed towards the divine. Nor could he understand why they felt compelled to pray to the god of deception each morning, insisting on utmost reverence, despite the fact that he could internally criticize the deity without consequence. He intuitively knew that such sentiments should not be outwardly expressed. Thus, he dutifully visited the prayer room each day, yet the thoughts swirling within him were beyond his control. However, when a gentle breeze caressed his face once more, he found himself suddenly less averse to the deity, symbolizing deception. Well, although its attributes were not particularly admirable, the entity itself was rather pleasant. Song Zhiliao watched as the little round creature rolled its eyes in a whimsical manner, and she felt that her inadvertent acknowledgement had significantly increased the favorability towards the deity. She could not quite explain the current situation. Since Xie Jinyan had provided an explanation, she chose to align with his interpretation. Moreover, she had just realized that at the moment Xie Jinyan had tested her existence, the suppression of the illusion upon her had lessened. Alternatively, it could be said that the illusion had begun to accept her. Within Xie Jinyan's illusion, she was an outsider. Considering the words of the mysterious voice she had previously heard, Song Zhiliao reasonably suspected that he had forcibly thrust her into this realm. This was why she had initially appeared as a disembodied spirit, as she was not meant to belong here. However, the illusion was ultimately a projection of the memories and thoughts that Xie Jinyan gradually became aware of and accepted her presence. Her existence began to make sense. Song Zhiliao was certain that if she were to utilize the spiritual energy she had employed just moments ago, this room would not resemble its current state. Indeed, the essence of this illusion remained closely tied to Xie Jinyan. Yet, she had yet to discover a way to break through this illusion. Although Xie Jinyan's attributes were somewhat lacking, at least she had managed to establish contact with him, allowing her to release a modicum of the anxiety she had been harboring. Presently, the little turnip-headed Xie Jinyan was engaged in a discussion with Song Zhiliao regarding their future means of communication. Song Zhiliao rarely interacted with children. The few in her household, though referred to as young ones, were, in fact, several millennia old. Listening to Xie Jinyan earnestly converse with her in his infantile voice, she lamented the absence of her light brain. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly have recorded the moment for Xie Jinyan to see. The image was amusing to contemplate. After all, his emotional stability was rather remarkable. Though Song Zhiliao had contemplated teasing him, on one occasion, she had comprehended his explanation after just the first round. However, she inexplicably desired to witness his irritable side. So she gazed skyward and resolutely declared that she would not understand. The outcome was that she grew weary of hearing the same thing, while Xie Jinyan remained unflappably calm. Song Zhiliao. How peculiar. The person who maintained a cold demeanor every day surprisingly possessed such a good temper. In retrospect, Xie Jinyan's tolerance towards her was likely due to his recognition of her presence. She never expected to stumble in height, and in frustration, Song Zhiliao struck the air with her fist. What does this mean? Xie Jinyan abruptly halted his line of questioning, staring blankly at the shifting air around him. Knowing that Song Zhiliao could only communicate through the wind, he became increasingly attentive to the ambient air currents. However, he misinterpreted Song Zhiliao's recent gesture as an expression of something. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Song Zhiliao realized that he had perceived her earlier action, which had been directed at her own head. With no other option, she extended her hand and tapped twice beside his ear. This was their agreed-upon signal. One tap signified affirmation, while two indicated negation. Her current message was that everything was fine. After performing this gesture, Song Zhiliao turned her gaze back to the small bundle at her feet. Its eyes were still red and puffy, likely due to having rarely cried before, and today it had wept intensely that if no measures were taken, tomorrow it would undoubtedly present itself with two swollen cherries for eyes. Imagining that scene, Song Zhiliao could not help but find it somewhat distressing. No, considering Xie Jinyan's guidance, she had to uphold his dignity. Chapter 44. Cold compress Song Zhiliao had ceased to place her hopes on anyone else. After all, aside from the servant who had come to summon them for dinner. It seemed that Xie Jinyan was the only one present on the entire third floor. Just as she was about to inquire further, she suddenly felt the wind brush against her cheek once more. However, this time it was from a different direction that a few gentle taps landed on her slightly warm eyelids, prompting Xie Jinyan to tilt his head and ask, "Is something wrong with my eyes?" Subsequently, the breeze shifted to his back. After being nudged by the wind several times, a small, bewildered figure rose from the ground. With their inability to communicate verbally, he could only attempt to decipher her intentions. Was she indicating where to go? The wind then settled at the edge of his earlobe, a light flick indicating affirmation. Thus, Xie Jinyan blinked and obediently moved forward in accordance with the gentle push at his back. Song Zhiliao followed closely behind, letting out a soft sigh. The young Xie Jinyan was truly too well behaved that is so much so that it stirred a sense of reluctance within her. This was decidedly not the typical demeanor for a child of his age. In Song Zhiliao's memory, children at this age were lively and brimming with curiosity about the world, not like little Xie, who could sit in front of blocks and books for an entire evening, resembling a finely crafted doll during moments of stillness. Having grown accustomed to Xie Jinyan's cold demeanor during their time at school, she recognized that there was a distinction between a frosty facade and a quiet, obedient nature. While she wished to tease the adult Xie Jinyan, she felt a measure of caution when it came to his younger self. If it were true that crying children receive sweets, then little Xie Jinyan surely belonged to the category that seldom wept. Even when you offered candy to other children and stole a glance at him, he would merely return a soft, endearing smile that was almost too heart-wrenching. Having guided Xie Jinyan to the washstand, Song Zhiliao approached the towel rack, instinctively reaching for a towel to hand to him. From Xie Jinyan's perspective, the towel that hung on the iron rack appeared to levitate. As if being supported by an unseen force, floating gracefully towards him, he raised his hand to catch the towel midair, yet he still failed to grasp Song Zhiliao's intention. Seeing this, Song Zhiliao took the towel from his hands, turned on the faucet, rinsed it, folded it into a manageable square, and gently placed it over his swollen eyes. Normally, an ice pack would yield better results, but she was uncertain whether the Xie family had any. And even if they did, little Xie likely would not know. Thus, she resorted to using a cold towel as a substitute. While the effect was not as potent as that of an ice pack, it was better than nothing. The searing sensation that had lingered on his eyelids gradually dissipated, along with the accompanying soreness, and Xie Jinyan understood her intention, that he patiently awaited as Song Zhiliao rinsed the now slightly warm towel once more. And this time he pressed it against his eyes himself, his hands, still small, barely covered half of the towel. Once he confirmed that the redness and swelling had receded slightly, Song Zhiliao felt reassured enough to allow him to continue pressing the towel on his own. The wait for the cold compress to take effect felt somewhat prolonged. She stood by, seemingly lost in thought as she stared at the countertop, while her mind wandered back through their experiences within the illusion thus far. Zhuke was also being suppressed by the illusion. Unlike Song Zhiliao, who was gradually being accepted, it had succumbed to the pressure and, upon realizing its struggles were in vain, had simply flipped over in the sea of consciousness and begun to sleep. Witnessing the red, fluffy mass sprawled out in its slumber, Song Zhiliao could not help but chuckle. "Can you touch things?" Xie Jinyan's voice emerged slightly muffled as he spoke with the towel still in place. Song Zhiliao's thoughts were abruptly drawn back. "What?" She struggled to process his question. Noticing her confusion, Xie Jinyan pressed his lips together and endeavored to elaborate, that if you can touch the towel, can you also touch other things? Song Zhiliao was suddenly taken aback that in her haste to apply ice to Xie Jinyan's eyes, she instinctively reached for a towel, despite the fact that she could barely touch the doorknob at the beginning. To confirm her suspicion, Song Zhiliao directed her gaze towards the wash cup. Then, in a juxtaposition of perspectives, the cup inexplicably floated in midair. She set the cup down, a contemplative expression crossing her features. It appeared that the power of the illusion's subject recognition was far more formidable than she had anticipated. Nearly 20 minutes had elapsed since Xie Jinyan acknowledged her existence, yet she was already capable of interacting with objects within the illusion. Boldly, Song Zhiliao mused that at this rate, her complete presence within the illusion was not beyond the realm of possibility. Xie Jinyan, with his hands resting on the white towel, awaited her response that I in turn. Song Zhiliao gently tapped his earlobe. Although she couldn't fully grasp why Xie Jinyan had chosen that particular spot, she had to accept it, as Xie Xiaowan had stated that it was a place of heightened sensitivity. Upon receiving Song Zhiliao's reply, Xie Jinyan's eyes sparkled with unprecedented brilliance, the purple glimmer within them shining brighter than ever. Wonderful. Then we can change our mode of communication, Song Zhiliao, before she could fully process this. Xie Jinyan had already tiptoed to return the towel to its place and dashed out with an eager pace. Song Zhiliao reached out to grasp his collar, but her hand met only air. Song Zhiliao, wait, can't we finish the eye treatment first? In that moment, she was struck with a slight headache akin to dealing with a child. Indeed, despite his outwardly obedient demeanor, he was still fundamentally a child. She reflected with a hint of exasperation. Watching his bouncy figure retreat, Song Zhiliao felt a strange sense of comfort. Despite his hurried pace, he was, after all, still quite short. She trailed leisurely behind Xie Jinyan until they reached the desk. During this time, she glanced at his eyes, noticing they had improved significantly, which led her to abandon her earlier intention of bringing him back to the washstand. Before her, the little one began to clamber up onto the chair, his teetering form causing Song Zhiliao to feel alarmed. She hurried over to lift him up. Xie Jinyan had always managed to climb up alone, accustomed to exerting considerable effort. Now, with a sudden clarity and a shift in perspective, he was seated firmly at the desk. Xie Jinyan appeared visibly bewildered. Once he grasped the situation, a wave of joy surged within him. This was the first time he initiated a prayer outside the prayer room, naturally extolling the virtues of Xi as a truly wonderful person. Just as Song Zhiliao set Xie Jinyan down onto the stool, a familiar voice reached her ears, laced with mockery. Deske, little brat. Song Zhiliao. Who are you calling a little brat? Chapter 45. Xie Jinyan's thoughts from the initial wariness upon hearing that voice to her current indifference. Song Zhiliao had developed a certain immunity. After all, he seemed to harbor no ill intentions towards her, and she was too apathetic to delve deeper. Standing beside Xie Jinyan's stool, she leaned down to observe his intentions. The desk was meticulously organized, with pens neatly arranged in a holder and books stacked in an orderly manner. Though small in stature, Xie Xiaowan was remarkably agile. She watched as he leaned over the desk, deftly extracting a notebook with a swift motion, then returning to his chair, excitedly raising the pen in his hand. Let us write. Song Zhiliao found his exuberant invitation amusing, stifling a laugh as she adjusted the pen's orientation. Oh, Xie Jinyan pursed his lips in a shy smile, as if slightly embarrassed at so. You're here, at some point. The mature facade that Xie Jinyan had donned began to peel away, revealing the lively spirit inherent to childhood. Song Zhiliao keenly noticed this transformation, but chose not to comment. If, in the course of his growth, Xie Jinyan would ultimately revert to the person he was when they first met, then she hoped to witness more of his current self in the meantime. My name is Xie Jinyan. The polite child introduced himself first. What is your name? Accepting the pen he offered, Song Zhiliao carefully inscribed her name in the open notebook. After completing the task, she realized that a 3-year-old might not recognize many characters. However, before she could devise a remedy, she heard Xie Jinyan slowly enunciating her name. Song Zhi Liao. Song Zhiliao couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, a prodigy was still a prodigy even in childhood, as she felt no particular sense of surprise. After exchanging names, she anticipated that Xie Jinyan might inquire about other topics, yet he expressed admiration for her name with a tone of reverence. What a lovely name. Song Zhiliao was momentarily taken aback. Xie Jinyan's remark was utterly unexpected. She had been an orphan, and the name was bestowed upon her by an old man who mentioned that he found her during the height of summer, when the cicadas outside chirped incessantly, thus giving her the name. Throughout her school years, numerous people had remarked that her name seemed rather perfunctory, and she herself had held that belief. However, as she typically disregarded such opinions, she often ignored the remarks of bothersome individuals. When they went too far, she would resort to physical confrontation, for her parents were perpetually unreachable. Yet, she never anticipated hearing such different words from Xie Jinyan, especially from one who appeared to be merely 3 years old. Xi has a beautiful meaning. Aware that Song Zhiliao was listening, Xie Jinyan continued earnestly, his small face serious as he enumerated, diligent, resilient, lively, and the continuation of life. This was the first time Song Zhiliao heard her name imbued with such a plethora of beautiful descriptors. Each commendation struck her like a bolt from the blue. Xie Jinyan continued reciting descriptions of cicadas he had encountered in books. Cicadas emerge from their cocoons, symbolizing the birth and continuation of new life. They endure a long period of silence, ultimately calling out in their unique way, showcasing the exclusive strength and resilience of life. Song Zhiliao couldn't help but recall her own experience of being taken in by the old man, that he had a penchant for photography, and to this day, the images of her arrival at his home remained in her memory. The kind-hearted grandmothers who had once fed her had all passed away within that year. For an extended period, she had not had a full meal. By the time she met the old man, she had nearly gone a week without proper food. In the photographs, she appeared emaciated, her frame so frail it could be described as skin stretched over bones. Significantly smaller than her peers, her lips were pale, giving the impression that she might faint at any moment. Song Zhiliao pondered whether the old man had imbued her name with such beautiful meanings. Yet she could distinctly feel a tiny fissure in her heart slowly healing. Thank you. 3 new words appeared on the blank paper. Xie Jinyan looked somewhat bewildered, seemingly unable to comprehend where Song Zhiliao's gratitude originated. However, she merely smiled, refraining from writing further. She had much to be thankful for: gratitude for his praise, gratitude for sharing those beautiful meanings, and also gratitude for their encounter. Although she had initially sought to avoid Xie Jinyan, he had given her far more than a mere lifeline. Whether it was the conscious assistance from the adult Xie Jinyan or the unintentional healing provided by this little version of him, both had truly aided her. Some individuals were the iciest of facades, yet perform acts of warmth. Song Zhiliao silently mused. Standing beside Xie Jinyan, she awaited his next question, only to see him lay down his pen. Song Zhiliao, observing that Xie Jinyan had no further inquiries, she took the initiative to grasp the pen. Don't you have anything else to ask? Upon reading the last character, Xie Jinyan swiftly snatched the notebook from beneath her hand, clutching it tightly to his chest as if fearing she might write another word. Song Zhiliao was left with a significant question mark hovering above her head. What was this about? Clutching the notebook, Xie Jinyan resolutely shook his head. I have nothing else to ask. This appearance is strikingly reminiscent of the moment when Xie Jinyan in the forest rejected her. That time, she had concocted a web of lies. Yet Xie Jinyan snatched the paper away. Now, she intends to adapt to the circumstances, and little Xie has simply decided to forego the exam altogether. One does not stumble into the same pit twice, unless they encounter another pit belonging to the same individual. Song Zhiliao has resigned herself to this reality. Very well, if she chooses not to inquire, then so be it. However, Song Zhiliao still cannot fathom Xie Jinyan's somewhat guarded demeanor. After all, in her current state, he cannot compel her to speak if she does not wish to. With a soft sigh, Song Zhiliao realizes that whether as an adult or as a child, she fails to ignite any curiosity within him. Despite the numerous enigmas surrounding her, she finds herself utterly perplexed, clutching her notebook with vigilance for a while, upon noticing that Song Zhiliao had no intention of forcing herself to write. Xie Jinyan discreetly breathed a sigh of relief that he was uncertain of the impetus behind her arrival, nor did he know if she would eventually depart. In many illustrated tales, beings that descend from the heavens often return to the skies after answering a single question. Thus, to avoid the scenario he most dreaded, Xie Jinyan opted not to ask anything. That he was unsure whether this gift would remain, but he wished to do everything in his power to keep her close. Chapter 46. The clever child Xie Jinyan had no questions he wished to pose, yet Song Zhiliao did. For instance, how old was he at this moment? After learning he was 4 years old, Song Zhiliao scrutinized the child from head to toe, arriving at the conclusion that he appeared malnourished. Compared to others of the same age, Xie Jinyan was noticeably smaller. After Song Zhiliao inquired about his age, the paper remained devoid of new writings, and a flicker of unease crossed Xie Jinyan's eyes. I am quite intelligent. A soft yet earnest voice suddenly chimed in his ears. The abrupt shift in topic momentarily left Song Zhiliao bewildered. Unable to see her, Xie Jinyan could not discern her position. The little one lowered his head, his fingers nervously intertwining, his tone tinged with urgency. Although I am very young, I am indeed quite clever. He attempted to provide evidence. My father and the aunts at home have all said that I am very smart, smarter than my peers. Xie Jinyan was not mistaken. He truly was astute. At an age when other children often struggle to articulate their thoughts, little Xie spoke clearly and logically. Were it not for his appearance, Song Zhuliao might have assumed she was conversing with a 7 or 8-year-old. The 3 shelves brimming with books in the study made it evident who they were intended for. Not merely clever, he was exceedingly so. Song Zhuliao was not one to withhold compliments. Had Xie Jinyan sought praise, she would have readily extolled him for 5 uninterrupted minutes, employing a diverse array of expressions. Yet his tone made her feel something was amiss. Why did he seem to be attempting to prove his worth to someone? The anxiety and fear reflected in his violet eyes were unmistakable to Song Zhuliao, causing her discomfort at such a tender age. Why did he harbor fears of abandonment? Delving into the intricacies of self-analysis was far too profound. Even if Xie Jinyan was precociously wise, Song Zhuliao had no intention of exploring this topic with him. She chose instead to seek her own answers. Thus, a water pen lifted from the wooden desk and gently touched the pristine white paper, leaving behind a line of neat and symmetrical script. "I know, you are the best." The words were accompanied by an entirely different style of emoticon, a chibi cat vividly depicted on the page. Its round face adorably comical, with a prominent thumbs up beside it. Xie Jinyan's eyes widened in surprise, his round eyes resembling those of the cat drawn on the paper. "Can I keep this sheet?" he inquired. Observing the excitement illuminating his eyes, Song Zhuliao's lips curled into a smile as she swiftly sketched a small hand, giving an okay sign on the paper. This earned her an exclamation of admiration from little Xie. In her childhood, she had often passed the time at home, mimicking comics, never anticipating that such skills would come in handy here. This was her first experience in entertaining a child, especially while being gazed upon with admiration by Xie Jinyan, which made her feel a touch bashful. "I'll teach you how to draw sometime," she wrote on the paper. "All right," Xie Jinyan responded, clearly elated. Suddenly, their exchange was interrupted by a knock on the door. The visitor stood outside, maintaining a respectful distance, yet their tone was unexpectedly firm. "It is time for you to go to the lady's room." "Understood." However, Xie Jinyan seemed accustomed to the servant's tone, responding with a nod and preparing to climb down from the chair. Witnessing this, Song Zhuliao hurriedly assisted him down. She couldn't help but wonder why such a high chair was placed in a child's room. After safely setting him on the ground, she silently grumbled about it. Having a vague sense that Song Zhuliao was taller than he, Xie Jinyan tilted his little face upward, softly expressing his gratitude into the air. Song Zhuliao paused, observing him thanking the empty space beside her, and ultimately took 2 steps to the side. Lowering her gaze to meet Xie Jinyan's violet eyes, she nodded in satisfaction. "Very well. Now the direction is correct." After expressing his thanks, little Xie prepared to head toward the door, but abruptly halted midway. Song Zhuliao, trailing behind him, also came to a sudden stop, struggling to maintain her balance. She exhaled slowly, relieved that she had not fallen. Unlike the other inhabitants of the illusion, she could physically touch Xie Jinyan. This meant that if she stumbled, little Xie would be firmly pinned beneath her. At present, Xie Jinyan appeared as a soft, pliable bundle, and Song Zhuliao could already envision the scene of a fluffy bun being squished into a pancake. "Will you come with me?" Xie Jinyan posed the question to the empty air. Song Zhuliao furrowed her brow slightly, unable to comprehend why Xie Jinyan persistently assumed she would leave. Setting aside her own intentions, she also could not stray too far from him within the 2-meter limit. Consequently, she returned to the desk and retrieved the small notebook, then wrote down, "I will always follow you," and handed it to Xie Jinyan, watching him embrace the notebook with a look of contentment. Song Zhuliao hesitated, grappling with her thoughts. The sudden appearance of a ghost was unsettling enough. To have someone declare, "I will always follow you," in such a scenario was downright eerie. That if she were to find herself in such a position, she would certainly feel a chill run down her spine. Thus, she was baffled as to why Xie Jinyan appeared so cheerful. Confounded, Song Zhuliao opted to embrace the diversity of experiences. The notebook was small enough to fit neatly into the pocket of Xie Jinyan's clothing. Seeing this, she decided to tuck the pen in there as well. In her hand, the pen seemed to float in midair, and she wished to avoid startling anyone, although her current state was akin to that of a ghost. Song Zhuliao had yet to develop any sinister inclinations. Following Xie Jinyan, Song Zhuliao navigated a series of turns until they arrived at a door. It was then that she realized Mrs. Xie resided on the same floor as Xie Jinyan. Tapping lightly on the door, Xie Jinyan rapped 3 times before lowering his hand to wait patiently. "Come in." Nearly half a minute passed before a woman's voice emanated from within. Upon receiving the invitation, Xie Jinyan stood on his tiptoes, twisted the doorknob, and stepped inside. The room was dimly lit. Squinting her eyes, Song Zhiliao discerned the figure seated beside the bed was Mrs. Xie, who had been present at the dinner table. This room could hardly be described as tidy. Blankets and pillows lay haphazardly strewn across the carpet, and the bedside lamp, which ought to have been on the nightstand, had toppled over, its cord dangling awkwardly. Yet, Xie Jinyan seemed unperturbed by the scene before him, and as Song Zhiliao watched, he picked up the pillows and blankets from the floor and placed them back on the bed, setting the lamp upright as well. Throughout the process, he emanated a maturity and composure that belied his age. After restoring order to the room, he crossed over to Qiu Wenxiong's side. "Mama." Xie Jinyan softly called out. Chapter 47. A Mother and Child Reading at Night. By the bedside, Chu Wenxiong sat upright, her back exuding an elegant silhouette, the silk nightgown she wore flowing gracefully. Her chestnut hair was gently secured at the back of her head with a pearl hairpin, while a few stray strands delicately cascaded down her fair neck, presenting a picture of gentleness and warmth, starkly contrasting with the chaos that had just filled the room. Yet, there was a hint of daze in her expression, only reacting when Xie Jinyan approached her side. Her lifeless eyes quivered slightly, and as she turned her neck, her gaze fell upon Xie Jinyan. The moment their brown and violet eyes met. Song Zhila observed a noticeable tremor ripple through Chu Wenxiong's body the next instant. A strong wave of revulsion surged beneath her brown eyes, only to be swiftly suppressed, as if it had never existed. Nevertheless, Song Zhila silently stood before them, witnessing everything clearly. The intensity of that aversion was overwhelming, momentarily leaving her in a daze. Instinctively, she glanced towards Xie Jinyan, who was sitting closest to Chu Wenxiong. Even from a distance, she could sense it. There was no way Xie Jinyan remained oblivious. Yet he appeared to disregard Chu Wenxiong's recent display of resistance, maintaining his usual demeanor beside her. Song Zhila found this somewhat perplexing. Given Xie Jinyan's intelligence, he should have sensed the abnormality within their household. However, his current demeanor, the phrase painting a false tranquility, abruptly flashed in her mind. Indeed, it was a facade of peace. Xie Jinyan was not oblivious. He merely chose to remain willfully ignorant. That it was as though the surface calm of their home could persist as long as no one dared to shatter the illusion that he remained a blissful child. Thus, upon hearing his father's true feelings towards him, although his emotions crumbled, he quickly regained composure. It was because he had long been mentally prepared, even if he himself was unaware of it. Song Zhila's gaze towards Xie Jinyan was tinged with sympathy. The innate attachment children have to their parents, and their yearning for family often leads them to subconsciously overlook the wrongs, believing that such a state could endure indefinitely. However, tranquility is merely superficial. Beneath the surface, tumultuous undercurrents rage. That it is akin to a landmine buried underground, appearing deceptively flat, yet one misstep could spell disaster. The first mine has now exploded, even though this was not Xie Jinyan's intention. And despite his efforts to avoid it, his father's indifference still struck him painfully. Even as his defense mechanisms sprang into action, they were still pierced, leaving him bleeding emotionally. Ultimately, that blood transformed into tears, which the carpet silently absorbed. And what of his mother? Song Zhila turned her gaze towards the somewhat dazed Chu Wenxiong. "What feelings do you harbor for him?" "Mama, what are we reading today?" Xie Jinyan inquired. Tilting his head, Xie Haoyi had requested Chu Wenxiong to read to him every night at 10, a habit that had persisted for 2 years. "That I'll go get it," Chu Wenxiong replied, rising to retrieve a book from the corner bookshelf before returning to her place on the bed. Song Zhila keenly noticed that she sat a bit farther away from Xie Jinyan this time. Her eyes fell upon the book in Chu Wenxiong's hands, which seemed familiar. She recalled seeing it in Xie Jinyan's room. If memory served, he had already finished this book. This the one? Yes, Xie Jinyan had no objections. The ensuing moments were spent with Chu Wenxiong reading and Xie Jinyan listening, feeling somewhat fatigued from standing. Song Zhila scanned the room before finally sitting cross-legged on the windowsill. From her vantage point, illuminated by the warm yellow light, the two by the bed appeared to be an ordinary mother and son. Simple yet heartwarming. Yet upon closer inspection, One would discern that Chu Wenxiong's tone lacked any inflection, resembling a monotonous reading machine. Meanwhile, Xie Jinyan clearly was not fully engaged, occasionally gazing off into space. Xie Haoi had stipulated a minimum reading time of half an hour. The white clock on the bedside ticked steadily, marking the passage of time. Xie Jinyan had entered the room at 9:10, and by 9:40, Chu Wenxiong's voice ceased. She placed the book on the bedside table, then turned to look at Xie Jinyan, deliberately avoiding his violet eyes. "Time to go back to your room." Song Zhila, perched on the windowsill with her chin resting on her palm, felt a heavy sense of duty. It felt as though they were forcefully orchestrating a heartwarming scene between mother and child. Usually, Xie Jinyan would bid Chu Wenxiong good night and leave the room once the reading was concluded. This time, however, Chu Wenxiong prepared to turn away as soon as he finished speaking. "Mama, does father love us?" Without saying good night, Xie Jinyan posed a question that if jolted awake. Chu Wenxiong abruptly turned to him, her eyes darkening as though his words had touched upon something buried deep within her. "That of course not," she answered without hesitation. Xie Jinyan lowered his head, momentarily speechless. Song Zhila jumped down from the windowsill and approached Xie Jinyan, gently patting her shoulder. Unlike the facade of tranquility that Xie Jinyan maintained, Chu Wenxiong seemed to be in a state of reckless abandon. Noticing Song Zhila's comforting presence, Xie Jinyan slightly turned his head, pressed his lips together, and smiled at her before continuing to look up at Chu Wenxiong. "Do you love father?" Chu Wenxiong's expression soured as she provided a negative answer. "Understood," Xie Jinyan softly murmured, sounding as if he were whispering to himself. These questions had never crossed his mind before. Perhaps he had held on to a glimmer of hope regarding his father, which compelled him to inquire of his mother that evening. He had received his answers. Observing Xie Jinyan's drooping head, a flicker of compassion crossed Chu Wenxiong's eyes, and her fingers, which had been resting at her side, twitched slightly before ultimately coming to a halt. "Time to sleep," she stated, ushering him away. In response, Xie Jinyan did not answer immediately. Instead, he reached into the pocket of his clothing to retrieve a crumpled letter, handing it to Chu Wenxiong. "Mama, the picture book says to keep your belongings safe." Upon noticing the object in Xie Jinyan's hand, Chu Wenxiong's expression changed dramatically, and she instinctively glanced around. Quickly realizing that they were alone in the room, she snatched the letter from Xie Jinyan's hand, lowering her voice as she questioned, "How did this end up in your possession?" Xie Jinyan replied, "The messenger was an hour late." Chu Wenxiong fell silent. "Good night, Mama." Xie Jinyan stood up and walked towards the door. Throughout the entire exchange, he maintained a calm demeanor, showing no signs of panic in the face of Chu Wenxiong's inquiries, almost resembling a young adult. "Jinyan," Chu Wenxiong suddenly called out to him. Xie Jinyan paused in the act of grasping the doorknob. "Wear more layers, it gets cold at night." "Okay, Mother." Chapter 48. His Daily Life. Before stepping out of the room, Song Zhila turned to glance at Chu Wenxiong. The concern she had just displayed felt unsettlingly unfamiliar, and the woman's demeanor appeared somewhat unnatural. The letter Xie Jinyan had handed her was tightly clenched in her hand, and it wasn't until the door was nearly closed that Song Zhila noticed her making a move. The woman first ensured that Xie Jinyan had indeed left, then bent down to open the drawer of the bedside table. Inside lay a small safe that Chu Wenxiong deftly turned the combination lock, opening it to place the letter inside. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a thick stack of letters in identical envelopes within. The difference was that the ones in the drawer had all been opened, whereas the one Xie Jinyan had given her was still sealed. Song Zhila was unaware of who had penned the letter to Chu Wenxiong, but based on the exchange between mother and son, it was clear that this letter was not meant for others' eyes, that it was evident that Xie Haoi and Chu Wenxiong were merely a facade of a couple. The room had unmistakably been occupied solely by Chu Wenxiong, and their interaction leaned more towards mutual indifference. However, Xie Haoi seemed particularly keen on presenting a harmonious family image to outsiders, that which must not be seen by him. Realizing the direction her thoughts were taking, Song Zhila urgently halted her mental spiraling. "No, I mustn't think like that." Forcing herself to abandon the notion of returning to investigate further, she ultimately followed Xie Jinyan back to his room. Life in the Xie household was remarkably tranquil. After spending 3 days in this placid environment alongside Xie Jinyan, Song Zhila grew increasingly dissatisfied with the way the Xie family cared for their child. Xie Jinyan's routine was highly structured. Aside from meal times when he would go to the dining hall, he spent nearly all his time in his room. At the age of 4 or 5, children are naturally the most energetic. Yet Xie Jinyin either played with building blocks or read books each day, often spending entire days in solitude with hardly a few words spoken. Song Jila began to understand why she initially found Xie Jinyin's speech somewhat disjointed. It was simply because he had no one to converse with. When he first noticed her presence, his surprise led to more casual conversation, but fundamentally, he was unaccustomed to engaging in lengthy dialogues. As the days passed and the two grew more acquainted, Song Jila discovered that he had even begun to communicate through writing. If other parents were to witness their children writing at such a tender age, they would undoubtedly feel immense joy. Yet, one can discern from the strokes of Xie Jinyin's writing that he possesses considerable skill. Thus, Song Ji Liao has no intention of indulging him. Suddenly, her cheek is pinched, and Xie Jinyin emits a bewildered whimper. Shortly thereafter, a piece of paper is thrust before his eyes, adorned with bold and unequivocal words. "Speak to me." The cat stands with hands on hips. Upon discovering Xie Jinyin's fondness for her chibi-style cats, Song Ji Liao has taken to drawing one alongside nearly every sentence she writes. Despite having seen them numerous times before, Xie Jinyin's eyes still twinkle with delight. The child, inherently adorable with a quiet and obedient demeanor, smiles softly at her, making it nearly impossible for anyone to scold him. Song Ji Liao certainly cannot bring herself to do so. With a resigned sigh, she releases his face, feeling a twinge of headache. Unlike the cold and irritable Xie Jinyin of adulthood, this little bundle is so well-behaved that it becomes a source of headache. For instance, at this very moment. All right. Xie Jinyin diligently folds the notes Song Ji Liao had just written. I will speak more. His temperament is almost excessively gentle. Even when breaking his habit, he exhibits no signs of resistance. Have you always been this well-tempered? Xie Jinyin reads the words on the paper slowly and deliberately. That I don't know. He replies that a question mark and a chibi cat scratching its head quickly appear on the page. Xie Jinyin, feeling a bit shy, adds, because I haven't interacted much with others, I don't know if my temperament is considered good. Song Ji Liao is momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, she glances out the window. The Xie family's residence is situated in a villa community, where several neighboring families have children who appear to be around 4 or 5 years old. The houses are close together, and the children quickly become familiar with one another. The Xie home is conveniently located near the community's public garden. The lawn that comes with the house is insufficient for the children's rambunctiousness. They prefer the larger garden. Thus, every afternoon around 3 or 4 o'clock, the sounds of children playing can be heard downstairs, likely awakened from their naps, eagerly seeking playmates. Looking down from Xie Jinyin's window, one can see lively figures darting about in the grass. Each child is brimming with energy, starkly contrasting with the quietly seated Xie Jinyin. Why don't you go out to play? In the days she has been here, she has never seen Xie Jinyin step beyond the villa's door. Because my father doesn't allow it, he answers. Why not? I don't know. Seated on the cushion that Song Ji Liao provided, Xie Jinyin first glances at the words on the paper and then obediently looks up to answer her question. Song Ji Liao notices that ever since she encouraged him to speak, Xie Jinyin consistently checks her position before reading the content on the paper and then addressing her. What a polite child. She casts another glance at the group of children frolicking in the autumn breeze below. Clearly, Xie Jinyin should be among them. Suddenly, Song Ji Liao comprehends why Xie Jinyin was initially unafraid of her. It is because he feels overwhelmingly lonely. The child himself is unaware of how intense his yearning for companionship is. Thus, when he becomes aware of her presence, his first reaction is not to question who she is, but rather to feel elated that he finally has someone to keep him company. The world of children is always simple. Where you come from and why you are here are inconsequential. The fact that he is no longer alone is, for him, the greatest blessing. Perhaps due to the presence of another, Xie Jinyin has visibly become more lively over the past few days. Even during meals, Xie Howie cannot help but inquire about what has happened recently to elevate his spirits. After eavesdropping on the conversation in the study that day, Xie Jinyin's closeness to Xie Howie diminished significantly. Yet Xie Howie remains unconcerned. He wears a consistently gentle smile while asking questions. Xie Jinyin buries his head in his bowl, responding absent-mindedly. During these days, Song Ji Liao has taken advantage of the fact that others cannot see her. First assisting Xie Jinyin in serving food, and later surreptitiously piling meat into the little one's bowl she spoke. This marked the 4th day since she and Xie Jinyin had entered the illusion. Aside from the first day, the subsequent days had been exceedingly gentle, so gentle that it resembled the tranquility before a storm. Such gentleness had never been the hallmark of an illusion beneath this calm. A tempest was likely brewing. The clues to breaking the stalemate often resided within the storm itself. Ultimately, this illusion belonged to Xie Jinyan. Only by arousing his consciousness could it be brought to an end. As his external companion, Song Zhijiao's task was to uncover the clues, piece together the answers, and then awaken him that I divined last night. It should happen within these few days, she said soothingly, bound by their contract. Song Zhijiao sensed the restlessness emanating from Zhuke. If it comes to it, I shall simply set fire to it. Zhuke huffed. Song Zhijiao chuckled softly. Do not act recklessly. Burning it might allow them to escape. But it would not guarantee Xie Jinyan's safety. She still clung to the hope of not abandoning him, that as time passed. Song Zhijiao lifted her gaze to the now completely darkened sky outside, pondering why the Xie family seemed to be dining later than usual. Typically, they would have finished by this time. Why was there still no sound from outside? Just as her curiosity peaked, a clamor erupted from downstairs. With Chu Wenxiong's sharp, fragmented voice piercing through the air. Was it you who did this? Sitting by the desk, Xie Jinyan was jolted into alertness. The sound of shattering glass quickly reverberated throughout the house. And as if suddenly awakened, Xie Jinyan leapt from his seat and dashed towards the door, but he nearly stumbled midway, but Song Zhijiao was quick enough to catch him. The altercation unfolded on the first floor. And observing Xie Jinyan stumbling on the stairs for the third time, Song Zhijiao decided to scoop him up in her arms. The weight pressed heavily against her arms, prompting yet another sigh regarding Xie Jinyan's malnourishment. She descended the stairs with twice the speed of Xie Jinyan, placing him down only when she reached the dimly lit corner at the base of the stairs. This corner, shrouded in darkness, often went unnoticed by passers-by. Thus, the two of them stood there, observing the situation unfolding outside in the living room. Chu Wenxiong's face contorted with extreme rage, while Xie Haoyi opposite her remained remarkably composed. Shards of glass littered the floor beneath them, and the surrounding servants had long since vanished. Chapter 50. The eruption of conflict. The living room lay in disarray, with an expensive sofa soaked by an unidentified liquid. And the glass fruit bowl that had once adorned the coffee table was nowhere to be found, leaving fruits scattered across the floor. Song Zhijiao glanced at the positions of Chu Wenxiong and Xie Haoyi, then lowered her gaze to the glass shards beneath her feet, silently pulling Xie Jinyan a bit further away. Given the distance, the glass could still splinter towards them, indicating the force with which it had been shattered. Chu Wenxiong's chest heaved with rage, her arms trembling uncontrollably at her sides, yet beneath that fury lay a deeper layer of panic and sorrow. Song Zhijiao's eyes momentarily widened, her mind swirling with questions. What was Chu Wenxiong so afraid of? Despite the tumultuous scene, her fear could not be concealed, and it stemmed directly from the man across from her. Following Chu Wenxiong's seething gaze, Song Zhijiao turned her attention to the unperturbed Xie Haoyi. In the face of the woman's furious accusations, he maintained his genteel demeanor. Having just returned from work, he wore silver-rimmed blue-light glasses perched on his nose, his calmness starkly contrasting with Chu Wenxiong's ferocity. It was merely unfortunate for him, Xie Haoyi remarked. You lie. Chu Wenxiong had completely shed her usual demeanor of a refined lady, now swept away by a tempest of emotion. He has traveled that road for 7 or 8 years without incident. Why did something happen today? How could Zhang Liang have coincidentally taken that route today? Xie Haoyi shrugged. Secretary Zhang's destination today happened to be along that road. The T.O. placed blame solely upon me. Madame Xie. Seems rather inappropriate that he emphasized Madame Xie, sending a chill down Chu Wenxiong's spine. Not believing a word of Xie Haoyi's response, Chu Wenxiong's fingers trembled as she prepared to retort, only for the man to slowly extract a stack of papers from the folder he held. It was then that Song Zhijiao noticed that Xie Haoyi's left hand had been clutching a document bag all along, obscured from her view by the angle of the staircase. Madame Xie. Xie Haoyi called her again, seemingly oblivious to her disgusted expression. With a flick of his fingers, the contents of the bag tumbled onto the glass surface of the coffee table, producing a sharp, resonant sound. Shouldn't you explain what these are? Upon laying eyes on the stack, Chu Wenxiong's pupils constricted, her intense anger swiftly replaced by panic. From a distance, Song Zhijiao struggled to discern the contents, but could barely make out that they were letters. Yet the packaging felt eerily familiar, that a sense of foreboding began to swell within her. The envelopes bore an uncanny resemblance to those that Xie Jinyan had handed Chu Wenxiong on that fateful night. Hiding in the stairwell, Xie Jinyan also recognized the stack of documents, his small face turning as pale as a sheet. The standoff between Chu Wenxiong and Xie Haoyi persisted in the living room. Seemingly unaware of Chu Wenxiong's sudden change in complexion, Xie Haoyi glanced over the water-stained sofa, ultimately choosing a dry spot to sit. Leaning back against the cushion, he casually crossed his right leg over his left. His hands resting on his knees, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Madam Xie, I believe I advised you against maintaining contact with him," Xie Haoyi stated. Chu Wenxiong's complexion drained of color, her voice trembling. "Who permitted you to enter my room?" "Those letters were securely locked in the safe." With a scoff, Xie Haoyi expressed disdain for Chu Wenxiong's clumsy attempt to divert the conversation. "That I initially warned you. Once you entered the Xie household, not to let me discover your communications, that I have shown considerable leniency." That he feigned exasperation, gesturing with his hands. "It should have been simple enough not to be caught by me. Yet you failed to do so. Did you not blame me for my actions?" That Chu Wenxiong trembled with rage at his audacity, every word dripping with anguish. "That we were about to become engaged. It was you who presented those conditions to my parents, compelling them to change their minds." In the throes of intense fury and resentment, Chu Wenxiong's face flushed crimson. "You coerced me against my will. Only after I became pregnant did my father and mother relent to your demands. Xie Haoyi, you are nothing but a scoundrel." Her tirade failed to provoke any visible reaction from Xie Haoyi, who merely replied with a cryptic smile. "Miss Chu, how can you be so certain that your parents had no hand in that matter?" In that moment, Xie Haoyi shed his usual facade of gentility, revealing a sinister core that began to surface. "Your cries for help that night were so loud. Did they truly not hear?" Chu Wenxiong's face blanched as Xie Haoyi's words struck her like a sword, obliterating her mental defenses. The events of that night were memories she had long sought to avoid, leaving her too drained to ponder any peculiarities. She had directed all her resentment towards Xie Haoyi, but were her parents genuinely unaware? Her pleas had echoed so loudly, her despair so profound. Did her father and mother, just a floor away, truly not hear? If they too were complicit, what were they truly thinking when they comforted her time and again? Chu Wenxiong found herself unable to continue. She appeared on the verge of collapse, her legs giving way as she slumped onto the nearby sofa. The moisture from the sofa had yet to dry, quickly soaking into her garments, deepening their hue. Oblivious to the dampness, she muttered "impossible" repeatedly, as though clinging to the last bastion of her heart. Xie Haoyi rose from the sofa, brushing off his coat as if removing dust, but he looked down from his height at Chu Wenxiong, now crumpled on the sofa, and once more addressed her with that title. "Madam Xie, a modicum of innocence can be endearing, yet in excess, it becomes folly." That he cast a glance at the letters on the coffee table, his lips curving into a smirk. "Bring me someone." Moments later, a maid approached from the direction of the dining room. Head of the household, she bowed slightly. "Burn all this trash." He gestured dismissively towards the letters on the table. "Understood." The maid bent down to retrieve the letters, only to be halted by Chu Wenxiong's firm grip. The woman clutched the stack tightly, her intent clear. The maid showed no sign of relinquishing her hold. As the two women faced off, Xie Haoyi's voice rang out with an air of warning in the living room. "You know the consequences of inciting my wrath. He should still be in a hospital undergoing emergency treatment." Chu Wenxiong's hands trembled slightly, her pearly teeth clenched tightly onto her lower lip. After a few seconds, the strength in her hands ultimately dissipated. This time, the maid effortlessly collected all the letters. Chapter 51. The Chaos of the Xie Family. As Chu Wenxiong watched helplessly while the maid took away all the letters, it felt as though all the strength had been drained from her body, causing her to collapse to the ground. Seeing his mother fall, Xie Jinyan instinctively moved to rush forward, only to be firmly restrained by Song Ji. She tapped twice on Xie Jinyan's earlobe, a gesture signifying denial. That in contemporary terms, it meant, "Do not approach." Due to her trust in Song Ji Jiao, Xie Jinyan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately acquiesced to her gentle force and came to a halt. Noticing that Xie Jinyan had no intention of advancing further, Song Ji Jiao turned her gaze back to Chu Wenxiong in the living room. That in the era of interstellar civilization, individuals typically possess the ability to control their own psychic energy, with disturbances arising only in moments of extreme instability. Just moments ago, she had distinctly sensed the energy leaking from Chu Wenxiong. The erratic energy, no longer under the owner's control, signified an alarming level of instability within her. Observing Chu Wenxiong, who had her head bowed, her long hair obscuring her expression, an unsettling feeling crept into Song Zhijiao's heart. In the next instant, Chu Wenxiong began to frantically hurl objects around the living room, as if possessed, vases from the cabinet, ornaments from the table. Everything within her line of sight was cast aside, some crashing to the ground while others collided with different items, creating a cacophony of jarring and terrifying sounds. Xie Jinyan, still just a child, was so frightened by the scene that he stumbled back several steps, nearly tripping over the staircase behind him. In his moment of panic, he was steadied by Song Zhijiao, who watched with wide eyes as the woman in the living room appeared to be spiraling into madness, murmuring absently, "Mom," beneath the disheveled brown locks. Chu Wenxiong's expression twisted in anguish, the blood vessels in her eyes increasingly prominent, as if every ounce of her strength was being channeled into her destructive actions. The commotion soon attracted a group of individuals. Initially, Song Zhijiao spotted a man in a butler's uniform rushing upstairs. Minutes later, he reappeared in the living room, whispering to those around him before several maids approached Chu Wenxiong. They attempted to subdue her tumultuous outbursts, but their efforts met with repeated failure. Ultimately, it took 4 of them to barely restrain her. Even after being captured, Chu Wenxiong continued to struggle. The butler's signal. Another individual approached with a syringe-like instrument. With a swift injection, Chu Wenxiong quickly slumped into submission. The nearby waiting maids rushed forward to catch her, with 2 supporting her on either side, preparing to escort her upstairs. As they approached, Song Zhijiao pulled Xie Jinyan aside, retreating into a space behind the staircase. Through the gaps in the crowd, Song Zhijiao caught sight of Chu Wenxiong's chest heaving violently, a testament to her intense emotional turmoil. Witnessing the flush of rage on Chu Wenxiong's face, she couldn't help but frown. Once the crowd had dispersed, Song Zhijiao and Xie Jinyan cautiously emerged from their hiding place. Xie Jinyan's complexion was pale, his expression dazed, clearly still reeling from the chaos he had just witnessed. No matter how perceptive a child may be, the fear of parental conflict lingers, as it seems to foreshadow the potential collapse of familial stability. With a soft sigh echoing in her heart, she confirmed that no one was around before lifting Xie Jinyan into her arms. Instinctively, she cradled him in the correct manner, gently bouncing him to ensure he would not fall before making her way up the stairs. Xie Jinyan wrapped his arms around her neck, resting his chin on her shoulder, his eyelashes fluttering as he succumbed to a state of complete reliance. Although he could not see Song Zhijiao, he felt the warmth radiating from her, a stark contrast to the chill that had gripped his heart moments earlier, which now began to beat anew, symbolizing a resurgence of vitality. His grip tightened around her neck, and this time, he buried his small face into the warmth of her neck. Sensing the fragility of the small figure in her embrace, she let out a soft sigh, instinctively pulling him closer. As she ascended the stairs, her mind raced to piece together the chaotic events from earlier. Despite the tumult, it had revealed much, such as Chu Wenxiong's unwillingness to marry Xie Haoyi, and that Xie Jinyan's presence was likely not her desire. From Xie Haoyi's words, it was apparent he had strictly forbidden Chu Wenxiong from communicating with the owner of that letter, yet she had clearly defied his command. Now, with that individual in peril, Chu Wenxiong had come to blame Xie Haoyi. Although he initially denied involvement, during their subsequent argument, Chu Wenxiong had broached the subject again, and he failed to refute it, even subtly using it as leverage against her. Xie Haoyi's arrogance was astounding. He was unafraid of Chu Wenxiong discovering the truth, showing little regard for concealing his actions. Believing everything lay within his grasp, he perceived both the servants in the villa and his wife, Chu Wenxiong, to be under his control, convinced they would pose no threat to him. Just days prior, Chu Wenxiong had been challenging him at the dining table, yet today she was dragged upstairs like a lifeless puppet. The extent of Xie Haoyi's control over the villa's inhabitants was clearly far more profound than it appeared. What kind of control could render these servants as docile as automatons? The thought of those emotionless faces sent a shiver down Song Zhijiao's spine. Upon returning to her room, she noted Xie Jinyan still appeared dazed, prompting her to gently place him on the bed and tuck a pillow into his arms. Suddenly enveloped in softness, Xie Jinyan blinked in surprise before silently clutching the pillow she had provided. Faced with the current situation, Song Zhijiao found herself at a rare loss for how to proceed. Having never known her own parents, she felt no attachment to the two strangers. Yet Xie Jinyan was different. He possessed an innate dependency on his parents, even though his existence had never been desired by his mother. Beneath the facade of wealth and happiness lay a foundation riddled with cracks. If the inception was flawed, how could the conclusion be anything but tragic? In this household, the only individual striving to evade harm was Xie Jinyan, while the rest remained indifferent observers. His father cared only for himself, and his mother was too overwhelmed to notice that he existed at all. Xie Jinyan was like a ghost haunting the Xie household, his presence so faint it was almost eerie. Outside the door, a servant came to inform him that dinner would be delivered to his room. Beyond that, the entire third floor remained eerily silent, with no one considering whether the earlier ruckus might have frightened the child. Chapter 52. Night reading. Xie Jinyan's mood remained low throughout the evening, and when the time for reading arrived without a servant knocking at the door, he simply wrapped himself in his blanket, preparing for sleep. Observing the lump that seemed intent on smothering itself, Song Zhijiao sighed deeply, having lost count of how many times she had done so that day, and approached to tug the blanket down a little. Feeling the pull on the cover, his violet eyes blinked under the soft yellow light before finally yielding to the force of sleep, obediently closing his eyes. Xie Jinyan preferred to leave the bedside lamp on while he slept, shyly confessing to Song Zhijiao that he had a slight fear of the dark. The room was shrouded in darkness, save for the corner illuminated by the bedside light. The entire Xie household maintained its usual silence. As Xie Jinyan drifted off, Song Zhijiao found herself wide awake, a seasoned night owl. To her, 9:30 was merely the beginning of the evening that in her previous life, she often stayed up late reading novels. And now, in this world, the light brain had become a boon, a fact evident in the dark circles under her eyes. However, she currently had neither a phone nor a light brain, bored to distraction. She suddenly recalled the several large boxes of books stored within her storage bracelet. The covers of the books appeared quite aged, and the pages were made of coarse material, resembling ancient texts. The military academy's curriculum was demanding, with many classes focusing on physical training. Even the fittest individual would struggle under such a regimen. After returning to her dormitory post-class for a shower, Song Zhijiao found herself utterly unwilling to move. Additionally, having spent the previous month frantically catching up on material she was expected to have mastered, she had yet to even glance at those books. Now that the thought had resurfaced, she had no intention of remaining idle. Casually pulling out a book from her space, she flipped through it and discovered it detailed the experiences of individuals from the past cultivation realm within secret realms. Since the depletion of spiritual energy, not only had the living space for the cultivation realm been drastically reduced, but the various secret realms had also been gradually shrinking until they vanished entirely, by the time of Song Zhijiao's arrival. Secret realms had not made an appearance for quite some time, and those remaining in the cultivation realm had resigned themselves to the belief that all secret realms had ceased to exist. Thus, the term was somewhat unfamiliar to her. Just as she began to feel bored and was about to return the book to its storage space, the Zhuke inner consciousness suddenly called out to her. Gigi, wait a moment. Song Zhijiao paused, her hand still holding the book, as she heard Zhuke continue. The frequency of illusions appearing in secret realms is quite high. Perhaps these books contain something beneficial for you. In the world, few things could ensnare divine beasts, and it was unlikely that anyone would frivolously cast illusions upon them. As a result, despite having lived for over 1,000 years, Zhuke had limited knowledge regarding illusions. If only Xuanwu were here, it lamented, that fellow is a master at studying such things. Songji Liao was hearing this expression for the first time. Zhuke explained. In the past, it would often find a waterhole to nest in and study formations. Illusions and that sort of thing must have some similarities that if it were here, perhaps there would be some way. The four divine beasts were all nurtured between heaven and earth, each possessing an unseen longevity, which drew them together like K-I-N, that as the saying goes, distance breeds beauty. When they were apart, curiosity was abundant, yet once they began to coexist, every little thing became irksome. Take Xian Wu, for instance. Zhuke simply could not fathom how it could face those books and bewildering formations every day. If it were Zhuke, it would simply incinerate them with a breath of fire. After all, in this world, there was hardly anything capable of withstanding divine flames at that moment. Xian Wu would merely cast a disdainful glance at it and declare, "Foolish, Regardless of how incensed Zhu Ke became, it would remain sprawled on the stone, wholeheartedly engrossed in its research on formations. Now, trapped within an illusion, Zhu Ke found itself unexpectedly missing that bookworm, though reluctant to admit it. Xian Wu was indeed the most astute among the four beasts. Ruffling Zhu Ke's head, Songji Liao said nothing, yet rummaged through her space for several similar books. The room was dimly lit, and after a short while, her eyes began to ache. Glancing at the bulging shape on the opposite bed, Songji Liao rubbed her eyes, preparing to seek out some light, perhaps due to the extended time spent with Xie Jinyan. The principal of this illusion, Songji Liao felt the oppressive atmosphere around her gradually easing. The 2-meter constraint had expanded to nearly 10 meters, significantly enlarging her range of movement. And then there was Zhu Quebec. She had previously been unable to release Zhu Ke from her sea of consciousness, but now she sensed it was close, observing the vibrant spiritual fire in her palm, much more vigorous than before. Songji Liao couldn't help but smile. Stepping outside, she set her sights on the terrace at the end of the third floor. One must admit, the CF family's decor was quite splendid. The spacious terrace featured a swing sofa, large enough to nestle into comfortably, something Songji Liao had long coveted during her time in the modern world. The lights at the end of the corridor shone continuously, their glow spilling into the doorways of the third floor, dispelling some of the night-esque gloom. Nestling into the swing, Songji Liao sat cross-legged, sinking into the softness of the cushions behind her. The CF family's heating seemed to flow freely, saturating the terrace, and she sighed contentedly, glancing at Xie Jinyan's door to confirm there was nothing amiss before beginning to study those books by the corridor's light. Initially, these books appeared dull, but upon closer inspection, they resembled a collection of stories, and Songji Liao found her previously wandering focus sharpening. When encountering unfamiliar terms, she inquired of Zhu Ke in her sea of consciousness. After several questions, Songji Liao couldn't help but marvel at how some beasts, having lived for so long, had not done so in vain. In Zhu Ke's words, although she was not omniscient like Xian Wu, she had encountered numerous extraordinary treasures. Songji Liao's lips twitched. The implication was clear. She had not tasted pork, but had seen pigs run. During the day, Zhu Ke spent most of its time sleeping. So now it was wide awake, joining Songji Liao and studying the books. Interestingly, she even caught glimpses of Zhu Ke's figure within. She turned a page towards Zhu Ke, who furrowed its brow, struggling to recall anything. "You can't blame me," Zhu Ke asserted defensively. "Divine beasts have such long lifespans. How could we possibly remember everything?" Songji Liao was taken aback. Indeed, in the vast expanse of time, even the grandest events would eventually fade to mediocrity, and the most brilliant of individuals would merely be transient visitors. "What about me?" Songji Liao instinctively asked. "Will you forget me too, as a human?" Her lifespan paled in comparison to Zhu Ke's. Even though cultivation might extend one's life, it would be but a fraction. Like a drop in the ocean, it would scarcely create a ripple against the longevity of a divine beast. "Never," Zhu Ke replied swiftly, its tone earnest, as if making a solemn vow. "And no matter what, I shall never forget you, Ji." For Zhu Ke, its life had once approached an end, and Songji Liao was the one who had pulled it back. The first beginning of Zhu Ke's life was bestowed by heaven and earth. The lengthy years had rendered its memories pale and shallow. Yet Songji Liao had granted it a second beginning. Since then, time had sparkled. Chapter 53. Unforeseen changes. Xie Jin Yin slept fitfully, the echoes of his parents' arguments reverberating through his dreams. Fragmented and disjointed, in his dream, he was still hiding in a corner. The contrast between his mother's frantic expression and his father's calm demeanor stark. The two were like fire and water, inherently incompatible. The volume of their quarrel crescendoed, and Xie Jin Yan's body trembled increasingly in the corner. A suffocating sensation surging from deep within that he grasped the collar of his shirt, gasping for breath. The fabric was tightly clutched in his hands, and the skin beneath it rose and fell dramatically. The urgency of his need for oxygen escalating. The feeling of suffocation intensified. Xie Jin Yin struggled desperately in his dream, his violet eyes finally opening to the light of reality. Yet the sensation of oxygen deprivation remained, an unknown pressure continuing to constrict his throat. The weight of his eyelids thwarted his attempts to open his eyes, but through blurred vision, he discerned his mother's familiar face illuminated by the soft glow of a nightlight. Mother. The woman's hand was gripping his neck with ferocity, and Xie Yin fought to articulate broken words through his constricted airway, yet her grip did not relent. That Chu Wuqiong's expression was one of madness. Her words a chaotic jumble, her usually gentle tone now shrill. Why did I give birth to you? You are the reason I cannot escape the CF family. Why is it that he is in the emergency room fighting for his life while you lie here in comfort? The resentment pouring from her brown eyes cascaded over Xie Yin like a waterfall. Because of you, he wouldn't even allow me to go to the hospital. The suffocating sensation grew ever stronger, and the instinct for survival compelled Xie Yin to struggle fiercely, attempting to pry Chu Wuqiong's hand from his throat. Yet how could a malnourished 4-year-old compete with an adult's strength? Unable to discern any movement in her arm, Xie Yin felt his oxygen dwindle, the brilliance of his violet eyes dimming. Despair enveloped his heart. He was uncertain whether the pain in his chest stemmed from suffocation or the imminent threat of death at his mother's hands. His strength to fight back began to wane. Tears welled in his violet eyes. Yet they never fell. Slowly, his violet eyes closed, and he awaited the arrival of death. Recent events flickered through his mind like a revolving lantern. Fatigue washing over him, his eyelids feeling heavier than ever. Just as the last vestiges of oxygen were about to slip away, the pressure on his neck suddenly eased. Xie Yin opened his eyes in confusion. A rush of air flooding in, and he clutched his neck, coughing violently, his face flushed, as the sound of Chu Wuqiong's heart-wrenching sobs filled his ears. He thought he was dying in that instant. The woman's emotions shattered completely, tears streaming forth as if she were trying to cry out all the grievances of the years. Xie Yin's coughs were relentless. He desperately tried to suppress the itch rising in his throat. Yet Chu Wuqiong's intense emotions held him rooted in place. His mother cried before him, and instinctively, Xie Yin wanted to move forward, but the pain in his neck sharply reminded him of what had just transpired. However, in that fleeting moment of hesitation, Chu Wuqiong suddenly turned her gaze towards him. Everything unfolded in a flash. In those brief seconds, the broken woman seemed to have shed every tear of her first half of life, only for resentment to once again taint her visage. She seized Xie Yin, still reeling from the suffocation, and forcefully dragged him outward. Mother, no! A foreboding sense of dread intensified within Xie Yin, causing him to struggle desperately. Yet, the recent deprivation of oxygen had rendered his limbs weak and limp. Despite his utmost effort to cling to the doorframe, he was still forcibly dragged out of the room by Chu Wuqiong. The woman led Xie Yin down to the first floor, during which he attempted to cry out for help, but no one responded. The servants had vacated the villa for the night, and Xie was nowhere to be found. The vastness of the villa echoed only with Xie Yin's frantic pleas for assistance. Chu Wuqiong arrived at the hiding place where Song Zhiliao and Xie Yin had concealed themselves earlier that afternoon. Upon closer inspection, the corner was not merely a wall, but a door that almost mirrored the wall as color. This door was unlike any other in the Xie household, standing a full 3/4 shorter, allowing it to remain perfectly concealed in the stairwell's corner, often overlooked even by passers-by. Xie Yin was utterly unaware of the existence of such a door in his own home. With increasing force, Chu Wuqiong pressed the struggling Xie Yin against the door, her left arm pinning him down, rendering him immobile, while her other hand reached for the doorknob. The door swung open, revealing a staircase descending into an abyss of darkness. After descending a few steps, Chu Wuqiong impatiently released her grip, allowing Xie Yin to tumble down the remaining stairs. He landed heavily on the ground. Emitting a muffled cry of pain, that Chu Wuqiong stood above him on the staircase, looking down with a gaze filled with hatred. You stay right here. The light from the living room gradually seeped in through the upper door, but it ultimately halted at the step where Chu Wuqiong stood. The woman's figure was half illuminated and half shrouded in darkness, exuding an inexplicable aura of terror. Her expression was frenzied, the bloodshot veins in her eyes nearly obliterating the whites, as all her suppressed emotions erupted violently that evening, mercilessly unleashed upon Xie Yin. Curled upon the cold floor, Xie Yin stifled his anguished whimpers, striving to lift his head to speak to his mother, only to behold her unrelenting departure. The last glimmer of light was utterly extinguished by the closing door. The sound of the lock echoing hauntingly in the darkness that Chu Wuqiong had left at the engulfing blackness. Only a small, curled-up figure remained. After a long while, the Silho in the early hours of the night. Chu Wenxiong intruded upon Xie Jinyan's room. Now, as the night deepens, the temperature only continues to drop. Despite Song Zhuliao incessantly conversing with Xie Jinyan in hopes of preventing him from slipping into unconsciousness. The frequency of his blinks increases, and his spirit wanes further. As the intervals between his responses stretch longer, Song Zhuliao realizes the gravity of his condition. Leaning against the wall, Xie Jinyan's eyes have nearly closed. Observing the pallor of the child's face, Song Zhuliao grits her teeth and elevates her consciousness to its peak. Just as she prepares to channel her spiritual energy, the familiar voice from her initial entry into the illusion echoes in her ears. "Are you certain you wish to proceed?" the voice inquires. Song Zhuliao's hand hesitates, her tone tinged with frustration from her urgency. "What else can I do? Just watch him freeze to death. You must understand. He will not perish here," the voice replies calmly. "This incident is a genuine part of his growth. Your subsequent encounters with him indicate he has survived. Without you, he would still endure. Even so, do you still intend to battle the illusion to save him?" As the speaker articulates this, they seem to observe from a divine perspective, analyzing the world through the lens of rationality. Yet, bonds are inherently not products of reason. "I will save him," Song Zhuliao declares without a hint of hesitation. Surviving does not equate to the absence of suffering. She is uncertain how the original Xie Jinyan managed to endure, but given her presence here, there is no justification for allowing him to suffer. The voice falls silent. Did I end the next moment? A surge of spiritual energy floods the entire basement. Numerous objects are violently displaced, and even the lock on the basement door begins to loosen rapidly. At the instant of this energy burst, the oppression of the illusion strikes mercilessly at Song Zhuliao. A metallic taste of blood surges in her throat, and enveloped by the spiritual energy, she casts one final glance at the unconscious Xie Jinyan leaning against the wall before her vision is engulfed by darkness. Chapter 55. The consciousness of the illusion within the illusion. The consciousness of the illusion resembles the heavenly law in the realm of cultivation. If one wishes to defy fate, a price must be paid. Song Zhuliao would swear that she has never felt such discomfort in the past 18 years. The blood she expelled felt as if it drained her entire vitality, leaving her limbs utterly powerless. Surrounding her seems to echo the initial experience of entering the illusion, that in the enveloping darkness. She feels as though submerged in water, yet this time is unlike the previous calm. An unknown pressure encroaches from all sides. An overwhelming sense of compression. Though her eyes are tightly shut, Song Zhuliao's consciousness flickers intermittently, registering an environment significantly harsher than before, logically suspecting that the illusion has taken a personal vendetta against her. Truly as stubborn as ever, a sighing voice resonates in her ears, but Song Zhuliao lacks the strength to respond. Chattering incessantly, "What are you so noisy about?" Observing her furrowed brow, the voice bursts into laughter. "Are you truly growing impatient? In just a few days, you've exhausted yourself to this extent. Your knack for stirring up trouble remains unchanged." The tone resembles that of a mischievous schoolmate, one who would linger beside you after a fall. Chattering endlessly without offering a hand to help you up, Song Zhuliao's frown deepens, impatience practically etched on her face. The voice clucks its tongue in mock disapproval, its tone undoubtedly deserving of a punch from Song Zhuliao when she is lucid. "Perhaps we should send you back quickly. Lingering here is not wise. But once you return, could you take it easy? Spitting blood is genuinely alarming." Listening to the intermittent chatter, Song Zhuliao mentally labels the voice as a level 10 soliloquist. Yet soon, she finds herself too drained even to indulge in sarcasm. The side effects of resisting the consciousness of the illusion overwhelm her in an instant, intensifying her discomfort. When faced with insurmountable challenges, the only solution is to sleep. With her eyes closed, Song Zhuliao succumbs to her body's exhaustion and drifts off to no. Your heart is far too vast, isn't it? The incessant chatter resumes, but this time, Song Zhuliao has entirely lost consciousness. Confirming her deep slumber, the voice mutters, "Well, I am certain you will be fine. Have you perhaps relaxed a bit too much? Ah well, hasn't it always been like this?" Due to limited visibility, Song Zhuliao is unaware that a protective energy field encircles her, constantly repelling the illusion's inherent rejection. Accompanied by a self-deprecating tone, the energy field surrounding Song Zhuliao expands, and in the next moment, she abruptly vanishes from the space. TSK. A reduction in energy is troublesome. The last murmured complaint dissipates into the silence, and the dark space returns to its stillness, as though no one had ever been present. After a considerable time, the black matter flowing within the space suddenly begins to bubble. Akin to a person vociferously protesting, it is only after confirming the voice has departed that it dares to make a sound. In a daze, the familiar force envelopes her body, light gradually filtering in from outside. Her tightly shut eyelids tremble several times before finally opening with effort. The moment her eyes open, she is greeted by the familiar arrangement of the room, yet Song Juliao scarcely has time to take note of anything. Ugh! Leaning against the wall, she crouches down, retching several times as her right hand desperately attempts to steady her breath. After leaning against the wall for a while, she barely recovers from her nausea. Gigi, are you all right? Since Song Juliao began resisting the illusion, Zhuke had fallen silent. Uncertain if it too had been targeted, it now speaks again upon her return to the illusion that I'm fine. Striving to avoid being overwhelmed by the dizziness in her head, after a few minutes, Song Juliao's complexion improves significantly. Following her injuries, her body remains weak, and inexplicably, upon returning from that space, she experiences a sensation reminiscent of a starship's jump. The combination of her physical condition and the spatial pressure leaves her feeling as though she is suffering from motion sickness. Once, she had believed herself immune to motion sickness, even while using her phone on a bus that frequently came to abrupt halts. Little did she know that in this new world, she would first encounter the sensation of nausea. After squatting for a while longer, as she stands up, her vision momentarily darkens again. Song Juliao. Will this world ever be all right? Sensing the illusion's intense malice toward her, she resolves to tread carefully to In Juchue's words. Forcefully altering another's fate in the original realm of cultivation would invite retribution from the heavens. As it stands, Song Juliao has merely expended all her spiritual energy and suffered a backlash, which is already quite fortunate. Closing her eyes to sense the less than 10% of her restored spiritual energy, she sighs, aware that she cannot afford to squander this opportunity. Her current energy is insufficient for even a single spell. The energy she previously used to tease Xiejinyan now feels utterly extravagant. Not long ago, she had jested with Zhuke about incinerating this illusion. Yet now both she and the beast find themselves severely constrained. Burning the illusion seems impossible. Even exhaling flames feels like a daunting task. Never mind, one step at a time, scanning the room, and seeing no one present, Song Juliao refrains from rushing to find Xiejinyan. The cushion she had previously fetched for him lies nearby, so she walks over and sits cross-legged to meditate. Her breath remains unsteady. The remaining spiritual energy still courses chaotically within her meridians that if she were to venture out in her current condition, she would likely succumb to another bout of nausea within 10 minutes. Gradually calming her thoughts, Song Juliao closes her eyes and begins to regulate her breathing. Invisible to the naked eye, tiny particles floating in the air of the room seem to be drawn to a singular point, gradually converging together. When dispersed, these particles appear unremarkable, but once gathered, they emanate a mysterious energy that seeps into Song Juliao's body. If an ability detector were present in the room, it would reveal that the numbers representing her level would start to ascend slowly. Though the increase is gradual, it is indeed noticeable. Moments later, Song Juliao opens her eyes. She senses the spiritual energy within her body and lets out a soft sigh. Indeed, while the spiritual energy within the illusion lacks the abundance found in the real world, it remains astonishingly rich compared to her original realm. In that instant, Song Juliao becomes acutely aware of the disparity between wealth and poverty. She cannot help but ponder what she would do if she were to suddenly return to the modern world one day. After all, it is much easier to transition from frugality to extravagance than the reverse. With this thought, Song Juliao's slothful disposition is momentarily stirred to know, once I get out, I must immediately resume my cultivation. I need to seize this opportunity while the spiritual energy is still abundant. She resolves with a serious expression. Additionally, refining tools and concocting elixirs must also be added to her agenda. After all, the quality produced in this world is simply exceptional. Having mapped out her future plans, Song Juliao rises from the floor, intending to check on Xie Jinyan's condition. Chapter 56. Return to space is shrouded in darkness. And her senses, along with her vision, have dulled. Song Zhiliao cannot perceive the passage of time, yet she instinctively feels that it should not have been too long. Right? She stood on the staircase, gazing down at Xie Jinyan, who had clearly grown taller over the years, enveloped in a silence that felt heavy. That it was over. Could she have truly been gone for several years? The scenario she had imagined, where she merely stepped out for a brief half-hour, had abruptly transformed into an unanticipated departure from home. Song Zhijiao hesitated, uncertain if Xie Jinyan even remembered her. Children are notoriously forgetful, and her sudden appearance was indeed quite miraculous. Were she in his shoes, she might question whether this strange occurrence was merely a figment of her imagination. Thus, her initial intention to approach Xie Jinyan faltered, and she leaned slightly over the banister, observing the figure in the garden below. The villa side facing the garden was adorned with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a clear view of the outdoor space. However, what the developers referred to as a garden could be more accurately described as a patch of lawn. As she took in the scene, Song Zhijiao quickly dismissed her earlier thoughts to call it a lawn would be an exaggeration. After a careful examination, she mentally retraced the evolution of that patch of land. It likely began with wild weeds, which were then mowed down, subjected to frequent foot traffic, and now appeared somewhat barren. Having just awakened from a disorienting stupor, her memories were still vivid. The last time she beheld it had been far from this state. Xie Haoyi, who relished theatrics, would cultivate an image of familial harmony before others. Thus the garden was meticulously maintained. With a small sigh, she recalled how, at that moment, Xie Jinyan had leaned over the railing beside her, inhaling the fragrance of the osmanthus flowers, which Xie Haoyi had expensively arranged. Among the arrangements was a blessing from the deity of life. Under the influence of supernatural abilities, the osmanthus, which should have wilted a month prior, still emanated its distinctive aroma that I had always yearned for a small garden in my childhood. Standing on the open balcony of Xie Jinyan's room, she leaned her weight against the railing, wishing for a swing. She gestured animatedly for quite some time, finally designating a spot. Right there, it would be perfect. Only after marking it did she realize that Xie Jinyan could not see her, prompting her to hastily respond. Xie Jinyan followed her pointed direction and discovered it was beneath a large tree. The tree loomed tall, its branches appearing robust that it resembled those she had seen in foreign films, where such trees typically had swings made of wood suspended by hemp ropes. Xie Jinyan seemed somewhat perplexed by Song Zhijiao's description, yet he maintained a serious demeanor, catching a glimpse of his expression. She couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to touzle his soft hair. Why so serious during a conversation? An outsider might assume they were discussing something of great importance. Xie Jinyan's head lowered under her playful touch. Resting his chin on the railing, that he merely smiled shyly at her words as Song Zhijiao regarded the soft, doughy figure beside her. Her own serious facade swiftly crumbled. The two exchanged amused glances and burst into laughter. Thus, she could not fathom why he had transformed from a soft little dumpling to a stoic visage in an instant. Observing Xie Jinyan in the garden, expressionless as he aimed at a target, she felt as if she were gazing upon a future academic prodigy. That expression, that posture, that aura, it was strikingly reminiscent of Xie Jinyan during shooting lessons in a practice room. Song Zhijiao felt a peculiar sensation, akin to attempting to bend a ruler only to have it snap back painfully. Outside, Xie Jinyan completed another shot, setting down his firearm and turning to his instructor. The man approached the target, assessed it and returned, his tone laced with admiration. Well done, your accuracy is impressive. Initially, he had been reluctant to accept the engagement with the Xie family, considering Xie Jinyan's tender age. However, the generous compensation offered by the family had proved irresistible. Naturally, one would expect results when hiring a high-priced tutor, but he had previously worried that Xie Jinyan might not meet expectations. Yet now he felt fortunate to have this student. With all 5 shots hitting the target, 2 of which were bullseyes, he reached to pat Xie Jinyan on the shoulder. I will commend you when I report to your father today. Thank you, teacher, Xie Jinyan replied, bending slightly and discreetly evading the man's hand. The instructor, oblivious to this subtle detail, assumed it was merely coincidental that he picked up the gun Xie Jinyan had placed on the side table, weighing it in his hands. That we'll practice again next lesson, and then we can consider upgrading your weapon. Initially, he had chosen the lightest model due to Xie Jinyan's age, but the boy's adaptability and talent had far surpassed his expectations, prompting a need to accelerate the training. Xie Jingyan nodded, politely bidding farewell before heading indoors. The instructor, watching his silhouette disappear, couldn't help but marvel at the boy's qualities. Not only was he exceptionally gifted, but he also possessed a composed demeanor. The thought of his own mischievous child caused him a moment of exasperation. Glancing at the time, he hurriedly departed, recalling the numerous reminders from his rambunctious child to acquire a limited edition model before it was sold out. As he settled into the Xie family's vehicle, he once again reflected on how fortunate he was to work for the Xie family. The pay was generous, and the child was easy to teach. Ever since he took on this job, his family's financial situation had markedly improved. In the past, there had been no funds for limited edition models for children as the car left the villa area. Xie Jingyan stepped through the villa's entrance. Upon entering, he immediately sensed something amiss. The tightly shut windows on the first floor allowed a breeze to flow past him, as if someone had just brushed by. The boy halted, momentarily bewildered, but quickly suppressed the feeling. After waiting for a moment, the breeze did not return. Now noticeably more mature, Xie Jingyan's features had sharpened, shedding some of their youthful softness, hinting at the man he would become. His demeanor had also evolved, no longer embodying the naive innocence of his past. He exuded a newfound steadiness. Standing in the living room, his gaze settled on a particular point in the air, and he parted his tightly pressed lips to speak. Gigi, please say something that I know you are here. Chapter 57. 9 years. Startled by Xie Jingyan's sudden acknowledgement of her presence, Song Zhijiao momentarily faltered, instinctively letting out a soft gasp. This sound, barely audible, was swiftly captured by Xie Jingyan. He subtly relaxed his tense posture and inquired, "Can you still not reveal yourself?" Quickly regaining her composure, Song Zhijiao replied, "No, all right." Aside from the slight disappointment in the tonal inflection, Xie Jingyan's demeanor remained remarkably normal. This was precisely what felt off. For Xie Jingyan, Song Zhijiao's disappearance was as abrupt as her reappearance. Her absence had weighed heavily on his mind, evident in his repeated concerns about whether she would leave. Yet now his reaction suggested that she had never truly been gone, as if they had merely been playing a game of hide and seek. And it was time for her to emerge. Everything felt so natural. Song Zhijiao was unsure if this was simply Xie Jingyan's habitual facade of calmness, and as she contemplated how to explain her absence, she found herself at a loss for words. How could she articulate that she had nearly been cast out of a mirage while trying to save him? Or should she concoct a story instead? She grappled with the dilemma. Knowing that deception had never been her strong suit as a child, she had dared to roam the mountains alone, and even in school, she had faced confrontation with a headstrong determination, knowing that trouble would not find its way to her grandfather. When she was younger, if someone struck her, she would inevitably retaliate. Yet as she matured, she learned to navigate conflicts without incurring harm. Nevertheless, the art of lying was something she had rarely practiced. Each encounter with Xie Jingyan seemed to present her with the challenge of fabricating a tale, leaving her with a slight headache. "Are you feeling better?" Xie Jingyan's question interrupted her thoughts. "What?" Song Zhijiao did not grasp his meaning, that he pressed his lips together, his cheeks slightly puffing out, reminiscent of how he had looked during their last encounter. "Before you vanished, I saw you spitting blood." Even though the person had become much more composed, their essence still resembled that of a child, as the sorrow in their violet eyes was laid bare. When Song Zhijiao resolved to confront the illusion head-on, Xie Jingyan had not yet succumbed to complete unconsciousness. His previously hazy awareness was abruptly pulled back by the surging energy surrounding him. And as he groggily opened his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was the scene of Song Zhijiao spitting blood. Fear rapidly spread from his heart, yet before he could utter a word, Song Zhijiao suddenly vanished from sight. That it was not the same as before when he couldn't see her. She truly disappeared. In the space where she had been, the staircase spiraled upward, and the basement door, which had been impossible to open, swung open with a thunderous crash. Summoning his last reserves of strength, Xie Jingyan clawed at the icy steps, ascending them one by one. His limbs had long since grown numb from the cold. And after collapsing onto the soft carpet of the living room, he quickly slipped into unconsciousness. When he awoke again, he found himself lying in a hospital bed. The pristine white room contained only him, and the flow of air had returned to normal. He had withdrawn the gift he had bestowed. Suddenly, Xie Jingyan recalled the promise that Song Zhijiao had made him earlier, vowing not to disappear without a trace. She had not lied to him. Crouched on the bed with his knees drawn to his chest, Xie Jingyan's violet eyes dimmed, It was he who had witnessed her vanishing. Moreover, the reason for her disappearance was likely attributed to him. Xie Jinyan possessed an extraordinary clarity of mind. Just as he was sensitive to deception, he could also discern truth from falsehood. He was acutely aware that Song Zhiliao was certainly not a mere figment of his imagination. Her companionship was genuine, and the thick stack of cat illustrations in the room further attested to her existence, that it was he who had failed to seize the opportunity. Outside the hospital room, a gust of wind swept through, causing all the leaves that should have fallen daily to suddenly drop, leaving the treetops barren as if all vitality had been drawn away. That on the night Xie Jinyan crawled out of the basement, the entire Federation experienced a significant drop in temperature, and the trees on the streets lost all their leaves overnight. The television host reported the weather, announcing the complete departure of autumn and the arrival of winter. This winter might be the coldest in a decade. The heating in the hospital room was ample, yet his hands, curled within the blanket, remained icy wide. At the tender age of 4, Xie Jinyan vaguely grasped a profound truth. It is exceedingly difficult to hold on to anything. Even if one makes a promise with another, and even if one exerts every effort to retain it, he had kept the appearance of Song Zhiliao a secret from everyone, until today when he felt the familiar flow of air once more. People often believe that time will fade everything away, yet when memories resurface, the body reacts before the mind can catch up. One may think they have forgotten, but in reality, they have merely grown accustomed to waiting. And Xie Jinyan had waited. The gift had returned to his side. The first separation was so deeply etched in his heart that Xie Jinyan no longer dared to disturb anything. Thus, he maintained an air of calm, as if Song Zhiliao had never left. Striving to steady the tremor in his voice, he hoped she would say something to reassure him of her return, yet he refrained from asking why she had departed. He inquired if her injuries had healed, no longer asking if she would leave him again. Listening to Song Zhiliao's assurance that she was fine, Xie Jinyan revealed a relieved smile. However, his hands, naturally falling at his sides, betrayed his true emotions, as his tightly clenched fist silently conveyed his anxiety. In truth, Xie Jinyan longed to ask if she had forgiven him, that he should have apologized. "I'm sorry for causing you harm. I am sorry for bringing you trouble. I'm sorry for not keeping you here." And why had she not appeared? He had clearly seen her before she vanished. Was it because her strength had not yet been restored? Or did she simply not wish to confront him? A multitude of questions piled up in his heart, yet in the end, he remained silent. Song Zhiliao, unaware of Xie Jinyan's thoughts and oblivious to his misunderstandings, would have certainly defended herself had she known. This was entirely beyond her control. However, at present, seeing that Xie Jinyan had no intention of pursuing the matter further, she felt relieved that she wouldn't have to fabricate a story. "By the way, how old are you now?" Song Zhiliao asked, finally voicing the question she had initially intended to ask. Xie Jinyan had visibly grown taller, but every child experiences growth spurts at different ages. She had seen children who only began to grow significantly taller upon entering junior high. 13, Xie Jinyan replied. "What?" Song Zhiliao exclaimed in shock, never having anticipated that merely fainting could lead to the passage of 9 years in the illusion. Chapter 58. Changes you. After stammering for a while, Song Zhiliao finally managed to utter, "You've grown quite fast," Xie Jinyan responded, somewhat uncertainly. "Thank you." Song Zhiliao awkwardly laughed a couple of times, wishing she could slap her past self for saying something so ridiculous. Fortunately, Xie Jinyan seemed unbothered. Aside from the overgrown garden, the layout of the Xie household had remained largely unchanged over the past 6 years, and Song Zhiliao followed Xie Jinyan back to his room. As they walked, she pondered the situation. It now seemed that Xie Jinyan could hear her speak normally, yet he still could not see her, although it appeared that she no longer faced the previous 2-meter limitation. Based on her prior experiences, Song Zhiliao decided to linger near Xie Jinyan a bit longer, hoping that the constraints of the illusion would soon diminish. She sensed her steadily recovering but still challenging spiritual energy. She felt the pervasive malice within the illusion. She found this illusion to be quite peculiar. At times it treated Xie Jinyan well and was even tolerant towards her, yet at other times it turned hostile, disallowing any interference whatsoever. Song Zhiliao felt that this illusion was somewhat fragmented. While musing about the strange nature of the illusion, Song Zhiliao followed Xie Jinyan to his room. Upon reaching the doorway, she sensed something amiss. Glancing around the entire 3rd floor, she noticed that 2 additional rooms seemed to have appeared. Previously, although the 3rd floor had many rooms, Only two had actually been occupied, one by Xie Jinyan and the other by Chu Wenxiu. Moreover, these two rooms were situated at opposite ends of the corridor. However, now the door to Chu Wenxiu's former room was firmly shut, while the doors to the two rooms next to Xie Jinyan stood wide open. Peering slightly into the doorway, she could clearly see signs of habitation. "Is someone living next to your room?" she casually inquired. "Yes, my elder brother and younger brother," Xie Jinyan replied nonchalantly. "Oh, I see. Wait." Her voice abruptly halted as confusion washed over her. She almost believed her memories were still jumbled. "When did you get a younger brother?" Song Zhiliao asked, bewildered. "I thought you were only bringing back your older brother." "CSC?" Unlike Song Zhiliao's panic, Xie Jinyan remained remarkably calm. His fair, youthful face bore an expression of tranquility as he spoke words that detonated like a bomb. "That guy had another one dealt with your mother." Song Zhiliao asked. "No," Xie Jinyan replied. The Xie family was truly chaotic beyond measure. As they entered Xie Jinyan's room, Song Zhiliao followed his lead to the bedside. Although she had re-entered the illusion and found herself in this room, she had been too disoriented from motion sickness at the time to observe her surroundings. In her haste to find Xie Jinyan, she had not once glanced at the room's layout. Now, upon closer inspection, she realized that the arrangement had changed somewhat. The desks and chairs remained largely the same. But by the window, the spot where Xie Jinyan had loved to sit as a child was now covered with a thick carpet. Next to it was a cozy beanbag chair in fact. That small area seemed somewhat out of place compared to the room's overall decor. The soft carpet and inviting beanbag chair appeared ill-suited for a room with a more business-oriented design. Furthermore, Xie Jinyan's personality did not seem like that of someone who would willingly add such items. After Song Zhiliao raised this question, Xie Jinyan appeared somewhat puzzled. "Didn't you say it would be better with these things?" Song Zhiliao paused, her recent memories quickly replaying in her mind. Back then, due to his height, Xie Jinyan had a habit of sitting on the floor, although she had later provided him with a cushion. He seemed somewhat unsatisfied that if only there were a carpet. Xie Jinyan looked up from his book, bewildered. "A carpet?" "Yes," Song Zhiliao nodded, gesturing with her hands. "One of those thick, soft carpets that would make sitting on it an absolute delight. My home is one, and whenever I have free time, I love to nestle on it with a chick or a cat, watching variety shows." Xie Jinyan appeared to be deep in thought. "But it seems you can't change it." Song Zhiliao sighed. Not to mention that Xie Jinyan was still quite young. Given Xie Haoi's regard for him, she had no doubt that even if he made the request, it would be dismissed. Thus, Song Zhiliao decided to abandon the idea of urging Xie Jinyan to make such a request. However, Xie Jinyan seemed intent on continuing the conversation. "Aside from this, is there anything else you would like to change?" Although she was perplexed by Xie Jinyan's sudden interest, she decided to engage in casual conversation. After contemplating for a moment, she pointed to the space beneath the floor lamp and suggested, "Then, let's place a bean-bag chair there." "Do you know what that is?" Assuming Xie Jinyan was unaware, Song Zhiliao proceeded to describe it in detail. Xie Jinyan listened quietly, a flicker of light dancing in his purple eyes, while his hands obediently cradled the book as he absorbed Song Zhiliao's words. She did not foresee that their light-hearted banter would materialize into reality and momentarily found herself at a loss. "Did you have someone arrange it?" she inquired, recognizing that given his current age, he likely could not manage such tasks alone. Xie Jinyan nodded, naming a person she had not anticipated. "That I had him find someone to do it." Unlike before, Xie Jinyan now refrained from using the masculine title. Although he did not articulate it directly, Song Zhiliao understood whom he referred to, though she had not expected this answer. "See how he arranged it for you?" she exclaimed, incredulously. "Someone like him shouldn't be bothered by such trivialities." "Should he?" Song Zhiliao's words were unflinchingly candid, yet she swore every word was true. Despite his impeccable facade, she was acutely aware that Xie Haoi had no interest, even disdain, for anything associated with warmth and tenderness. A businessman driven by profit, he could not comprehend why one would invest time in such matters. Thus, the fact that he agreed to assist Xie Jinyan and even sought help was beyond Song Zhiliao's expectations. However, Xie Jinyan clarified her confusion with a single statement: "That I have awakened my abilities, that I in an instant." Song Zhiliao recalled Xie Jinyan's extraordinary powers to an wonder, Xie Haoi, who had kept him within the Xie family due to his mental prowess, would surely afford him more favor upon discovering his godlike abilities. With a mental aptitude classified as A, coupled with his linguistic powers, Xie Jinyan was indeed the ideal son Xie Haoi could envision. Do you believe in deities? Song Zhiliao posed this question to No. Xie Jinyan replied without hesitation, It seems you have remained unchanged throughout the years, developing such formidable abilities at a tender age, and yet not believing in him, indeed. It must be favoritism, Song Zhiliao mused confidently. Chapter 59. Xie Zhao's mother, would you like to give it a try? Xie Jinyan suggested, indicating the bean-bag chair, that it should meet your requirements. The creamy yellow was the hue she had previously mentioned. And the chair was indeed quite soft, engulfing one comfortably. Song Zhiliao was eager to test it out. The chair was incredibly plush, and upon sitting, one would sink into it as if enveloped by a soft cloud. Xie Jinyan, as per usual, settled onto the floor, though this time the ground was adorned with a thick carpet. Song Zhiliao found the perspective from above somewhat disconcerting, so after a brief moment on the chair, she joined Xie Jinyan on the carpet. The indentation in the chair vanished, replaced by the subtle rustling sounds beside her. Xie Jinyan sensed Song Zhiliao sitting next to him, his gaze drifting to the large tree outside the window. Time flowed, seasons shifted, and the leaves began to turn yellow once more. The individual who had departed in winter had returned before the onset of this winter. Xie Jinyan retracted his gaze from the window, retreating into the intimate space shared by just the two of them, and Song Zhiliao felt at ease to speak freely. After all, only Xie Jinyan could hear her voice. Should they converse in public, it would be acceptable for her, but Xie Jinyan might be perceived as mentally unwell. So, what is the situation with your brother? Song Zhiliao was aware that the brother Xie Jinyan referred to was likely Xie Zhao. Yet she was oblivious to the fact that they were half-brothers. She reflected on her lack of information, chastising herself for not keeping up with the gossip on family forums. Such scandals in large families were surely discussed. But she had been too engrossed in her studies since the start of the semester and had ultimately become detached from it all. However, no one would have anticipated that she could listen to Xie Jinyan share the story himself. Sitting cross-legged, she was prepared. Yet the gossip surrounding large families was indeed far more explosive than ordinary tales. Upon learning that Xie Jinyan and Xie Zhao were merely 3 months apart in age, Song Zhiliao fell into complete silence. Upon realizing they were half-brothers, she wondered if Xie Zhao had skipped a grade to be in the same class as Xie Jinyan. However, Xie Haoi's shamelessness exceeded her imagination. Xie Zhao's mother had conceived him before Xie Jinyan was born. The 3-month age difference reshaped Song Zhiliao's perception of Xie Haoi. And what of Xie Zhao's mother? She pondered, observing the layout of the Xie residence. The first floor consisted of the living room and dining area. The second floor housed activity and study rooms, while the third floor was designated for bedrooms, with Xie Haoi occupying an entire floor to himself. Yet, as she passed through earlier, she had only noticed signs of 4 rooms being in use. If the additional spaces belonged to Xie Si and Xie Zhao, then there was no room for Xie Zhao's mother. Xie Jinyan's purple eyes darkened, and his response came noticeably slower than before. After a brief silence, under Song Zhiliao's curious gaze, he uttered 2 words. She died. Song Zhiliao was taken aback, never having anticipated such an answer. Xie Zhao had always struck her as quite domineering, as if he had an unwavering pillar of support behind him, enabling his audacity. Song Zhiliao had believed this demeanor stemmed from parental indulgence. How did his mother pass away? She inquired. Yet this question was met with a prolonged silence from Xie Jinyan, his head bowed, the expression in his eyes revealing an undeniable disdain. Xie Jinyan seldom found himself at a loss for words. And as Song Zhiliao considered rephrasing her query, he suddenly spoke. She fell down the stairs. Although such a cause of death was rare, it did not strike one as overly surprising. However, Song Zhiliao turned her head to observe the cushion Xie Jinyan held tightly, as if he wished to merge it into his being, sensing that his emotions were somewhat awry. Could there be more to this incident? Much like how Xie Jinyan did not press Song Zhiliao for answers, she instinctively refrained from pursuing the matter further. After all, Xie Zhao was not of significant importance to her. However, Xie Jinyan's candor surpassed her attempt to change the subject. It was my mother who pushed her. Song Zhiliao's pupils dilated in shock. Xie Jinyan pressed his lips together, recounting an event from long ago. After you vanished, I crawled out of the basement and was taken to the hospital by a servant who arrived in the morning. That night, my mother was diagnosed with a mental illness. Song Zhiliao furrowed her brow, recalling the circumstances of that period. Chu Wenxiong's emotions had indeed been somewhat unstable, but it should not have escalated to the level of mental illness. Though to outsiders, Chu Wenxiong appeared quite deranged that night. Upon reflection, it seemed rather abrupt. How could her hatred have shifted from Xie Haoi in the afternoon to the point of wanting to strangle Xie Jinyan just a few hours later? Song Zhiliao's frown deepened. And what of the injection administered to Chu Wenxiong by the servant? Afterward, when she roamed the living room during her free time, she discovered the packaging and instructions for the injection still remained. She had glanced at the instructions, noting that the effects lasted 24 hours. Yet Chu Wenxiong's behavior that night did not align with the expected effects of the medication. Once the terrifying surface of a mother attempting to kill her child was peeled away, the entire situation was riddled with inconsistencies. Casting a glance at Xie Jinyan, Song Zhiliao ultimately chose not to voice her suspicions. For now, these were merely conjectures, and although the person before her had matured significantly, he remained, at his core, just a teenager. The impact of Chu Wenxiong's actions had greatly affected him, and until there was a definitive conclusion, she did not intend to revisit this painful chapter with Xie Jinyan. He was not fully aware of the specifics of that day, only recalling a pool of blood at the staircase when he returned home from school, and that half of the household servants had vanished. What did Xie Haoi say? Song Zhiliao inquired, skeptical that the man would allow news of the incident to circulate. Xie Jinyan's brows twitched as he recounted Xie Haoi's exact words. One maid died. So what? Xie Zhao's mother did not come from a reputable background. After becoming involved with Xie Haoi, she hastily resigned and disappeared, never to be seen again. However, when Xie Jinyan was 5, she returned to the Xie family with Xie Zhao, who also possessed mental abilities classified as adult, although she did not formally acknowledge Xie Zhao. Xie Haoi allowed the mother and son to reside on the 3rd floor of the villa and enrolled Xie Zhao and Xie Jinyan in the same school. The household staff whispered that the woman had returned with Xie Zhao upon realizing Xie Haoi was about to fully take control of the Xie family. However, her days of prosperity were short-lived. As Xie Zhao's mother soon fell down the stairs, the servant's eye witnessed Chu Wenxiong pushing her. Xie Haoi's reaction was one of chilling indifference. That woman, without family or kin, had only Xie Zhao as her remaining relative. Thus, he suppressed all information regarding the incident and had doctors come to examine Chu Wenxiong, increasing her medication dosage. With Xie Haoi's warning looming, no one dared to mention the matter again. Chapter 60. Disgust. Wait a moment. Song Zhiliao suddenly detected an inconsistency in Xie Jinyan's words. Xie Haoi had not yet taken over the Xie family. The first time she appeared at the Xie household, she heard the servants refer to him as the family head. Xie Jinyan shook his head, stating, "I only officially took over 2 years ago." Song Zhiliao responded, so he was addressed in such a manner even before becoming the family head. Xie Jinyan seemed to understand her thoughts. His gaze was distant, and for once, his tone carried a hint of discernible emotion that he was a man who had always been arrogant and self-satisfied, believing that everything lay within his grasp and that victory was merely a matter of time. It was not surprising for Xie Haoi to indulge in the fruits of success prematurely. Listening to Xie Jinyan's mocking tone, Song Zhiliao felt that Xie Haoi had undoubtedly secured the top position on Xie Jinyan's list of despised individuals. Reflecting on the once affectionate Xie Jinyan towards his father, she sighed softly. Discovering her father's true nature at such an early age, was it a blessing or a curse for Xie Jinyan? She had no father, while Xie Jinyan had to endure the transition from having one to having none. Which of these was more painful? Observing the youthful features that gradually mirrored the future Xie Jinyan, Song Zhiliao's eyes brimmed with pity. Having witnessed Xie Jinyan's childhood, she found it increasingly difficult to envision his trajectory of growth, for the disparity was simply too vast. The young Xie Jinyan once envied the children running in the garden. Yet as he matured, he preferred to distance himself from the crowd that a person who could once find joy in a simple drawing of a kitten now seemed unable to muster a smile. After sitting beside Xie Jinyan for over 2 months, Song Zhiliao had witnessed a multitude of his emotions. Annoyance, indifference, resignation. His emotional spectrum was not lacking, yet it conspicuously omitted one pure joy. The simple delight elicited by teasing the 4-year-old Xie Jinyan was nowhere to be found in his future self. This realization stirred a sense of inexplicable sorrow within Song Zhiliao. The child who had just been engaged in shooting practice in the garden returned to his room, curling up on the carpet into a small ball. Watching his furry head, she gently placed her hand upon it. Feeling the tousled hair, Xie Jinyan appeared slightly perplexed but remained still, allowing her to ruffle his hair in a disarray. "What is wrong?" he inquired. Although Song Zhiliao had often enjoyed ruffling his hair, such silence was rare. Usually, there would be playful teasing accompanying it. Nothing. She gradually smoothed down the mess she had created, and I just feel a bit sorry for you. Sensing the tumult of emotions within her, Song Zhiliao felt a touch of helplessness. She had come to realize that ever since entering this illusion, she had become much more sentimental. Previously, it sufficed to take care of oneself when alone. But now she discovered that forming bonds with others influenced her own joys and sorrows. Song Zhiliao was uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse, yet thus far, she had not experienced any feelings of resistance. And what of CSC? To avoid Xie Jinyan's continued inquiries, she hastily shifted the topic. Initially, she had mentioned that CSC would be joining them soon, yet she had not seen him before her departure. My brother has gone to school, Xie Jinyan explained. He attends a boarding school and returns home once every 2 weeks. What do you think of him? Song Zhiliao raised an eyebrow. The fact that he was willing to refer to the boy as brother indicated that the child had accepted him. Xie Jinyan nodded. He is a decent person, in fact. I would say he is exceptionally good. CSC possessed a gentle disposition and excelled academically. After Song Zhiliao's brief absence, he was brought into the CF family under the guise of an adopted son. Though he returned home only once every 2 weeks, he always brought gifts for both her and Xie as Xie Haoi gradually consolidated power over the years. The restrictions on them had begun to loosen. During Xie Jinyan's rare outings, CSC was often seen by his side. Though he was merely 3 years older than Xie Jinyan, he exuded a maturity that belied his age, handling matters with remarkable propriety. His performance at school was commendable as well, and Xie Haoi had noticeably increased the frequency of his appearances with CSC, suggesting that he intended for CSC to take over the family business in the future. Song Zhiliao recalled a room she had glimpsed earlier, adjacent to Xie Jinyan's, with a wooden bookshelf clearly visible from the doorway. She had caught a brief glimpse of various financial tomes crammed with specialized terminology. It astonished her to realize that these were being studied by a 13-year-old child, in that moment. She felt the stark contrast of humanity. While she struggled with exams and problem sets, others had already begun delving into corporate finance. And what of your aunt? The name Chu Wenxiong rolled around in her mind multiple times. Directly addressing her by her full name seemed disrespectful, considering she was Xie Jinyan's mother. Yet she was equally reluctant to use another form of address. The scene of Xie Jinyan fainting in the basement lingered vividly in her memory. After all, she was a person who held grudges. Ultimately, after much contemplation, she decided to refer to her as aunt. When Chu Wenxiong was mentioned, Xie Jinyan first pressed his lips together, then appeared as though he would speak but hesitated, his expression reflecting inner turmoil. Song Zhiliao understood that Xie Jinyan's feelings towards Chu Wenxiong were fraught with contradictions, and she patiently awaited him to gather his thoughts. After a moment, he finally spoke. When things are good, she's at home. When not, she's in the hospital. He chose to address Chu Wenxiong's health. Song Zhiliao nodded, opting not to pry further. Having grasped the general situation of the CF family, the tension that had been taut in her mind began to ease slightly. Thankfully, although she had been away for 9 years, Xie Jinyan had not encountered any incidents akin to those in the basement. Given the environment of the Xie household, she genuinely feared something would go awry. Noticing the clearly labeled exercise books on the desk and glancing at the date, she casually inquired, "You have school tomorrow, right?" The educational system in the stars bore little difference from that of the present day, and at 13, Xie Jinyan was just entering junior high. Tomorrow was Monday, and junior high students were indeed required to attend classes. Xie Jinyan rested his chin on a cushion, emitting a faint grunt that conveyed his lethargy, almost reminiscent of a child. Song Zhiliao responded with an "oh." It had merely been a casual inquiry, something she did not dwell upon, but upon noticing that she had not continued, Xie Jinyan unexpectedly asked, "Would you like to accompany me?" As Song Zhiliao was about to retort that there was no reason for her to follow him to school, she was met with Xie Jinyan's expectant violet gaze. "I will go with you." Chapter 61. School in the morning, bleary-eyed, Song Zhiliao found herself in the dining room of the Xie household, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Ever since graduating high school, she had not risen this early. The university dormitory was conveniently close to the lecture halls, allowing her to wake up at 7:30 even for an 8 o'clock class. However, upon groggily glancing at the clock on the wall reading 6:20, she hazily asked Xie Jinyan beside her, "Why on earth do junior high students have to wake up this early?" Xie Jinyan, seated at the dining table awaiting breakfast, paused for a moment before responding earnestly. Because we have morning reading. Song Zhiliao replied, that makes sense, but isn't 6:30 a bit too early for morning reading? She recalled that her own morning reading during junior high started at 7, with high school classes beginning at 6:30. However, seeing Xie Jinyan's accustomed demeanor, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. After sitting down and letting out a long yawn, Song Zhiliao resolved that she would definitely not accompany Xie Jinyan to school the following day. Waking up early was far too torturous for a night owl, unbeknownst to Xie Jinyan, who was engrossed in a conversation with a servant. Song Zhiliao was already plotting how to abandon him for a good sleep the next day. Young master, the family had mentioned that madam will be returning this afternoon. Song Zhiliao's ears perked up, noticing the change in how the servant addressed Xie Jinyan. The title of only son had shifted to second young master. Xie Haoyi was truly beyond contempt. She scoffed inwardly. Did I understand? Xie Jinyan gestured for the servant to take his leave. After the servant bowed and placed the breakfast on the table, he exited the dining room. Are you eating alone? After waiting a moment and seeing no one else descend from the stairs, Song Zhiliao inquired. Xie Jinyan swallowed his food before replying. Yes. What about Xie Zhao? She asked, puzzled. Since he was of the same age as Xie Jinyan, he should also be going to school. Xie Jinyan responded with an air of nonchalance. He is out playing, rarely comes home, that he goes directly to school in the morning, that he's staying out overnight? Yes. Song Zhiliao. The freedom granted by the Xie family truly surpassed her wildest imagination. In modern times, although her father was often absent, he had set curfews for her once she grew bolder and began to venture out in elementary school. It was 7 o'clock. In middle school, 8 as high school progressed, and her father's visits became increasingly infrequent. The curfews faded away. She had contemplated disobeying, but every time she tried to sneak out past curfew, she was met with obstacles. The Qinglong and Xuanwu were manageable, as they merely took the form of a snake and a turtle then. But the Zhuke and Baihu posed a bit more of a challenge. Even in its feline form, the Baihu resembled a large cat. It would lay sprawled in front of her, presenting the unmistakable challenge of having to leap over it to exit. With the Baihu blocking the way and the Zhuke chirping incessantly above, Song Zhiliao found herself completely thwarted at that moment. She pondered whether animals were truly this intelligent. In retrospect, it seemed problematic if divine beasts were not clever. The effects of waking early lingered on as Song Zhiliao, still in a haze, caught a glimpse of Xie Jinyan picking out onions. She raised an eyebrow. Do you not like onions? Xie Jinyan responded while sorting through the onions. The act of being picky somehow appeared endearingly cute when it came to him, and Song Zhiliao couldn't help but smile. She casually remarked, if you dislike them, just tell the kitchen not to include them. That is troublesome, Xie Jinyan replied. Every household matter, no matter how trivial, must be reported to Xie Haoyi. Song Zhiliao suddenly understood. Given Xie Haoyi's controlling nature, it was wise to avoid drawing his attention in the vast expanse of the first floor. Xie Jinyan was the sole occupant, exuding the same tranquility he had at the age of 4. As Song Zhiliao gazed at the milk on the table, a question struck her. Do you experience growing pains? Xie Jinyan seemed unfamiliar with the term. Have your knees ever ached at night? She attempted to simplify her explanation. Xie Jinyan shook his head. Song Zhiliao pondered this at 13. He should have long since endured such pains. She wasn't entirely sure how tall children of his age were supposed to be, but she had the impression that Xie Jinyan was growing rather rapidly. Could it be that he was the chosen one? Free from growing pains? This was merely a casual conversation for her, and she did not dwell on it. Once she noticed that Xie Jinyan had finished his breakfast, she stood up and walked towards the door. The vehicle awaited outside, and Xie Jinyan handed his backpack to the driver before getting in. Song Zhiliao hesitated between the front and back seats, ultimately choosing the front. She had yet to see the outside world since arriving at the illusion, and a view from the front was preferable. The wind rushed in when the front seat came to a halt. Xie Jinyan's movements paused momentarily, and he discreetly glanced ahead. The driver, sensing the unusual pause, inquired, second young master, is something the matter? Xie Jinyan withdrew his gaze and settled into the back seat. It's nothing, just drive. Understood. The journey from the Xie residence to the school took approximately 20 minutes. And the silence inside the car made it awkward for Song Zhiliao to strike up a conversation with Xie Jinyan, fearing that she might startle the driver. Thus, she remained quietly absorbed in the scenery outside. However, after a brief while, drowsiness enveloped her once more, and the driver's smooth driving only served to lull her further. As the Zhuke lingered in her consciousness, it noticed Song Zhiyao's head nodding dangerously close to the car door and hurriedly attempted to alert her. Just as it was about to speak, the brakes were suddenly slammed down, causing Song Zhiyao to lurch forward. She stifled a cry of pain as she pressed her throbbing forehead, fully awakening. Second young master. We arrived, the driver announced, turning to address Xie Jinyan, completely oblivious to Song Zhiyao's resentful glare. How can you drive so smoothly yet stop so abruptly? The Xie family's car was quite spacious, and the gap between the two seats was wide enough for a person to pass through. Without hesitation, Song Zhiyao slipped into the back to exit the car alongside Xie Jinyan. This car is definitely at odds with me, she muttered under her breath as she walked beside him. I strongly suggest we switch it out. Waking up early only to bump her head made her consider consulting an oracle to see if it was an auspicious day for her to venture out. As she continued to grumble, she heard Xie Jinyan agree, okay. Song Zhiyao looked at him, bewildered. What do you mean, okay? To change the car, he clarified. Before she could fully process his response, he had already contacted the driver on his light brain to arrange for a different vehicle to pick them up in the afternoon. Witnessing the entire exchange left Song Zhiyao utterly astounded. She began to reflect on her habit of speaking without thinking. Back in her modern university days, aside from the occasional musings of wanting to punch this world or blow up the school, such statements were often made in jest, as she lacked the means to act on them. Her recent suggestion to change the car was made in a similar spirit. Yet, she had forgotten that Xie Jinyan possessed genuine capabilities. Chapter 62. Morning reading. Following Xie Jinyan, it took them nearly 20 minutes to reach the teaching building, prompting Song Zhiyao to once again marvel at the power of wealth. The school Xie Jinyan attended bore resemblance to elite institutions of her time. With most students hailing from families akin to the Xie clan. Of course, there were also those who gained admission through outstanding academic performance. Xie Jinyan's desk mate was among them. Xie Jinyan. Hurry in handing your homework. As Xie Jinyan settled into a seat with his backpack, Wu Qinqi urged him repeatedly. Taking the assignments that Xie Jinyan handed over, Wu Qinqi counted them one last time before gathering them up to deliver to the teacher's office. You usually arrive quite early. Why are you late today? He muttered. Typically, he would be the first to receive Xie Jinyan as homework, but today, he had barely arrived before morning reading was about to commence. I woke up late, Xie Jinyan replied, having taken a slight detour to show Song Zhiyao around the campus. That Wu Qinqi looked at him in surprise. That's rare. In his recollection, Xie Jinyan had a strong sense of time. He never delayed his assignments and was never late for class. A model student in every sense. Today, however, he had nearly been late. After expressing his astonishment, Wu Qinqi took the homework to the office. The assignments at their school were similar to those at a university. They were not required daily, and the workload was manageable, which meant not every subject had a designated class representative. The study committee member. The responsibility of collecting assignments fell upon Wu Qinqi. Clutching the hard-won collection of homework, he dashed off quickly. Observing the boy's hair bouncing as he ran, Song Zhiyao remarked, "He is full of energy." Due to her status as an orphan, her school life had not been particularly enjoyable. Yet now, as a bystander, watching the students in the hallway with radiant smiles and vibrant spirits, she felt a long-lost sense of youth. The feeling she had been unable to grasp while immersed in this environment now washed over her as an observer. Song Zhiyao once again marveled at the wonders of fate in the starry realm. There was no need to memorize ancient poetry, and as she wondered what the morning reading would entail, she saw Xie Jinyan pull out a hefty federal history textbook. Are we really reading this for morning study? One tea that put us to sleep. She recalled how, during her frantic cramming of federal history, even one unit would make her drowsy. With nothing else to occupy her during Xie Jinyan's morning reading, she began to wander around the classroom. To her surprise, there weren't many students genuinely focused on their studies. Aside from the various breakfast aromas gradually filling the air, she noticed numerous light brains glowing with activity. Upon witnessing steam rising from one book, Song Zhiyao fell into a profound silence. This environment was rather lax. Remembering how her high school teachers had installed surveillance cameras, she felt a pang of sadness. As the scent in the classroom intensified, Song Zhiyao finally resolved to step outside. However, just as she approached the door, contemplating how to open it without looking out of place, it swung open from the outside. She quickly stepped back, narrowly avoiding a collision with the door. Looking up, she recognized the newcomer. was it that Xie Zhao. Unlike Xie Jinyan, Xie Zhao had retained a consistent demeanor since childhood. However, compared to his more sardonic nature as an adult, the current Xie Zhao radiated an air of arrogance. His nostrils seemed almost pointed skyward. While she didn't understand, she respected him, watching as he strode towards the classroom. His arrival stirred no reactions among the classmates. Those eating breakfast merely glanced up before continuing, and those engrossed in their light brains didn't even lift their heads. They all appeared accustomed to his presence. Xie Zhao's backpack jingled with a multitude of items, creating a cacophony as he entered. He resembled a walking bell, Song Zhiliao mused. Observing his gait, she thought that if there had been any clutter in the hallway, he surely would have tripped. She couldn't fathom how such habits were formed. With a loud thud, Xie Zhao tossed his backpack onto the desk, startling the girl seated in front of him. "What on earth do you have in that bag?" she exclaimed, her tone tinged with annoyance. "You making such a racket." She lamented that Xie Zhao seemed utterly oblivious to the expressions of those around him. Not only did he show no sign of remorse, but he also shot her a glance and retorted, "What is it to you? Am I bothering you?" The girl's countenance instantly darkened, and just as she was about to speak, she recalled his explosive temper akin to that of a firecracker. She opened her mouth, but ultimately turned back in frustration. Xie Zhao clicked his tongue and turned to the boy sitting nearby, asking, "Did I submit my homework?" "Yes, Xie Gu," the boy replied, eager to please. "Good, well done." Xie Zhao nodded in appreciation. Song Zhiliao observed the entirety of Xie Zhao's antics since his entrance into the classroom, her expression one of utter disbelief that if the future Xie Zhao were to be likened to an incessant source of trouble, then the present version of him was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of unpopularity. With the temperament of a firecracker and an inflated sense of self-worth, it was hard to imagine how many times he would have been reprimanded were he not a member of the Xie family. Strolling back to the side of Xie Jinyan, Song Zhiliao leaned against his desk and inquired, "Has Xie Zhao always been like this?" Although his gaze remained fixed on his book, Xie Jinyan had been acutely aware of the surroundings. Upon sensing Song Zhiliao's departure, his reading momentarily halted. What's wrong? Having sat beside Xie Jinyan for a considerable time, Wu Qinqi had come to understand his habits, unlike the lackadaisical attitudes of others. Xie Jinyan was consistently earnest during morning study sessions, his voice unwavering, as though fatigue were an alien concept. When the sound of reading abruptly ceased, Wu Qinqi found himself momentarily disoriented, misinterpreting the silence as indicative of an issue. "It's nothing," Xie Jinyan replied softly, resuming his reading. Seeing this, Wu Qinqi chose to remain silent, presuming he merely needed a brief respite. However, unbeknownst to him, Xie Jinyan discreetly tucked away a note. The note bore a drawing of a small cat, accompanied by a note indicating that the artist would be stepping out for a while. The drawing bore a striking resemblance to those in Xie Jinyan's room, suggesting a singular artist's handiwork. Yet, in stark contrast to the yellowed pages in his room, this note remained pristine white. That as the new note slipped into his pocket, the tally of drawings increased by one, and with it, the peculiar moments from that winter-long past began to flow once more. From the day Song Zhiliao returned until the instant he saw this note, Xie Jinyan had felt a disconnection from reality. He often found himself grappling with doubts about her existence, repeatedly seeking confirmation of her presence. Yet just moments ago, upon encountering the familiar drawing, his heart found solace once again. She had truly returned. Chapter 63. Ordinary yet passionate in any era, schools place significant emphasis on cultivating students' psychological resilience. Song Zhiliao gazed at the sports electives on Xie Jinyan's schedule, exclaiming how vibrant they appeared. That it was worth noting that during her own school days, this time would typically be reserved for running drills. 2 laps around the 400-meter track, followed by jump rope exercises, before hurrying back to the classroom. Commonly referred to as the deathly combo. In contrast, she observed the plethora of options available in sports electives: equestrianism, archery, football, a dizzying array that left her momentarily dazed. Amid Song Zhiliao's incessant chatter, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Xie Jinyan's lips. Meanwhile, Wu Qinqi sensed something unusual about his deskmate today. Typically indifferent to everything, he showed no interest in matters unrelated to him. However, today, Wu Qinqi caught him daydreaming several times, clearly distracted. Moreover, Xie Jinyan's mood seemed excessively buoyant. His usually taut facial expression was noticeably relaxed. And if Wu Qinqi wasn't mistaken, he had indeed smiled. It was puzzling, as there was nothing particularly amusing occurring at that moment. But as Wu Qinshi pondered this discrepancy, his curiosity got the better of him, and he leaned closer to Xie Jinyan, asking, "What has got you in such high spirits?" Xie Jinyan shot him a sidelong glance, remaining silent. Most people would have retreated at the sight of his frosty demeanor. But Wu Qinshi, having been his desk mate for half a semester, was undeterred. "Come on, I'm not afraid of that expression." Xie Jinyan was nudged by Wu Qinshi's elbow, and under his scrutiny, he let out a light chuckle. Wu Qinshi was taken aback. "It's confirmed. Xie Jinyan's mood is not just good, it's explosively good. I've merely recovered something lost for a long time." Xie Jinyan replied, that Wu Qinshi's eyes widened. "You found it again?" Xie Jinyan hesitated for a moment before nodding, his tone unusually cheerful. "Yes, that you're quite fortunate," Wu Qinshi remarked. "After all, such occurrences are rare." "Indeed, it is fortunate." With Xie Jinyan's agreement, Wu Qinshi couldn't help but steal glances at him. Today, he was simply too extraordinary. When they first became desk mates, their conversations would typically conclude after just 3 exchanges, and no matter how talkative Wu Qinshi was, Xie Jinyan always found a way to steer the conversation to a close. Now, however, it felt as though they could chat for an entire morning. As Wu Qinshi suddenly broke into a fit of muffled laughter, Xie Jinyan shot him a puzzled look. "What is going on?" he inquired, his tone unexpectedly kind at Wu Qinshi, unable to contain his mirth, simply waved his hand dismissively. "I can tell you are in a great mood." "Let us go," he said, reaching out to pull Xie Jinyan up. "It is time for sports class." Xie Jinyan glanced at Wu Qinshi's hand gripping his arm and, without hesitation, freed himself. "You rascal!" Wu Qinshi's voice echoed behind him, while Song Zhiliao, trailing a step behind Xie Jinyan, clearly noticed the smile gracing his lips in that moment. The facade of maturity fell away from the youth, revealing a spirited vitality unique to adolescence. Inspired by this vivacity, Song Zhiliao felt her own spirits lift. Students strolled together in small groups, occasionally playfully punching each other, with neither party angered. A glance exchanged would quickly dissolve into shared laughter. It was a smile akin to that of Xie Jinyan. It was an ordinary Monday, with hallways like those found in any school. Yet at this moment and in this place, basking in the commonplace yet fervent sunshine, Xie Jinyan shed all his labels. Without the burden of being a gifted individual, without the shadow of being a child of the CF family, and free from the burdens of troubled familial relationships, he was simply an ordinary student, vibrant and full of hope. The sunlight illuminated his violet eyes, casting a unique brilliance. "What did you choose?" Song Zhiliao asked, tilting her head towards Xie Jinyan. Though there were numerous options available, a note at the bottom of the form stated that each student could select a maximum of 2. "Equestrianism," Xie Jinyan replied, pausing before adding, "If possible, I wouldn't choose any." "Why?" Song Zhiliao queried. Xie Jinyan succinctly replied, "Laziness." "What a troublesome child. You'd be obedient if you were asked to run." Unbeknownst to Song Zhiliao, Xie Jinyan remained oblivious to her internal monologue, still pondering why she was silent, unaware that he had left her at a loss for words. Upon arriving at the equestrian center, as Xie Jinyan prepared to change into his gear, a voice called out from nearby, "Brother, what a coincidence." The familiar tone and opening words made Song Zhiliao's vision blur momentarily, as she felt a strong urge to question, "Why are you so bothersome in every world?" Presently, Xie Jinyan had not yet mastered the art of concealing his emotions as expertly as he would in the future. Upon hearing Xie Zhao's voice, his lips instinctively flattened, with an air of nonchalance. Xie Zhao ambled over, sporting a carefree grin, directly placing himself in front of Xie Jinyan. "There's something you need?" Xie Jinyan lifted his eyelids to regard him. "Nothing much," Xie Zhao shrugged. "Just that Aunt Chu texted me this morning to say she'll be back this afternoon. I thought you might want to know." Upon hearing Xie Zhao's words, Song Zhiliao frowned. At first glance, there seemed to be no issue with the statement. Yet upon closer scrutiny, something felt amiss. The fact that Chu Wenxiong communicated her return to her stepson, rather than her own son, was troubling. And Xie Zhao's insistence that he inform Xie Jinyan felt malicious. Xie Jinyan's expression darkened slightly. "No need. The servant has already informed me," he replied, his voice heavy. Iske. Xie Zhao feigned sympathy, his tone exaggerated. "How unfortunate, having to hear about your own mother from the household staff." "Xie Zhao," Xie Jinyan warned. "Shut your mouth." Seeing that he had successfully provoked Xie Jinyan, a smirk of triumph flickered across Xie Zhao's lips. All right then, I'll take my leave, that he gestured at Xie Jinyan. See you later, brother. Song Zhiliao observed the entire confrontation between the brothers. She discerned that whether in the future or the present, Xie Zhao was always keen on provoking Xie Jinyan. The difference lay in the fact that the future Xie Jinyan could handle it with ease, whereas the current Xie Jinyan clearly could not. Xie Zhao's words had undoubtedly struck a nerve. Song Zhiliao quickly replayed the recent exchange in her mind, confirming that the source of conflict resided with Chu Wenxiong, that in truth, she had sensed something amiss from the day she returned, rationally speaking. Both Xie Haoyi and Chu Wenxiong had inflicted harm upon Xie Jinyan. Yet compared to Xie Haoyi, Xie Jinyan seemed particularly forgiving towards Chu Wenxiong. Song Zhiliao could feel that his feelings for Chu Wenxiong were complex, but certainly not filled with hatred, even though he had nearly lost his life at her hands. Chapter 64. Chaos. As she gazed at the chaotic scene before her, Song Zhiliao still could not comprehend how things had escalated to this point. An ordinary equestrian training session had taken a turn when Xie Zhao's horse suddenly bolted towards Xie Jinyan. In a desperate attempt to evade, Xie Jinyan's horse also panicked, resulting in both of them being thrown from their mounts amidst the startled cries of onlookers. The training ground was filled with horses, and Song Zhiliao stood by the fence waiting for Xie Jinyan, only to witness him fall from his horse. The distance was too great, and with her spiritual energy yet to be restored, she could only hastily perform a gesture to summon the wind, hoping to cushion his fall. As a student lay on the ground, the teacher rushed over, and the doctor from the infirmary quickly took position. Thanks to Xie Jinyan's timely actions and the protection afforded by Song Zhiliao's wind, he sustained only minor injuries. However, Xie Zhao was considerably worse off. Blood marred his face, his left foot appeared to be sprained, and he sat on the ground, unable to rise for the time being. The teacher responsible for the equestrian class stood by, his expression laden with concern. Is there a fracture? That would be troublesome. He recognized Xie Zhao as a troublemaker, yet his family shielded him fiercely. Although his father was unaware, every time Xie Zhao caused trouble, that woman would come to school like a hen protecting her chicks. Regardless of how grave the situation, she would always intervene. Many teachers whispered behind her back, having never seen such excessive maternal affection. They predicted that trouble would inevitably ensue. The aforementioned Miss Chu had been seen once before, and for reasons unknown, he felt the mother and son bore no resemblance. Despite both being sons, Xie Jinyan bore a striking resemblance to her. Anxiously awaiting the doctor's assessment, he breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing there were no fractures. Thank goodness. If anything serious had happened, Xie Zhao's mother would have undoubtedly torn him apart. The thought of Chu Wenxiong's fierce protectiveness in the director's office sent a shiver down his spine. Truly, he was not someone to be trifled with. Due to Xie Zhao's more severe injuries and his rather pitiful appearance, the homeroom teacher issued him a leave pass to go home. Before departing, he turned to glance at Xie Jinyan's location, revealing a provocative smile. Witnessing all of this, Song Zhiliao was left bewildered. What on earth is wrong with him? Completely perplexed by Xie Zhao's thought process, she inquired about Xie Jinyan's condition. The teacher also asked if Xie Jinyan wished to return home, and upon receiving a negative response, did not press further. Are you all right? Confirming that Xie Jinyan merely had a scrape on his leg. Song Zhiliao could not help but murmur. What could have caused the horse to go wild all of a sudden? She knew little about horses, but when observing Xie Jinyan select one earlier, all the horses had seemed docile. She had not anticipated such a sudden outburst. Xie Jinyan replied, "These horses are all carefully selected. The school is not negligent in its duties, especially considering the students' young age and their playful nature. The horses used in equestrian classes are only permitted after thorough vetting." His gaze darkened as he recounted what he had just witnessed. Xie Zhao had kicked that horse forcefully in the abdomen. For a horse, the abdomen is relatively vulnerable. A sudden stimulus can cause it to panic or even go berserk. Xie Zhao had clearly intended to provoke the horse with that kick. Song Zhiliao found herself increasingly baffled by Xie Zhao's motivations. If his goal was to injure Xie Jinyan, the outcome suggested that he had sustained more significant injuries himself. Drawing from her years of experience with injuries, Song Zhiliao was certain that even without her wind assistance, Xie Jinyan's own protective measures would have shielded him from serious harm. Conversely, Xie Zhao had shown no inclination to avoid danger, allowing himself to fall from his horse without any attempt to mitigate the risk. Xie Jinyan did not immediately respond to Song Zhiliao's inquiry. The image of Xie Zhao's provocative smile and ambiguous gaze lingered in his mind. coupled with the approaching date that loomed ominously. He vaguely sensed what Xie Zhao intended. Noticing the sudden shift in Xie Jinyan's expression, Song Zhiliao was taken aback. What's wrong? Xie Jinyan pressed his lips together. Ultimately shaking his head, he was resisting the urge to delve deeper into his thoughts. Recognizing this, Song Zhiliao refrained from pressing further. She attributed his foul mood to Xie Zhao's provocation. After all, the current version of him was far from the maturity of his future self, and thus she allowed him the space to adjust. However, the reality was far more excessive and absurd than she had imagined. Xie Jinyan's inner strength surpassed her expectations. Smack, the sharp sound echoed through the empty living room, despite the woman's pale and frail appearance. Her grip remained unyielding, in stark contrast to Xie Jinyan's swiftly swelling cheek that on the sofa behind her, Xie Zhao sat, his purple eyes brimming with malice, following the initial shock and fear as she observed Xie Jinyan's calm demeanor. Song Zhiliao suddenly realized why he had exhibited resistance earlier that morning. Both he and Xie Zhao had already discerned the forthcoming developments, yet knowing and accepting were two entirely different matters. He also detested Xie Zhao's certainty regarding the situation. The woman's voice continued to echo in the living room. Didn't I tell you to take good care of your brother at school? This is how you care for him. Compared to before, Chu Wenxiong's tone had become much sharper, sounding both harsh and hurtful. Xie Jinyan stared at the ground, his expression difficult to decipher. Song Zhiliao found herself utterly confounded by the scene before her. It was evident that Xie Jinyan was Chu Wenxiong's biological child, yet she did not even inquire about him, instead irrationally attributing all blame to him. Observing Xie Zhao's expression on the sofa, Song Zhiliao recognized that the current circumstances were precisely what he desired. Xie Zhao knew exactly how to wound Xie Jinyan. Cruel words had long ceased to draw blood, but the attitude of his biological mother could. He was aware that Xie Jinyan cared for Chu Wenxiong, and thus exploited her favoritism to inflict pain upon him at a heartless blow. What did it matter if Xie Jinyan was uninjured? The anguish of psychological torment could be far more excruciating than physical pain. Watching Xie Jinyan's lips nearly bitten to the point of bleeding, Song Zhiliao recognized that Xie Zhao had succeeded in his malicious intent. The unending stream of Chu Wenxiong's vitriol continued, yet Xie Jinyan showed no signs of resistance. Song Zhiliao was so furious that she felt she might explode. Had it been anyone else, she would have already intervened to silence them. However, Chu Wenxiong's status and Xie Jinyan's demeanor rendered her powerless to act. Even if she found it intolerable, she had to respect Xie Jinyan. Yet her confusion and doubts grew ever larger, and Song Zhiliao could no longer contain herself. Upon returning to her room, she posed a direct question. Why does she treat you this way? Chapter 65. Yearning outside, leaves continued to fall in droves, and the temperature steadily dropped, prompting the Xie household's heating system to resume its function. The surrounding changes silently heralded the arrival of winter. Perhaps it is due to guilt, Xie Jinyan replied. Guilt. Song Zhiliao found this reasoning entirely unfounded. If Chu Wenxiong's behavior stemmed from guilt towards Xie Jinyan, her attitude should be the opposite of what it was now. Xie Jinyan recognized that Song Zhiliao had misinterpreted his words. He chuckled softly, his tone tinged with self-mockery and resignation. It is guilt towards Xie Zhao. His mother died because of me, so she wishes to compensate him as much as possible. Song Zhiliao grasped the essence of Xie Jinyan's self-deprecation. How absurd. Chu Wenxiong still retained the softness and love of a mother, yet not directed towards him. Did she truly harbor such hatred for Xie Jinyan? Hatred so intense that she once contemplated ending his life. Hatred so profound that she cast him aside in a frigid basement. Hatred so severe that she would rather bestow her affection upon another. This question remained unanswered by both Song Zhiliao and Xie Jinyan. However, Song Zhiliao's inquiry was not yet concluded. Then why do you not resist? It was evident that he could have chosen to evade her blows. Yet he allowed Chu Wenxiong's hand to strike his face with unrelenting force. Gigi, do you know? She has a scar on her face that he suddenly shifted the topic to another matter. Although Song Zhiliao was caught off guard, she refrained from interrupting. Her intuition told her that what Xie Jinyan was about to share was intertwined with his feelings towards Chu Wenxiong, that I received that scar when I was 3 years old. In an attempt to save myself, that time, he walked with a certain unsteadiness, descending the stairs with a tremor in his steps that on one occasion, he missed a step and nearly tumbled down the staircase, only to be caught in the nick of time by Chu Wenxiong. Though he narrowly escaped the fall, Chu Wenxiong's head struck the stairs with considerable force in that fleeting moment. The warmth emanating from his mother's embrace and the expanding pool of blood on the floor left an indelible mark on Xie Jingyan's memory, etching a profound imprint upon his life. Everything suddenly made sense. Song Zhijiao had never experienced such clarity in thought. The nearly limitless tolerance Xie Jingyan exhibited towards Chu Wenxiong, along with the injuries he allowed her to inflict upon him, found their explanation that it stemmed from the obstinacy of a child. When Chu Wenxiong risked herself to save him, it was the first time he sensed the overwhelming love that surged forth from a mother. His mother loved him, even if she seldom visited or smiled at him. Yet, that love was unmistakable. This realization persisted from its inception to the present, unaffected by the near brush with death at his mother's hands or her blatant favoritism towards Xie Zhao. Chu Wenxiong's madness that night could be attributed to her affliction. As for her attitude towards Xie Zhao, Xie Jingyan mused. Perhaps he was still expecting something. His tone was both bewildered and resolute, revealing a stubbornness unique to childhood. Song Zhijiao recognized that he was determined not to turn back until he hit the wall. He awaited a change in Chu Wenxiong's demeanor, akin to the anticipation of that hand which had gripped him tightly when he felt weightless. Observing Xie Jingyan, who pressed his lips together in concentration, not knowing whether he was grappling with himself or Chu Wenxiong, Song Zhijiao sighed softly within her heart. She found herself incapable of passing judgment. Even she, who had never experienced maternal love, felt an uncontrollable yearning, let alone Xie Jingyan, who had once been fiercely loved, and that love had emerged from a moment of life and death. Reflecting on the scent of blood that clung to Xie Jingyan when school commenced, Song Zhijiao realized he might still be waiting in vain. Had Xie Zhao always been this way, inflicting harm upon himself to torment Xie Jingyan? Xie Jingyan remarked, "It's usually tolerable, but with his mother's death anniversary approaching, he finds it increasingly difficult." He witnessed her fall to so. Every year around this time, his emotions spiral out of control. The mother he was born to perish before him, and his father showed him little affection. Without Chu Wenxiong's protection, Xie Zhao's existence within the Xie household would be visibly fraught with hardship. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for Chu Wenxiong and her child, yet could not afford to lose her shelter. Thus, he directed his frustrations towards Xie Jingyan. In that moment, Song Zhijiao abruptly realized that every individual within this villa lived in a state of painful awareness, yearning yet unable to love, trapped and unable to escape. How tragic! Today's scene was not the first of its kind. Xie Jingyan adeptly wrapped an ice pack in a towel, applying it to his cheek. Song Zhijiao settled into the sofa. She began to contemplate the current situation. The night prior, she and Zhuke had spent the entire night sifting through a pile of books in the storage space, ultimately summarizing the characteristics of the illusion. Its methods of killing could be broadly categorized into two types. Point 1 ensnares individuals within beautiful circumstances, draining their life force until nothing remains. The other induces a surrender of the will to survive. Xie Jingyan's illusion, persisting to this day, bore no resemblance to anything beautiful. Thus, both Song Zhijiao and Zhuke concurred that it must be the latter scenario. However, gazing at the young man sitting upright, with an ice pack in his left hand, diligently working on his assignments under the light, it was hard for Song Zhijiao to fathom what could compel him to relinquish his will to live. Current afflictions had not weakened him in the slightest. What could possibly instigate thoughts of self-harm? After observing Xie Jingyan throughout the day, Song Zhijiao remained without answers. That it was akin to a sword of Damocles hanging over her head. The moment of its descent uncertain, that if she were the one beneath the sword, she would likely chuckle and assure others, "What's the big deal? We'll face whatever comes." Yet now, it was Xie Jingyan standing beneath that impending doom. Song Zhijiao feared she might not reach him in time. Bonds are indeed a wondrous phenomenon. When they truly begin to forge connections between two individuals, they do not fade with the passage of time. Instead, they grow more robust with deeper understanding. Throughout his life, Xie Jingyan had encountered far too little kindness. Thus, as Song Zhijiao traversed the trajectory of his growth, she felt the weight of that kindness more acutely than before. Her initial motive for saving him was far from pure. She merely wished to prevent Zhuke from becoming entangled in the consequences. Yet, Xie Jingyan's gratitude far outweighed her contributions. Coincidentally, she had also scarcely received any kindness throughout her life. Therefore, for Xie Jingyan, she must intervene. Apart from the old man, this was the first genuine bond she had formed with someone. She would not allow it to be extinguished within the illusion. Just as Song Zhijiao pondered how to protect Xie Jinyan, a servant knocked on the door, summoning him downstairs. The two in the room instinctively glanced at the clock, realizing it was not yet dinner time. Xie Jinyan inquired of the servant, "What is it?" "The master has returned." The servant did not elaborate, merely emphasizing the first two words. Xie Jinyan furrowed his brow, responding with a simple acknowledgement. Chapter 66. The Blessing of the Gods. During Song Zhijiao's recent days, she had not encountered Xie Haoyi within the villa. Thus, hearing of his sudden return surprised her. Xie Jinyan set his pen down and rose from his seat. Upon hearing Song Zhijiao's confusion, he too felt uncertain. Since gradually taking over the Xie family 2 years ago, Xie Haoyi had spent increasingly less time at home. This past year, it had become the norm for him to be absent for a week at a time. The family had grown accustomed to it. With power secured, Xie Haoyi was no longer as eager to put on a fade as he had been in earlier years. Having received the support he sought, he had little inclination to continue pretending. Consequently, in light of Xie Jinyan's unabashed rejection, the relationship between father and son swiftly plummeted to an icy standoff, with neither showing any desire to mend it. Yet now, not only had Xie Haoyi returned unexpectedly, but he also instructed the servant to summon Xie Jinyan, leaving one puzzled. The important documents in the study had long been removed, and Xie Jinyan saw little reason for his father's return. 9 years had elapsed, the child had matured, and the once trembling descent down the stairs was now a confident stride. Upon reaching the last step, Xie Jinyan beheld Xie Haoyi seated on the living room sofa. The man donned a standard 3-piece suit, his heavy overcoat neatly hung by the servant, and he reclined on the sofa with his eyes slightly closed, seemingly resting down on the coffee table. Before him lay 2 neatly arranged boxes. Hearing the noise from behind, the man opened his eyes and turned to regard Xie Jinyan. 2 pairs of similar purple eyes collided in the air. One pair deep and viscous, the other calm and placid. Xie Haoyi spoke first. He gestured with his chin towards the sofa opposite him, indicating for Xie Jinyan to take a seat. However, Xie Jinyan chose not to occupy the suggested 2-seater sofa, opting instead for the adjacent single chair. Xie Haoyi cast a glance at him, but refrained from commenting. Observing their exchange, Song Zhijiao's immediate reaction was to note how much Xie Haoyi had changed. In the past, the man would not have permitted anyone to defy him in such a manner. Was this a form of indulgence towards Xie Jinyan, or had he simply grown indifferent? Surveying the living room, Xie Haoyi occupied a large multi-seater sofa, with a 2-seater opposite and Xie Jinyan situated in the single chair. After a moment of contemplation, Song Zhijiao approached Xie Jinyan and leaned against the armrest of the sofa. Xie Jinyan sat stiffly, his posture rigid. From a distance, it was hard to discern anything amiss, but up close, his tension was palpable. Stealing a glance at his expression, Song Zhijiao gently patted his shoulder, encouraging him to relax. Stating, "I'm here." Xie Jinyan understood her intent that a gentle breeze swept by, carrying away much of his tightness. Gradually, he began to ease his tension, to eye in the vast living room. Only the two of them remained, with neither inclined to speak. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly suffocating, another voice shattered the silence. "Father." Xie Zhao limped down from the staircase, approaching Xie Haoyi, and lowered his head to address him. Xie Haoyi gave a slight nod, his gaze lingering minimally on him. In the presence of this man, Xie Zhao entirely suppressed his usual temperament, taking a seat on the opposite sofa only after receiving permission. Noticing Xie Zhao's tightly pressed knees, Song Zhijiao raised an eyebrow in curiosity. She couldn't shake the feeling that Xie Zhao was afraid of Xie Haoyi. Previously, Xie Haoyi had remained silent, seemingly awaiting someone. It now appeared he had been waiting for both brothers to arrive. The divine blessing has descended. The man finally spoke. Xie Zhao suddenly lifted his head, as if realizing something in that instant, his gaze fixed intently on the 2 boxes on the table. "Control your gaze." Xie Haoyi reprimanded without mercy. Xie Zhao promptly lowered his head again, unworthy of the stage. Upon hearing the man's soft scoff, Xie Zhao's body stiffened, and the hand resting on his knee clenched into a fist. Xie Jinyan leaned back against the sofa, his tone indifferent. "What blessing?" Xie Haoyi's gaze shifted to him, and in contrast to his demeanor towards Xie Zhao, his attitude softened considerably. The Xie family had long revered the god of deception, and the heirs of the clan received a blessing from him once they reached adulthood, that he opened the box on the coffee table, revealing two violet crystals that emitted a peculiar luminescence. Upon closer inspection, it seemed as though a dark light pulsed within. As she approached the box, Songjila could distinctly sense the power surging forth from within. Moreover, the energy contained in these crystals was purer than anything she had ever encountered. These two crystals also appeared quite familiar to her, as they were indeed the ones Xie Zhao had revealed before they entered the illusion, as though they originated from Qi. Songjila pondered, realizing that Xie Zhao must have infused his own unique ability into the crystal, which amplified his power and subsequently drew them into the current illusion. Such a remarkable item. Her gaze fixated on the two crystals on the table. Songjila's eyes sparkled with intrigue. She had no intentions towards Xie Jinyan, but she could certainly devise a plan regarding Xie Zhao. Although it might not be feasible to take them out, using them within the illusion should pose no problem, right? Sensing the sudden surge of excitement from the person beside her, Xie Jinyan appeared puzzled. Across from them, Xie Haoyi continued speaking. You each take one of these. It is best to keep them on your person. Upon hearing his decision, Xie Zhao felt a mix of joy and confusion. Are there only two? Is there none for my elder brother? Xie Haoyi replied. No, Qi only granted two, and considering Xie's talents, it would be a waste to give him one. Remembering something, the man raised his gaze towards the somewhat anxious Xie Zhao. A playful smile gracing his lips. Or, you could give him yours? No, that's unnecessary. Xie Zhao instantly became alarmed, swiftly seizing one of the crystals and holding it tightly. The smile on Xie Haoyi's lips widened. Do not fret. I will have someone fashion these two crystals into necklaces for you later. Upon hearing this, Xie Zhao awkwardly returned the crystal to the box. Necklaces. Songjila suddenly recalled the moment she encountered Xie Jinyan in the forest, when he seemed to be reaching for something from around his neck in response to the attack from the Zhuke. So that was it seemed that had she not appeared, Xie Jinyan might not have faced any danger. Contemplating this, Songjila resolved to borrow that crystal from Xie Jinyan for further study once they exited the illusion. She remained quite intrigued by the power it harbored, in stark contrast to Xie Zhao. Xie Jinyan displayed little interest in the crystals. Can I leave now that I've spoken? He asked, his tone languid. Xie Haoyi seemed unfazed by his demeanor, shrugging casually. By all means. By the way, just as Xie Jinyan brushed past him, the man spoke again. You are to move to the main residence in 2 weeks. You may begin packing. Both Xie Zhao and Xie Jinyan momentarily halted their actions. Only the true head of the family could reside in the main house. By uttering this statement, Xie Haoyi signified that he had completely taken control of the Xie family. Chapter 67. Betrayal. Xie Zhao was the first to react, hastily congratulating Xie Haoyi in response to Xie Zhao's congratulations. Xie Haoyi merely nodded slightly before shifting his gaze to Xie Jinyan, seemingly awaiting a response. Xie Jinyan halted his steps, slightly tilting his head towards the other two individuals in the living room, a sardonic smile tugging at his lips. Congratulations. After scheming for so many years, you've finally achieved your wish. However, Xie Haoyi appeared oblivious to the implications of Xie Jinyan's words, graciously offering a perfunctory thank you. Regardless, he seemed to be in a rather good mood. An astute observer would easily discern the stark contrast in Xie Haoyi's attitude towards Xie Jinyan and Xie Zhao. Xie Zhao was no exception to this observation. On the sofa, his fingers nearly tore through the leather upholstery, and his gaze towards Xie Jinyan grew increasingly dark. Xie Jinyan seemed to sense something, abruptly turning his head, their eyes locking in an intense gaze. Unlike the emotionally charged eyes of Xie Zhao, Xie Jinyan's gaze remained calm and unyielding, as if Xie Zhao could not shake him in the slightest. Xie Jinyan coolly averted his gaze and ascended the staircase. Handing the two boxes to his approaching assistant, Xie Haoyi followed suit, leaving without casting a single glance towards Xie Zhao. Alone in the living room, Xie Zhao fiddled with the holographic device in his hand, his expression inscrutable. After a prolonged moment, he activated the device and dialed a contact. Your family's still facing a financial shortfall. I can offer you a sum of money without charge, in exchange for a favor. Once the task is complete, I will assist you in transferring schools. There was a pause on the other end, and after a lengthy silence, the person replied, What is the task? A slight smirk curled at the corners of Xie Zhao's lips. We'll discuss the details later. All right. Hanging up, Xie Zhao glanced toward Xie Jinyan's room on the second floor, his lips twisting into a smirk before he returned to his own room. That morning, Song Jila did not accompany Xie Jinyan to school. Firstly, she had stayed up late the previous night reading about the secret realms and simply could not rise. And secondly, Xie Jinyan and the others had their midterm exams that day, rendering her presence unnecessary. So, as she drowsily watched Xie Jinyan depart, she buried her head in her pillow, resuming her slumber. During her time at university in the modern world, she would often stay up late and then sleep through her morning classes. This routine had now carried over into this world. Thus, when Song Jila finally opened her eyes to find the sun dipping towards the horizon, she felt somewhat disoriented. It was only upon noticing the carpet beneath her feet that she slowly came to the realization that she was not in her dormitory. Still groggy from sleep, she grabbed a pillow and hugged it to her chest, leaning against the sofa as she gradually roused herself. Just as she was lost in thought, the sound of brakes echoed from downstairs. Judging by the time, Xie Jinyan should be back from school. Indeed, through the window, Song Jila spotted Xie Jinyan disembarking from the car. The vehicle had stopped some distance from the entrance, and as she watched Xie Jinyan approach with his backpack slung over his shoulder, she sensed that something was amiss. Observing him for a moment, she furrowed her brow. Xie Jinyan's pace was notably slower than usual. While this might be commonplace for others, it was decidedly unusual for Xie Jinyan. He was a person with a strong sense of order and routine. His childhood was filled with building blocks and reading, and even in adulthood his daily activities remained consistent, with his pace seldom deviating. After scanning him from head to toe and ruling out any possibility of injury, it could only be attributed to a psychological issue. Song Jila concluded that something was troubling Xie Jinyan. "What's wrong?" she asked directly, fixing her gaze on Xie Jinyan as he entered. Xie Jinyan paused for a moment. "What?" Song Jila's expression was resolute. "Why do you seem in a bad mood?" "How did you know?" He neither denied nor confirmed that I just know. There was a touch of pride in her tone, her certainty leaving no room for Xie Jinyan's skepticism. And indeed, she was correct that a familiar look of helplessness crossed his face. Accompanied by a soft sigh, "I thought I had concealed it well." "You did conceal it well. Most people wouldn't notice," Song Jila replied, playfully shaking her finger, her expression cunning. "But I am not most people." Indeed, that a hint of a smile finally appeared on Xie Jinyan's lips. "You are a celestial being descended from the heavens." "Stop." Song Jila regretted teasing Xie Jinyan in their childhood, that it had become apparent that if you entertain a child with a good memory, it could haunt you in the future. Gradually realizing Xie Jinyan's cunning nature, she could only hope that once the illusion ended, the academic prodigy would forget these moments. What happened? Song Jila inquired with concern. Xie Jinyan's activities today should have revolved solely around the midterm exams. But given his maturity compared to his peers and his consistently high scores, she did not assume he would be in a bad mood due to an examination. Xie Jinyan stepped onto the carpet, slipping off his shoes, and took a seat in his usual spot. It was evident that he was a creature of habit. From the cold wooden floor to the plush carpet, he had never considered moving elsewhere. Absently tugging at the carpet fibers, he leaned back against the sofa and began to address Song Jila's question. "Xie Zhao accused me of cheating," that he directly used the term accused. This word bore a strong subjective connotation, placing all blame squarely on Xie Zhao, as if he had already presumed that Song Jila would side with him. "What?" Song Jila exclaimed. "Do you even need to cheat for your marks? Has Xie Zhao lost his mind?" She scoffed. "Even the teachers might not believe that." Xie Jinyan's gaze dropped slightly. "But he has witnesses." "Who on earth would conspire with Xie Zhao?" Song Jila blurted out. "Xie Jinyan Wu Qinqi." Song Jilao's hand, which was clutching the pillow, suddenly paused as she uncertainly inquired. "Your deskmate." Xie Jinyan gently affirmed with a soft in that instant. Song Jiliao comprehended the reason behind Xie Jinyan's gloomy mood today. Though she had accompanied him to school only a few times, it was apparent that Wu Qinqi was likely his closest friend at the institution. Although unspoken, she could feel that Xie Jinyan had already considered him a friend. The boy's cheerful laughter seemed to linger in her ears, making it difficult for Song Jiliao to associate him with Xie Zhao. Chapter 68. Deception. Isn't he rather close to you? After a long pause, Song Jiliao could only utter such feeble words. Xie Jinyan remained silent for a moment before responding. "I thought so too." Yet, they both had forgotten that assumptions are the most uncertain of matters. Neither of them spoke for a while. Song Juliao could not grasp why things had escalated to this point, while Xie Jinyin appeared lost in thought, gazing out the window. Why? It baffled her. Xie Jinyin was unable to provide an answer. For Wu Qiqi had not given him one either. Did I in the classroom that day? Standing slowly behind Xie Zhao was Wu Qiqi. The one who had pointed him out. It was he who had averted his gaze. From beginning to end, Xie Jinyin had not received a single explanation from him. After the exam concluded and he returned to the classroom, the seat beside him was already vacant. All that remained was this. Xie Jinyin retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket. The paper surface was coarse, resembling the draft paper handed out during the exam. Yet on that vast expanse of paper were only 3 thin words. I'm sorry. Absurdly, Xie Jinyin could not accept it. He found it difficult to describe the emotions he felt upon seeing Wu Qiqi stand up. Was it the pain of betrayal, disbelief, or anger? It seemed none of these encompassed his feelings. He simply felt a sense of as expected. Meanwhile, Song Zhuyao picked up the paper and examined it for a moment before suddenly turning to ask Xie Jinyin, "Do you still want this paper?" Xie Jinyin shook his head. "All right." Did I end the next moment? A cluster of ethereal flames erupted from her hand, swiftly consuming the paper, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Xie Jinyin's eyes widened in surprise. Clapping her hands, Song Zhuyao chuckled. Who cares for his apology? Since he chose to act this way, it signifies that he has already given up on you. Xie Jinyin, what is there to apologize for? To alleviate his own guilt? Writing a note. He lacks even the courage to face you. Is this your ability? Xie Jinyin inquired. This was the first time he had witnessed Song Zhiliao utilize her powers. Sort of, she replied. After saying this, she felt inexplicably guilty, as if the word sounded familiar. Hadn't she said something similar to Xie Jinyin in the forest? Thankfully, the current version of him bore no memory of that time. Song Zhiliao thought, relieved. Impressive, Xie Jinyin complimented sincerely. Though Song Zhiliao had merely burned a piece of paper, ordinary flames would at least leave some ashes behind, yet hers left nothing. This indicated that her fire was far from ordinary. Song Zhiliao accepted Xie Jinyin's praise with a sense of rightful pride. She naturally possessed a fire attribute spirit root, and with her contract with Zhuke, her ethereal flames became even purer. She had long surpassed other flames, leading to an increased success rate in weapon forging and alchemy. Although Xie Jinyin could not see Song Zhiliao, he felt as though he could envision her proud demeanor, vibrant and lively, so unlike the Xie family. Noticing that Xie Jinyin's mood seemed to have lightened a bit, Song Zhiliao continued to employ her knack for light-hearted banter, attempting to divert his attention. Successfully, Xie Jinyin followed her lead and changed the subject. Song Zhiliao let out a gentle sigh of relief. Thankfully, the current Xie Jinyin was still young, that if he had been the older version of himself, her skills may not have sufficed. However, the answers they lacked would soon be delivered personally that evening. On the way back to his room after dinner, Xie Jinyin was intercepted. Song Zhiliao looked at the person before her, feeling speechless. This Xie Zhao was indeed quite idle, she muttered. Xie Jinyin's eyes reflected agreement. When Xie Zhao was brought into the Xie family, Xie Jinyin had felt no resistance that he had long seen through Xie Haoi's true nature and had shed the paternal filter. Thus, if Xie Zhao wished to befriend him, Xie Jinyin would assume the role of an elder brother. Xie Si was a prime example of this. Yet, Xie Zhao harbored an inexplicable animosity towards him. The occasional jabs were the least of his concerns. It was the pranks that truly irked Xie Jinyin. Chu Wenqiong's attitude left him unable to confront Xie Zhao directly, while Xie Zhao persistently thrust himself into his space. Just like now, Xie Zhao leaned against the corner of the staircase, wearing a cheerful expression, his purple eyes gleaming. "Brother, how does it feel to be betrayed?" As he uttered these words, Xie Jinyin instantly recognized that this matter bore Xie Zhao's fingerprints. "What have you done?" Xie Zhao straightened slightly, shrugging his shoulders nonchalantly. His family has encountered some issues, and he's being arranged to transfer schools. That I merely made a small deal with him before his transfer. Xie Zhao raised 2 fingers, indicating a minute distance, a trivial transaction, yet it could be quite beneficial for him. Song Zhiliao, standing beside them, felt an odd familiarity with his rhetoric. It seemed that when she first met Xie Zhao, he had proposed a similar transaction. Emotions surged in her eyes. So it was not the first time. After all, this moment, Xie Zhao had already begun attempting to sway those around Xie Jinyin. Facing Xie Jinyin directly, Xie Zhao showed no reluctance to divulge everything. Wu Qinqi's family is merely a small enterprise. lacking funds that I can easily cover that, and all I require is for him to serve as a witness today. Just a single word from him could save his family before the transfer. Brother, you see, Xie Zhao's smile widened, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. That is a bargaining chip. You are so very important. Upon hearing Xie Zhao's final words, Xie Jinyan's expression darkened swiftly, his hands clenched tightly at his sides, a simmering anger brewing within his gaze. Xie Zhao, however, found amusement in his reaction, and he laughed heartily, his expression bordering on manic. Xie Jinyan. This was the first time he had earnestly called his name. You can't seriously believe that we, of all people, can attain any genuine feelings, can you? Xie Zhao continued, born into a family steeped in lies, yet continuously believing in others. How foolish. The habitual smirk faded from Xie Zhao's lips, and he no longer concealed his disdain for Xie Jinyan. The very faith of the Xie family embodies deceit, and as a vessel of that faith, lies serve as the source of their power. You were bestowed with such formidable abilities, yet you are the most gullible among us. Xie Zhao's tone dripped with bitterness. What could our father and the deity possibly see in you? As fellow scions of the Xie family, they shared half of the same blood. With both possessing a mental capacity, rated A, Xie Jinyan awakened a power unprecedented among the deity's vessels. Xie Zhao could not comprehend why some individuals seemed to have such fortunate destinies. While he and his mother squeezed together in a dilapidated house, Xie Jinyan was born as the young master of the Xie family. Just when he thought they had finally reached the same starting line, Xie Jinyan awakened his powers. From the moment I learned I was a child of the Xie family, I understood. Xie Zhao sneered. Why haven't you realized it until now? Perhaps you've been too comfortable as a young master. What? Have you not been deceived enough? Chapter 69. The Fire. Song Zhiliao was uncertain whether Xie Zhao's words had impacted Xie Jinyan that day, but it was evident that Xie Jinyan began to maintain some distance from those around him. This distance felt familiar to her, mirroring that of the future Xie Jinyan. What exactly is your purpose in bringing me here? Poking at the condensation on the window, Song Zhiliao murmured. She recalled the voice that had greeted her upon arrival, claiming to be granting Xie Jinyan a backdoor pass. Yet thus far, it seemed she had accomplished nothing. What was meant to happen still unfolded, and Xie Jinyan continued his gradual transformation into the future version of himself. Her presence had not instigated any change. What sort of backdoor was this? Song Zhiliao felt a sense of frustration. Exiting the room, she gazed downstairs as the time for Xie Haoi's promised move approached. The servants had begun to sporadically transport items out. However, Xie Jinyan showed no inclination to pack his belongings. Song Zhiliao's gaze fell upon the bustling servants, noticing a few unfamiliar faces among them. Are they hiring new people even as they prepare to move? Indeed, she could not grasp the intricate rules of personnel selection within such a large family. Dismissing the matter from her mind, Song Zhiliao shifted her gaze elsewhere. The Xie family's daily routine commenced at an early hour. By 10 o'clock, the entire villa succumbed to silence. The corridors were devoid of any lingering figures. Yet for Song Zhiliao, the night was just beginning. However, this evening, her emotions were inexplicably unsettled. Unaccustomed to the heating, she felt somewhat stifled and decided to step into the garden for some fresh air. Although the flowers had withered, the stone table and benches remained intact. Noticing that her fingers were relatively clean, she took a seat. Pressing her hand against her heart, Song Zhiliao furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before opting to cast divination. She retrieved 3 coins from her pocket, flipped her palm, and the coins soared into the air. Upon their descent back into her hand, the coins displayed differing sides, which she promptly noted. This motion was repeated 6 times, yielding a hexagram. Observing the hexagram she had received, Song Zhiyao's expression grew slightly grave. Within her consciousness, Zhuke had witnessed the entire process of her divination, and upon seeing the hexagram, it felt a twinge of alarm. Water Mountain Jian? It had been ages since Song Zhiliao had encountered this hexagram. Water Mountain Jian, the 39th hexagram of the I Ching, presents water above a mountain, symbolizing ice resting upon it, with thick snow accumulating at the peak, suggesting that one must navigate through ice and snow, facing myriad obstacles. The hexagram text states, Jian, difficulty lies ahead. Ji Zhuke, with a hint of concern, inquired, Is this yours? Song Zhiliao shook her head. No. It belongs to Xie Jinyan. Zhuke fell silent, and after a pause, it hesitantly spoke. Little Xie seems to be encountering some setbacks. With a sigh, Song Zhiliao flipped her wrist, making the coins vanish from her hand. Rising, she gazed into the distant night, and her unease intensified slightly. Though the ominous hexagram signified challenges and crises, the I Ching advocates for the transformation of yin and yang. Within misfortune lies fortune. Successful transformation signifies growth, as for failure. That would be left to fate. Song Zhiliao recalled the last coin she had tossed. Instead of falling freely, it had abruptly halted midair, then swiftly flipped over, the speed creating a silvery arc among the coins. Only seconds later did it plummet to the ground. After such a rapid spin, no one could ascertain its original state, including Song Zhiliao. The coin seemed to be drawn by an unknown force, rendering the trajectory of fate unclear. This added to the already ambiguous nature of the hexagram. Song Zhiliao found herself unable to determine the variables at play as time gradually slipped into the depths of night. The temperature dropped swiftly. Song Zhiliao's thoughts were abruptly frozen. Rubbing her hands together, she resolved to change her location. Yet just as she rose, the ambient temperature surged significantly. Song Zhiliao exclaimed, "Is it warming up in the middle of the night?" However, the warmth did not cease there. In a mere moment, it escalated to a level that made her sweat. The heat seemed to concentrate in one area. Suddenly, Song Zhiliao turned, and through the window of the villa's first floor, she beheld a raging inferno within. In the next instant, several individuals dashed from the villa, the last one swiftly shutting and locking the door behind them. Through the dim light of the garden, Song Zhiliao recognized those unfamiliar faces. This was a premeditated arson. Realizing this, she pivoted to enter the villa. The other members of the CF family had yet to emerge. However, just 3 steps away from the entrance, Song Zhiliao was thwarted by an invisible barrier. She instinctively attempted to wield her spiritual energy, yet the familiar sensation of suppression immediately overwhelmed her. The energy she had not yet concentrated dissipated in an instant. Song Zhiliao, damn! Unable to contain herself, she cursed aloud. Again this. The last time the illusion had intervened was when Xie Jinyan was on the verge of freezing to death. Was it now intent on allowing him to be burned alive? Each instance the consciousness of the illusion appeared. It signaled that the events before her were not to be interfered with. The IT felt like a warning, suggesting that allowing her entry was already generous enough. She should not overstep. Frustrated, Song Zhiliao kicked the barrier before her, only to be repelled once more. Enraged, she began pacing in circles. Previously, when her spiritual energy was at its peak, she had to endure spitting blood just to momentarily dispel the illusion's consciousness. Now, with less than 50% restored, even if she bled a bit more, it would be futile. Regardless of Song Zhiliao's urgency, the fire continued to blaze with alarming rapidity. Xie Jinyan was roused by the heat. Emerging from his room, he was instantly aware of the thick smoke billowing from the first floor. His first thought was of Chu Wenxiong. The medication she had taken before sleep contained sedatives, and she should have entered deep slumber by now. Without hesitation, he rushed to Chu Wenxiong's room and quickly roused her. "The villa is on fire. We must flee." Meeting Chu Wenxiong's dazed gaze, he recognized her confusion and refrained from further explanation. Instead, pulling her to her feet, as they exited, they encountered Xie Zhao, who was also coming from his room. "What is going on?" he barked, his tone irritable as he coughed from the smoke. Xie Jinyan had no time to argue. "If you wish to live, then hurry." Though Xie Zhao's expression was displeased, he understood that this was not the moment for debate. Casting a glance at them, he sprinted ahead. The fire had been raging for some time, and Xie Jinyan handed Chu Wenxiong the damp towel he had taken with him, instructing her to cover her mouth. The effects of the medication had not yet worn off, leaving her steps unsteady. Xie Jinyan's height only reached her shoulders, making it somewhat challenging to support her weight. Stumbling down the stairs, the smoke on the first floor was thicker than that on the second. Tears welled in Xie Jinyan's eyes from the smoke. Ahead, Xie Zhao's voice was filled with curses. He made an effort to steady his breathing, maintaining a firm grasp on Chu Wenxiong, whose consciousness was slipping. Chapter 70. The illusion ends as the front door came into view. Xie Jinyan breathed a slight sigh of relief. The villa's wooden structures had begun to loosen under the relentless assault of the flames. Xie Zhao was leading the way, only a few steps from the door, when suddenly, debris from above obstructed his path. He glanced at the increasingly unstable floor above, cursing the shoddy renovations. With the door blocked, he turned his gaze to the adjacent window. The villa's windows were quite large, allowing for easy passage when opened. As the tension in his nerves began to ease, he hurried towards the window without paying attention to his surroundings. Just then, disaster struck. The wooden railing on the second floor became increasingly unstable, teetering precariously before crashing to the ground engulfed in flames. That it fell directly in the path of the advancing Xie Zhao. From his position behind, Xie Jinyan witnessed the railing's descent, his violet eyes flickering as his powers briefly surged around him, only to be interrupted. He did not comprehend what had transpired until his head collided violently with a cabinet. His eyes remained fixated, dutifully relaying the recent events to his mind in that very moment. As the railing fell, Chu Wenxiong unexpectedly stirred from his grasp. Having appeared feeble, she had relied on him for support, but now she exerted herself to push him away. Caught off guard, Xie Jinyan was instantly thrust aside. Amidst the myriad of debris and dust scattered across the ground, he stumbled several times before his head collided forcefully with the coffee table. In the fading glimmer of his vision, he beheld the silhouette of Chu Wenxiong rushing towards Xie Zhaoban. In that fleeting moment, her resolute determination mirrored that of the girl who had clutched him tightly at the tender age of 3. Yet, the hands that had once grasped him in weightlessness were now propelling him towards the abyss. Uncertain of where he had struck himself, Xie Jinyan's sight became instantly blurred. A thick smoke surged into his nostrils, intensifying the suffocating sensation within his throat. The flames had already spread, and his skin faintly registered the searing heat. The feeling of impending death he had experienced at the age of 4 resurfacing once more. However, at 13, he no longer possessed the fervent resistance of his younger self. It is said that just before death, one's life flashes through their mind like a fleeting panorama. Xie Jinyan mused that perhaps he was experiencing that very moment now. The manipulations of his father, his mother's disdain, the betrayal by his companions. All that had transpired over the years suddenly converged in his mind. Collapsed on the ground, Xie Jinyan exhibited no intention of rising. Perhaps ending here wasn't so bad, he thought vacantly, for he could find no remaining reason to stay. A solitary tear welled up at the corner of his eye. Since that day he had wept bitterly at the study's door at the age of 4. Tears had eluded him. Not even when Chu Wenxiong struck Xie Zhao numerous times, nor through the myriad grievances he endured, did Xie Jinyan shed a single tear. But as the desire for salvation crumbled, his body offered the most honest of responses. So be it that he had left nothing behind, thus this world would not retain him. Quite fair, wouldn't you agree? With this thought, Xie Jinyan slowly curled into himself, beginning to quietly await his demise, that do not wait for death. A voice, tinged with urgency and a hint of despair, echoed in his ears, prompting Xie Jinyan to groggily open his eyes. Yet, due to his injuries, his vision remained hazy. His mind began to register. He recalled whose voice it was. Gigi, you are still here, he murmured weakly. The girl's voice persisted. Run. There is still a chance to escape. Seeking refuge, he buried his head deeper into his arms. And Xie Jinyan feigned reluctance. I want to run. There is nothing worth escaping for. This world holds no meaning. Throughout his life, he had always been obedient, never throwing tantrums or indulging in whims. Ironically, the sole instance of defiance arose just before his death. Yet, Xie Jinyan now found himself unwilling to ponder further. Perhaps your presence is but a figment of my imagination. After all, I cannot even see you. He murmured softly. His thoughts had grown muddled. Songji Liao's appearance felt akin to a dream birthed from his solitude, conjured to keep him company. No, it was as if she had grasped something of utmost importance. Her tone rising with urgency, that I am real. She attempted to substantiate her words. You will see me again. We will meet in college, become desk mates and good friends, Xie Jinyan. For the first time, she addressed him with such seriousness. Her voice earnest and desperate. Your future does not lie here. You must escape. This is not where you are meant to slumber. Songji Liao painted a vivid portrait of the future in his ear. A future that sounded warm and promising, that a flicker of hope ignited within Xie Jinyan. Could what she said be true? If so, perhaps there was something to look forward to. However, just as he prepared to speak, an unfamiliar voice resonated in his mind. Will you continue to choose to believe others? A mere phrase that plunged Xie Jinyan back into silence. Indeed, should he still choose to believe, as a child raised amidst lies? Was belief still an option? His father professed love while wielding manipulation. His mother had rescued him only to cast him into the abyss. And Wu Qinshi, who claimed they were friends, had betrayed him without hesitation. Kinship, friendship, none had culminated in fulfillment. And what of the one guiding him towards the future? Was there not the possibility that her earnest words were merely another facade? Xie Jinyan was uncertain. All he knew was that he was utterly fatigued. Thus, his violet eyes, which had just opened, gradually closed once more. The consciousness of the illusion observed the figure seemingly on the verge of being engulfed by flames, yet remained motionless. The power within swelled further. It appeared the illusion was nearing its conclusion. It mused triumphantly. Just as it prepared to claim Xie Jinyan, a resolute and clear voice rang out from the darkness. "I believe." The violet eyes abruptly opened amidst the blaze. And the purple crystal at his neck began to radiate a brilliant light. Simultaneously, a purple totem emerged, subtly visible upon his wrist. Even after enduring deceit, he chose to believe in this individual. The image of the little cat nestled in his pocket evaded the flames, affirming its tangible existence, that if she were real, then all she had claimed could indeed come to fruition. And he yearned to witness the future she spoke of that in the next instant. A surge of immense energy erupted from within the illusion, mercilessly engulfing its consciousness. Inside the illusion, as the oppressive force dissipated, Zhuke burst forth from the sea of consciousness. Yet, the scene before it rendered it momentarily dazed. What is this? Everything around was swept away by the colossal energy. With Xie Jinyan standing at the center, his violet eyes gleaming. Zhuke had witnessed such scenes countless times before. However, after depleting its spiritual energy, it had not encountered anything like this again. It felt the power belonging to the Tao. It lingered in a state of bewilderment. This fellow is still alive, that if one were to describe the current situation in the language of the past, it would be, the illusion shattered, the heart of the Tao solidified. Do not be shackled by the shadows of the past. Race towards a new future. In the moment he answered the question, Xie Jinyan felt something within him solidify, that a warmth surged forth from his wrist. What is this? He hastily rolled up his sleeve to reveal a purple totem. Unlike a mere tattoo, this totem's color deepened from light to dark, as though it were growing upon his skin. He had never seen the design of this totem before. Before he could ponder further, the surrounding environment captured his attention. Just as the crystal around his neck unleashed its power, a blinding light engulfed his vision. When he opened his eyes again, though his sight had cleared, the space had transformed. Enveloped in darkness, Xie Jinyan's heart quickened. Well done, little one. You have successfully passed the trial. That a strange voice prompted his immediate vigilance. Who are you? A light chuckle echoed in the darkness, and a figure gradually materialized before him. Xie Jinyan's gaze locked onto a pair of violet eyes. Though similar in hue, he instantly sensed a stark difference from the eyes of the Xie family. Despite the newcomer's smile, his instinctive wariness surged to the pinnacle. His danger senses blared wildly within him. Xie Jinyan subtly distanced himself from the person standing before him. No need to be so tense. Noticing Xie Jinyan's tautness, the smile on the stranger's face broadened. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Heka." The newcomer extended a semblance of goodwill. "Heka? Isn't that the name of the god of deception?" "Precisely as you surmise," Heka replied with a cunning smile, resembling more of a lively neighbor than a mysterious deity. Playful yet astute, he was the kind of personality that easily won affection, even without a deity to venerate. Xie Jinyan had not anticipated the god of deception, one of the 5 supreme gods, would appear in such a guise that the illusion faded. His form gradually returned to that of the forest. The similarly hued violet eyes scrutinized Heka, as if weighing the veracity of his words. Xie Jinyan. After a moment, he uttered his name. "What do you mean by trial?" he inquired promptly. "Your recovery is quite swift," Heka remarked with a hint of admiration. "It is the trial of a divine envoy." He crossed his arms, exuding pride. "Though I have chosen you, I must also ascertain your qualifications." Xie Jinyan's lips twitched, as if he wished to respond but ultimately swallowed his words. "What are the conditions for passing?" he asked. You truly are not one for conversation," Heka replied, somewhat displeased. "You don't engage at all." Xie Jinyan chose to remain silent. "Heka, is it too late for me to switch?" With an air of feigned helplessness, Heka finally divulged the conditions for passing. "It is trust." Xie Jinyan raised an eyebrow. Skepticism evident. The core of a trial conducted by a god of deception is trust. Heka squinted his eyes. Why did he feel that Siejinyan's attitude was rather dismissive, though he is considered the most amiable among the 5 supreme deities? Why does this young man show him not a shred of respect? He seems utterly oblivious to the fact that he has forfeited all dignity the moment he spoke for the first time, which left Heka feeling a bit indignant. Yet, this divine envoy was indeed his own choice. Thus, Heka pouted, explaining, if deception were the core, then any random follower could suffice. It is well known that the words of the followers of the god of deception are the least trustworthy. For akin to the deities they revere, their utterances seldom contain truth. Lying is as effortless as breathing to them. However, Siejinyan sensed something amiss. What exactly are you trying to test? It is the heart. Heka's expression turned serious. It is the heart that, after experiencing lies, still chooses to believe in others. There are indeed many falsehoods in the world, yet genuine sincerity persists. My divine envoy. You must guard against deceit. But you cannot afford to distrust everyone. A pale lavender energy surged in Heka's palm, and a faint totem reminiscent of the one on Siejinyan's wrist began to rise from the depths of his gaze. Because I also represent the rules in this world, absolute truths do not exist. After witnessing the darker facets, one must still choose to believe in the existence of light to establish suitable rules. This signifies that you have found your balance. When it came to his own authority, the divine majesty inherent to Heka gradually revealed itself. Siejinyan's expression also turned earnest, regardless of the circumstances. You must maintain a pure sanctuary within your heart, that if we were to equate lies with the relentless pursuit of fame and fortune, then being worldly, yet not worldly, shrewd yet inherently innocent, is what Heka desires. It is indeed quite a challenge to instill unwavering belief in someone who has grown up amidst falsehoods. Siejinyan couldn't help but feel a twinge of self-mockery. In truth, he found himself wavering. Reason tugged at his nerves, yet his heart urged him onward. In moments of unclarity, one often makes impulsive choices. Even now, Siejinyan remained uncertain whether he would have made this choice had he been fully aware. But you have achieved it, haven't you? Heka tilted his head slightly. Besides, that is not your concern. You simply have not encountered the right individuals. When one meets the right people, life shines. He raised his fist, as if ready to shatter the world with a single blow. For those individuals, a direct punch would suffice. Siejinyan felt somewhat perplexed. Are all deities like Heka? Strangely, down to earth. Yet, you have already met the right person. Heka added. Siejinyan paused. Who? Song Zhijiao, of course, Heka replied matter-of-factly. Assuming he could perceive the happenings within the illusions, Siejinyan nodded in agreement. Indeed. Heka cast a glance at him. This was, after all, the first time Siejinyan had followed his lead in conversation. Had it so? Do you wish to become a divine envoy? Heka resumed his cheerful demeanor. You could possess the power to obliterate those individuals. His tone was akin to a salesman promoting something, making it quite astounding that one of the supreme deities was selecting a divine envoy. Siejinyan's expression remained indifferent, a semblance of disinterest. Do I have the opportunity to decline? Heka, of course, not. I am a deity. How could a follower refuse a deity? Asking you is merely a show of my respect. His arguments were logical, and without waiting for Siejinyan to respond, he pressed his fingertip against his forehead. The fluidity of the action was as unexpected as the man himself, the moment their skin made contact. Siejinyan felt a surge of powerful energy flood into his body, and the purple totem on his wrist solidified instantly. Simultaneously, billions of light years away, the divine monument at the Federal University began to transform. On the night of the school's opening, the names of the 5 supreme deities illuminated, signifying that the deities had chosen their divine envoy. That moment, the characters for Heka shone brightly, far outshining the names of the other deities on the monument. Passers-by gazed up in astonishment at the glowing monument, yet they could not discern the cause of this phenomenon. This signified the birth of the first divine envoy of the god of deception. Chapter 72. Reunion. Feeling the power saturate every vein, Siejinyan glanced at the totem on his wrist before looking up at the deity before him. What must I do? He inquired. Heka shrugged. Nothing at all. Siejinyan furrowed his brow. To gain something, one must inevitably give something in return. In the traditional view outside, a chosen divine envoy naturally ought to attract followers for the deity. After all, The beliefs of the people are intricately linked to the power of the deities. The Xie family's influence is substantial, making this task relatively straightforward. However, Heka seemed disinclined to continue on this topic. Your memory likely has not fully returned to normal yet. There is a difference between the illusion and reality. After emerging from it, one often undergoes a brief period of memory confusion. Xie Jinyan nodded. Heka displayed an expression of knowing. Little Xie, he suddenly elongated the sound of his name. Xie Jinyan instinctively felt that what he was about to say would not be pleasant. Sure enough, he heard the deity say, "This is my trial. The power is all mine to wield, so whatever you are pondering within your heart, I can hear it all. You know." Xie Jinyan's body stiffened. Heka continued, "Any prayers or titles you wish to invoke are resounding in my ears." Observing Xie Jinyan's increasingly awkward demeanor, Heka felt a strange sense of triumph, that it was finally not he who was at a loss for words. Recalling the naive prayers he had uttered in his youth, even the composed Xie Jinyan felt a touch of embarrassment, that he hesitated, preparing to say something, when Heka abruptly shifted topics. "However, you were correct about one thing. I have indeed sent you a gift," that he smiled. In retrospect, it is more appropriate to refer to it as a reward. That as he spoke, Heka opened his palm, revealing several streaks of white light that had suddenly appeared amidst the swirling purple energy. The speed of their flow was so rapid that it nearly seemed like an illusion. Xie Jinyan tentatively covered them with his mental power, confirming moments later that these streaks represented a different kind of energy. It did not belong to the deity before him. Heka clenched his hand, and those energies scattered like shooting stars, illuminating the surrounding darkness with a hint of brightness. Xie Jinyan focused intently, noticing that where the white streaks fell, the space seemed to twist momentarily. "Borrowed from someone," Heka stated calmly as he retrieved the streaks back into his hand. "So stingy. It wasn't even a significant amount," he huffed. "If it weren't for your brother's subpar abilities, which failed to create a fully suitable trial scene, I wouldn't have needed to ask that annoying fellow." He had already divided his own energy among the amethyst, yet it still proved inadequate. Heka realized that Xie Zhao had not truly put in the effort over the years. Though Xie Zhao possessed a high level of mental power, it was fragile and clearly had not been tempered. Unable to support the trial he desired. "Can we focus, please?" Xie Jinyan interjected, his expression impassive. "Heka, can the divine envoy be reselect? The crux is..." Heka took a deep breath, his expression turning somewhat serious. "What you seek as reality does indeed exist." Xie Jinyan frowned. "I know that Song Zhijiao is real. Heka, what about your encounter with her? Wasn't it at the university?" Heka revealed a mysterious smile. Xie Jinyan instinctively sensed that something was amiss. Yet Heka did not grant him the opportunity to speak further. "All right," he clapped his hands. "It's time to send you back. She is waiting for you." Before sending Xie Jinyan away, Heka, harboring a desire to witness the unfolding drama sooner, contemplated briefly and then tapped Xie Jinyan on the head. "Tio, help you recover your memory faster. Don't mention it." Xie Jinyan had no time to respond before his vision was swiftly engulfed by darkness. "Is it typical for deities to speak so freely?" "Xie Jinyan. Xie Jinyan. Xie Jinyan." At the sound of Song Zhijiao's call, the tightly shut purple eyes at the center of the temple slowly opened. Still confused as to what was reality and what was illusion. Upon seeing Xie Jinyan awaken, she let out a sigh of relief. Who knows how terrifying it was that, although the illusion had shattered, he lay there motionless on the ground. Propping himself up with his left hand, Xie Jinyan struggled to digest the intertwining memories swirling in his mind. His head throbbed slightly, yet it felt as though a force was assisting him in untangling the chaos of his thoughts. Guided by this power, memories that belonged to the illusion gradually melded into his past recollections. After a few breaths, Xie Jinyan's memories fully returned to normal, that he remembered everything, the ability to distort space and time. Heka's enigmatic words, the true encounter. None of it was an illusion. Xie Jinyan slowly raised his head, his gaze landing on the slightly worried face of Song Zhijiao. "Are you all right?" Song Zhijiao gazed at Xie Jinyan for a long moment without uttering a word. Her heart filled with concern that perhaps he had lost his wits. Xie Jinyan did not respond to her inquiry. Instead, he pulled something from around his neck. As Song Zhijiao focused her gaze, she realized it was a purple crystal. However, unlike the one belonging to Xie Zhao, this crystal bore the intricate carving of a lifelike kitten. Her eyes widened in disbelief, brimming with incredulity. She had seen this crystal before. but it had clearly existed within the illusory mirror. On the very first night Xie Jinyan acquired this crystal from Xie Haoi, Song Zhiliao had borrowed it to examine closely. When she returned it, Xie Jinyan had suddenly suggested engraving something upon it. Yes, the rightful owner of the crystal. He had made a request, and naturally, Song Zhiliao had no objections. Thus, a kitten making a thumbs-up gesture was engraved upon the crystal. Yet objects from the illusory mirror should not manifest in reality. Realizing something, Song Zhiliao abruptly lifted her gaze to Xie Jinyan. The youth before her appeared as pure as snow and as steadfast as pine. Rarely did anything in the world seem to affect him. Yet in this moment, a gentle smile graced his lips as the snow melted into water, flowing into the brook. The pines swayed softly in the breeze. On this planet, tens of thousands of light years away from the main star, transcending the currents of time and the chasm between reality and illusion, a young man free from all shadows found himself before the future she had once described. Then she heard him speak with earnestness. Song Zhiliao, it has been a long time. This was a greeting delayed by 2 months, signifying a reunion they had long anticipated. Chapter 73. Aftermath at the heart of the temple. Song Zhiliao stood while Xie Jinyan sat. Their eyes, one brown and the other purple, met in the air. Even though she had prepared herself somewhat, his words, "It has been a long time," left her momentarily stunned. Her mind blank. Memories of everything that transpired in the illusion began to race through her mind, the youthful face from her recollections blending with the angular features of the young man before her. The kitten on the crystal silently proclaimed the truth, that it was not an illusion, she murmured. That was a genuine moment belonging to Xie Jinyan. But why? It was clearly Xie Zhao who had unleashed his powers. Yet why did it contain the essence of time? Xie Jinyan replied, because this is the trial of the deity, that he rolled back his sleeve to reveal a totem on his wrist. Song Zhiyao's eyes narrowed as she tentatively asked. The god of deception? Although Xie Jinyan held no particular faith in deities, she could only think of this one in terms of favoritism. That he nodded slightly. The deity had intended to utilize the illusion to create a trial ground, but found that Xie Zhao's spiritual strength was insufficient to sustain it. Thus, the deity borrowed the power of another. If the illusion was inadequate, then something tangible was required. Yet, unexpectedly, this had transported the essence of the illusion as well. The malevolence of the illusion's consciousness was overwhelming. So to maintain balance, the notion of opening a back door emerged. However, Song Zhiyao's rebellious nature evidently exceeded the deity's expectations that he relayed their recent conversation with Hejia to her. But upon finishing, he noticed her expression was far from pleasant. Xie Jinyan's voice gradually faded. Since emerging from the illusion, Song Zhiyao's spiritual power was slowly returning, and the discomfort in her body was dissipating. Yet now, a sense of dread enveloped her. Her palms felt cold. If everything had truly occurred, she suddenly recalled her conversation in the basement with that voice, that if she had not forcibly broken through the suppression of the illusion's consciousness with her spiritual power, Xie Jinyan would indeed have perished there. Would he not? If she had not done so, there would have been no possibility of their future encounter on a malnourished body, thin clothing, and an extremely low temperature. Xie Jinyan would have never escaped that basement. Even having made the correct choice, Song Zhiliao felt an overwhelming wave of fear. When you reflect on the past and suddenly realize that a single misstep could have sent another person plummeting into an abyss. What wells up in your heart? Relief or terror? Noticing the increasingly grim expression on Song Zhiliao's face, miraculously, Xie Jinyan's thoughts momentarily aligned with hers, that it seemed he understood what she was contemplating. Yet, Xie Jinyan found himself at a loss for how to console Song Zhiliao. In his childhood, he had often faced picture books, and throughout his growth, he had scarcely any experience in comforting others that a student who could effortlessly achieve high marks on tests might not even scrape a pass in the subject of consolation. Opening and closing his mouth, hesitating for a moment, Xie Jinyan finally said, "I am quite resistant to the cold." Song Zhiliao responded, "Is this really about being resistant to the cold?" Yet miraculously, she found herself amused by Xie Jinyan's pale words. She had never been one to excessively dwell on past events. Now that Xie Jinyan stood before her, it was already the best outcome. But what if I had not appeared? What would your path have looked like? Song Zhiliao suddenly felt a surge of curiosity. This past had indeed been influenced by many factors. The deity wishing to test him, the malicious consciousness of the illusion, and her own ignorance. upon realizing she had participated in a genuine moment in time. Song Zhiliao felt relieved that she had not acted out of line. When she had first arrived, she had been somewhat eager. However, constrained by the 2-meter limitation, she had barely managed to quell her restless heart. Later, realizing that the young Xie had endured considerable hardship, playing with the child had consumed much of her energy, leading her to settle down. Recalling Zhu Chue's suggestion to incinerate the illusion, another wave of fear washed over her. Whether the illusion's consciousness could be burned away was uncertain, but leaving a shadow in the child's mind was an absolute certainty. Pondering this, she glanced at Xie Jinyan, who was now nearly a head and a half taller than her, and let out a silent sigh. Well, he can no longer be called a child. Yet, gazing at Xie Jinyan, she suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction, as if witnessing her son grow into maturity. Indeed, it was only when a person stood before you that the reality of their existence became palpable. Who would have imagined that the small bundle from her childhood would blossom into a tall young man? Sensing something slightly amiss in Song Zhiliao's gaze, Xie Jinyan silently shifted his body. Song Zhiliao remained oblivious to his subtle movement, that in one knew how much time had passed outside, but sunlight streamed through the temple's windows, and upon touching her skin, Song Zhiliao felt a long-lost warmth. It appeared to be a fine day. Raising her hand to catch the incoming sunlight, a sudden thought struck her. So, you have always had memories, a vague question, understood only by the one being asked. Yes. When did you recognize it? In the woods, or on the first day of school? Anticipating his response, Song Zhiliao quietly awaited Xie Jinyan's answer, reasoning that it could only be one of these two scenarios. Yet, Xie Jinyan's reply did not align with either done on the day of registration. Song Zhiliao was taken aback. This answer had not crossed her mind that on the day of registration. She racked her brain for memories of that day, but could find no trace of Xie Jinyan. You didn't see me, Xie Jinyan volunteered. It was more like a fleeting encounter. He paused while speaking, seemingly in search of the right words. However, this was insufficient to dispel Song Zhiliao's confusion. To recognize someone, one must either remember their appearance or recognize their voice. Yet, the time frame Xie Jinyan provided did not encompass either. With a good memory, Song Zhiliao recalled that on the day of registration, aside from speaking a few words at the registration desk, she had spent the remainder of the day cooped up in her dormitory. With no opportunity to converse with others for appearances, Xie Jinyan had never laid eyes on her face. Even as the suppression she faced gradually diminished, until the moment the Xie family was engulfed in flames. Xie Jinyan had surely never seen her. When she posed these questions, Xie Jinyan did not respond immediately. Overlooking Song Zhiliao, his gaze lifted slightly, focusing on the statue that loomed before them, in the sunlight. The dust in the air danced, slightly blurring Xie Jinyan's line of sight. Nevertheless, he still clearly perceived the visage of the statue. The corners of his mouth curled faintly as he spoke, his voice crisp and clear. Like dewdrops falling on jade. Even when I could not see you, I still recognized you. How much more so when I can? The gift from the deity is like the wind. To retain it, one must possess the ability to grasp the wind. Thankfully, he was adept at learning. Chapter 74. Why did you remain silent afterward? Song Zhiliao inquired. Despite having recognized her quite early on, Xie Jinyan had never mentioned it. Even going so far as to feign unfamiliarity. In jest, she added, Little Xie, your acting skills are impressive. Xie Jinyan humbly accepted the compliment. Because it was not yet time, came his response. Song Zhiliao, intrigued, asked, then when is the right time? Xie Jinyan tucked the necklace back into his clothing and turned to face her. The day we truly reunite. Song Zhiliao gazed into those violet eyes, sensing the tumultuous emotions swirling within. The boy's feelings were restrained. Easily overlooked. She had witnessed this in the realm of illusions long ago. Thus, upon returning to reality, a subtle smile graced her lips as she extended her hand towards Xie Jinyan. Xie Jinyan, it's been a while. In her line of sight, the girl's smile radiated brilliantly, akin to those rare moments in life that one longs to grasp. It was a presence he had yearned to hold on to. Consequently, Xie Jinyan took her hand. It's been a while. Their palms met, the temporal threads of their lives intertwining at that instant. Xie Jinyan and Song Zhiliao. One had traversed 5 years alone with memories in tow, while the other had just acquired a fresh chapter of time. Yet both were racing towards the preordained destination. Thus, they would ultimately experience a genuine reunion, embarking on a new journey with shared memories. Instead of the phrase long time no see, it would be replaced by see you tomorrow. Let us go. Song Zhizhao brushed off the dust that had clung to her from the ground. It was time to step outside. The wristband displayed the time. It was now the penultimate day of the competition. This indicated that they had vanished from the public eye for a full 2 days. Xie Jinyan was also examining the data on his wristband. Having squandered 2 days, others had gradually caught up. They maintained their previous scores, now relegated to 5th and 6th places. This outcome was already quite favorable for them, that I thought we would drop beyond 30th place. Song Zhizhao remarked with surprise. Xie Jinyan's fingers glided across the screen, reviewing the remaining participants and their scores. The longer one could last, the stronger their abilities, making elimination increasingly challenging. In the early stages, one could eliminate a wave of participants within 10 minutes. However, in the later stages, even eliminating a single individual became exceedingly difficult. Not only were the competitors formidable, but they also became increasingly elusive. The expanse of this forest was vast, with numerous caves and hiding spots. The final goal of this midterm examination was merely to determine class placements. So as long as one ensured their score remained within a desired range, they were fine. Moreover, simply surviving an additional day would yield an increase in points. This meant that as long as one ensured they were not eliminated, they could accumulate points effortlessly. Most individuals were risk-averse. Thus, they preferred to endure until the conclusion of the competition rather than actively eliminate opponents. This resulted in everyone's scores being tightly contested, with the point differences among the top 10 almost consistently hovering between 2 participants. Glancing at the score rankings, his gaze fell upon the individual ranked 32nd. Xie Jinyan clicked on his name. The score refresh time indicated that his points had remained stagnant for 2 days. He, too, was someone aiming to endure until the end. Having been outmaneuvered by him once, Xie Jinyan naturally sought to return the favor. Living in the same space for decades had granted him some understanding. Xie Zhao was very concerned about Xie Haoy's opinion, and he only paid attention to those he deemed valuable. Thus, from childhood to adulthood, Xie Zhao had strived for first place. Following the class placement results, Xie Haoy had unprecedentedly praised him. During those days, Xie Zhao's mood was visibly elevated. Given this, Xie Jinyan resolved to ensure he would not enter Class A. During his contemplation, the violet hue in his eyes deepened, increasingly resembling the gaze of the deity above. Songji seemed to sense something and glanced up at the statue. Help, she thought, as she believed she had seen a subtle shift in the curvature of the statue's mouth, resembling a smile. Song Zhizhao. This feels a bit eerie. Suspecting it was merely fatigue causing her vision to falter, she rubbed her eyes and peered again. The statue had returned to its previous state. Had she misperceived? With lingering unease, she cast several more glances, confirming that there had been no change before finally retracting her gaze. She observed Xie Jinyan, who was deep in thought while fixated on his wristband, and shivered slightly. Xie Jinyan rarely displayed such a serious expression. Although he was not overly expressive, he typically exuded a relaxed demeanor. The seriousness of a top student was indeed a different experience. Rubbing her chin, Song Zhizhao felt that someone was undoubtedly being schemed against. Although she had never personally experienced being outmaneuvered by Xie Jinyan, she could only imagine it was an unpleasant sensation. Silently mourning for that individual, Song Zhizhao decided to wait until Xie Jinyan had concluded his calculations. Scanning the participants ranked above and below Xie Jinyan discovered that apart from the points gained from merely surviving an additional day, their total scores had scarcely fluctuated over the past day. Were they all hiding? He tapped on the wristband, his eyes reflecting contemplative thoughts. Class A would admit 30 participants, and Xie Zhao was currently ranked 29th. Just 1 point ahead of the 30th and 3 points ahead of the 31st. With less than 2 days remaining in the examination, today's accumulated points had already increased in the morning, and they could add points once more tomorrow morning. This meant that if he could eliminate Xie Zhao today, there was a substantial chance he wouldn't qualify for Class A. How about settling the score first? He turned his gaze towards Song Zhizhao. Xie Zhao, she raised an eyebrow. Yes. Realizing something, Xie Jinyan added, all his points will go to you, sure. She readily agreed to Xie Jinyan's proposal. It's indeed time to settle the score. In the realm of illusions, Song Zhizhao had virtually relived the childhood life alongside Xie Jinyan, and now she had both new grievances and old grudges against Xie Zhao. Additionally, she would attribute her own bloodshed to him, fueling her determination. Charge. As she thought of Xie Zhao, Song Zhizhao recalled another matter. Little Xie. Song Zhao's expression turned serious. You remember that you owe me 1,000,000, right? Xie Jinyan, she asserted with righteous indignation. I firmly rejected Xie Zhao's offer of 1,000,000 star coins. 1,000,000. She placed extra emphasis on those 3 words. Xie Jinyan instantly realized she was referring to the deal proposed by Xie Zhao. A glimmer of amusement began to spread in his eyes as he smirked. Fine, I also owe you a house. Song Zhizhao's eyes instantly lit up. You said it. Indeed, I did. Chapter 75. The monitoring room. Zhuke had been idly rolling around in the sea of consciousness when he perked up at their conversation. So, am I going to have puff pastries to eat? He preferred those made by Song Zhizhao. The voice of Zhuke suddenly escalated, and Song Zhizhao was jolted by the outburst, reflexively covering her ears. Her expression momentarily contorted. What is wrong? Xie Jian noticed her discomfort. The exuberant Zhuke in the sea of consciousness was brought back to earth, and Song Zhizhao forced a smile. It's nothing. All good. You don't seem fine. Xie Jinyan hesitated to voice his concern. However, seeing her expression quickly return to normal, he ultimately refrained from saying anything that Xie Jinyan resumed walking forward. Song Zhizhao quickly redirected her focus to the sea of consciousness. She unceremoniously lifted Zhuke from the ground and shook him. Eat, eat, eat. That's all you think about. Don't you want to see how plump you've become? Saying this, she pinched him. Solid. With a heart full of grief. She lamented. Do you even remember how you looked when you first arrived home? Although he still appeared as a red ball, it had once been fluffy. Now, it was all flesh, observing the increasingly substantial feel beneath her fingers. Song Zhizhao silently regarded the seemingly innocent Zhuke in her hand. Zhuke gazes skyward, Zhuke, perhaps feeling a bit guilty under Song Zhizhao's scrutiny. Zhuke chirped, Zhizhao, your culinary skills are just too good. Song Zhizhao, you, a dignified divine beast, are pouting just for a bite to eat? Upon discovering that the little chick in her home was a divine beast, Song Zhizhao had wished to view it through a divine beast filter. Yet Zhuke clearly did not regard himself as one. Divine beasts surely did not need to indulge in puff pastries, did they? Song Zhizhao questioned. Aren't you supposed to rely on the essence of heaven and earth for sustenance? Zhuke immediately became alert. Nonsense. Any beast that claims such as clearly never tasted the good stuff. He would never return to the past when he could only survive on spiritual energy. Fairies could subsist solely on dew. But Zhuke could not. Realizing that Zhuchua's volume had increased once more, Song Zhizhao hurriedly covered his mouth. All right, I get it that I in a moment of exasperation. She patted Zhuke's ever-rounding belly, secretly beginning to plan a low-calorie meal. The next time Zhuke clamored for snacks, she would definitely deny him. Songji Liao currently harbors a sense of excessive indulgence towards her child. Her daily expenditures are modest, with most of the living expenses provided by Songzi when finding their way into the belly of Zhu Quebec. To this day, Songji Liao remains perplexed as to how such a majestic divine beast has become so gluttonous that if this continues, she genuinely fears that one day it may no longer be able to fly. No, she must put her child on a diet. If it truly cannot take to the skies, it would be a disgrace to the divine beast's reputation. Unbeknownst to her, while Songji Liao has already begun plotting her own weight loss. Zhu Ke is still daydreaming about a bright future. After casting a glance at Zhu Ke's rotund belly, Songji Liao withdrew from the sea of consciousness. The temple is situated deep within the forest. Upon exiting, Songji Liao had confirmed that there were no people nearby. Upon hearing her words, Xie Jinyan glanced at her, but did not inquire further as he proceeded towards the outskirts. Watching Xie Jinyan's silhouette, Songji Liao's lips curled into a smile. Excellent. A basic consensus has been reached. All questions are to be set aside for future curiosity. The two began their search for a path through the forest. Entirely unaware of the commotion they had stirred within the monitoring room. Wow, you finally appeared! Zhang Zhengfei exclaimed, eagerly leaning towards the screen as he watched the two figures emerge one after the other. Be calm. He Xiaoping yanked him back, turning to communicate with the chief instructor to report. Sir, Songji Liao and Xie Jinyan have appeared. Understood. Ensure they are observed closely. Yes. Watching the two individuals appear safe and sound on the screen. He Xiaoping let out a silent sigh of relief. Since the third day, these two students had vanished from all displays. Initially, It was thought that they had hidden themselves in a particular location, and the monitoring room staff paid little attention. However, when it became evident that their points had remained stagnant for 2 consecutive days, and they continued to be absent from the screens, the observers began to panic. There were fewer than 10 key individuals designated for monitoring by the chief instructor, and now 2 had suddenly disappeared, one of whom was a significant candidate for a divine envoy. The wristbands can monitor each student's physical condition. Had it not been for the fact that Xiejin Yin and Songji Liao's life signs and various data were all normal, they would have rushed in to find them. I told you they would be fine, that a gentle male voice came from behind, causing He Xiaoping and Jiang Zhengfei to turn in unison. Upon recognizing the newcomer, He Xiaoping nodded in acknowledgement, receiving He Xiaoping's gaze. When He Yu greeted him, "Release your grip." After being pressed down by He Xiaoping, Jiang Zhengfei had thought he would voluntarily let go. But this fellow's hand remained firmly on his shoulder, and he could hardly greet the students. "Oh, very well," that He Xiaoping readily removed his hand, apologizing. "I forgot." Jiang Zhengfei chuckled. "That He Yu, you're awake." He turned to Wen He Yu, inquiring, "How was your sleep?" Wen He Yu smiled lightly, replying, "It was quite good, thank you, instructor." Jiang Zhengfei waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Not at all. We should be thanking you to be why the 5th day." They could no longer contain themselves and sent someone to fetch Wen He Yu from the Federal University. Wen He Yu is a favored individual of the god of time and fate, possessing considerable abilities, and is registered as someone who can perceive the threads of fate. That in truth, the abilities of this favored individual are not much different. The distinction lies in how much one can see. Your predictions have certainly provided us with a sense of reassurance. When He replied, "What I saw was also quite vague. Instructor, you would achieve better results by finding someone with a higher mental capacity. After all, my mental power is only at level C. What a thing to say." Jiang Zhengfei shot him a glare, stating, "The level of mental power does not determine your future potential, and your ability level is not low." Wen He Yu smiled and obediently acknowledged his mistake. Although that is true, the level of abilities can gradually be enhanced through effort, but the level of mental power acts as a ceiling. He Xiaoping sighed softly behind them. Indeed, Wen He Yu's mental power level is not high. Thus, even though he can directly glimpse the threads of fate, unlike others who rely on intuition to predict danger, his C-level mental power cannot sustain him for long. Merely peering into the fate threads of 2 ordinary individuals had caused him to faint. Before closing his eyes, he had left behind the assurance of their safety. However, He Xiaoping recalled the previous data. Had the side effects of Wen He Yu's abilities ever been this significant? After all, this time he was merely probing the fate threads of 2 students. Chapter 76. Fate. Reflecting on Wen He Yu's condition at that time, He Xiaoping frowned and asked, "Have you rested well? Would you like to take another nap?" The sensation of depleted mental energy is unpleasant, and recovery relies solely on oneself. Observing Wen He Yu's somewhat pale complexion, He Xiaoping felt a twinge of concern. Wen He Yu reassured him, "I'm fine." "Very well." As the top student of the 2nd year, he had interacted with him before. This student was quite reliable in his endeavors, so upon hearing this, He Xiaoping chose not to press further. "That a starship will take you back to school tomorrow morning," he mentioned. Jiang Zhengfei popped up from behind He Xiaoping, saying, "You've worked hard, Junior." Wen He Yu smiled, replying that it was no trouble at all. "On what grounds do you call him Junior?" He Xiaoping retorted coolly, "Because I graduated from the Federal University as well." Jiang Zhengfei pushed him aside, indignantly saying, "You from the rival school? Step aside." He Xiaoping graduated from the Federal Military Academy, and the 2 schools have been at odds since their establishment without a clear victor. He Xiaoping scoffed, "The United Army is the strongest. That you're talking nonsense." Jiang Zhengfei leapt up, glaring at He Xiaoping. That He Xiaoping showed no fear. When He watched the 2 of them glaring at each other and chuckled softly, turning his gaze back to the screen. On the screen, Xiejin Yin and Songji Liao were walking through the forest, one following the other. After observing for a moment, Wen He Yu activated his light brain, that he compared the forest map with the paths taken by Songji Liao and Xiejin Yin, drawing a line to connect them. Indeed, they were not wandering aimlessly. It appeared that they had already confirmed their destination. Wen He Yu pondered, Xiejin Yin, a favored individual of the god of deception, and Songji Liao, a favored individual of the god of life, should not possess probing abilities. His gaze landed on the girl who was impatiently fanning away a large leaf, and his eyes flickered thoughtfully. He did not inform the instructor that he had only glimpsed one person's fate thread, that he could not perceive Song Ji Liao's fate, and within Xie Jinyan's fate, he could only catch a glimpse. Watching the two figures on the screen come to a halt and stand side by side, the image he had seen before losing consciousness reappeared in his mind. The angle he had glimpsed with all his mental power was of a young man and woman walking side by side. With the sky behind them stained crimson by the setting sun, a large red bird soaring above them, its body surrounded by flames that seemed poised to set the sky ablaze, that I end the corner of this scene. He spotted the figures of Jiang Zhengfei and He Xiaoping. Their faces were interwoven with various emotions, but their expressions were not too grim. His perspective was directly opposite them, as if the two were approaching him. If one were to describe this scene in a word, it would be grand. As his mental power neared exhaustion, he could not discern the expressions on Song Ji Liao and Xie Jinyan's faces. He could only manage to leave behind the assurance that they were safe before losing consciousness. Pressing his still aching head, when he let out a soft click of his tongue. He had initially thought that this year's new student was unique in Song Ji Liao, but it turned out that Xie Jinyan was also remarkable, unlike the instructors who could only make judgments based on records. He had a profound understanding of the extent of his abilities. To put it in simpler terms, the stronger the person, the more mental power required for probing. Merely being the young master of the Xie family was certainly insufficient to deplete his mental energy so quickly. Song Ji Liao and Xie Jinyan, one whose fate thread he could not see, and the other whose mere glimpse drained his mental power. With these two around, when he felt that the lives of this year's new students would not be too mundane. Glancing at the class that the two currently occupied, his expression gradually dimmed. "What's wrong?" Jiang Zhengfei, noticing his change in demeanor, leaned over to inquire. "Just a bit of reflection," when he replied, crossing his arms as he gazed at the dozens of screens before him. Fate, the more one tries to evade it, the more inescapable it becomes. Jiang Zhengfei raised an eyebrow. Why the sudden philosophical turn? He instinctively wanted to scoff, but upon recalling when He's divine affiliation, he fell silent. Forget it, everyone has their own area of expertise. Nevertheless, hearing when he uttered those words felt somewhat peculiar. He pondered for a long time, but could not pinpoint an accurate descriptor. However, if Song Ji Liao were present, her first reaction would be that when he resembled a fortune teller, as if he could make you extend your hand for a reading at any moment. Charging 500 for each session. Yet she could not voice her complaints now, as she was about to be roasted alive in the forest. "Good Pai Xiao, let us make a deal. Please keep your distance from me." Song Ji Liao attempted to push away the fluffy creature that clung to her, yet its imposing size rendered her efforts futile. Overwhelmed with despair, she felt as though she could weep without tears. Since the Pai showed no inclination to enter the shrine, she allowed it to find a spot to wait for them. Expecting to emerge shortly, she found herself trapped within for a full 2 days. She had presumed that the Pai would have departed by now, only to be unexpectedly enveloped by a mass of fluff as she exited the shrine. The irritation from being outsmarted by Xie Zhao dissipated instantly as she inhaled deeply. Clutching the Pai tightly under Xie Jinyan's watchful gaze, that it was a sensation of comfort as they walked. The Pai remained as close as before, exuding an air of mutual affection. However, as the temperature rose, the overwhelming fluffiness became somewhat unbearable for her. She gently negotiated with the Pai to create a bit of distance, reasoning that beauty often lies in separation. Yet, before the Pai could respond, she caught an ambiguous glance from Xie Jinyan, one that seemed to suggest that when she needed someone, she was a darling, but otherwise, it was best for them to part ways. Meanwhile, Zhuke, sharing the same fluffy nature in her sea of consciousness, criticized Song Ji Liao for her inconsiderate behavior. Song Ji Liao exclaimed, "Could you two please refrain from complicating matters?" Nevertheless, the Pai's status as Song Ji Liao's cherished companion was not without merit. After hearing her words, it simply gazed at her with its golden-hued eyes for a moment, before stepping forward to nuzzle her cheek gently, then wandered away. Song Ji Liao was taken aback. "Why do I suddenly feel guilty?" Biting handkerchief. JPG. Xie Jinyan observed the Pai, now positioned beside him, and fell into a contemplative silence. The Pai, seemingly aware, glanced up at him before nonchalantly averting its gaze. The gentle breeze in the forest, already subtle, was momentarily stifled as their eyes met. Yet Xie Jinyan remained silent, He was fully aware of the Pichot's lack of friendliness toward him, a realization he had long accepted. After walking for another 10 minutes, Song Juliao's eyes suddenly sparkled with discovery. "I've found it." She pointed toward the left front. Approximately 2 kilometers ahead, nestled within a cave that at last, she had unearthed the whereabouts of that scoundrel. Xie Zhao. Chapter 77. Double standards. Looking in the direction she indicated, the site was dominated by robust trees standing closely together, with vines sprawling underfoot. In contrast, the other side of the terrain was relatively expansive and flat. Most individuals would opt for the more accessible path. "Now that has some clever thinking," Xie Jinyan remarked with a light scoff. Song Juliao shot him a glance that it seemed that since emerging from the illusion, Xie Jinyan had relaxed somewhat. His words had never been so acerbic before. Nonetheless, she welcomed this change, for it was tiresome to be around someone perpetually brooding. Having observed Xie Jinyan's growth trajectory, she understood that his current demeanor was not merely a reflection of his innate character, but rather a consequence of prolonged suppression. Given the atmosphere within the Xie household, it was challenging for anyone not to retreat into themselves. As the saying goes, a gambling father, a sick mother, a fractured son. Although Xie Haoi did not gamble, the situation was hardly dissimilar to Do. And let's not forget that lunatic, Xie Zhao de Tob Frank, aside from Xie Jinyan and the yet-to-be-seen CSC, Song Juliao felt that this family was beset by issues. 1. Xie Haoi was estranged from his kin. Another, Chu Wenxiong, redirected her maternal affection onto others. And then there was Xie Zhao, who bullied the weak while cowering before the strong. The entire family was disturbingly dysfunctional. For the first time, Song Juliao appreciated her solitary upbringing, realizing it was not such a lamentable circumstance. Although it had initially felt lonely, the arrival of Zhuke and others had significantly enriched her life. The once quiet house had transformed into a lively abode, which she deemed a most joyous development. The flora in this forest was astonishingly lush, and as she narrowly evaded a leaf that nearly slapped her, Song Juliao muttered, "The nutrients here must be exceptional." Though the leaves bore a resemblance to modern banana tree foliage, their appearance was entirely distinct. Since her arrival in the interstellar realm, she had been consistently awed by various plant life, collapsing in disbelief. JPG. Noticing Song Juliao struggling ahead, Xie Jinyan offered once more to walk in front, despite her earlier rejection just 5 minutes prior. The previously confident Song Juliao, who had assured she was perfectly fine, immediately agreed. All right. Knowing she had a grasp on Xie Zhao's location, she volunteered to lead the way. Ultimately, she underestimated the unfriendliness of interstellar vegetation. Once Xie Jinyan took the lead, she keenly felt the advantages of his height. Leaves that would have slapped her face barely reached his shoulders, and with a quick flick of his hand, he brushed them aside. He paused momentarily while clearing the foliage, ensuring it did not bounce back towards Song Juliao. Following closely behind, she finally evaded the fate of being smacked. After about 10 minutes of walking, Xie Jinyan suddenly sidestepped. "We're here." Song Juliao peeked out from behind him, and before her lay an open expanse. The enormous leaves had finally vanished. As she took in the newfound spaciousness surrounding her, she felt her breathing ease. Grateful for his presence, she interlaced her fingers and made a heart gesture towards Xie Jinyan. He nodded in acknowledgement. No need for thanks. After emerging, they had only walked a few dozen steps when a small stream appeared before them. Song Juliao gazed at the gently flowing water at her feet, falling into contemplative silence. Surely, Xie Zhao wouldn't he truly swim across? Would he? Clinging to a glimmer of hope, she gradually expanded her consciousness in the area. After assessing the situation, she closed her eyes and mentally registered a note against Xie Zhao. Weakly, she raised her hand and pointed across the stream. There, right on the other side. Xie Jinyan glanced down at the evidently uncrossable stream and then turned to Song Juliao. "Are you afraid of water?" "Not exactly. I've come to terms with the necessity of wading through." She began to roll up her pant legs. Just that the sensation of wet shoes isn't particularly pleasant. She added, although she could carry her shoes, the rocky bed beneath the wild stream would likely result in injuries if she went barefoot. Having rolled up her pants and prepared herself mentally, just as she was about to take a decisive step forward, Song Juliao suddenly found herself immobilized. "Song Juliao, what is going on?" She turned to the Pichot, which had latched on her clothing, and inquired, "What is the matter?" The Pichot merely blinked its golden eyes at her, refusing to relent. Its substantial size and strength rendered her attempts to pull away fruitless, upon hearing the unmistakable sound of fabric tearing. Song Zhiliao immediately ceased her efforts. Forget it. With those teeth, any damage would surely be to my clothes. Thus, the two of them engaged in a silent stare-off, seemingly confirming that Song Zhiliao was not going to budge. The Pichio finally released its grip. Then, to her bewilderment, it knelt down. With its forelegs slightly bent, the Pichio shrank to half its size, its grayish-white fur filling her field of vision. Song Zhiliao suddenly realized what it intended. "You want me to ride on you?" she tentatively asked. The Pichio roared. This was an affirmation. Song Zhiliao. "Good Pichio." She wrapped her arms around its neck, affectionately rubbing against it a few times, before deftly climbing onto its back. Whoa! Upon witnessing this scene on the screen, the monitoring room erupted into a chorus of disbelief that they're really a magical beast so friendly toward humans? Damn, why haven't I encountered one? No, my beast bites me even after being marked. That's because you keep touching its tail? Nonsense. Even without touching its tail, its attitude toward me isn't great. Haha. The bickering in the monitoring room continued, gradually shifting from astonishment at the Pichio to mutual ridicule among colleagues. Old grievances resurfaced, and the conflict escalated. Ultimately, their consensus was that this was indeed an extraordinary creature, Pichio, in the scene, as Song Zhiliao adjusted her position on the back of the Pichio. The creature lifted its gaze towards Xiejin Yin, who had been watching them intently. The purple and gold pairs of eyes met, and neither party made a move. Ultimately, it was the Pichio that raised its eyes first, clearly indicating its desire to sit down. Despite having witnessed the Pichio's dual standards before, Xiejin Yin still found himself somewhat unaccustomed to it. Coming from the illustrious Xie family, he was destined to be the object of admiration. Whether for ulterior motives or merely due to his connection to Xie Hao-yi, a multitude of individuals frequently gathered around him. Hence, it struck him as peculiar to be so disdainfully regarded by a beast. It felt as though he had suddenly shifted from being the main character to a mere accessory. Casting a glance at the rushing stream, and then at the visibly impatient Pichio, Xiejin Yin decisively turned away. He could discern the difference between being submerged in water and simply being glared at in annoyance. That as Xiejin Yin approached, the Pichio emitted a heavy grunt from its nostrils, only to be affectionately patted on the head by Song Zhiliao. Chapter 78. The temper of the vermilion bird. The Pichio's stride was remarkably steady, apart from a slight jolt while traversing the stream. Song Zhiliao felt little else throughout the journey. The sensation beneath her hand was soft, and she glanced down at the firmly planted claws of the Pichio, then summoned the vermilion bird from her consciousness. Inquiring, "Is the Pichio really this large?" Though its current size was considerable, it seemed to fall short of the traditional image of a divine beast. "Certainly not," the vermilion bird retorted, feeling quite disgruntled at being confined to the realm of her consciousness while witnessing the Pichio's antics before Song Zhiliao. It felt as if its territory had been invaded. The vermilion bird attempted to tarnish the Pichio's reputation, asserting that its true form was quite large and far from aesthetically pleasing. Legend has it that the dragon sired 9 offspring, with the Pichio being the 9th. Records describe it as having a dragon's head, a horse's body, hooves like a qilin, a lion-like appearance, grayish-white fur, and the ability to fly. The vermilion bird endeavored to illustrate how unattractive the Pichio's true form was. But Song Zhiliao fixated on the last aspect, that it can fly. The vermilion bird huffed, "I can fly too." Infuriated, it buried itself in its nest, ignoring Song Zhiliao's calls, observing the fluff of feathers that had ruffled up in anger. Song Zhiliao couldn't help but chuckle. Compared to when it first arrived in her home, the vermilion bird had undergone a remarkable transformation. She vividly recalled how it had initially ignored her. Its vocalizations scarce. Often, it was only after she had wearied it with chatter that it would reluctantly chirp in response. In contemporary terms, it exhibited the noble aloofness characteristic of one of the 4 great divine beasts. However, at some point, the sounds emanating from the vermilion bird had multiplied, and its temperament had shifted from mature and composed to increasingly juvenile. Reflecting on its recent disparagement of the Pichio, Song Zhiliao chuckled softly. The divine beast, having lived for millennia, could only utter a single word, ugly. She had expected it to incorporate a variety of other adjectives, yet the refrain remained solely focused on ugly, gently poking the puffed-up fluff. Song Ji Liao coaxed, "All right, when we get back, I'll make you cream puffs." Sometimes she didn't intentionally refer to the vermilion bird and its companions as cubs. It was merely that their temperaments often mirrored those of children. The vermilion bird, easily angered yet easily appeased, visibly calmed at her words. "Really? Indeed." Song Ji Liao feigned seriousness. "When have I ever lied to you?" The vermilion bird emerged from its nest, contemplating for a moment before responding. "It seems you haven't. Seems it is." She nearly laughed in exasperation. "Fine, fine." The vermilion bird huffed in reluctant acceptance of her proposal. Having soothed the creature, Song Ji Liao withdrew from her consciousness. Outside, the Pixiu had already reached the flat ground on the opposite side of the stream. With Xie Jinyin leaping down from its back first, followed closely by Song Ji Liao. Upon crossing the stream, without needing to extend her consciousness outward, Song Ji Liao immediately sensed the presence of others nearby. The extinguished campfire and scattered fish bones by the stream indicated that there had been recent activity in the vicinity. She surveyed the area and noted the considerable number of bones. Her brow arched. It seemed Xie Zhao had been here for quite some time. This individual was notoriously picky, even about meals within illusions. Yet here he was, feasting on fish for several days. Clearly, he was genuinely concerned about not qualifying for Class A. Among the various risk combinations, Xie Zhao had unhesitatingly chosen the one with the lowest yield, but also the least risk, that he sought not a high rank, but simply wished for a smooth division of classes. Unfortunately, it seemed that misfortune had found him. When Xie Zhao laid eyes on Song Ji Liao and Xie Jinyin, he was momentarily taken aback, appearing to have never considered that they could emerge. "Hello." Noticing his startled expression, Song Ji Liao raised her hand in greeting. "Turtle." This was the nickname she had just assigned to Xie Zhao, a coward who bullied the weak and hid at the slightest hint of danger. Wasn't that the very definition of a turtle? Xie Zhao had never been addressed in such a manner before. His face flushed with indignation as he gritted his teeth. "You wretched woman, shut your mouth." Song Ji Liao clicked her tongue in amusement and turned to Xie Jinyin. He really can't handle criticism. Can he with just a single insult? He exploded. Clearly, he had never endured the trials of the outside world. "Always like this," Xie Jinyin remarked. Xie Zhao despised being ignored, yet here he was, simultaneously disregarded by the two individuals he loathed most. Observing the unscathed, clearly well-spirited Xie Jinyin, he spoke with a tone of resentment and confusion. "How could you possibly have made it out?" When he had been dragged out by Chu and Xiong, he had distinctly seen Xie Jinyin close his eyes, evidently resigning himself to fate, although he had inexplicably been saved by the power within the crystal. Xie Zhao had never believed that Xie Jinyin could escape that ordeal. After all, it was his own mother who had thrust him into the inferno. This time, he had even resorted to using the power within the purple crystal to ensure that Xie Jinyin would quietly perish during the examination. Before leading them there, he had realized that the surveillance did not cover the temple. Whether it was the deity's interference or other divine reasons, this was undoubtedly the best opportunity for Xie Zhao. He had initially thought Xie Jinyin was doomed, yet your strength has increased. Attempting to activate his abilities once more, he found himself swiftly subdued, only then realizing that Xie Jinyin's mental fortitude had significantly strengthened. What transpired within the temple? His tone shifted to one of urgency. Xie Jinyin's mental energy had remained stable for all these years. How could it suddenly surge? Xie Zhao instantly recognized that something had occurred after his departure. Out of the corner of her eye, Song Ji Liao glanced at Xie Jinyin, who subtly shook his head, and she understood his intent. Although confronting Xie Zhao with the fact that he had become a divine envoy would be the most devastating blow to him, Xie Jinyin was not inclined to do so at this moment. Considering the multitude of eyes hidden behind the screen, both chose to refrain from discussing the events that had transpired within the temple. Enough with the prattle. Song Ji Liao stepped forward. "I haven't settled the score with you yet." Unlike Xie Jinyin, she had been entirely innocently entangled in this affair that it would be unsatisfactory to not vent her frustrations on him. Xie Zhao's attention was drawn to her words, and facing Song Ji Liao, he adopted an air of superiority. "What? You think you can eliminate me with just that?" Song Ji Liao scoffed, uninterested in further banter. And with a push of her foot, she lunged toward him. The sound of air being split echoed as the two clashed in an instant. Chapter 79. Xie Zhao takes a beating, raising her hand to block Xie Zhao's punch. Song Ji Liao was somewhat taken aback, for no other reason than that the fellow's strength seemed rather lacking. or perhaps soft would be a more fitting description. Unlike Song Ji Liao, who had trained in combat since childhood, Xie Zhao appeared to possess no foundational skills whatsoever. With a mindset of cautious exploration, she initially focused on defense. However, after exchanging blows a few times, she quickly recognized that Xie Zhao's fighting style mirrored the tactics taught by the instructors over the past 2 months. Although they were divided into different classes, the curriculum was consistent, differing only in pace. The familiar technique struck her with a sense of nostalgia, leaving her momentarily speechless. The angles were familiar, the preparatory stances recognizable. Seeing Xie Zhao gearing up for the same old tricks, Song Ji Liao clicked her tongue and shifted from her defensive posture. Evading his punch, she swiftly seized his wrist and then aimed a kick directly at his knee. The knee is inherently a vulnerable area, and Xie Zhao, caught off guard by the sudden impact, collapsed heavily to the ground. Maintaining a calm expression, Song Ji Liao twisted his arms behind his back, then pressed her foot against his calf. Firmly pinning Xie Zhao down, she remarked with exasperation, "You truly embody the quintessential young master. Unable to bear weight or lift a finger, and with a plethora of bad habits. How is it that you inherited none of the good traits from Xie Jinyan?" She asked her question with genuine sincerity. Her hands were restrained behind her back, and someone was forcefully stepping on her calves. Through a layer of fabric, he could feel the imprint of the shoe's sole. Xie Zhao winced in pain, his expression becoming increasingly contorted. Ignoring Xie Zhao's cries of distress, Song Zhiliao leaned in closer to scrutinize his face. Ultimately, she concluded that he was not as handsome as his brother. Aware that Song Zhiliao was brimming with pent-up frustration, Xie Jinyan stood nearby, showing no inclination to intervene. Upon hearing her remarks, the person with the indifferent demeanor suddenly furrowed his brows. Song Zhiliao. Hearing Xie Jinyan call her name abruptly, Song Zhiliao turned back, puzzled. What's wrong? A different form of address feels a bit ominous that, oh, all right. Just as she prepared to turn away again, an unsettling thought struck her. Why are you calling me that? The question party remained unfazed, returning her gaze with a calm demeanor. Is it not permissible? Very well, it is permissible. Song Zhiliao acquiesced swiftly. First, she was indifferent to how she was addressed. Second, Zhu Ke and the others had always called her that at home. Third, and most importantly, Xie Jinyan's demeanor was far too nonchalant that it led Song Zhiliao to instinctively feel that it was not something worth noting. Thus, she turned her head back. During their exchange, Xie Zhao had attempted to struggle, but he soon realized that Song Zhiliao possessed a strength that was nothing short of terrifying, no matter how he fought, he could not break free, and instead he only exhausted himself further. After yet another failed struggle, as he listened to the two in front of him discussing forms of address, his face turned a shade of green. You bastards! Before he could finish his sentence, Song Zhiliao struck him on the head. Can you speak properly? You casually insult others' mothers. Her most detested profanity involved the word mother. Damn it! Xie Zhao instinctively cursed again. Hearing the whoosh of air above his head, he reflexively attempted to shield his head with his hand, only to forget that his hands were still firmly held by Song Zhao. That a heavy thud echoed across the grass. Leaving Xie Zhao feeling slightly dizzy, in his daze, he suddenly realized that Song Zhiliao was controlling him with just one hand. He cried out in pain, "Why do you have such strength?" In his mind, he had always thought that girls should be delicate and weak, and he voiced this belief aloud. Upon hearing Xie Zhao's words, Song Zhiliao's expression soured immediately. Where does that stereotype come from? She despised being defined by conventional standards. Girls should be obedient, should excel in studies, should be docile flowers. Throughout her life, she had heard far too many shoulds. In the teacher's office, amidst the taunts of her classmates, everyone told her how she ought to behave. Yet nothing was inherently should. Why impose so many constraints upon her? Ultimately, who she would become and the path she would tread were her own concerns, weren't they? Thus, standing before Xie Zhao, Song Zhiliao spoke the same words she had always said. None of your business. She had her own path to follow, her own rivers and mountains to traverse. How could a mere should confine her? Looking at Xie Zhao, her eyes brimmed with disdain. Did I ask for you? Just practice more, will you? All you do is entertain twisted thoughts. Don't you realize how much like a creature from the dark you appear? Have you heard of bamboo rats? Once exposed to sunlight for a few hours, they perished. You're just the same. Step outside. And your fate is merely to be beaten. Though Xie Zhao had never encountered such a creature, he easily deciphered that Song Zhiliao was likening him to a rat. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Yet the lingering pain in his head reminded him of the consequences of reckless speech. That moment, Xie Zhao's mind began to churn. The absence of weapons in either Song Zhiliao's or Xie Jinyan's possession suggested that they did not intend to eliminate him immediately. This was not good news for him. While Xie Zhao was unwilling to accept elimination just yet, facing the formidable Song Zhiliao and the inexplicably heightened mental prowess of Xie Jinyan left him with no chance of winning. Outside, others had considered his status. Even in trouble, there were those who would help him out. Thus, he had always acted with reckless abandon. But now, he clearly understood that the two before him could not be swayed. A sudden wave of panic washed over Xie Zhao. It felt as though he had been surrounded by people all along, only to turn around at a moment's notice and find himself utterly alone. He had lost his long-held support in that instant. An overwhelming fear of the unknown surged within him, causing his palms to sweat. Brother, he looked up at Xie Jinyan, leaning against a nearby tree, forcing a smile. Is there really a need for us to go this far? Xie Jinyan lazily lifted his eyelids and glanced at him. That kind of brother? He inquired. The type who instigates betrayal among those around me. Or the one who would leave me to perish in the flames. Casually plucking a leaf from the nearby underbrush, Xie Jinyan spun it between his fingers before suddenly flinging it towards Xie Zhao. The whoosh of air brushed past his ear, and pain struck Xie Zhao's face. Only when blood began to trickle from his chin did he realize what had transpired. Xie Jinyan had sliced his face with the leaf. Facing him, Xie Jinyan straightened up, a hint of amusement flickering in his otherwise placid eyes. Choose your kind of brother. Chapter 80. Negotiation. Song Zhiliao pondered briefly over Xie Jinyan's tone. It did not sound like he was choosing a type of brother, but rather selecting a method of demise. Song Zhiliao could sense the palpable pressure emanating from Xie Jinyan, and Xie Zhao felt it even more acutely. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his temple as he gritted his teeth. Attempting to threaten Xie Jinyan, aren't you afraid Aunt Chu will scold you when you get home? Upon hearing his words, Song Zhiliao, who had been holding Xie Zhao down, momentarily paused. She suddenly recalled the scent of blood that had clung to Xie Jinyan at the beginning of term and the discussions on the forum. Noticing the hint of hesitation on Song Zhiliao's face, Xie Jinyan glanced over curiously. What is wrong? What he said? Don't mind him, Xie Jinyan interjected, echoing her earlier words that he's just talking nonsense. Song Zhiliao was taken aback. How could someone maintain such an indifferent expression while uttering such words? Reflecting on Xie Jinyan's previous demeanor, she contemplated whether she had led him astray. Although concern lingered in her heart, she chose not to inquire further. Resolute in not showing any weakness before Xie Zhao. Seeing that Xie Jinyan remained unfazed, Xie Zhao ground his teeth. Just eliminate me already. Upon hearing this, Song Zhiliao's displeasure flared. How can that be? We traveled all this way for your points. Not just for that. However, regulations dictated that they could not act too harshly against their classmates. Ugh, what a hassle. Song Zhiliao turned to Xie Jinyan, silently seeking his opinion. Meeting her gaze, Xie Jinyan glanced down at the Pai Xiu crouching beside his feet. The Pai Xiu lazily raised its eyes, its meaning clear. What now? It was only then that Xie Zhao noticed an otherworldly beast that had appeared beside them without his noticing. This grayish-white creature was significantly larger than any similar beast he had encountered before. With those golden eyes, it seemed to sense Xie Zhao's scrutiny and glanced over. Meeting its gaze, Xie Zhao instinctively swallowed. Was it an illusion? Why did it seem as though there were human emotions within the creature's eyes? That brief glance felt as if it were surveying an insignificant insect. Observing the peculiar, yet somewhat harmonious atmosphere between the human and beast, his unease deepened. Remembering the items in his pocket, Xie Zhao instinctively sought to confirm their presence, only to forget that his hands were bound. Earlier, having complained about the exhaustion of holding him down, Song Zhiliao had casually torn a vine from the side. It was of an unknown variety, but it was not only thick and long, but also remarkably resilient, making it perfect for binding. She had completely liberated her hands. Meanwhile, Xie Jinyan attempted to negotiate with the Pai Xiu. Upon hearing Xie Jinyan's request, the Pai Xiu merely cast him a languid glance before crossing its paws and lying down. Xie Jinyan, I know you understand. It seemed that while the Pai Xiu could engage in meaningful exchanges with Song Zhiliao without speaking, It now acted as if it comprehended nothing. Turning to Song Zhiliao, who averted her gaze nonchalantly, he felt a twinge of frustration. This isn't my business. Reflecting on the Pi Shio's certain attributes and considering Xie Jinyan's family business. Song Zhiliao was keen for them to interact more. After all, Xie Jinyan still held her 1 million and a property. Therefore, unless the human and beast were about to clash, she had no intention of intervening. Song Zhiliao resolutely thought, "What are the conditions you propose?" Observing the Pishio resting serenely, its head nestled upon its paws, Xie Jinyan crouched down to engage in communication with it. The Pishio's eyes, which had nearly closed, fluttered open upon hearing his voice, gradually shifting its gaze to him. Its gilded orbs scanned him from top to bottom, seemingly assessing Xie that in those luminous eyes, he discerned a hint of skepticism. Xie Jinyan felt a twinge of discomfort, as this appeared to be the first time he had been questioned. Due to his exemplary academic performance, he had always been the object of trust for his teachers. And having been accustomed to their approving gazes, the Pishio's scrutiny left him feeling somewhat unsettled that he found himself at a loss for words to prove his worth. Thus, an uncomfortable silence enveloped the atmosphere. He spoke the truth. Witnessing the standoff between the human and the beast, Song Zhiliao could no longer refrain from speaking. That it was evident that her credibility outweighed his in the eyes of the Pishio. As Xie Jinyan observed the creature slightly straighten up, finally adopting a demeanor open to dialogue, he was momentarily speechless. "What do you desire?" he inquired. After a few moments of quiet contemplation, the Pishio extended a paw and began to inscribe characters upon the ground. A flicker of surprise crossed Xie Jinyan's face, swiftly followed by a sharp focus as he silently recited a few words that in the next instant, an invisible energy enveloped their immediate surroundings. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the screen displaying their situation flickered erratically before plunging into darkness. This unexpected turn of events sparked considerable agitation among the staff. "What is happening? Is the signal failing?" "That shouldn't be the case. Hurry, fetch someone to investigate." In the forest, Xie Jinyan regarded the Pishio as it meticulously etched characters into the damp earth. His expression darkened. This creature was unlike any other he had encountered in the age of interstellar travel. Beasts were generally perceived as devoid of intellect, powerful yet lacking in mental acuity. Those marked with mental imprints required extensive training to comprehend their master's commands. Yet this one not only understood speech but could also write, boasting at least the intelligence level of a 5-year-old human. However, being exceptional often equated to being perilous. Without hesitation, Xie Jinyan employed his powers to shield their interaction from external prying eyes. Preventing others from discovering this was his instinctive reaction. Song Zhiliao sensed the shifts in their surroundings, her nerves taut. Just as she raised her hand, preparing to act, she caught Xie Jin's reassuring glance from across the way. Consequently, the gathered spiritual energy dissipated from her palm. Watching the sudden closeness between Xie Jinyan and the Pishio, a question mark appeared above Song Zhiliao's head. "Have you two suddenly become so close?" Meanwhile, Xie Jinyan, attempting to assist the Pishio in obscuring its writing, noticed that the gray feline had shifted slightly, positioning itself just beyond their reach. With a hint of resignation in its violet eyes, he leaned down to scrutinize the Pishio's scribbled words. The slightly moist earth readily absorbed the marks, rendering the letters clear, though he struggled to decipher them. This was not due to complexity, but rather the Pishio's rather unrefined handwriting. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Jinyan tentatively read aloud the characters. "Take me out." Upon hearing him articulate the words in full, the Pishio's gilded gaze reflected approval. Chapter 81. His beast after receiving the Pishio's affirmation. Xie Jinyan used the tip of his shoe to erase the inscription, casting a glance at the mud accumulating on his footwear with a hint of distaste. Once the marks vanished, he withdrew the energy barrier surrounding them. In the monitoring room, the technicians, recently pulled from their rest, glared at the now normal screen, their anger boiling over as they berated their colleagues. "Are you all out of your minds?" The technician, splattered with spittle, wiped his face, feeling wronged that it was just blacked out. The severely sleep-deprived technician, bearing dark circles under his eyes, fixed a deadpan stare on him. "Where is it?" Just as the irate technician was about to summon someone for confirmation, he realized that the individual who had been standing beside him moments ago had vanished. The sky had fallen. Those who had retreated behind the crowd craned their necks to observe the situation. Exhaling sharply upon realizing they had gone unnoticed, that IT was widely acknowledged that the wrath of technical staff was the most fearsome, and having just forcibly roused one from slumber, approaching him now would be akin to courting disaster. Brother, you have my sympathies. Do you have any idea how many sleepless nights I've endured? With that roar, chaos erupted in the monitoring room. Calm down, shouting, I'm ready to take you on. Impulsiveness is the devil. Dante, slaughter your colleagues. What colleagues? I'm resigning. I can't bear this any longer. Heaven knows the extent of destruction those students could wreak. During the exams, there was always some issue here or there, depriving him of a single peaceful night's rest. Just when he thought he might catch a few hours of sleep, this bunch played a prank on him, igniting a murderous rage within him. In stark contrast to the turmoil in the monitoring room, the screen remained a picture of tranquility. After receiving the PCO's affirmative response, Xie Jinyin endeavored to comprehend its intentions. You wish to leave this forest? The PCO nodded. Why? It had presumably spent a considerable time within the forest. What could have prompted such a sudden desire to depart? The PCO glanced at Song Zhiliao. Xie Jinyin instantly grasped its meaning. It wished to accompany her out. Suddenly, under their collective gaze, Song Zhiliao cast a puzzled look their way. Xie Jinyin shook his head, signaling that everything was fine, and began contemplating feasible solutions. The Misty Forest was typically closed to outsiders and strictly regulated by the military. Even the CF family would find it challenging to gain entry. Their current presence was likely sanctioned from above. He touched the totem concealed in his sleeve, continuing to ponder. He could not return for the PCO later. It must accompany them on this occasion. Very well, Xie Jinyin stated, but there is a prerequisite. The PCO's eyes, which had just begun to brighten, dimmed once more. You must claim to be my beast. In truth, Xie Jinyin could have made this decision unilaterally, but he chose to regard the PCO as an equal, thus necessitating discussion. The PCO, however, appeared less than pleased that IT slightly rose, extending a paw and pointedly gesturing towards Song Zhiliao. Its meaning unmistakable, it belonged to her. Xie Jinyin crossed his arms, resolutely rejecting its proposal. No, the PCO opened its mouth, preparing to exhale a huff in protest, but was swiftly subdued by Xie Jinyin's grip. The PCO. This unexpected turn of events clearly deviated from its expectations, and it was likely that few dared to seize its mouth. Song Zhiliao observed the PCO's bewildered expression from a distance. Recalling how it mirrored her own feelings when she first encountered Xie Jinyin in the forest at that time, when she had pulled him away, he had worn the same expression. With calmness, Xie Jinyin held the PCO's mouth, saying, Do not be anxious. The PCO. I'm not anxious, but could you kindly release my mouth? She still wished to remain inconspicuous. Xie Jinyin's insinuation was clear. Song Zhiliao harbored many secrets, yet perhaps realizing he had no intention of delving deeper. She had grown increasingly relaxed in his presence. However, the moment they found themselves under the scrutiny of others, she would promptly retreat behind her faade once more. She would bury her head and place a sign outside reading, Do not disturb. Song Zhiliao's nature was to avoid trouble, yet she possessed no fear of it. If conflict sought her out, she would merely cast a glance, but she preferred to be left in peace. Within the illusion and the reality, she exhibited two entirely different sets of abilities. If revealed, it would undoubtedly attract a multitude of complications. Thus, it was best for her to minimize external attention. Xie Jinyin had no doubt that the PCO's extraordinary behavior had already drawn considerable interest. Her spiritual power cannot sustain Udatio legitimately keep the PCO by his side. The most straightforward approach would be to declare it had been imprinted with a mental bond. However, Song Zhiliao's sea-level spiritual power evidently fell short of that requirement. In summation, Xie Jinyin regarded the PCO and spoke slowly. If you wish to leave, you must simply state that you are my beast. Should you cause her any trouble, beware that she may discard you. He is merely a precedent that I end the earlier stages. Xie Jinyin could distinctly perceive that Song Zhiliao was reluctant to engage with him, that it was only after assisting her with her studies that he gained a relatively amicable demeanor. The tone and phrasing of Xie Jinyin's speech bore a semblance to that of someone intimidating a child, yet the PCO surprisingly yielded. Its furry paw rested upon his wrist, and Xie Jinyin understood this as a sign of consent. A faint smile graced his lips as he flipped his palm, aligning it with the creature's paw that a deal was struck. Xie Zhao crouched awkwardly at Song Zhiliao's feet. witnessing in the distance as Xie Jinyan and the otherworldly beast simultaneously rose. An overwhelming sense of unease surged within him. Watching the beast approach him, Xie Zhao's voice trembled. "Do not come over, Xie Jinyan." He finally ceased feigning composure and called out to Xie Jinyan as a brother. "Make him go away." He realized that the beast heeded his words. Yet Xie Jinyan merely cast a disinterested glance in his direction before averting his gaze. Xie Zhao suddenly found the scene before him eerily familiar. It was reminiscent of 6 years ago, amidst that inferno, when he witnessed Xie Jinyan collapsed in the flames. Also retracting his gaze, in the last rays of vision, he saw Xie Jinyan close his eyes. 7 years later, the tables had turned. In that instant, Xie Zhao felt an empathetic connection with the Xie Jinyan of that time. Chapter 82. The useless Xie Zhao people must be taught lessons, and points must be earned. After eliminating Xie Zhao with a single shot, while the instructor had yet to arrive, the Pishio opened its massive maw and picked up the already feeble Xie Zhao. Watching the Pishio carry Xie Zhao away, even as he flailed desperately, it failed to attract the creature's attention. Song Zhiliao curiously turned to the approaching Xie Jinyan. "What did you say to it?" To have it take Xie Zhao for a stroll in the forest? He was acutely aware of Xie Zhao's ineptitude, knowing that he displayed arrogance solely because he believed he was shielded by others. While in truth, he was a coward who trembled at the sight of otherworldly beasts. "I concur." Zhuke echoed Xie Jinyan's words within his mind. When I first encountered him, he was surrounded by a throng of people. Perhaps using the word throng was an exaggeration, yet indeed, there were quite a few individuals around Xie Zhao at that time. At least 15, if not more. Song Zhiliao, who had traversed the mountains alone since childhood, remarked, "This truly is a grand display. He's still participating in the examination. There are numerous otherworldly beasts in this forest." Upon this question, Xie Jinyan fell into an unusual silence for a moment. "What is wrong? Is there something you cannot say?" Considering the many pairs of eyes in the monitoring room, and recalling the reputation that Xie Howie had painstakingly built for the Xie family over the years, Xie Jinyan replied, "He brought bodyguards with him." Song Zhiliao responded. After subsequent upgrades, the screen can now transmit sound, and their conversation was clearly conveyed to the monitoring room. Monitoring room? Zhang Jingfei abruptly slammed his hand on the table. "Audacious." Song Zhiliao was momentarily taken aback. "Isn't this cheating?" However, this midterm examination was fully overseen by military personnel, and prior to their entrance, each individual had undergone identity registration, so it should not have been permissible to brazenly bring others in. Realizing that his words could be misinterpreted, Xie Jinyan rephrased. He paid people to protect him. Long before the midterm examination, Xie Zhao had indeed hired several capable individuals to safeguard him during the test. Song Zhiliao remarked, "This feels all too familiar. He's solely relying on money." She couldn't help but inquire. Xie Jinyan remained silent. They typically use cards linked to Xie Howie's account, and to prevent him from discovering it. Xie Zhao had utilized his own savings this time. As far as he knew, it should be nearly depleted. "How much did you pay them?" "Approximately 500,000 each." "How many did you hire?" "About 7 or 8. In the monitoring room." Upon hearing that sum, Jiang Jingfei turned to Xiaoping beside him and asked, "Is this how wealthy people operate?" He Xiaoping replied with a serious expression, "I am uncertain. This is just an examination." It seemed that Xie Zhao indeed had a constant entourage during this exam. One individual weakly ventured. "At first, I thought Xie Zhao was simply well-liked, with everyone he encountered willing to protect him. Turns out it was all due to money." Watching Xie Zhao being playfully splashed by the inexplicably friendly beast, he fell silent. This predicament is because his bodyguards were eliminated. On the screen, Xie Zhao's head had already submerged, with only bubbles emerging from the surface. That person hesitantly asked, "Is this really all right?" He Xiaoping reassured him, "It's fine. Jiang Jingfei has gone." According to regulations, if a student encounters an otherworldly beast that they clearly cannot contend with, their instructor is obliged to intervene, and Jiang Jingfei was responsible for that. However, the moment he left, his pace was noticeably slower than usual. After working alongside him for so long, he Xiaoping could discern his intentions. It was evident that he wished for Xie Zhao to endure some hardship. Leaning back in his chair, he Xiaoping sighed deeply. Having spent considerable time on the job, this individual remained unchanged from his school days. When He stood quietly behind them, listening to their conversation, his gaze fixed on the Pishio that was carrying the almost unconscious Xie Zhao. This otherworldly beast seemed somewhat familiar to I in a corner of that scene. The gray-white creature emerged from the forest, its golden eyes brilliantly radiant, glancing at the size of the Pichio on the screen, when Hayu felt uncertain, as it appeared smaller than the one he had seen, which had been significantly larger. Did some otherworldly beast possess the ability to enlarge themselves? When Hayu attempted to rummage through his knowledge base, but ultimately came up empty-handed, he pondered. Xie Zhao's movements on the screen caught when Hayu's attention. In the footage, the supposedly unconscious Xie Zhao half opened his eyes, his right hand trembling as he reached for his left pocket. When Hayu furrowed his brow at the unfolding scene, what was Xie Zhao attempting to retrieve? In the forest, listening to Xie Jinyan's words, Song Zhiliao now confirmed that Xie Zhao's admission into Class A was purely due to his innate level of mental strength, with no real capability to speak of. Your family's genes are indeed impressive. Otherwise, Xie Zhao wouldn't have lasted this long. Xie Jinyan remained non-committal. How do you compare to him? Song Zhiliao inquired. After becoming a divine envoy, Xie Jinyan could utterly suppress Xie Zhao. But what about before? Crushed, Xie Jinyan replied succinctly that you're not being modest at all, Song Zhiliao teased. Xie Jinyan offered a brief smile before enlightening her that even within the same level of mental strength, distinctions existed. His was merely at the threshold of passing. Song Zhiliao understood. Catching the distant commotion, Song Zhiliao felt fairly upbeat. Following her enhancement in cultivation, her senses had heightened, and Xie Zhao's frantic cries reached her ears without a single detail escaping. After approximately 15 minutes of listening, she found it peculiar. Why hasn't the instructor come to rescue him? Previously, after I eliminated someone, Jiang Jingfei immediately arrived to assist. Why is it that this time, the Pichio has carried him away for over 10 minutes without any sign of movement? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Gazing at her ranking, which had soared to first place once more, she chuckled softly to herself that there's money to be made. Her avaricious demeanor caught Xie Jinyan's attention. After a moment of contemplation, observing that Song Zhiliao was only a fraction ahead of the second-place contender, he suddenly suggested, why not eliminate me instead? A question mark appeared above Song Zhiliao's head. Why? It would be safer this way. Regardless of when he is eliminated, my current ranking ensures that I can still enter Class A. However, Song Zhiliao needs to maintain her position at the top, and she currently seems disinclined to exert herself. Yet Song Zhiliao simply waved her hand dismissively to no need. Just as Xie Jinyan was about to ask why, she gleefully exclaimed, the top 10 all receive a prize, and I can claim an additional share of yours. This was something Xie Jinyan had previously promised her. If she eliminated him now, her chance of remaining in the top 10 would be uncertain. I see, Xie Jinyan acknowledged. Chapter 83. The Truth and Lies of the Forum. It appeared that the situation with the Pichio would not conclude imminently. Song Zhiliao leaned against a tree, engaging in casual conversation with Xie Jinyan. Although he wasn't adept at initiating topics, he managed to keep the conversation flowing reasonably well, by the way, recalling Xie Zhao's earlier words. Song Zhiliao suddenly turned to Xie Jinyan and asked, will there truly be no issues when you return home? Xie Jinyan could not comprehend her concern. Why would there be a problem? Hesitating, Song Zhiliao replied, isn't she? Several titles swirled on her tongue, yet she failed to select a single one. That uncertain of Xie Jinyan's stance towards Chu Wenxiong, she felt somewhat indecisive. Xie Jinyan seemed to struggle to follow her train of thought. What does this have to do with Chu Wenxiong? Hearing him call her by her full name made Song Zhiliao articulate her next words more smoothly. During the school opening, she was severely beaten by Xie Zhao. Now that you've Eli, he appeared quite perplexed. While Song Zhiliao exhibited an even greater degree of confusion, her speech becoming somewhat incoherent. No, it's not you. It's about your absence during the school entrance exam, which was due to your severe injury that prevented you from attending. Right? At this point, Xie Jinyan finally grasped what she was saying. The corners of his mouth twitched, as if he found the situation amusingly infuriating, and his speech quickened considerably. Who told you that? He inquired. It was rare for Xie Jinyan to display such a tumultuous tone, causing Song Zhiliao to feel slightly unsettled. Right. Who did she hear it from? Reflecting for a moment, she cautiously replied, the forum, Xie Jinyan retorted. You re-asking me? You actually believe what S posted on the forum? This time, he was genuinely amused by her naivety, that is it not credible? Song Zhiliao asked, somewhat astonished. Unable to restrain himself, Xie Jinyan plucked a slender twig from a nearby tree and lightly tapped it against Song Zhiliao's head. Of course not. Oh, please don't get so worked up. Those posts, one after another, all sound reasonable. How could one discern their authenticity? The force of his tap was gentle, and Song Zhiliao realized he merely intended to impart a lesson. Thus, with a cheerful grin, she took the twig from Xie Jinyan's hand and began to awkwardly apologize. This sensation was somewhat peculiar. While attempting to soothe Xie Jinyan, she suddenly found herself lost in thought. In truth, she had grown up rather independently, often left alone by her grandfather. And since Zhu Ke and the others were unable to communicate, she frequently found herself engaging in mischief without guidance that in simple terms. She had seldom been under anyone's supervision. Although her teachers would occasionally intervene post-enrollment, they always regarded her with a certain look upon seeing her family background, which led to her being reprimanded during conflicts. It felt as though she had no one to back her up. This was the first time she had encountered the kind of reprimand described in books, free of malice or condescension, simply wishing for her betterment. Many things on the forum are mere fabrications. You shouldn't believe everything you read. Xie Jinyan expressed his exasperation, having previously noted Song Zhiliao's lack of common knowledge, and now she was being misled by the baseless claims circulating in the forum. It had become commonplace for fabricated narratives to be constructed from a few words. Yet another problem emerged before the last was resolved, after assuring him that she would no longer peruse such nonsensical posts. She attempted to redirect the conversation. So what really happened that day? Even if those posts are false, the fact remains that you did not participate in the entrance assessment, that I was unwell, Xie Jinyan replied. The forum's posts aren't entirely unfounded, but if you're claiming them to be true, they should be regarded as relics from a decade ago. Following the devastating fire, Xie Jinyan had not experienced any further assaults. Unfortunately, Chu Wenxiong's condition had not only failed to improve over the years, but had also shown signs of deterioration. The hours she remained conscious dwindled daily, increasingly reliant on sedatives and sleeping pills. In the past 2 years, her mental state had become erratic. The night he was summoned back to his family, he had encountered this chaos. The family's healthcare workers lacked any offensive abilities, and Chu Wenxiong's B-level mental fluctuations overwhelmed them. By the time everything settled, it was already the following afternoon, and the entrance assessment had concluded that morning. Hence, Xie Jinyan had missed it. Rest assured, after all these years, one would hope for some growth. He attempted to reassure Song Zhiliao, yet his words inadvertently stirred her heartache. It had been an arduous journey that in those 13 years, Xie Jinyan had survived by clinging to the hands he had grasped at the tender age of 3. After that, all familial bonds ceased to concern him. Unlike her, Xie Jinyan's relationship with his parents had gradually unraveled. Each severance took a piece of flesh with it, and just as one wound began to heal, another would be inflicted. If the previous instances were akin to gentle nicks, the final cut had been a brutal laceration. Though painful, it had ultimately rid him of the festering wound. This was the man standing before her now. Then what about the scent of blood on you? Song Zhiliao pressed. I was struck by a vase, Xie Jinyan replied. The situation was chaotic, and the doctor advised against provoking Chu Wenxiong, so I refrained from using my abilities extensively. In a moment of inattention, I was struck on the back by a vase. Song Zhiliao furrowed her brow. But it's been a day. The scent of blood shouldn't be so strong that if it were bandaged. How could it be so easily detected? Xie Jinyan's gaze suddenly drifted. Song Zhiliao could sense something was amiss. You didn't bandage it, did you? She exclaimed, her eyes widening. Xie Jinyan remained silent. No, seriously, you must be out of your mind. That strong scent of blood indicates a significant wound. Her frustration surged, leading her to exclaim, Do you have a penchant for self-harm? With her temper flaring, Song Zhiliao's words flowed rapidly, while Xie Jinyan opened his mouth. Unable to interject a single word, after venting her frustrations, she placed her hands on her hips, her chest heaving with exertion. Noticing Xie Jinyan seemed poised to speak, she snapped, Spit it out, under her fierce gaze. Xie Jinyan managed to stammer, My self-healing ability is quite good. The familiar phrasing, the familiar sensation left Song Zhiliao at a loss for words. Did I ask this even about the quality of your self-healing ability? She had realized during her time in the illusion that he had never intended to tend to his own wounds. For a time, she had confined him to her room with a small first aid kit, hoping his condition would gradually improve, only to discover he had simply let himself go. Taking a deep breath, she was about to say something further when a commotion erupted in the distance. A multitude of birds took flight from the forest, seemingly startled by something. The roar of a beast followed, accompanied by heavy footsteps that reverberated through the ground, causing it to tremble beneath them. Song Zhiliao turned her gaze sharply, that if her memory served her correctly, that direction was where the Pishio had just been. Chapter 84. Beast Rampage. This sudden disturbance immediately caught the attention of the monitoring room. What is happening? He Xiaoping sprang to his feet, his expression grave as he observed the frenzied movements of the beasts. Get the chief instructor, he commanded sharply to the personnel standing by. Yes, after issuing this directive. He resumed his seat and swiftly imported the data from the misty forest onto his display. That a torrent of data began to scroll across the screen, and he Xiaoping faced the display, his subordinates working at an astonishing pace. What is going on? His typically composed demeanor was now laced with urgency as he flipped the screen around, which displayed nearly a week's worth of data on the beasts in the misty forest. At that very moment, the curves representing energy fluctuations and emotional states had peaked. Addressing the newcomers, he provided the clearest conclusion. The beasts have gone berserk. That on the screen, a deer that had been resting on the grass suddenly opened its eyes, which should have been clear and bright, now reflecting a blood-red HUE.in. The next instant, it sprang to its feet and began sprinting through the forest. Such scenes unfolded on every display. Those seated before the screens were rendered speechless by the bizarre spectacle before them. His tone began to falter, and just then, a hand pressed down on him. Stay calm. The mature and authoritative voice resonated behind him, quelling the rising panic. That he Xiaoping, the chief instructor, turned to him. What is the energy fluctuation of the beasts? He Xiaoping's complexion was not favorable. It's still rising. The energy is nearly reaching that of a mid-level beast. That in this inexplicable upheaval, the beasts appeared agitated, with energy surging explosively. The levels had already surpassed their initial data. The new student stood no chance against them. This was his final conclusion. Without hesitation, the chief instructor issued orders. He Xiaoping, Li Yin, stay here to monitor the situation in real time. The rest of you, head into the forest. His tone was grave, filled with a sense of urgency. Ensure that every single student is brought back safely. Yes, in the monitoring room, everyone simultaneously rose from their seats, their varied features betraying a shared resolve. Within 3 short minutes, the monitoring room had emptied. As they departed, He Xiaoping had already dispatched the areas each person was responsible for to their respective displays, and they raced towards their designated locations at breakneck speed. The new students had yet to undergo systematic practical training. Before they were sent in, the military personnel had thoroughly scanned the forest. Yet they had not anticipated such a turn of events. That He Xiaoping's subordinates worked with remarkable speed, but his brows furrowed deeper as he observed the display before him. This won't do. We lack sufficient manpower. His tone was anxious. There are still nearly 200 students inside, and only 15 instructors. That a nearly 10-to-1 ratio. Yet, there were almost 1,000 beasts in the misty forest. The disparity in strength made it impossible to predict how long the students could endure if they encountered beasts, or if they could wait for their arrival. Chief Instructor, have notifications been sent out? He Xiaoping asked. Yes, Kinder replied. In a situation where manpower was insufficient and the instructors could not arrive in time, the students had no choice but to rely on themselves. With no attempt at concealment, the chief instructor instructed He Xiaoping to relay the current circumstances directly to everyone's wristbands, urging them to find a safe place to hide. Would this not incite panic? He Xiaoping began to feel a twinge of anxiety. The chief instructor's gaze was stern. They are students of the Federal University, the AS Military Academy students. They should possess an awareness of life and death upon entering this institution. Such circumstances are not unprecedented. When they truly take the field, there will be no advance notice. Danger will strike them head on. As a soldier, He Xiaoping instantly grasped the unspoken implications of the chief instructor's words. I understand. After a few breaths, he completed the notification and pressed the confirmation button. In the monitoring room, which housed only 3 individuals, he fixated intently on the screen. The students' locations were recorded in the monitoring room's data. His task was to report their positions to each instructor as swiftly as possible. Sir, the portal is ready, a pale-faced individual said as he entered. Though he stood at attention the moment, he saluted the chief instructor. All right, I understand. Besides awaiting rescue, the students must also endeavor to save themselves as much as possible. Thus, he ordered a portal to be opened at the southwestern corner of the misty forest perimeter and sent the precise location to every instructor and student. If feasible, he hoped the students could escape swiftly on their own. Noticing the newcomer's pallid complexion, the chief instructor nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Few possess spatial abilities, and only Jiang Jingfei and he were participating in this examination. Should an incident occur, they would be the first to shoulder the burden. Where is Jiang Jingfei? The chief instructor suddenly recalled not having seen him in the monitoring room. Lian glanced at Yi Xiaoping and observed that he was fixated on the screen. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead due to the rapid processing of information, completely isolating himself from the external world. Thus, Li Yin responded to the chief instructor's inquiry. Report. He went in to retrieve the eliminated students. Understood. Redirecting his gaze to the light screen, Lu Shengyin's brows furrowed deeper. He had already reported to higher-ups, and reinforcements had been dispatched, but the journey was long, making immediate arrival impossible. The instructors who had previously escorted students back to the main star were also en route. The students still in the forest were widely dispersed. Even if areas were assigned to instructors, the efficiency of rescue remained low than on the light screen. One student had already encountered a beast, watching the student tremble uncontrollably. Lu Shenyuan's brows tightened even further. At that moment, a soothing voice resonated in the monitoring room. Chief Instructor, allow me to enter. Lu Xiangyun turned to the newcomer, his expression darkening. Wen Heyu, what are you doing here? Quickly return. However, Wen Heyu showed no fear of his increasingly menacing demeanor. You should know my performance in practical combat, he stated. You are merely a student. This is not your affair, Lu Xiangyun emphasized. Yet Wen Heyu merely regarded him calmly, determination evident in his eyes. Uncle Lu, he addressed him, the Federation raised me. This is my duty. Upon hearing this address, Lu Xiangyun's gaze momentarily faltered that I in the monitoring room. Only the sound of keyboard tapping was audible. While Li Yin observed the seemingly confrontational pair, swallowing hard. After a long pause, he heard Lu Xiangyun say, You may go. Pausing again, he added, Be cautious. Chapter 85. The rescue begins upon hearing this admonition. A smile graced Wen Heyu's lips, his tone becoming more relaxed. Uncle Lu, rest assured, I will return to celebrate your birthday. You turn 40 this year, right, you little brat? Lu Xiangyun chided with a smile, urging him along. Hurry. Hurry. If your aunt finds out, none of us will have a good outcome. Understood. Li Yin watched Wen Heyu's departing figure before turning to Lu Xiangyun. Sir, are you truly at ease sending him? He inquired. Despite Wen Heyu's outstanding performance, he was still just a second-year student. Lu Xiangyuan's eyes held a touch of nostalgia, his tone sighing. This child has been resolute since childhood. Most importantly, his combat skills, combined with his abilities, should suffice to handle this situation. Saying this, he instructed Yi Xiaoping to synchronize this information to Wen Heyu's light brain. Li Yin, having come down from the military to assist with the examination, had not interacted with Wen Heyu before. Thus, even upon seeing nearly perfect scores on the report card, he still regarded Wen Heyu as merely a student and did not believe he was suited for this endeavor. However, Lu Shengyuan was the chief instructor for this examination, and Li Yin could not contradict him. Ultimately, he swallowed his concerns. Though he suppressed his words, his expression betrayed his thoughts that a glance at Li Yan's grim visage made Lu Shengyuan aware of his sentiments. Yet, matters of strength could only be understood through first-hand experience. No amount of explanation would suffice. Therefore, he merely remarked, His abilities are comparable to yours. Li Yin. While he was merely a technician, his practical combat scores upon graduation were commendable, and he had seen battle upon entering the military. How could Wen Heyu's strength be likened to his? If that were the case, why not skip school altogether and graduate directly? Concern transformed into indignation as he turned his gaze to the light screen, falling silent. The chief instructor raised an eyebrow. He had yet to express that not only was Wen Heyu's strength comparable to Li Yan's, but he was also more mature. However, voicing this now would seem rather juvenile. Collecting his thoughts, Lu Xiangyuan refocused on the light screen. Before him, dozens of light screens displayed the figures of instructors making their way to their designated positions. Along the way, they encountered several beasts. From the moment they laid eyes on the creatures, they collectively sensed the impending frenzy. Without hesitation, they opted for evasion. Engaging with the beasts would consume time and deplete energy. The primary task was to locate the students, making avoidance a relatively cost-effective choice. After a round of surveillance, Lu Shengyuan's heart eased slightly. The students were too widely scattered, nearly covering every corner of the forest. Thus, from an overall perspective, few had encountered the beast directly. Gazing at the lake on the screen, Lu Xiangyun furrowed his brow. Why had Wenheiyu not yet appeared? After scanning the area, he discovered that Wenheiyu's light screen was situated before Li Yan, who remained motionless, his back somewhat stiff. That a chill ran down Lu Xiangyuan's spine. Could something truly have gone awry? If so, upon returning home, he would not be savoring a good meal, but facing dire consequences instead. His steps quickened, and just as he reached behind Li Yan, he had yet to discern the situation on the screen when Li Yan abruptly turned him around. "Sir," he called out, his tone dazed. "Lu Xiangyun, speak clearly, don't stammer," he retorted sharply. Li Yan trembled as he raised a finger, suddenly pointing at Wenheiyu's face on the screen. Is this student being too reckless? Who could fathom what he had just witnessed? After entering the forest, Wenheiyu, like the others, quickly encountered a beast. However, unlike the others' choice to evade, Wenheiyu had instead found a higher ground and set up a sniper rifle. Upon witnessing this, Li Yan erupted in furious exclamation. During his school days, teachers had emphasized that unless it was absolutely necessary, one should not attempt to shoot an alien beast without 100% certainty of a kill. Most beasts bore grudges. Should one fail to dispatch it in a single shot, not only would the shot reveal one's position, but it would also provoke the beast's pursuit, a blatant provocation. Below Wenheiyu's position, a beast resembling a leopard dashed rapidly. Li Yan swiftly recalled the second-year curriculum at the Federal University, confirming that this beast's speed far surpassed that of the dynamic shooting exercises. Meanwhile, on the screen, Wenheiyu had already aimed the scope at it. Damn, Li Yan cursed inwardly. Indeed, the chief instructor should not have permitted him to enter. Fresh out of school, students were most prone to arrogance, and Wenheiyu likely believed he could hit his target without fail. Yet even if he succeeded, should the beast not die immediately, given its current speed, it could reach Wenheiyu's position in less than 5 minutes. In the footage, Wenheiyu's finger rested on the trigger. Poised to pull Li Yan inhaled deeply. A rescue message had already been typed on his light brain, and upon finishing the last word, he prepared to send it, urging nearby personnel to provide assistance. Bang! The sound akin to an explosion resonated, plunging Li Yan into despair. How could he have failed to attach a suppressor? This would inevitably draw the beast's attention, with his finger hovering precariously above the send button. It was poised to descend, yet it abruptly halted just a mere few centimeters away. Gazing at the screen, Li Yan's pupils constricted in shock. The beast that had been sprinting just moments ago now lay lifeless on the ground, showing no inclination to rise again. Within the blink of an eye, all signs of life had vanished. Could it be mere coincidence? From such a distance, and given the target's rapid movement, Wenheiyu had managed to deliver a fatal blow with a single shot. Li Yan himself was uncertain if he would have the same confidence under similar circumstances. The sound of footsteps echoed behind him, prompting him to turn around in search of validation for the scene before him. Yet, the chief instructor remained composed, remarking, "Not bad. Your skills haven't declined. It seems you haven't been slacking off." Li Yan was left bewildered, thinking, why does the commander appear so unfazed by this? He turned to the screen, where Wenheiyu's expression was equally calm. After taking that one shot, Wenheiyu holstered his weapon, seemingly unconcerned about the possibility of missing and needing a follow-up shot. For a moment, Li Yan found himself at a loss. The chief instructor's words were not mere distractions. How could a second-year student possess such formidable strength? Chapter 86. Wenheiyu Li Yan stared blankly at the unfolding scene, suddenly realizing something, and turned to Lu Xiangyuan, asking, "Did you know all along?" Lu Xiangyuan, standing behind him, cast a sidelong glance, his expression clearly indicating that Li Yan's inquiry was superfluous. Li Yan accurately interpreted his meaning, that I thought you were just joking when you mentioned it before. Observing Wenheiyu's deft movements on the screen, Li Yan gradually began to accept Lu Xiangyuan's assertion that he truly had already attained the strength of a graduate. Among the students graduating this year, he could not find anyone who could reach Wenheiyu's caliber. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire reverberated through the monitoring room, drawing He Xiaoping's attention that he had just finished processing all the data. The instructors had reached their designated positions and began searching for students. Once everything was on track, his work became significantly easier. The chairs in the monitoring room were wheeled, and with a push of his feet, He Xiaoping glided over. Just then, Wenheiyu on the screen eliminated yet another beast. He Xiaoping's eyes gleamed with interest. Resting his chin on his hand, he watched for a while before remarking, "Student, he is quite impressive." Indeed, Li Yin concurred, his marksmanship is exceptional. He Xiaoping shot him a puzzled glance. You don't mean to say he achieved this solely through marksmanship, do you? What do you mean? He Xiaoping pulled up his holographic screen and casually displayed several images that Li Yin focused and saw the beast that Wen Heyu had just dispatched minutes earlier. These creatures were not small, and there were hardly any visible bullet wounds on them. That He Xiaoping continued to enlarge the images until they could faintly discern the injuries on the beasts. The bespectacled man extracted the locations where the bullets had struck and aligned them together, then swiftly pulled the data alongside. The images and text were extremely detailed, but he gestured towards the screen. Take a look for yourself. What is all this dense information? It's overwhelming. I haven't read this much text since graduation, Li Yin muttered, bewildered, leaning closer to the screen. Taking a deep breath, he began to read meticulously, word by word. Seeing him intent on reading from start to finish, He Xiaoping's temples throb. If it were Jiang Jingfei, he would have likely punched him by now, considering the need to maintain a friendly relationship with his new colleague. He Xiaoping raised his hand to extract all the key points. Now looked that he thrust the screen directly towards Li Yan. Li Yin instinctively leaned back, that he scanned the content before him rapidly, his expression transitioning from confusion to seriousness, ultimately culminating in sheer astonishment. No, this must be a coincidence, right? He murmured. He Xiaoping pulled the screen back. What coincidence? This is sheer strength. Lu Xiangyuan, who had remained silent behind them, was clearly listening. Li Yin instinctively sought his confirmation. Lu Xiangyuan nodded. He Xiaoping's assertions were indeed accurate. Li Yin turned around, his worldview seemingly shattered. How monstrous. Moments ago, what He Xiaoping had shown him was straightforward. Images of the beast's wounds and analyses of their weaknesses. The analyses were accompanied by visuals, and the locations indicated on the images matched precisely where Wen Heyu had shot. Such a pattern was not isolated. Nearly every beast that fell to Wen Heyu's gun exhibited this phenomenon. What was revealed thereafter was the terrifying depth of Wen Heyu's knowledge. Each beast that appeared was random, yet he knew the weakness of each one, that this could not simply be brushed off as coincidence. Beneath this knowledge lay his own assured marksmanship. Without either of these elements, Wen Heyu would not have achieved such seamless success. Watching as Wen Heyu changed magazines without a hint of slowing down, Li Yin incredulously remarked, is he attempting to eradicate all the beasts in his vicinity? He Xiaoping observed the dwindling number of beasts in that area on the screen, remaining silent. Insanity, Li Yin thought. Glancing at the expressionless Wen Heyu on the screen, feeling an inexplicable chill that if there were dangers, one merely needed to eliminate all factors that could pose a threat. What Wen Heyu was doing now was precisely that, an approach that was both the most thorough and the most reckless. Once all the beasts were exterminated, the people in his vicinity would be entirely safe from harm. Yet such a mentality was exceedingly extreme. For most, the thought of undertaking such actions would never even cross their minds. A glance at colleagues on other screens evading beasts made Li Yin ponder that this was the conventional method. From the moment when Heyu entered the forest, he had chosen to eliminate every single beast. Li Yin sensed that when Heyu's thought process seemed somewhat radical. Was this an expression of complete confidence in his own abilities, or an unwillingness to allow any risks to manifest within his environment? He looked to Lu Xiangyuan, who understood Wen Heyu better than he did. However, this time, Lu Xiangyuan merely shook his head silently. In the forest, upon sensing unusual activity, Song Zhiliao immediately extended her consciousness outward. Yet this time, she encountered an obstruction. How could this happen? She exclaimed in surprise. Xie Jinyan inquired, what is wrong? Song Zhiliao did not respond immediately. She attempted once more, and upon receiving the same results as before, she ceased further attempts. The energy within this forest was currently in disarray. Various energies were intertwined, directly hindering her consciousness from spreading. Her current level of consciousness was still in the foundation-building stage. Song Zhiliao sensed that if her cultivation could ascend to the next level, she would be fully capable of confronting the present situation. The current circumstances were evidently abnormal. The location where disturbances had occurred was precisely where the Pishio was situated, causing Song Zhiliao to feel uneasy. Just as she was deliberating whether to release Zhuke, a grayish-white figure came sprinting towards them through the mist. The white divine beast emerged, its golden eyes seeming to dispel all darkness. Pishio, Song Zhiliao exclaimed joyfully, rushing a few steps to stand before the Pishio, grabbing its head and inspecting it thoroughly. Are you all right? Xie Jinyan approached the duo, and after a moment of observation, he stepped forward and plucked some pink powder from the Pichio's grayish-white fur. "What is this?" he asked. Song Zhiliao also turned her gaze toward the substance in his hand. However, before they could delve into further discussion, both of their wristbands emitted an urgent sound simultaneously, exchanging a glance. Song Zhiliao and Xie Jinyin activated their wristbands, and an emergency notification from the monitoring room jumped into view. Chapter 87. The cause of the disturbance quickly scanning the notification on the wristband. Song Zhiliao's expression shifted, and Xie Jinyin also appeared troubled. How could the beast suddenly go berserk? She questioned, perplexed. The notification clearly outlined the situation. The beasts were in upheaval, an occurrence that could not be predicted by their usual strength. The examination was to be halted immediately, and students were urged to evacuate swiftly. The earlier disturbances had found an explanation. Xie Jinyin was equally baffled. Just then, the Pichio began scratching at Song Zhiliao's wrist with its claws. After she looked over, it quickly darted to Xie Jinyin's side and patted his hand. "Are you trying to indicate this?" Xie Jinyin raised his finger, still dusted with pink powder. The Pichio nodded. There was a considerable amount of this powder clinging to the Pichio's fur. And Song Zhiliao also pinched some off. She first ground it between her fingers and, after confirming something, brought her nose closer to sniff it. "This substance doesn't seem right." After a brief moment, she frowned and spoke. With her experience in alchemy from a young age, particularly in concocting elixirs for the Zhuke, Song Zhihao possessed a certain understanding of herbal medicine. The powder before her was infused with various substances. Yet one particular herb was strikingly familiar. This herb bore a resemblance to catnip for animals, yet its effect was one of stimulation. At that time, a rabbit at her feet had consumed this herb and immediately began to dart about in a frenzy, ultimately colliding with a tree and meeting its demise. Remarkably, it showed no sign of slowing down even before the fatal impact. It was as though an energy far surpassing its physical limits surged within its body, compelling it to expel this energy through wild movements, only to ultimately lead to its destruction. However, this herb was not devoid of benefits. It contained a high concentration of spiritual energy. Upon realizing this, Song Zhihao devoted considerable time to researching it and discovered that when combined with another herb known for its soothing properties, the adverse effects could be mitigated. Yet, while she was experimenting with the proportions of the two, she found that her four little ones were entirely unaffected by the side effects, and no matter how much she reduced the quantity of the other herb, they remained languid and devoid of any restlessness. Song Zhihao mused, has all my effort been in vain? Initially, she had controlled their intake, but upon confirming they were indeed unharmed, she allowed them to indulge freely. The result was that they consumed it all. In the modern era, where spiritual energy was scarce, herbs with such high spiritual content were already rare. The consequence of several little ones treating it as a snack was the potential extinction of the species. Since then, Song Zhihao had not encountered it again. To her astonishment, she found it once more in this new world, even in a purer form than before. After carefully discerning the contents, she stood up and informed Xie Jinyin that one of the herbs in this powder had been highly purified. Its properties could incite frenzy in animals. Yet, she hesitated. Although this explanation seemed likely to provoke a riot among the exotic beasts, the range of its influence should not encompass the entire forest. A mere few dozen exotic beasts would suffice. Xie Jinyin's gaze darkened as he replied, "The mental strength of low-level exotic beasts is not high. Their mental seas can be easily invaded, and they are prone to resonance. Therefore, if just a few dozen of them experience a mental upheaval, it could trigger a riot among all the lower-tier exotic beasts in the forest. While a single low-level beast going berserk is not frightening, hundreds doing so at once is another matter altogether." Song Zhihao could not help but curse. Who on earth brought this here? Zhi. Zhuke suddenly called out to her in her consciousness. Song Zhihao paused. "What is it?" Zhuke, somewhat uncertain, replied, "It seems Pai Xiao has something to say." Upon hearing this, Song Zhihao hurriedly glanced down at Pai Xiao, who was perched on her wrist, its eyes expressing a human-like urgency. When it saw her looking, Pai Xiao hastily let out a low growl. I don't understand what you're saying either," Song Zhihao admitted, feeling somewhat at a loss. Just then, Xie Jinyin approached. "Can it write?" he inquired. Upon hearing his question, Pai Xiao growled twice more, this time imbued with impatience, indicating it could not. Xie Jinyan appeared contemplative, realizing that it possessed a certain level of intelligence, albeit limited. The few words it had previously uttered seemed to be its utmost capacity. Pai Xiao, oblivious to Xie Jinyan's thoughts, grew anxious and stood up, using its front paws to claw at Song Jihao's shoulder. The sudden weight made her cough that no, you can't just claw at me. I still can't understand you. She struggled to articulate that moment. Zhu Ke spoke again. Gigi, let me handle this. Oh right, you two must belong to the same family. Zhu Ke exclaimed. From where did this conclusion arise? Xie Jinyan queried. Hurry over. Song Jihao urgently beckoned him from a few steps away. Despite finding her actions somewhat peculiar, Xie Jinyan complied and approached. What is the matter? He asked, puzzled. Come here, seeing there was still some distance. Song Jihao pulled him closer and whispered, Xiao Xie, help me out and create a barrier. That a question mark appeared over Xiao Xie's head. Due to the height difference, Song Jihao pulled his right arm, forcing him to bend down to hear her clearly. This was an uncomfortable position, yet he said nothing and instead asked another question. What month were you born in? Clearly, he was skeptical about the Xiao Xie moniker. This isn't the time to discuss that. Song Jihao urged, hurry up. Xie Jinyan, unsure of her intentions but seeing her urgency, repeated the previous actions. The familiar energy field enveloped them once more, and this time, Song Jihao felt no panic, only ease that it was liberating to shed the watchful gaze of others. Thank you, she said, her eyes sparkling with delight. Xie Jinyan nodded slightly and patiently awaited her next move. Song Jihao was not one to make frivolous requests. Thus, under his watchful gaze, she opened her palm. The girl's hand was fair, and as one looked up her arm, a red totem suddenly manifested on her wrist. Xie Jinyan's eyes widened slightly, instinctively brushing his hand over his own wrist. The totem pulsated on her wrist, its fiery red glow intensifying with remarkable speed, even inducing an inexplicable sensation of heat. In an instant, a ball of flame erupted from her palm, gradually expanding. Even from a distance, Xie Jinyan could feel the searing temperature. He fixed his gaze on the enlarging fireball, and in the next moment, it surged dramatically, bursting forth in a dazzling display of light. Xie Jinyan instinctively closed his eyes. When he reopened them, the flames had receded, replaced by a fiery red orb resting in Song Jihao's hand. From behind, it resembled a fluffy red pom-pom, albeit one speckled with embers. Xie Jinyan mused, why does that look somewhat familiar? Chapter 88. Zhu Ke and Pai Xiao. As Zhu Ke turned around, Xie Jinyan finally confirmed its identity. Locking eyes with those fiery red orbs for a moment, he abruptly glanced at Song Jihao. Is it yours? Seeing the somewhat unfriendly tone in Xie Jinyan's voice, Song Jihao quickly gathered Zhu Ke closer. Offering a conciliatory smile, my child didn't know better. Please forgive the earlier incident that I in an effort to mitigate Zhu Chua's punishment. She added, it was quite anxious when you were trapped in the illusion. The well-behaved Zhu Ke nestled in her palm retorted. How could it not know? Now apologize, Song Jihao insisted, suddenly opening her hand to present Zhu Ke before Xie Jinyan. The purple and red eyes of both creatures widened in surprise. Hurry up, she urged softly, poking Zhu Chua's soft back. Xie Jinyan keenly picked up on her words. Noticing Zhu Chua's reluctance, he almost said it's fine, but swallowed his words, allowing his body to relax while observing Zhu Ke with a calm demeanor, as if waiting for it to speak. Zhu Ke thought, what caliber of human is worthy of an apology from a divine beast? It's a miracle I didn't roast you alive. Nonetheless, Song Jihao's persistent nudging could not be ignored after swallowing its fire. Zhu Ke squinted at Xie Jinyan for a moment before finally uttering, I'm sorry, its tone dripping with reluctance. Yet Xie Jinyan accepted it graciously. It's all right. Zhu Ke muttered, curse you, human, satisfied that the previous issue had been resolved. Song Jihao shifted her hand, causing Zhu Chua's purple eyes to transform into a brilliant golden hue. The two beasts exchanged glances, seemingly verifying Zhu Chua's identity. The Pai Xiao tentatively leaned forward, sniffing the air. Get away, Zhu Ke erupted, flapping its wings and slapping Pai Xiao's face mid-flight. Roar! Pai Xiao looked somewhat aggrieved. Hey, Song Jihao quickly intervened, her tone carrying a hint of warning. It's a friendly exchange. Zhu Ke chirped in protest, feeling wronged. Did I said unkind? Clearly, this fellow has gone too far. However, under Song Jihao's watchful gaze, Zhu Ke dared not act further. Thus, under the scrutiny of Xie Jinyan, and Song Jihao. It reluctantly chirped, "Hurry up, say something," to Pai Xiu shrank back, feeling cornered. Observing this scene, Xie Jinyan found it somewhat bizarre that a lion afraid of a bird. Is that reasonable? Sensing Xie Jinyan's gaze, Zhu Ke turned its head menacingly and let out a sharp chirp. "What are you staring at?" Xie Jinyan raised an eyebrow, his violet eyes unwavering. "That I'm just looking." "What of it?" This was the implication Zhu Ke received, that IT was ready to explode, but was swiftly restrained by Song Jihao, who pressed down on its head. "Focus on the task at hand." Chirp. Zhu Chue's head drooped, and it immediately leaned towards Pai Xiu. "Chirp, chirp. Speak quickly." Thus Song Jiliao observed as a cat and a bird engaged in communication. The cat let out a roar, and the bird responded with a chirp, leaving the two humans present utterly bewildered. After a brief moment, this interspecies dialogue finally concluded. Song Jiliao brought the Zhu Ke before her and inquired, "What did the Pishio say?" The Zhu Ke replied, "That powder belongs to that lunatic." Xie Jinyan momentarily failed to comprehend. Lunatic. Song Jiliao clarified, "It refers to Xie Zhao." Xie Jinyan remarked, "Quite the fitting nickname. Thank you for the compliment." The situation was quite chaotic at that moment. After the Pishio had retrieved the seemingly unconscious Xie Zhao from the water, it initially intended to relocate, but he suddenly began to thrash violently. Then, without warning, he flung something, causing small explosions to erupt around them, and the air became thick with the pink powder emanating from him. The Pishio instinctively released Xie Zhao. The powder was suffocating. While the Pishio itself exhibited little reaction, the birds in the trees began to collide with branches, and Xie Zhao vanished from sight. This encapsulated everything that the Pishio and Zhu Ke had discussed. After a prolonged silence, Song Jiliao finally asked Xie Jinyan, "Why does he have so many random things on him?" Xie Jinyan was momentarily at a loss for words that he often frequents the black market. He stated that in fact, one could say that most of Xie Zhao's pocket money is spent on peculiar items from the black market, including many curiosities. Although he was aware that Xie Zhao was not a person to be trifled with, their paths rarely crossed, thus he lacked a tangible sense of it. This time, however, he had experienced it firsthand. Yet Song Jiliao did not wish to dwell on it. She felt that Xie Zhao was nothing short of a ticking time bomb, that he could be expelled under these circumstances, right? She asked, severely disrupting examination protocols and putting so many people in danger. Expulsion might not even suffice. Xie Jinyan nodded. Bringing contraband on a campus has indeed reached the threshold for expulsion. The regulations of the Federal University are quite stringent, not to mention that Xie Zhao has directly caused a major incident. Then that settles it. Song Jiliao sincerely wished to never see him on campus again. The surveillance should have captured everything. Let's see how he escapes this time. She huffed. You might be disappointed that a voice suddenly interjected. Xie Jinyan immediately adopted a wary demeanor, while Song Jiliao found the voice somewhat familiar. Squinting, she gazed at the figure approaching through the mist, uncertainly asking, "Jiang." "Instructor." A figure clad in instructor garb emerged, greeting them with a bright smile. Seeing this, Song Jiliao raised her hand. "Hello, instructor." Xie Jinyan also managed a greeting, albeit with less enthusiasm than Song Jiliao. "TSK, such a dull fellow," was Jiang Zhengfei's discontented assessment. Xie Jinyan chose to ignore it. "Instructor, what did you mean by that?" Song Jiliao inquired. "What do you mean by not as he wishes?" Jiang Zhengfei shrugged. "Due to the interference from the psychic powers of the beast, all the surveillance went dark for 3 minutes. That don't tell me that was the exact moment Xie Zhao caused trouble." Indeed, Song Jiliao felt as if the world could explode. However, Jiang Zhengfei suddenly shifted the topic. "Although there's no video evidence, there are witnesses." Song Jiliao paused. Who? If anyone had seen it, it would undoubtedly be the Pishio. But to suggest that a beast serve as a witness would surely invite ridicule. Jiang Zhengfei raised a finger and pointed it at himself. Me dead at this moment, the Zhu Ke communicated with Song Jiliao through their shared consciousness. Ji, that ugly cat, said this person was also nearby at the time and witnessed the entire event. Chapter 89. Assisting upon hearing the Zhuchua's reference to the Pishio, Song Jiliao couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed to hold a grudge. However, she had no intention of correcting it, understanding that children grow and develop their own perspectives. She prided herself on being an open-minded parent, that as long as Xie Zhao faced consequences for his actions. Song Jiliao felt that his luck was exceptionally favorable. The origin of the powder also needed to be investigated. Jiang Zhengfei asserted seriously, that he turned to Xie Jinyan, hesitating as if struggling to decide whether to speak. After all, Xie Zhao was a member of the prominent Xie family. No faction in the Federation could afford to disregard them, that if the school wished to investigate this matter, it would be inconvenient to involve the military directly, complicating the situation further. However, if someone from the Xie family could assist, moreover, based on the information, Xie Jinyan's influence was not to be underestimated. Sensing Jiang Jingfei's silence, Song Zhiliao felt perplexed, while Xie Jinyan took the initiative to speak. I can help. His willingness surprised Jiang Jingfei immensely. Song Zhiliao instantly understood that they were engaging in a cryptic exchange. Wait a moment, she interjected, pulling Xie Jinyan back with a serious tone. Don't agree so hastily. Jiang Jingfei exclaimed. What are you saying? Just as he was about to advise Xie Jinyan not to heed her, he heard the person in front of him say, Let's hold off on the assistance for now. Jiang Jingfei? Who taught you both to be so untrustworthy? Can you not lead him astray? Jiang Jingfei lamented to Song Zhiliao. I have it. Song Zhiliao protested, feeling wronged that I'm merely advising him not to suffer a loss. Jiang Jingfei countered, displeased. How is helping the school a loss? Isn't doing it for free still considered helping? Her argument was sound. Jiang Jingfei was left exasperated yet amused. He finally understood that her meaning was that assistance was acceptable. But it couldn't be without compensation. Although he had a plan in mind, Jiang Jingfei still wanted to provoke her a bit more. This is Xie Jinyan's matter. What does it have to do with you? Song Zhiliao was momentarily taken aback. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Jingfei pressed on. What does it have to do with you? Just as he reveled in his triumph, Xie Jinyan chimed in. Then what does it have to do with you? Exactly. What does it have to do with you? Song Zhiliao straightened her posture, resembling a victorious general. Xie Jinyan thought she bore a striking resemblance to the little cat they had drawn together previously. With a matching demeanor, this time, it was Jiang Jingfei who found himself at a loss for words. How come the two of you are so close? He queried, perplexed. Previously, they had investigated Song Zhiliao and Xie Jinyan's backgrounds. Xie Jinyan's background was self-evident. While Song Zhiliao's father was an editor and her mother a writer, their family, while not extraordinarily wealthy, enjoyed a respectable annual income that in terms of class, Xie Jinyan and Song Zhiliao were worlds apart. And indeed, that was the case. Logically, differing upbringing should have led to divergent worldviews, hence the saying that individuals from different classes seldom mingle. Yet, how was it that these two, who had only known each other for 2 months, exhibited such an unexpectedly harmonious dynamic? Jiang Jingfei pondered in bewilderment. Fine, Jiang Jingfei conceded. I see you two are in cahoots. Speak up. What do you want? He declared generously.